The Blade Mage was both perplexed and frustrated by the turn of events. He attempted to retrieve his sword back, but it was useless against the iron grip holding onto it. Looking up slowly, he realized the source of his immobilization was a stone monkey golem. The monkey stood tall at about 6 feet, with fur covering its left hand, which left the mage astonished, since the golem appeared to have a functioning arm with furs, muscle and blood different from the rest of its stone body, baffling the Blade Mage. The stone monkey golem met the Blade Mage's gaze with indifference, further fueling the Blade Mage's anger. Ignoring the monkey's presence, he sprinted away, leaving his blade behind. Seizing the opportunity, the stone monkey flung the sword back, and it landed in the hands of the fifth elder, who wore a wicked smile. "Do not underestimate me," the Blade Mage exclaimed as his spirit armor emitted a radiant glow, seemingly replenishing his mana at an accelerated rate. After fighting just now with Silas, they have wasted a lot of mana trying to cast earth magic. When the process was complete, he conjured 2 blades made of bluish light and charged at the fifth elder once more. "Don't injure him too severely, ape. I simply want to acquire their treasures. I don't need another clan powerhouse coming after me, as those spoiled mages often come from big clans, and that is how they behave when one of them is defeated," the fifth elder instructed the stone monkey golem, who nodded and grunted, stretching its hands towards the wooden golem. The wooden golem snapped off one of its branches and manipulated its mana to alter its shape. It then threw the transformed branch at the stone monkey, which caught it with its hands. Employing one of the clan's secret techniques, the Blade Mage unleashed his clan's secret technique. Blade's secret skill sword descending. A massive sword materialized and charged towards the monkey. In response, the monkey spun backwards, striking upwards with the newly transformed wooden staff. High-tier battle skill 50-ton staff strike. Just like that, another battle came to a standstill, as the Gordon clan proved to the mages who had looked down on them that they were in no way inferior. However, it seemed as though they were holding back their powers due to some unknown reason. While the fourth elder and the fifth elder took care of 2 Blade clan mages, the last one grew increasingly angry at the turn of events, cursing his luck. He hoped that their fourth member was still around, so they could gang up on one of the Gordon clan elders. Gritting his teeth, he focused his gaze on Silas, who was weak and spitting blood after suffering from the backlash of using his life force in the fight. Then he turned his attention to the Grand Elder, who approached with a smile on his face. "Now it's just you and me. All I want is that mage. Give him to us, and we won't have to go through all this unnecessary fighting. There is someone who wants him alive, and I can assure you if anything happens to him, any chance of living in peace will vanish, as the person who wants him is not in a forgiving mood at the moment," the Grand Elder said. "Are you trying to threaten me? Nothing you say will change my mind. This mage must die today for our mission to be considered complete," the Blade Mage replied, causing the smile on the Grand Elder's face to fade. "Well, I suppose I'll have to convince you that you won't be able to kill him," the Grand Elder declared. He slammed his staff on the ground, unleashing a wave of sound notes in all directions, disrupting even the fighting of the 2 elders. Just when the Blade Mages thought everything was over, they were surprised to see different types of golems mysteriously appear. These golems possessed various weapons and body types, and there were even beast-like golems among them. There is a reason no one talks about the Grand Elder, because when I truly act, I don't have to show my face, my army is enough. If my brother, the Patriarch, is called a one-man army, then I am called the army itself, the Grand Elder proclaimed. The Grand Elder's command echoed through the air as countless Tier 6 golems dashed towards the 3 mages of the Blade clan. Despite their best efforts to resist, they found themselves being suppressed by the army of Tier 6 golems, along with the powerful Echo Shackles spell of the Grand Elder. He had made it his mission to frustrate them to the highest degree. Normally, the mages of the Blade clan would have had no problem dispatching thousands of Tier 6 lifeforms, or mages, within minutes. Witnessing the commanding prowess of the Grand Elder and the astounding display of his golem army made them doubt if their own strength was being suppressed. They even summoned their mental image, which was different swords which augmented their abilities in different ways, yet the Grand Elder effortlessly summoned his own mental image, which was a siren. After summoning his mental image, it further strengthened his control of the Echo Shackles spell. Due to the fact that he had recently stepped into the high-rank mage realm and had not yet explored other sound spells to learn them, yet he focused slowly on the Echo Shackles. Because the Echo Shackles spell was like a part of his bloodline ability, originating from the siren that was the progenitor of all his sound special abilities. With the Grand Elder's masterful use of the Echo Shackles spell and his formidable golem army, he became a force to be reckoned with. The fourth elder, who had reunited with the fifth elder, commented on how terrifying the Grand Elder had become, realizing that he hadn't even had the chance to deploy his own powerful golem. "It's a good thing he's our brother," the fourth elder remarked, rubbing the leg of his wooden golem, which stared back at him with dull eyes. That man can be scary sometimes, the fourth elder concluded. Either way, it works in our favor. Let's him beat them up, and we seize their treasures later. The fifth elder said, cheering on from atop his tiger Golem, which had now become his trusted mount. But the fourth elder cautiously started moving away, not wanting to be influenced by the fifth brother's bandit-like behavior. Silently, they watched as their brother took on 3 mages single-handedly, seizing the opportunity to save Silas. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the sixth elder of the Friddle clan and the last remaining Blade clan mage closed in on Aurora. Just as they were beginning to feel hopeful about catching Aurora, they suddenly noticed a massive boulder hurtling towards them from behind. Reacting quickly, the Friddle clan's sixth elder and the Blade clan mage skillfully spread out, creating enough space for the boulder to pass by. High-tier spell Earth Escape. Upon hearing the name of the spell, the Friddle sixth elder frowned in annoyance and muttered, "This fucker again." Just before the boulder flew past them, they saw the Gordon Patriarch emerge from within it, utilizing his Earth Escape skill to teleporting to the stone. While this sight shocked the Blade clan mage, the Friddle sixth elder was unfazed, knowing exactly who was about to appear the moment he heard the spell. Only one person in the Gordon clan was capable of utilizing such a spell. The Friddle sixth elder shifted his gaze to the Gordon Patriarch, who had his left hand resting on the hilt of his katana. "Shit," the sixth elder exclaimed. Even Aurora, who had been running ahead, momentarily stopped when she sensed a familiar mana frequency manifest out of nowhere. Whoa, I've never witnessed such a high-level manipulation of an earth spell before. You just redirected the boulder towards us since you couldn't catch up, while simultaneously using your mana to transport yourself to the already fast-moving boulder. What a spell! The Blade clan mage couldn't help but admire the talent displayed by the Patriarch. "Bingo, but I didn't come for you," the Patriarch declared, his gaze shifting towards the Friddle clan's sixth elder. "However, I have the right company to keep you occupied. Terra Warden, engage him." As the Patriarch spoke, 2 golems materialized behind him. One of them was the black golem that had stepped into the realm of Tier 7 with the Patriarchs, and the golem he had used to do a display of power against the Lanced clan Patriarch, as it was still oozing a huge killing intent. The second golem appeared to be crafted from an exceptionally rare stone, as its entire body had a milky white hue. After settling matters with the Blade clan mage and preparing to face the Friddle's sixth elder, the Patriarch turned to Aurora Blaze one last time. "And what are you still doing here? You should return to your clan to ensure that another maniac doesn't use you as an excuse to threaten my clan again." The Patriarch gently nudged Aurora away with his head, and she respectfully bowed before him before summoning the beast contained within the ring Silas had given her. With a final farewell, she flew away, leaving the Patriarch behind. Although the Patriarch's words seemed harsh, Aurora had come to understand that it was his way of showing affection, especially since what happened to his third brother. "Now, no more distractions. I do hope you're not a clone this time. I don't want any disappointments," the Patriarch said with an evil smile as he finally unsheathed his katana, which seemed to radiate 2 different types of light. On the other hand, the Friddle clan's sixth elder had been frowning since George Gordon's had appeared. He knew that his plans had just become meaningless. "Fuck this. Why do you always have to spoil everything?" the sixth elder muttered in frustration. The scene quickly changed, and in that instant, the Patriarch of the Gordons could be seen calmly griping the neck of the Friddle's clan's sixth elder. He stared into his eyes, attempting to invade his memories with his mental energy. However, when his mental energy entered the sixth elder's mind, he was met with a blurry image. Enraged, the Patriarch angrily threw the sixth elder's body far away. "I thought that maybe for once you would be able to come out with your chest puffed out, but I guess I was wrong. You will always be a coward," the Patriarch seized. "I can't believe I met with another of your clone. You better not let me get my hands on you, or I will tear you limb from limb." The sixth elder of the Friddle's clan burst into laughter. "You can make all the threats you want, but I would be a fool to come out when you are trying to kill me, and the still truth remains that you are unable to kill me. Not now, not ever. You will live in fear, always knowing that I will come for you. I don't mind trying again, as long as I get revenge for my son," the Friddle clan's sixth elder declared. "How dare you speak of revenge when your son and your whole clan were the ones who betrayed my grandson and my clan after the Blood Moon War? Your whole clan even decided to join forces with the Dark Guild to try and wipe us out," the Patriarch retorted. "You made a grave mistake by going after my clan," the Patriarch concluded. "Why all the unnecessary talking? We all know my motive now is revenge. Why must you make it seem like you are the only victim? Only the strongest have the right to judge between right and wrong, and for now you are stronger than me. That's why you are able to restrain me," the Friddle's sixth elder explained. "But I advise you, it won't always be like that. A time will come when you won't be able to sleep in peace. And even as we speak, I already have a plan in place. One of your clansmen, someone dear to you, will die soon, and you won't be able to do anything about it," the sixth elder declared. "What?" the Patriarch exclaimed. He realized that the clone had poisoned itself, and with that I lose any opportunity to gather information. Let's go, the patriarch said, dashing forward into the air. His two golems, who had been keeping the Blade Mage in check, also pushed the Blade Mage backwards and flew alongside him. Upon seeing them leave, the Blade Mage sighed in relief. He had always heard about the powerful golems known as the Big Three belonging to the Gordon Patriarch. Though he had previously looked down on them as they were a weaker clan than his own clan, today he had been proven wrong too many times. Even with just two golems, they had effortlessly kept him in place and toyed with him. The embarrassment of facing his companions and explaining his defeat weighed heavily on him. Little did he know, they too felt the same embarrassment after losing to the Grand Elder of the Gordon clan. Their only stroke of luck was that the Gordon clan had no interest in killing them and only desired to rescue Silas and allow Aurora to escape. "Tell me what really bothers you," Taryn asked Alec, who sat opposite him. "Me and my brothers would like to go back in," Alec said nervously, unsure of how Taryn would react. "What, go back in? To where?" Taryn questioned, clearly confused. "Back into the Abyss Realm. What, do you realize how dangerous that place is? It won't be like last time when there was a blood moon and most of the orc squad were out battling against the human realm. The chances of dying are really high considering you are not even a tier 3 mage yet. And you're telling me you want to go into the Abyss Realm?" Taryn asked, even more bewildered, not understanding his disciple's reasoning. "I'm sorry, this might come as a shock to you, but our progress at the peak has been very slow if we ever want to become mages worthy of respect. Then we can only find our own battlefield and fight till we burst out our inner potentials. We really hope you would agree to our demands. Believe me when I say this, Master, we know what we're getting ourselves into, and this time we will be going prepared," Alec explained. He had always known Alec to be stubborn, but he never expected that the first time he would witness it would be for a trip to the Abyss Realm. The same Abyss Realm he had tried his best to keep Alec away from after that last incident with Igor, but the Abyss was now the place Alec wanted to go to. "Well, I agree, but I hope you know that I won't be able to help you the moment you step into the Abyss Realm. The orcs still have me on their wanted list. I was only able to risk it last time because of the blood moon, knowing that most of the strongest orcs wouldn't be around. But if you enter the Abyss Realm now, I won't be able to come for you. Instead, if I ever step in, it will be me in danger." Taryn finished with a slight laugh, and Alec joined in before stopping after a few seconds. "You don't have to worry about that. I promise we won't cause as much trouble as last time," Alec assured him. "I hope so," Taryn said as he patted Alec's shoulder. Alec walked out of Taryn's castle and was met by the whole gang, who had gathered at the entrance to block his way. "So how did it go? Are we going to the Abyss Realm again?" Arthur asked, with everyone staring at him with puppy eyes. Alec started giving them disappointed faces before confirming their hopes and telling them yes. They all jumped and shouted in celebration. "I can't wait to try out my new spirit equipment. I have been anticipating this day," Knight boasted, but immediately felt everyone's stare, except Agnes, on him. Alec had only been able to create 2 complete sets of spirit equipment due to the limited number of alpha wolves' carcass they had. The others had been quite jealous of Knight's good luck in being chosen by Alec early on. No one dared to mention Agnes receiving the equipment, or else they would be in for a beating. But now that Knight had the audacity to open his big mouth, they all pounced on him, raining down punches as Agnes watched from a distance. "He is such an idiot, riling them up like that," Agnes commented. "Let them be, they can use all that anger on the next beast or orc we encounter," Alec said with a slight smile as he watched their fight. "Beat him with mana fists. This bastard now has a tough skin. Small punches only tickle him," Arthur suggested. "How can you be so cruel? We are family." Knight wailed under the barrage of punches from his frustrated companions. Even Taryn watched from his window, sipping his wine. "Most of my old disciples would stay away from danger, but you run towards it. Don't die on me now, Alec," he remarked to himself as he continued observing their scuffle and enjoying his drink. Alec and his gang, with Agnes leading the way, finally left their master's peak. "Are you absolutely certain that you know the way to James' Peak?" Arthur, tired of following behind Agnes, asked, placing his hands behind his head in an attempt to appear nonchalant as they passed by other disciples of the War God Mage Academy. Agnes turned back and glared at him, hard. When he realized he had angered her, he turned his face to the side and pouted, clearing not wanting any trouble. He had learnt the hard way not to mess with the only girl of the group or get beat without no help. "Look over there, it's the Gordon clan mages again," one person exclaimed. "I heard they ventured into the Abyss Realm and survived. That place is only open to second-year mages or those who have reached the Tier 3 mage realm. Does that mean they now possess Tier 3 mage battle power?" Terrifying, another added. "You know nothing. I watched the last Fighting Pavilion Tower test and witnessed the power of their leader, Alec. He is more than capable of handling most Tier 3 mages. Don't underestimate him. I'm sure he has a few tricks up his sleeve," a third person chimed in. "Of course he would have other tricks up his sleeve." After all, he is the rookie king this year, the one everyone has their eyes on. Being Terran's disciple, many had thought he would perish in the Abyss realm along his siblings, but he managed to escape. Let's see how long he can avoid death, someone else remarked. Whispers and gossip about Alec and his group echoed around them as they passed by. Despite the mage's attempts to conceal their conversations with mana or spells, Alec could hear every word within a 10-meter radius. It seemed as if his mental energy could infiltrate and permeate any restriction or barrier set up by these mages without them even noticing. After all, they didn't possess enough mental energy to detect another presence spying on them. Alec was the only anomaly in this regard. It was quite remarkable that he could awaken even a trace of mental energy before reaching the Tier 6 mage realm. And due to his inexperience in controlling his mental energy, Alec couldn't filter what he heard. He kept discovering that his mental abilities weren't limited to battle aspects alone, they also heightened his other senses as long as it was within a 10-meter range. "Look, we're here," Agnes exclaimed, snapping Alec out of his dazed thoughts as they stood before another peak. "Excuse me, would you be so kind as to help us locate Senior James? We have a few questions for him," Agnes asked the first person they encountered coming down the peak. However, as the mage raised his head, they were all taken aback by the sight of Luca's blade. Lucas wore a hood that concealed his hair and face. When he saw the entire group from the Gordon clan, a mischievous grin formed on his lips. "Just the people I was looking for," he declared. "Huh," Agnes exclaimed, caught off guard. "Never mind. Alec, let's fight." Lucas pointed his blade towards Alec, causing him to facepalm and curse his luck. He hoped that Lucas would be a bit more considerate and focus less on fighting and more on his reputation, like the other mage from the ancient Zero clan who had attempted to build prestige by defeating him. But after his defeat, the mage had vanished, allowing Alec some peace. However, he had always heard rumors of how the battle maniac Lucas relentlessly sought him out for a fight throughout the academy, even before reaching the mid-tier 3 mage realm. Is there any way we can avoid this?" Alec asked, his small smile hiding his unease. "Nope, you should know that our instructor has thousands of disciples, unlike your own master. It would take forever to reach him. Luckily, I happen to know where he is in seclusion," Lucas retorted, confidently placing his hand on the sword by his waist. "Defeat me and I promise I'll bring you to him," he added, his voice filled with determination. "Ready or not, here I come," Lucas declared, shocking everyone with his crazy demeanor. As he raised his sword slightly from its scabbard, a blinding light shone, causing Agnes, who was at the front, to shield her eyes. The air seemed to grow lighter, and before the rest of the group could recover from the flash of light, Lucas closed the distance between him and Alec, and when he got in an attacking range, he unsheathed his sword and swung it towards Alec's neck. However, Alec stood his ground, smirking and showing no intention of moving. Just as the sword was inches away from his neck, shadows materialized between Alec and Lucas. Huge shadowy tentacle-like hands rose up and gripped the sword and Lucas, restraining him from every angle. "Humph, this won't hold me," Lucas snorted, his mana going berserk as he unleashed a blast, attempting to break free from the shadows. But just as the shadows were starting to crumble, Knight emerged from one of the massive shadow tentacles, placing a dagger at Lucas' neck. Knight's eyes locked with Lucas, a silent warning of the danger he was in. Lucas felt the presence of the dagger, realizing how easily it could end his life. Though he had plans to escape, he wasn't willing to risk injury or bet his life, especially since his main intention was to test Alec's skills. He felt frustrated that he had once again been stopped by another clansman. "You lost," Alec said with a small smile, but Lucas began to protest. "No buts, you promised me. Knight can represent me." Alec interrupted firmly, causing Lucas to sigh in defeat. "Well, you win. A deal is a deal." "Come on, I'll take you to James," Lucas Blade conceded, leading Alec and his gang up the peak. Alec couldn't help but wonder about the coincidence that both Lucas Blade and James shared the same master. Meanwhile, the rest of the group admired the breathtaking scenery as they climbed, trying their best to compare their dry and sparsely populated peak to the one they were on now. Luckily, Lucas Blade wasn't lying when he claimed to know James' whereabouts in seclusion. Alec lightly knocked on the door, careful not to disturb James, as mages despised being distracted during their seclusion, especially for trivial matters. However, Alec had been overthinking the situation. When James asked who was at the door and Alec responded, James seemed genuinely happy and quickly invited him inside. The rest of the group waited patiently outside while Alec entered to meet James and discuss the purpose of their visit. With their original target lost, everyone's attention turned to Lucas Blade. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" Lucas asked, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. He realized they might be planning to confront him together, even though they were on his master's peak. However, they were only at the outer region of the peak, and the disciples of Lucas' master at the outer region wouldn't be able to match the Gordon clan in strength. Lucas knew this from his previous encounters with 2 members of the Gordon clan. Furthermore, the area was sparsely populated, with few people around, which added to Luca's unease. I'm just trying to understand why you chose an instructor. There were other great instructors who wanted to mentor you, so why did you give it all up to study under an instructor? Agnes stepped forward, voicing the question that had been bothering her the most. It's simple, Lucas replied confidently. I follow the path of the blade, and those great instructors who approach me have no expertise in the way of the sword or other blade. To me, they were just mana mages without any specialization. So I wouldn't learn much from them, but my instructor, on the other hand, is one of the most esteemed swordmasters in the Northern Kingdom, Lucas explained, his pride evident in his voice. By the time he achieved that rank, he felt he had exhausted most of his potential. That's why he hasn't entered the Tier 8 Mage realm after all this time, Lucas explained with a twinkle in his eyes. This revelation took Agnes by surprise, even though she had suspected something about Lucas before. She could swear she saw genuine respect in his eyes when he talked about his new instructor, realizing that the instructor had managed to win the heart of a mage from an ancient clan like Lucas solely through his sword techniques. It was a clear testament to the instructor's skill. As usual, Agnes had done her research and discovered that the Blade clan held significant power as an overlord in the Central Kingdom, much like the Blaze, Zero, and the Dragonmere clans in the Northern Kingdom. Before Agnes could ask further questions, Alec and James emerged from inside. James greeted them and went to gather his crew, while Alec and his group waited. When they finally returned, Alec noticed two new members. Meet Grace and Gabriel, our new members. The good news is that they are both Tier 4 mages, and with them joining our group, we've become stronger than before. James introduced them to Alec and the rest of the group. Alec quickly took James aside, and Agnes cast a water barrier around them before Alec started speaking with concern. When did they join your group? Do you know their intentions? How could you casually allow two Tier 4 mages, who are in the same realm as you, to join our group? Have you forgotten what happened with Kithra? Alec bombarded James with his concerns, reminding him of their previous encounter with Kithra, who was still not dead. One of the reasons they invited James was because he was also a Tier 4 mage, providing them with firepower. The second reason for choosing James was his experience as an adventurer, which surpassed their own. They believed he could provide guidance and help them avoid making mistakes. Moreover, Alec was uncertain about how other groups would behave towards them as Terran's disciples. Given their predicament, he decided to choose James again because they needed assistance. Alec was certain that many adventure groups would refuse to join them, considering the potential consequences if the Gordons were to meet an untimely demise due to their affiliation to Terran. They would want to steer clear of any implication. Don't worry too much, James reassured Alec. Grace and Gabriel joined our group due to specific circumstances. They were assigned to us by my master after we lost the other mages. According to the regulations, only 5 mages cannot form an adventure group. They are only filling the numbers. And you don't have to worry about them messing up, James added confidently. They are my master's junior direct disciples, just like Lucas. Perplexed, Alec asked, what do you mean by direct disciples? Oh, I forgot that your master doesn't have a large number of disciples. As a result, he might not adhere to the same hierarchy. Most instructors are responsible for hundreds of mages, James explained. It's not feasible for them to personally watch and take care of all of their disciples. As a result, they select individuals with the most potential or those they deem worthy of their direct teachings, James elaborated. These selected disciples are known as direct disciples, and among them, the strongest is usually designated as the chief disciple. There can only be one chief disciple for each instructor or great instructor, James clarified. The only way to challenge and replace the chief disciple is to become stronger and defeat them in combat. It's that simple, he concluded. The rest of the disciples are divided into inner region and outer region, based on their talent, and receive teaching once in a while. That's the classification. But don't worry, Grace and Gabriel are only tagging along because my master wants them to gain experience. Since they recently transferred to him from another instructor, so this might be their only stint with us. No need to worry, as we would get a new member soon, James reassured Alec. As James concluded his explanation, he gave Alec a reassuring pat on the back. Alec turned towards Agnes and nodded towards her, and she canceled the water barrier that had surrounded them. Now that everything is settled, Alec began, addressing the group. I want to make something clear. You're heading into the Abyss Realm, and our mission is clear. We are going there to gain battle experience and make profits. The loot will be divided equally, 50-50, between both teams. Alec stated this to ensure that even the Wild Adventure group was aware of their intentions before they departed. Wait, you guys are going to the Abyss Realm. Take me along. Lucas interjected, expressing his desire to join their mission. I want to fight and witness the strength of the Abyss race in that space passage. Arthur was the first to object, exclaiming, there is no way he is coming with us, Alec. Say what? Lucas shouted as both he and Arthur butted heads in a moment of confrontation. Lucas and Arthur engaged in a heated exchange of words. while Alec turned to Agnes, seeking her opinion. "What are your thoughts, Agnes?" Alec asked, waiting for her response. "He is not a pushover, and he is stronger than most in our group. He would be a valuable addition, especially since he also enjoys battling." Alec turned to Brandon, asking for his input. "What about you, Brandon? Whatever you guys agree upon is good with me," Brandon replied, slowly caressing his covered sword. "And I do think he would be a great addition to the team as well." "Okay then, it has been decided. Lucas will join us," Alec declared. "What, don't I get a say in this too?" Knight protested, only for Agnes to tap him on the back. "I see you are in need of more beating," Agnes remarked, reminding Knight of the valuable item he possessed. "Don't forget that you still have something they want. Don't give them a reason to vent their anger on you now." Knight shivered at the thought, recalling his daggers back when no one was looking. They transformed back into their tattoo form, before slowly disappearing into his hands. Alec and the newly formed team made their way towards the Orc City's space passage, as it was the only familiar place the Gordon's mages knew in the Abyss realm. Despite James informing Alec about 2 more space passages at the Academy, Alec was determined to enter only the Orc passage anyway. "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this Terran's new set of disciples who needed their master's help last time?" One of the 2 Tier 8 mages guarding the Orc City's space passage said, attempting to tease Alec and the team. However, Alec promptly tossed a badge in the direction of the other guard who had been cold towards them. The guard caught it, obviously recognizing that it belonged to Terran. Has Terran finally lost his mind, sending his group of Tier 2 mages all the way into the Abyss realm? "I guess that bastard Igor got to him," the mage muttered, tossing the badge back to Alec. "Let me see your student badges," the mage demanded. The moment the mage confirmed that the badge Alec had thrown was Terran's, he could already understand their intention. It was clear that they wanted to enter the space passage, and only with their instructor's permission could they be allowed in. And what better way to show permission than giving up his personal badge for inspection? The last time Igor had brought them, things had been different, but now they have come on their own free will. Alec and the rest displayed their badges, and Alec could sense a wave of mental energy infiltrating the small wooden badge at his waist as he showed it to the guard. He couldn't help but marvel at the capabilities of mental energy whenever he witnessed something new. "You can go in," the mage finally conceded. After confirming that their badges had not been tampered with, and that they were indeed students of the Academy, the guard had no choice but to allow them entry. Despite the guard's clear reluctance, Alec couldn't help but smile at the frown on the mage's face as he jumped into the swirling portal gate that led to the Academy's base city in the second dimension. "It's funny they're just letting anyone into the Abyss this time around. I hope one of them dies." Maybe the fear of death would make them realize that the Abyss is not a bed of roses where inexperienced mages can come and go as they please, the grumpy mage muttered as he watched the rest of Gordon's clan and James' group jump into the space passage without looking back. "Chill, you don't have to be so worked up. I do like the boy though, and I think he has a good chance of coming back alive," the playful mage responded. "Snort, you're just being sentimental because you see yourself in him," the grumpy mage retorted. "Let's make a bet then. If he comes back, we'll get to drink that exotic wine of yours that you've been hoarding for over 10 years, the playful mage suggested, prompting the grumpy mage to angrily point at him. "I should have suspected earlier that you're only interested in my wine," the grumpy mage exclaimed. "Stop acting so stiff. If even one mage dies, then I'll owe you a Tier 8 power crystal. I hope you know I still possess one that I've been planning to turn into an armor. You can have it if you win," the playful mage added, finalizing the details of the bet. The grumpy mage looked at him in shock, feeling incredibly tempted by the bet details. "It's a deal." The grumpy mage and the playful mage shook hands on it. Meanwhile, Alec and his new team were unaware of the bet that had been made behind their backs due to their survival. As they appeared in the second dimension city again, the black armored city guards led them out of the space passage once more. "Well, for once I'm glad they didn't try to check us with their energy. I always feel uncomfortable when they do," Arthur commented as he shivered at the thought. "Oh my God, don't you see? It means even the gatekeepers were looking down on us. They felt we were just ordinary Tier 2 mages like last time, and that there was no reason to bother," Agnes explained as they continued their way. Towards the War God Armory, the short man behind the counter burst out laughing as soon as he saw them. Alec took his time to greet the old man, thanking him for the last time and asked for advice, which the man willingly shared. Although the short man was surprised to see them back in the Abyss realm, he encouraged them to go out and kill great orcs, just like their master had done. Alec and the rest of the Gordon's clan laughed nervously upon hearing that. They had learned that their master had caused a lot of trouble, killing many orcs and becoming a wanted target for several orc chieftains. To the extent that if those orc chief ever decided to join forces, it would take the whole school high-rank mages, including the dean, to stop them. This was one of the reasons why Terran didn't want to enter the orc space passage. His entering could potentially trigger a full-blown war, which was not desired by the Academy. After all, they were not as strong as the orcs, nor were they as numerous. Their only advantage was that the orcs were not united, with each chieftain ruling over different villages and regions, often conflicting with one another. If it weren't for the common enemy they shared in humans, the orcs might have already started fighting amongst themselves. So where do we go now? James asked as they finally left the war god armory. I was thinking of attacking a small orc village nearby, one that is close to the human base. That way we can easily retreat if things go haywire, Alec declared, surprising James and his group, except for Lucas, who seemed to enjoy the prospect of imminent fighting. Are you crazy? You want us to attack a small orc village with our numbers? Are we going in for suicide? James exclaimed. No, believe me when I say this, I have a plan. We're definitely not fighting the whole village or trying to take it over. We're simply going to utilize all our advantages. I promise you, just trust me, Alec reassured James. I don't care as long as we get to see blood. I've been getting bored with all those unnecessary sparring at the academy without any real threat to our lives. Lucas chimed in, but as usual, they all tended to ignore him. They had finally realized that he was too focused on fighting all the time. Agnes, however, couldn't help but worry about what Lucas might have gone through to shape him into the person he was. She knew better than to ask, as every mage had their own secrets. I can't believe this. There are a lot of Tier 2 mages in that team. What are they doing in the Abyss realm? One of the people standing nearby remarked, detecting the power level of Kelvin and the others walking at the back. Oh, I forgot. You were at the other space gate recently. Those Tier 2 mages are disciples of Instructor Terran, the talented Earth Mage, another person explained. They've been to the Abyss realm before, where they enraged one of the roots of the Divine Tree. It's the reason why no one is going near that region anymore, as the wood lifeforms there have become more aggressive than ever. They suffered heavy losses when those mages came last time and still couldn't capture the main culprits, the first person continued. So now they're taking out their anger on any mages who enter their region, the second person answered. What? Terran's disciples embracing death? I thought every time he got a new disciple, they stayed cooped up in their safe zone out of fear of dying, another passerby said, surprised. Well, this new set of disciples is different. You can gauge much from the fact that they're in the Abyss realm again, especially considering they were just thrown out of here less than a week ago, the passers-by mages continued to discuss. As the Gordon mages passed by, they couldn't help but glance at the wares of the traders inside the base. Meanwhile, Alec's group exited the gate once more, and the soldier mages saluted them in their own way. They always respected brave adventurers who dared to face the enemies of the human race in any way possible. The second-dimension races had been killing humans and invading their realm in their quest to devour it, evolve their own realm, evolve their own cultivation, and obtain the rumored lake of immortality, which they believed existed within the human realm. This was the only known reason for their attacks on humans, with the other motives remaining unknown. Alec and the newly formed team quickly closed in on the small orc village that had recently settled near the Academy base city. Now that I think about it, it was probably a good idea that Alec invited you to join us on this mission. Otherwise, we might have wandered deeper into the abyss until we stumbled upon a village, Agnes praised James, who appeared pleased but tried to remain humble. It was nothing really. Let's not forget that I owe your brother a favor, so when he asked for help, I rushed to assist, James replied, his gratitude for Alec evident in his words. James's attention was caught by the map that Agnes was studying. Well, the short man at the War God Armory gave it to us. I'm just marking this orc village settlement on it so that in the future we won't be caught off guard, Agnes explained, with James nodding in approval. That's true. Most of the new orc settlements aren't included in the old maps, as many orcs have diverted and moved to different places, breaking free from their old villages with the hopes of becoming small overlords in their own village. By recording these types of changes, we can make progress, James complimented Agnes. Just as everyone was engrossed in their conversation, Alec placed his hand over James's mouth and whispered with a finger to his lips, "SHHHH." Some orcs are coming out from the village. Let's watch and not make any more noise. Alec's words prompted everyone to hide properly in the bushes. As the village gate opened, and about 30 orcs emerged, fully equipped and appearing ready for battle. Those are the orc hunters, James whispered to Alec, who nodded in return, just as they continued to observe Knight, who had been absent earlier, emerged from the shadows. They watched as the orc hunters mounted their wolves and rode off to another location. Strange, where could the hunters be going? If I'm not mistaken, they should have already hunted enough wild demonic beasts to last for days. So why would they still be willing to hunt twice in a day? The hunters never hunt twice, something is wrong, Alec muttered to himself before turning to Knight. How did it go? Alec asked. I was able to get close enough to the settlement without being detected. Most of the guards are in the Tier 2 realm, while the hunters are all Tier 3 orcs. There's also a Tier 4 sub-captain. No shamans in sight. The whole village likely has around 1,000 residents, but if we exclude the elderly and young, we can assume we'll be facing at least 750 strong orcs ranging from Tier 2 to Tier 3, Knight reported, providing all the details from his recent scouting mission. Alec nodded in response. "Hey Knight, can you please trail after those hunters and send us a signal indicating where they're going?" Alec requested. "I want to see if it's worth making a move now," Alec concluded, and Knight disappeared into the shadows to carry out the task. He seems to be much more proficient in using his shadow element now. What exactly happened to him? Or what kind of training has he been undergoing to make him that skilled? James, who has had a heightened sensitivity to mana usage since entering the Tier 4 realm, asked Alec. Alec only shook his head and replied, "Trust me, you don't want to know what their training regime is like." Alec remembered witnessing his clansmen fight against the centaur Prince 7 and how they were easily overwhelmed. Even though he restricted his realm, he still rendered them useless. Despite not fully understanding why his instructor would accommodate someone from the second dimension, or why the centaur prince would take the stress to teach his clansmen, Alec was well aware of the centaur's formidable strength. Even his feeble mental energy has been unable to penetrate the centaur's strong mental energy shield, indicating the centaur's status as a high-ranking life form, as only high ranks were capable of practicing mental energy. Alec's situation was different because of the system, but his mental energy still only covered a small 10-meter radius around him. And when he approached the centaur prince's mental shield trying to pry into his realm, it felt as if he had entered a pool 200 meters wide and deep. This realization confirmed to him that the centaur was not just strong, but also truly formidable. Knight followed Alec's orders and successfully traced the orcs to their destination, a secluded cave that appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. As the 30 orcs entered the cave, Knight couldn't help but wonder how they all fit into such a small space. However, as he moved closer to the entrance to spy on them, he discovered a secret entrance inside the cave. It became clear that the orcs must have used this secret passage to reach wherever their current location was now. Just as Knight was considering returning immediately to report to Alec, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Even before he could turn his head, he sensed the rough breath burning against his back. When he finally glanced sideways, the first thing that caught his eye was the slightly short tusk at the edge of the orc's mouth, accompanied by anger-filled eyes. "You, dead," the orc managed to utter, struggling to imitate human language. "No, not me. You dead," Knight replied, teasing the orc for its poor English. In response, the enraged orc raised its other hand, wielding an axe. However, before it could swing down, Knight swiftly dug his dual daggers into the orc's neck. The orc looked at Knight with surprise, unable to make a noise as the daggers pierced its throat. "Never let an assassin get close to you. Alec always said that, but you even had the guts to hold me, you bastard," Knight ranted as he removed the blade from the orc's neck, allowing the blood to flow freely. The orc attempted to stop the bleeding by holding its neck, but it was too late. He knew he was going to die. Witnessing his first kill after acquiring his new equipment filled Knight with joy. After successfully killing a Tier 3 orc as a Tier 2 mage with a single blow, Knight realized that there was no one around to show off his accomplishment to. As the thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. "What am I thinking? Those bastards would beat me up if I boast about this. I better sound more humble when I report back," Knight muttered to himself, acknowledging the wisdom of keeping his victory to himself. Retracting his daggers back into their tattoo form, Knight dragged the orc's body towards a nearby bush. He intended to hide the body there temporarily before figuring out what to do with it. Thinking back to the orc he had just killed and how it had stayed behind and hidden, made Knight understood he had made a mistake. He had been tracking the orcs by their mount's paw prints earlier, and failed to notice that one had remained hidden, just as he was doing at the bushes when he tracked the paw prints to the cave. It served as a reminder for Knight to be more cautious of such situations in the future. Knight wasted no time as he hurried back towards Alec and the rest of the group. As he was emerging from the shadows, he was immediately swarmed by everyone, eager to hear the intel he had gathered. Not too far from here, about 20 kilometers in that direction, the hunter orcs entered a cave. "While I was spying on them, I made a mistake and was seen by one of the orcs. I had to kill him," Knight explained, his tone filled with a sense of urgency. Although he had disposed of the body, Knight expressed concerns about the possibility of it being discovered soon, which would ruin their element of surprise. Brandon, who had been relatively quiet since the journey began, couldn't help but voice his concern. "How and why would you allow yourself to slip up? Aren't you supposed to be the perfect mage for this with your exceptional skills?" The thought of being chased by 700+ orcs sent shivers down Brandon's spine, and he couldn't help but fidget. Alec, displaying his confident demeanor, shrugged off the concern. "Why are you fidgeting? I thought you were supposed to be the cool one. This isn't that much of a problem. I was planning on killing every orc I see anyway. So let's not see it as a bad thing. All we have to do is eliminate the orc hunters before they can return to the village to report our presence." He continued, "That way, we not only wipe them off the face of the earth, but we also get the opportunity to investigate the cave Knight mentioned. No matter how I look at it, it's a big win as there must be something they are hiding." Alec's words prompted him to ask, "Who's up for orc hunting?" His wild smile passed through the group, causing most of the mages in James's group to gulp nervously. The memory of their last encounter in the Abyss Realm, where they had to run and fight simultaneously, was still fresh in their minds. The prospect of going through that again, coupled with the fact that they had not fully recovered from their previous ordeal, made them turn their gaze towards their captain James. They glared at him for accepting the mission with Alec without even consulting their opinions first. James, feeling the weight of the death glares directed at him, purposely avoided eye contact and glanced elsewhere. He could sense tension building among the group. Among those who seemed eager to follow Alec were the members of the Gordon clan, and Lucas Blade, who was jumping excitedly with his hands stretched up in the air, displayed his enthusiasm since he heard the word hunting. Surprisingly, the twins Grace and Gabriel also raised their hands, volunteering to join the orc hunting mission. Alec found their willingness unexpected but ultimately decided it was for the best. If anything were to go wrong, he wanted to be close enough to handle it. "Knight, Brandon, Lucas, Grace, and Gabriel, you will form a team with me, and together we will intercept the hunter orcs halfway and eliminate them all," Alec declared confidently, taking a moment to observe Grace and Gabriel. He noticed the striking contrast in their appearances and personalities, despite being twins. Grace embodied her name, emitting beauty and vibrancy wherever she went. Her striking features, long flowing black locks, and warm, inviting smile seems to captivate those around her, while her eyes sparkled with magic, reflecting an inner light. In stark contrast, Gabriel appeared aloof and distant, exuding coldness and mystery. Since the journey began, his demeanor had been unapproachable, as if he were merely tagging along without any interest in actively participating. Alec couldn't help but notice Gabriel's intense, icy blue eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through barriers and secrets. These details made him realize that the twins were not ordinary mages, causing him to become more cautious around them. "The rest of you stay here and be on the lookout. If by any chance the orcs send reinforcements, find a way to light a signal and run back to the city. We will meet you all there," Alec concluded, outlining his plan. However, James couldn't contain his worry. "Are you sure? Is it really okay to go up against 30 Tier 3 orc hunters with just this small number? You have to realize that these are all seasoned warriors." James expressed his concern, fearing that something might go terribly wrong once again. "You can rest assured that I have already accounted for everything and won't jump into something I'm not sure of," Alec reassured James and the few mages he had selected to join Knight in their journey to the cave location. About 30 minutes later at the cave, another orc emerged from a secret door, intending to switch guard duties with his partner. It was part of their routine to switch duties every 20 minutes. The orc raised an eyebrow, sensing that the one supposed to be on guard duty might have abandoned his post. But just as he was about to return inside to report, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. He inhaled deeply, his hand reaching for his massive two-handed axe. Blood." The orc exclaimed as he tried to use his nose to pinpoint the source of the scent. Knight had been meticulous in cleaning up all the blood spilled on the floor and removing any signs of a struggle or battle near the cave entrance. However, he had overlooked the fact that the hunters' orcs are always out in the wilderness all day, familiarizing themselves with the scent of blood from their prey. Although all traces of blood had been removed from the surrounding, a faint hint still lingered in the air. The hunter orc followed the scent until he discovered the dead body of the other orc that Knight had killed and hidden close by. The orc's eyes widened in realization that their position had been compromised. Before he could sound the alarm, a loud bang echoed through the cave as a bullet-sized hole appeared in his forehead. Through the hole, Alec could be seen stretching his two fingers forward, forming a gun sign as the earth-colored rune revolved around it. He then raised his fingers to his mouth and blew on them, causing the smoke at his fingertips to disperse. 2 down, 28 more to go, Alec said with a smug smile on his face before shifting his gaze towards Knight. "Remind me to buy you some decomposing powder or acid. We can't afford to leave any evidence behind like this next time." "Thank God we made it in time, otherwise we would have lost the element of surprise," Alec remarked, expressing his happiness for their successful intervention. Deep beneath the cave lay an undiscovered underground mine that no faction had stumbled upon yet, except for the orcs of the village settlement. They had been exploiting it to its full potential, explaining why their village seemed stronger than it should be. While the highest strength a village of their size was supposed to possess was Tier 3 orcs, they already boasted a Tier 4 orc and countless Tier 3 orcs due to the power mine. This mine was no ordinary one, it was a power mine, where naturally occurring and unattributed power stones could be mined and directly absorbed. This explained the rapid increase in the village's strength, even though they were a newly settled community. The orcs were desperate to keep the mine a secret, for if word got out that a small orc family village was attempting to control such a valuable resource, they might face annihilation from larger orc villages who coveted the great income that came with owning a power mine. The leader of the 30 orcs glanced around, gradually realizing that the orc who had gone up for a shift change had not been replaced, nor was there any news from above. He decided to wait and listen for sounds of a struggle, praying that their operation remained concealed beneath the guise of a hunting expedition. After waiting for over 10 minutes and hearing no signs of the orcs, he reluctantly turned to the 5 orcs nearby who were focused on mining the power stones. As they slammed their pickaxes against the hard mine walls, he called them over. "Hey, you 5, go up there and check what's going on. If you sense that something bad is happening, one of you needs to rush back and deliver a message," the leader orc commanded, as he wished fervently that their presence in the mine had not been discovered. Even though the village had been gradually growing stronger, they had not yet reached a level where they could compete with mid-sized villages. The 5 orcs cautiously carried their weapons as they made their way to the entrance of the cave. They whistled waiting for a response, but they were met with silence, which surprised them. They started to realize that their leader may have been right after all. They had agreed to let him take charge since he was the most useful for the mission at that moment. The fastest orc stayed behind while the others moved forward, ready to head back to the mine to alert their leader if anything went wrong. "When should we attack? Is it now?" Lucas asked eagerly. Alec could only shake his head, feeling frustrated that Lucas was becoming a troublemaker and causing him anxiety during this crucial mission. He suppressed his irritation and replied in a hushed voice, "Not now, Lucas. Wait a little longer." The orcs came closer and closer, but without a signal from Alec. Knight, Lucas, or Brandon continued to wait as they all looked towards Alec's outstretched arm, waiting for his orders to attack. However, Gabriel couldn't contain himself any longer. He stepped out of his hiding spot and walked out into the open, completely unarmed. He slowly approached the orcs, and as they noticed him, they deduced that his presence might be related to the disappearance of their orc comrades. This made them grip their weapons tightly as they prepared for a confrontation. Gabriel stared at them defiantly and smiled, knowingly disobeying Alec's command to stay hidden until they saw the signs. "What are you doing?" Alec asked, clearly taken aback by Gabriel's disregard for their plan. "It's simple. I'm tired of taking orders from an ordinary Tier 3 mage who can't even handle a bunch of pests," Gabriel replied, turning his attention towards the 4 approaching orcs. He raised his hands forward, preparing to cast a spell. Low-tier spell Frostbite. With his experience as a Tier 4 mage, Gabriel was able to instantly cast low-tier spells. His first choice was to cast the Frostbite spell. A chilly gust of wind swept across the area, coating everything in a thin layer of frost. As the temperature dropped and everyone caught in the spell started to feel numb, Alec cursed Gabriel's lack of teamwork and invoked a small flame, creating a circle of warmth to protect themselves against the effects of the Frostbite spell. Grace, on the other hand, seemed unaffected by the spell. Alec wondered if Grace's resilience was due to her strength or if Gabriel was intentionally targeting them. The 4 orcs who had been targeted found themselves trapped. The ice on their skins slowly crept up, making it difficult for them to move as the ground beneath them became incredibly slippery. "Arg kill," one of the orcs erupted, releasing a blast of chi energy that disrupted the spell. His colleagues were freed from the frost, and the ground around them returned to its normal state. However, he appeared significantly weakened by the effort. Witnessing this sacrificial move, the remaining 3 orcs dashed towards Gabriel, who still stood with his hand outstretched. What a bunch of savages. Even if you escape this, I'll just have to cast another spell," Gabriel said confidently. Low-tier spell Crystal Spike. Upon hearing this, the 3 orcs' expressions turned serious. It was clear they were aware of the impending Crystal Spike spell, but only one of them reacted in time to jump up high. Yet he still didn't seem safe as sharp crystal shards started shooting out randomly from the frozen ground caused by the Frostbite spell. It became evident that both spells complemented each other, and Gabriel had skillfully used this to his advantage. The first casualty turned out to be the 4th orc, who had drained his chi energy in freeing his teammates. Gabriel relentlessly impaled his head as he battled the ice shards that pinned him down from different directions. When he was through with him, he inflicted various leg injuries on the other 2 orcs, hindering their movements and making it easier for him to kill them by sending shards through their hearts. The entire group watched in awe as Gabriel transformed low-tier spells into lethal moves. The only orc who managed to escape unscathed was the one who reacted quickly and jumped out of harm's way. Filled with anger over his fallen comrades, the orc swung his sword as he descended, intent on taking Gabriel down to avenge his friends' deaths. And Gabriel simply swung his hands sideways and cast another spell, mid-tier spell Ice Retribution. A wide shield made of ice materialized, absorbing all the chi in the orc's weapon before he even made contact. A bright light flashed around the shield, unleashing a powerful chi attack toward the still airborne orc. The shield had absorbed and amplified the attack of the orc before sending it back to the orc, causing severe damage as he was sent flying. Unfortunately, the orc met his demise as his body was impaled by a sharp tree branch he was flung into. Now that's how you take care of pests. Gabriel proclaimed, turning away. However, his triumph was short-lived as Alec's flaming fist covered his face, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gabriel flying. "How dare you?" Gabriel shouted, rising from the ground with his hand ablaze in a fierce icy glow. Alec, on the other hand, was already prepared for any potential attack, as he summoned his tattoos and was transforming them into his salamander armor set. But before they could clash, Grace stepped in between them, placing her hands on Gabriel and causing his spells to dissipate as if they were never cast. A smile remained on Grace's face as she looked at her brother. "You don't want to mess up now, do you?" She drew closer, whispering something in Gabriel's ear, a smile still playing on her lips. Alec strained to hear, but the words escaped him. All he knew was that Gabriel no longer had any intention of attacking. Gabriel snorted and turned his gaze elsewhere, prompting Alec to retract his armor set, feeling the imminent danger had passed. "No, you should have allowed us attack first. Now they got the kill," Lucas complained, throwing a tantrum as he gripped his sword. The attention, however, turned to the knight who walked over. The twins were surprised because they didn't see him leaving, but now he was carrying the severed head of another orc, and he tossed it at Gabriel's feet. "Your mess, I cleaned it up," Knight proclaimed as he approached the rest of his group, which was with Brandon, Lucas, and Arthur, who had distanced themselves from Gabriel and Grace. "What do you mean, my mess?" Gabriel burst out in an angry fit. "I killed all the orcs while you were all hesitating. You should be thanking me. As a tier 4 mage, it's insulting to take orders from someone weaker than me." Alec, seething with frustration, snapped back in the heat of the moment. "And so what? Deal with it. I never asked you to be part of my team in the first place, nor did I ask for your volunteerism when I invited people to go orc hunting with me. So you don't have the right to bitch and moan when I give orders. This is practically my own team, dumbass." Alec was in the midst of speaking when Gabriel abruptly flashed in front of him, gripping his collars tightly. "Call me dumbass once more." Gabriel growled, his eyes burning with anger. "Dumbass." Alec replied coolly, unfazed by Gabriel's aggression. "If you weren't such a dumbass, you would have actually listened to my orders, but don't worry, I had Knight clean up your mess." With a dismissive snort, Gabriel pushed Alec backward. Dusting off his robes, Alec adjusted his clan insignia while mocking Gabriel. "There were 5 orcs, 4 came out to test the waters. While the last one was meant to deliver the news, you could have gotten us in serious trouble, because no matter how strong you are, there's no way you could face about 20 tier 3 orcs alone. Or can you?" Alec laughed, taunting Gabriel. Grace stepped forward, finally speaking up to defend her brother. "I'm sorry for my brother's actions, but look at the big picture. It led us to kill the orcs faster." However, Alec had other concerns. The Gordon's clansmen's expressions hinted at their familiarity with the Golem, as Alec had released Legion long ago, unbeknownst to the new members, as he allowed it to quietly follow them. Legion whispered into Alec's ear, causing him to turn towards Grace as he spoke. "No, the only thing your brother brought us is an unprepared battle. The orcs are already aware of us," Alec stated. "That can't be possible," Gabriel shouted in disbelief. Alec simply pointed his hand towards the cave entrance, revealing the rest of the orcs emerging, armed and glaring menacingly at Alec's group. "Lu Groth Hazuk, kill them all," the hunter orc leader commanded, and the remaining 23 orcs charged towards the group with fierce determination. "Let's do this," Alec declared, summoning the salamander set in its entirety. As he did, his hair transformed into a vibrant crimson red with black tips. The red now dominated his hair color, replacing the majority of the black. "I thought you would never ask," Lucas exclaimed, finally getting a chance to draw his sword. Grace and Gabriel moved back, distancing themselves from the impending battle. "Let's see how you beg for my help," Gabriel taunted, but Alec paid no attention to him. "Now," Alec commanded, and Brandon stepped forward. Low-tier spell rumble. He channeled earth mana from his body, causing the ground to tremble and sending shockwaves towards the orcs, destabilizing their movements. Brandon then moved in, launching precise strikes from his saber and sword, successfully pushing back 2 orcs injured. However, he was suddenly struck hard by one of the orcs, sending him flying backward. Lucas, slightly slower than Brandon, unleashed beams of sword light infused with his chi, decapitating 3 orcs before finding himself confronted by a formation of 5 orcs, keeping him at bay. Alex swiftly dove towards the hunting orc leader, swinging his Changdao and releasing an arcane flame towards the orc. He had attempted to combine his flame innate spell with the Changdao, and it worked perfectly. However, the leader proved to be underestimated as he kicked the ground, sending waves of sand waves towards Alec, disrupting his vision. Alec pondered how the orc planned to counter his arcane flame, and secretly wished to at least inflict a few burns on his opponent. Suddenly, a tingling sensation filled Alec's senses as he detected someone breaching his 10-meter mental detector. An orc wielding a sword aimed a low and dirty strike, intending to sever Alec's legs. Seeing the malicious move, Alec decided it was time to unleash his full power and summon Titan. Despite his initial intention to conceal his full strength until he could assess what the twins, Gabriel and Grace, were up to, he realized that most people were already aware of the fact that he had Titan and Legion as they were his main golems. The moment Titan materialized, he spotted the incoming sword and swiftly launched himself towards it. Landing on the tip of the blade, he exerted his power, causing frost to cover the weapon as he pushed forward. With a knee strike to the orc's jaws, Titan sent the orc staggering backwards, only to be met with a spear piercing his heart from behind. Legion revealed himself, a satisfying smile on his face. Nice teamwork, Legion commended, removing the spear and allowing the orc to meet his demise. Kill Stealer, Titan snorted, his hand swinging to smash his mace into the skull of another orc, attempting to approach Alec and disrupt his fight with the orc leader that was still ongoing. Suddenly, the orc leader appeared out of nowhere, launching a shoulder jab followed by a cleave of his axe towards Alec. Reacting swiftly, Alec narrowly dodged the axe attack after being hit by the shoulder attack. Seizing the opportunity, Alec swung his blade at the orc's neck, causing him to recoil and release his weapon. Determined, the orc lunged low, gripping Alec's waist in an attempt to overthrow him. Undeterred, Alec countered by striking the hilt of the Changdao against the orc's back, before forcefully throwing his own blade aside. Ugh. With a firm grip on the orc's waist, Alec utilized his immense strength to lift him high and forcefully slam him to the ground. And summoning the Changdao, which flew back into his waiting hands, and without hesitation, he drove it straight into the orc's head, ending his life. Gabriel could only watch in awe as Alec and the supposed ragtag group, he thought they were effortlessly killed the orcs one by one, without any casualties. An orc attempting to flee met a gruesome end when Alec's left hand shot an earth bullet, impaling its head, while he simultaneously swung his Changdao with his right hand, taking down another orc. Lucas, with the help of Brandon, finally managed to dispatch the 5 orcs that had cornered him. Their teamwork and formation proved effective as they quickly learned the orcs' moves and executed several combo sword attacks, leading to the swift demise of the orcs. Legion and Titan, true to form, demonstrated their remarkable efficiency, easily handling the Tier 3 orcs in one-on-one battles. However, it was Titan who excelled in dispatching them at a rapid pace, prompting Legion to stick by his side, always delivering the final blow with his fatal laser spear. On the other hand, Knight had proven himself to be the most valuable member of the group since acquiring his new armor set. With his unmatched skill in chaos fighting, he single-handedly assassinated 7 orcs, moving through the shadows and swiftly dispatching his enemies with a single swipe of his dagger straight to the neck. After the last orc fell, Alec turned his gaze towards Gabriel, who looked as though he had just been forced to swallow his words. Alec didn't say anything, but his eyes spoke volumes, conveying the message, "We don't need you." "That was cool," Lucas exclaimed, jumping on Brandon, who felt as though he had found another version of Arthur in Lucas, given their shared eccentricity. After a few moments, Lucas began circling around Titan, studying the body structure of the renowned ice golem among the new students. Seeing it on a screen and seeing it in real life are two different things. It exudes this icy cold attitude and seems to be holding back some form of killing intent. "How chilling," Lucas remarked as he analyzed Titan's body, causing the golem to grumble. "You both can wait here for us. We will go into the cave and see what they are really hiding here. Once we have completed our objectives, I will hand you over to James." "It's clear you don't want to be a part of this team, so there's no need for us to continue pretending," Alec declared, firm in his decision. As Alec and the group made their way into the cave, Grace and Gabriel stayed behind. "I hate him," Gabriel complained to his sister. "How dare that little Tier 2 mage speak to us like that? I should have killed him instantly." HMPH, I'll let them go for now and acknowledge the fact that I underestimated them. Who would have thought that Alec not only possessed a semi-spirit equipment, but his clansman knight had a complete full spirit equipment, Gabriel mused. If we had made a move too soon, we wouldn't have come out of it in one piece. Their attacks would have caught us off guard. "Please focus on yourself," Grace interjected. "As long as you listen to me, we won't be caught off guard." Meanwhile, within the cave, Alec and his group easily navigated through the cave's secret entrance and ventured further inside. But as their eyes beheld the vastness of the mine, they were struck with astonishment and shock. "We're rich," Lucas exclaimed, running his hands along the mine's walls. Even Brandon and Knight couldn't help but be amazed by the immense energy emanating from the mine. Alec, however, couldn't hide his frown. For the first time, he wished Agnes was with them. Swooping down, he collected all the natural low-power stones that the orcs have mined and have not had the chance to store into his space ring. This formation is most likely a result of the Earth absorbing a significant amount of worldly mana. It seems the orcs were simply lucky to discover it after they settled here. Perhaps that's why their strength has been increasing so rapidly, Knight replied, sharing a theory he had developed. I had the same thought. The real question is, what are we going to do about it? It's clear they still have many Tier 3 orcs. I think I've figured out why they don't have many Tier 4 orcs despite their numbers, Alec added. It's probably because they have been using the power stones from the mine to boost their realm. The power stones from this cave are nature low-tier power stone and can only elevate any life form to the peak of the Tier 3 realm. It can't push anyone to the mid-rank realms. Let's go back to the rest of the squad and make a proper plan. We can't mine these power stones alone. We need to watch out for the orcs and the entire squad in case something goes wrong, Alec concluded, with the rest of the group agreeing with him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, Keithra could be seen ascending Igor's peak, searching for Astrid. Upon reaching Astrid's quarters, he discovered the entire gang was present. Hey, I have good news. I know you'll be interested in this one, Keithra quickly stated. Shut the fuck up. The last time you came here with a so-called good idea, I lost almost half of my best mages, got demoted from my position as a direct disciple, and now you have the audacity to show up here again. Get this fucker out of here. Astrid snapped in a fit of anger, but as two mages moved closer to Keithra, he let out a shout. I swear this is another reason to seek revenge. I just received reliable information that the bastard we chased down before has returned to the Abyss Realm. This is the perfect opportunity to kill him and relieve your anger, Keithra proclaimed. Are you out of your mind? You want me to attack Terran's disciples? Are you freaking mad? Don't you realize the extent of his temper? He has already threatened my master. Killing me would be too easy for him. If you're so eager to die, then go after his disciple yourself. Last I checked, you're a peak Tier 3 mage while he's just a mid-Tier 2 mage. Go kill him yourself. Come on, what are you guys waiting for? Drag this bastard out of here. Astrid shouted, venting his frustration as he turned back to his group, discussed plans for the next Abyss Realm expedition, hoping to gain more and reclaim their lost prestige. Alec had sent Knight back to ask the other group to meet up with them, despite Knight's urge to complain. He knew better than to anger Alec at that moment. Additionally, Knight was the fastest of them all, making it easier for him to reach the other group than any other mage in their group, so he grumpily accepted his new job. However, Alec had made it clear that he wanted nothing to do with Gabriel or Grace, even though they had reached the mid-rank mage realm. The only reason he was still tolerating their presence was because they were linked with James, who he deeply respected, and have been the one to bring them along in the first place. Watching Knight run off with such speed piqued Gabriel and Grace's curiosity about what was happening, but Alec had taken on the job of guarding the cave entrance. He showed no intention of allowing them inside as he summoned Legion, Titan, Axe Demon, Sword Saint, and the Hive Queen. Although he had kept many of his golems hidden, this was the first time he was truly giving his all since the Fighting Pavilion test. While Lucas and Brandon continued their mining operations, Alec and his 5 golems became their bodyguards. I can't understand why he's defending that stupid entrance as if it holds some special treasure. I have no desire to go there, Gabriel snorted as he looked at Alec from his perch on a tree root. He was truly frustrated by the way Alec had isolated them, but he didn't want to reveal his anger. Keep quiet and let me think, Gabriel said. If Alec is guarding the entrance, it must mean that whatever they found inside is incredibly valuable for him to sacrifice himself and take on such a boring job. Now I'm even more eager to see what's inside that cave, Grace said, her smile widening as Alec glanced in their direction. However, the moment Alec saw her face, he quickly averted his gaze. We really need to find a way to get inside, Gabriel. We need a plan, Grace said, turning towards his brother, only to find him struggling not to burst into laughter. How can you believe a guy like him would have the luck to find something good? Look at him, he's even rummaging through the pockets of the dead orcs he killed. He's so broke, like a pauper, Gabriel chuckled heartily as he observed Alec, who was meticulously searching each body in the hopes of finding something valuable to loot. But after a few minutes, it seemed to them that Alec had an uncanny ability to discover power stones hidden within the orcs' remains. Gabriel couldn't help but wonder just how lucky he must be to consistently find such loot with each search. Even Grace, who initially had no interest in Alec's scavenging behavior, was now becoming increasingly tempted to abandon her pride and join in searching the bodies nearby. The power stones may not have held much personal use for both of them, but accumulating such a substantial number of them presented a significant wealth that could fund their cultivation resources. Given the high costs of mid-tier resources, it was clear they hadn't come across many of them, despite being highly regarded geniuses. 2 hours later, at the orc villages, the orc leader had been waiting anxiously for the hunter team to return or at least send a signal explaining the delay. But there was nothing of such, and the fact that there was no movement or communication was greatly unsettling. It was the leader's team that had stumbled upon the mine, which had elevated his status and power among the orcs. And after a result of luck had allowed him advance to the Tier 4 Orc realm, he gained the strength to maintain control over the growing power of his village. No one dared to challenge his authority for the position of leader. They had begun to view the mine as their private property, handling everything related to it with utmost care. The orc leader intended to seek revenge against a mid-tier orc village that had acted against his family in the past. While his village had now acquired enough strength to confront a weaker mid-tier village, that was not his ultimate goal. He sought to grow powerful enough to conquer and absorb the rival village into his own, turning them into his subjects. This would grant him the strength necessary to bridge the gap between weak and strong mid-tier villages, earning recognition throughout the region. Realizing that launching an attack on the village in his current state would not grant him enough power to fully absorb it, the orc leader understood that there were other mid-tier orc villages that would be eager to share in the spoils or potentially even launch a direct assault against him. And that was the reason of his restraints. With his ambitions etched firmly in stone, the orc leader's determination burned brightly. As he noticed the absence of the returning orc hunters and the lack of any communication from them, his first instinct was to suspect betrayal within the group. However, when he attempted to recognize the faces of the 30 orcs who had departed from the village, he was certain of their unwavering loyalty. He promptly dismissed the thought from his mind. Gather 500 warriors and summon the wolf riders. We need to investigate the situation at the mines, the orc leader commanded. Descending from his wooden throne, he swiftly donned his fur armor, revealing his tribal tattoos that adorned the rear right side, where a portion of the armor had been intentionally cut away. His hand instinctively grasped the massive axe that rested against a board, gently caressing the weapon. "Old friend, it seems I may have to call upon you for aid once again," the orc leader whispered to his battle axe, its deep red hue resembling the stains of blood it had earned from countless battles. "Chief, the army has gathered. We have approximately 500 orcs and 100 wolf riders awaiting your command," one of the leader's trusted warriors reported. The leader nodded, lifting a skull helmet from a nearby pedestal. It appeared to be crafted from the skull of a formidable beast, a worthy opponent. The orcs love keeping such skulls of formidable opponents as trophies. As the leader placed the helmet upon his head, his countenance transformed, exuding a more ferocious and intimidating presence. "Let us proceed," the orc leader bellowed, his voice filled with determination. Deep within the region where the divine tree ruled, one of its detached roots, which had previously attacked Alec and Astrid's group, emerged from the ground. Its eyes opened wide as it let out a piercing shriek that resonated throughout the forest, awakening all the wooden lifeforms under its command. "That bastard is here. Taran Dunce's disciple is here. I will get him this time, even if it's the last thing I do." "Gather," the root declared, commanding the nearby woods to move and encircle its body. Slowly, the detached root transformed into a humanoid figure composed entirely of pure wood. Once it had finished forming, cracks adorned its core. Gritting its teeth, the root studied its reflection in a nearby pond with a sense of determination. "Taran did this to me, so I am going to kill his disciple and make him go mad once again. It would be even better if he comes after me in anger and the orc overlords finish him off once and for all. That way I can regain my lost prestige," the root proclaimed, contemplating its plan. Alec would have never expected such a deep grudge from the detached root of the divine tree. Alec had deliberately avoided areas controlled by the divine tree since what happened last time, which was why he had targeted the orc villages this time. He didn't want to cross paths with the vengeful root, which reveled in attacking the weak and fleeing from the strong. However, on that fateful day, Taran had inflicted a heavy injury on the root, causing its cultivation level to regress back to the Tier 4 realm in order to heal itself. This made it the weakest among all the separate entities created by the divine tree, a fact that brought it great embarrassment. Ever since, the detached root had endured insults and ridicule. It ensured that some of the small tree lifeforms under its command were dispersed to various regions, each with a correct fluctuation of Alec's aura. This way, whenever Alec's aura was detected anywhere, these plants would act as an alarm trap, alerting the root of his presence when Alec once again entered the second dimension. Upon gathering all the plant forms under its control, the root sighed in defeat. It had once been a mini-boss, commanding powerful treants and other dangerous plant lifeforms. However, after its level drop, the root had lost a significant number of its warriors. They refused to serve someone weaker than themselves, leaving it with treant saplings as its generals and wood woads as foot soldiers. And a few unique wood lifeforms such as vine blights, twig blights, and tree blights that have also joined its ranks recently. "Although you may be weaker than my previous army, I believe that with enough preparation, we can still overcome. Now, let's go kill the humans who dare step into our lands," the root declared, pointing its humanoid hands forward as the army of tree lifeforms charged ahead. Meanwhile, Alec made his golems continued to guard the entrance of the cave, as he remained unaware of what had occurred. Fortunately, the rest of the group have united and were focused on their mining tasks, fully committing their attention to the task at hand. Although James wanted to reprimand the twins for their actions, he reconsidered upon remembering that they were above him in rank under their master's tutelage. Instead, he decided not to say anything to them, however. As punishment, he would not allow them receive any of the loot they acquired. James was prepared to leave them to his master's judgment after he brought them back. When he saw the mines, he was nearly speechless. He couldn't believe Alec's luck. Last time, even though they were chased, they obtained more than they ever had since hunting in the second dimension. They hadn't even finished digesting everything from their last haul before they began reaping the rewards of following Alec once again. It all felt like a dream to him. In just 30 minutes of mining, Alec and James had filled up their space rings. Alec even had to bring out sacks from his storage rings so they could continue mining into them. It was Arthur's idea to have the sacks in case they needed to run due to his previous experience, and he had made a few improvements to them. James couldn't help but wish he had thought of bringing sacks as well when he saw the ones Alec had prepared. It was clear that they wouldn't be able to finish mining the entire cave, even if they had a whole week. They could only gather what they could manage. The gains were so abundant that Alec didn't even mention their original plan to hunt the orc villages again, as he threw that plan to the waste bin of his mind. After touching one of the natural power stones and realizing it gave 10,000 experience points, he understood why the orc village had grown in strength so rapidly. With such resources, even a fool could reach the peak of Tier 3 through cultivation and consumption. Alec decided that it would be foolish to solely focus on fighting the orcs. No, as he could return to face them once he had made significant advancements. This was the excuse he gave himself to feel good about abandoning his main plan. He realized that he only needed about 50 more power stones to reach the high Tier 2 Mage realm. We've really stocked up all our reserves now. Even I don't have any problem reaching the Tier 4 Mage realm, big bro James. I just need to sell some of the loot we acquired today, and I'd have more than enough to trade for the resources I've been eyeing. The only girl who had sided with James during Keithra's betrayal spoke up. She was the one who had a fox mount, and Alec had just learnt recently that her name was Vixie. Me too, don't worry, very soon our group will have the strength of 3 Tier 4 mages, another member of James' group added enthusiastically, bringing a smile to James' face. Well, I guess this is a loss for the twins for not cooperating. If they knew how much we earned, I'm sure they'd regret their decisions. It's just that I feel like we're gaining these rewards too easily. The last time we had to fight, toil, and run before we could enjoy any benefits, another member, who specialized in fire magic, commented before Vixie stomped her foot on his leg, making him jump in pain. "Don't jinx it," Vixie exclaimed. However, at that moment, they started hearing a heavy tremor coming from beneath the ground. They exchanged concerned glances, realizing that it sounded like a large number of people approaching. And this idiot just had to jinx it, Vixie cried out as they all hurriedly exited the mine, rushing to the cave entrance to see who was closing in on them. When Alec and the gang emerged, they noticed that even Grace and Gabriel, who had decided to keep their distance, had repositioned themselves closer to the golems. At the cave entrance, an entire army of plant life forms stood before them. Just the sight of them filled Alec with a sense of foreboding. There was only one plant life form that Alec knew that could be so enraged as to mobilize an army of this size against him. This could be seen from the fact that the plant lifeform was even willing to cross the borders where Divine Tree held no dominion, all to take Alec down. "Surely you didn't expect to see me again, did you?" The root, now in its form of a plant humanoid, stepped forward with outstretched arms. Its gaze bore into Alec, but Alec still struggled to recall who it was. This action of Alec just seemed to infuriate the root even more. Don't tell me you forgot me so soon. Your master was the one who wounded me to the point where I had to descend in realm just to survive his last attack," the root sneered. Finally, Alec remembered. "Oh, it's you, my apologies for not recognizing you. I suppose since you're now a Tier 4 plant, I was trying my best to recall when I had an issue with a weakling. Turns out, it was you all along." "I must say the Tier 4 realm suits you perfectly," Alec taunted, intentionally trying to rile up the root, which seemed to work. "How dare this little? Attack them, wipe them all out." The root commanded impatiently as it realized that it could never get over Alec's taunts, and countless wood woads, tree saplings complied, rushing toward Alec and his group from afar. "You're still the same as always targeting the weak and afraid of the strong. You saw that we have 3 Tier 4 mages among us, and realizing you would lack the advantage in fighting us like last time due to your now diminished realm, you've chosen to wear us out," Alec accused the root, condemning its tactics. However, the root behaved as if it hadn't heard a word Alec said. "You're only making it angrier," Brandon warned, preparing to unsheath his sword, while Alec silently took back his golem into the space pouch. Meanwhile, Agnes looked to Alec, asking, "What do we do now?" Do you not understand? Run for your lives. Do you want to die fighting hundreds of plant life forms? We're not even mid-tier mages and won't be able to replenish our mana from the environment easily during battle. Even most Tier 4 mages would succumb to exhaustion in a situation like this, Alex shouted as he was already sprinting forward. The rest of the group snapped out of their daze and quickly followed suit. Looking ahead, they realized that only Brandon and Arthur had managed to keep up with Alec. They had only been trying to act tough when they saw the massive army of plant life forms. What the hell? Couldn't you have at least warned us that you were going to start running instead of making us look like fools out there, thinking you would back us up? Gabriel couldn't help but curse at Alec, expressing his frustration. Alec only gave him a sidelong glance and snickered. You idiot. You want to fight against an army of 500 plant life forms. How much mana do you think you have inside you? Even if you have multiple mana pools, you'll die of exhaustion fighting that many enemies without rest, you fool. You haven't even reached the high mage rank yet, and you're already full of this pride, Arthur cursed back, matching Gabriel's harsh words. I truly pity your future accomplishments, Arthur retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm and disdain directed towards Gabriel. This only fueled Gabriel's anger, and he felt the urge to retaliate against Arthur, but he knew this was not the time for arguing. And here I thought we were getting off easy, thinking we'd end up in trouble with the orcs, who would have thought that instead of orcs, it would be the plant faction chasing after us. The mage who spoke up last time spoke before Vixie turned towards him with a glare. Why don't you shut up for a second? We're trying to run for our lives here, hopefully. We make it within range of the city gates in time. Vixie snapped, only to hear the sound of paws hitting the ground and growls coming from their right side. Alec. Look, more trouble coming from the right-hand side, Brandon called out, his gaze fixed on the accumulating dust that finally revealed their approaching adversaries. Oh fuck, Alec cursed, his eyes widening as he saw what had captured Brandon's attention. Every mage in the group turned to witness the daunting sight of countless wolf rider orcs charging straight at them from the right side. You just had to jinx us again. With that bad mouth of yours, someone shut that damn mouth before he unleashes more terrible things upon us, Vixie shouted in frustration. The orc chief had abandoned most of his forces and commanded the 100 wolf riders to pursue the group he believed were responsible for the mine robbery. At first he had mistaken the plant life forms to be the culprits, but after chasing them and seeing their pursuit of the humans carrying sacks filled with power stones, the orc chief's rage burned intensely as he realized who the real thieves were. In the midst of the chaos, the orc chief's primary goal was to reach Alec's group, killing anyone who stood in his way. Meanwhile, the root issued orders for the plant army to prevent the orc army from flanking them on the right and infiltrating their ranks, knowing it would lead to chaos. Driven by the desire to overtake the plant life forms and get to Alec, the orc chief and his followers unknowingly entered a chaotic and ferocious clash. Oh shit, boss. As if being chased by these crazed plants wasn't enough, now the entire orc village is after us. Fortunately, only the wolf riders have caught up to us. We're completely screwed. The mage's which word seems to have jinxed them twice, exclaimed, fear and desperation in his voice. Boss, if we manage to escape this dire predicament, please, let us have a holiday. In fact, let all of us take a break. These 2 missions have been filled with enough adrenaline rushes. Reject any future missions involving Alec's group. For our sake, Vixie pleaded, longing for a respite from the relentless danger they had faced. She sighed exasperatedly as she quickly turned from atop her fox mount to face Alec. Don't be annoyed, but it seems like your group just attracts trouble wherever you go. The miles I've run while being with you folks could cover all my previous missions combined, Vixie cried out. The rest of the group joined her in lamentation, wishing they had extra legs to run faster, especially those without mounts. Even Arthur, usually stoic and composed, couldn't help but join the tearful group. They quietly thanked their lucky stars that, somehow, the plants and orcs were clashing, slowing each other down. The orc chief swung his large battle axe down on the humanoid form of the root, who led his army of plant life forms in pursuit of Alec and his group. Meanwhile, the same army struggled to keep the orcs out of the race to reach Alec and his group. Suddenly, the root sensed someone attempting to launch a sneak attack and swiftly swung his left hand behind him, conjuring a wooden shield in midair, stopping the huge battle axe. He turned around to confront the orc chief, who appeared like an evil incarnate in his skull helmet as he rode on his wolf mount. How dare you come between me and my praise? The root questioned, slamming his body towards the wolf that had finally caught up with him. You, a mere plant, dare call living beings your prey. When did you become a beast that preys on humans as you desire? Don't mess with me. I'm certain now that you're chasing the same humans who killed my hunters, raided and stole my power stones. And you're in my way, the orc chief responded with frustration. That's none of my business. This group of mages is mine, and no one steals my kill, the root said back. How dare you act rudely towards me? You are just a detached clone that has evolved on your own. The human mages are mine to kill, the orc chief replied defiantly. Infuriated, the orc chief launched an attack again with his axe followed by a huge amount of chi, while the root launched a counterattack summoning swords made of tree bark that rained down on the orc chief. The orc chief cancelled his attack as he withdrew his weapon. AMD rotated his huge battle axe, deflecting the wooden swords. But by the time he was through getting rid of them, he realized that the root was already way ahead of him in the chase. Shit, he's mine, the chief shouted, running forward to intercept the root again. He believed that the root had ulterior motives and was hell-bent on killing a human to obtain his own power stones that have been stolen. And all this just left the chief in a puzzled state. After all, plant life forms were not lovers of battle. They rarely even showed themselves, talk less of leaving the Divine Tree region, only emerging to defend the forest when it was threatened. However, the Divine Tree, which had reached the peak of the Tier realm, had split itself into multiple parts in preparation for its evolution to the Monarch realm. Rather than splitting its consciousness and controlling them like clones, the Divine Tree decided to let the awakened consciousness and develop naturally. As a result, the awakened body parts viewed the Divine Tree as their parent after they awakened their own consciousness, while others saw them as abandoned body parts. All of them also possessed the unique power of the Divine Tree to control plant life forms, but their abilities were restricted to their respective realms. The higher their realm, the more powerful the power became. And this particular root had awakened with a deep-rooted grudge and petty attitude, which puzzled the orc chief, who couldn't understand its unusual behavior. Why do you even want him? At least I have a reason. He stole from me. The orc chief shouted from his wolf mount, directing the wolf with the reins. Mind your own business, the root retorted, feeling embarrassed to reveal the details of what had transpired between him and Alec, and how he was almost killed. Alec couldn't help but glance back at the spectacle of his two pursuers fighting over who would get to kill him. If someone had told me that I would one day witness two abyss race creatures fighting over who gets to kill a human mage, I would have called them crazy, Vixie commented in shock. Oh, don't be so surprised. Every moment with Alec is more insane than the last. Just keep your mind open for more mind-blowing things, Arthur said. Look ahead, we're close to the city gate. I can even see the sentries on top of the city walls, said the Vixie, trying to bring the focus back to their imminent arrival at the city. Arthur gasped for breath as he ran, and every other mage began to thank their lucky stars. They pushed their exhausted bodies to run even faster. Those who had mounts quickly recalled them as wooden arrows whizzed past, narrowly missing their backsides, as their mount seems to make them easy target for the sniping down. Hey, look over there, a huge mass of plant life forms and orcs are heading this way. One of the sentry guards alerted his partner. Call for the captain, the partner exclaimed, urgently contacting someone higher up. Within seconds, a Tier 6 captain-level mage arrived at the city gates. With his heightened eyesight, the captain immediately noticed that the massive horde was actually chasing a group of mages. Get the ballista ready to shoot, load the bolts quickly. He commanded, deciding that a mere arrow barrage wouldn't scare off such a horde. As a Tier 6 mage, he could easily go and kill the leaders of both the orcs and the plant life forms. However, he had assessed the orc chief and the root as just Tier 4 life forms, and the fact that Alec's group had managed to survive until now suggested they were capable. So he opted to observe and only take action when they entered the 300-meter range as a test. Although his soldiers could shoot from the 500-meter range, he knew that their aim was more accurate at 300 meters. It was now a test of endurance for Alec and his team, and the captain believed only in relying on their stamina would they be able to save themselves. He was a cold-hearted mage who had experienced numerous bloodbaths during his time at the War God Mage Academy, and he wouldn't waste his time on a student he deemed unworthy of cultivation. The 200-meter run was a way to test Alec and his team. If they couldn't pass it, the captain would reconsider shooting the ballista and maybe allowing most of them die before acting. If we don't stop fighting now, we may never be able to catch that guy. You want your power stones, right? I only want the leader of the group. Let's work together. A truce, the root proposed, recognizing the urgency of the situation. The root only spoke as they neared the city gates, realizing they were already far away from the Divine Tree's regions. If he were to face another attack of the same level as the one Terran used against him last time, survival would be doubtful, as he was far from the forest and won't be able to sacrifice his cultivation for his life. He knew that if he were to be killed here, even the Divine Tree wouldn't go into a rage or fight for revenge. The orc chief glanced at the root, still running alongside him in their pursuit of the human mages. He suspected that something was at play here, and his trust in the root was so low that even now he hesitated to believe its words. However, as he looked ahead, he realized that he had much more to lose. It was the Academy's way of training their mages. Truce then, let's get this fucker, the orc chief declared, making a decision fueled by self-interest. That sounds just right to me, the root accepted, willing to put aside their differences for now. As they ceased their clashes and joined forces, the orc chief and the root embarked on a full-on chase after Alec. Alec, they're gaining on us. I think they're cooperating now, Agnes informed Alec as they continued running. Shit, this is out of my plans. Well, it's time to make adjustments. Knight, Agnes, James, Grace, Gabriel, you all need to stay back with me and engage in a draining battle to hold them off while the rest make a full-speed escape to the city gates. Alec began giving instructions, preparing his comrades for the next phase of their strategy. Brandon couldn't suppress his need to voice his offer, though Arthur remained silent this time, but his eyes made it clear that he also stood behind Brandon's suggestion. Listen to me, all of you. You will not under any circumstances disobey my orders. Do you understand? This is a direct order. Get to the gate safely, and we will be right behind you. Have I ever broken a promise to any of you before? Don't forget, my word is bond, Alec emphasized, ensuring their agreement to never stray from his plan and dash for the city gates. If they were to deviate from it, all of his careful planning would go up in smoke. He then turned his attention towards the twins. And as for you two, don't even think about disobeying me this time. Trust me, I would personally ensure that I kill you before I ever fight against the bastard chasing me. You are tier 4 mages, for God's sake. Show some backbone, Alec taunted them, making Gabriel snorted in response, while Grace looked worried but determined. Now, Alec shouted, prompting everyone to turn and face the orc chief along with the root just a few meters away. The rest of the group continued dashing towards the city gates. As soon as Alec stopped, he summoned his golems, Titan, Legion, Hive Queen, Tempest Butcher, and Oni. He believed they would be the fastest and most useful in the upcoming battle. The twins' faces turned serious as they witnessed the approaching horde. We are not looking for a draining battle here. Intercept them and retreat, no matter what tactics you use. Just don't fall behind. And one last thing, those two bastards are mine, Alec declared, unsheathing his blood Changdao and bone katana as he dashed forward, with Legion and Titan following closely behind. The remaining golems remained behind, forming a defensive line, while Agnes focused on casting a large barrier spell to restrict the orcs and plants' lifeforms to a narrow passage. The strain of the spell was evident on her, but James placed his hand on her shoulder, transferring some of his mana to help alleviate her burden. Gradually, a blue tint resembling a tattoo appeared on Agnes' hands and moved across her body, as her own spirit equipment enveloped her, providing her with a surge of energy. With the new abundance of mana at her disposal, Agnes shouted as she did her best to erect a long stone platform around the approaching army, leaving only a narrow path for them to pass through. As Agnes finished manipulating the surroundings to turn the tide in their favor and avoid being overwhelmed by the countless dimensional creatures they faced, Alec finally closed the distance and engaged the orc chief and the root. The orc chief swung his battle axe at Alec without any hesitation, disregarding formalities. Having witnessed Alec giving orders to the other mages who had fled with the bag of power stones, the orc chief understood that Alec was the group's leader, and he was determined to eliminate Alec in order to reclaim the resources. Although he had promised the root that he would not harm Alec and leave him, but the orc chief had only said that in the heat of the moment, fully aware that he needed to be on the same page as the root if he wanted an easier time dealing with Alec. Before the battle axe could make contact, an ice mace clashed with it, shattering in the process. Capitalizing on the momentum of the attack, the orc chief executed a sweep that sent Titan flying with a strike from the blunt edge of his axe. However, as he attempted to advance, he was met with 3 spear thrusts. Snorting with confidence, he allowed the spears to strike his chest, relying on his sturdy battle armor. Much to his surprise, he was pushed back by the sheer force behind the spear attacks. Looking up, he realized that he had underestimated the powers of the tier 2 golem creation he was facing. Meanwhile, Alec found himself engaged in a fierce sword fight with the root, as wooden swords were flying through the air from all angles, overwhelming Alec with their relentless onslaught. The root's mastery over the flying wooden swords was on a completely different level, making Alec feel as if he were facing countless sword experts. If it weren't for his experience fighting many enemies during the Blood Moon, and his utilization of Sword Saint's sword mastery skill and his own blade mastery skill, he would have been plagued by numerous injuries. The orc chief clenched his teeth and understood that he needed to take the golems seriously and finish them up, if he wanted to stand a chance against the root in who eliminate Alec first, and retrieve his nature low-tier power stones while doing so. His determination to recover the power stones stemmed from his knowledge that once Alec's group had discovered such a massive supply of power stones, the other human mages would put 2 into 2, and would soon flock to the region in search of the mines, where such a gain has been made. The orc chief knew that he wouldn't be able to keep the mine to himself if such ever happens, as even the mid-tier villages would realize that he was hoarding such valuable resources. With his current power, he couldn't contend with a mid-tier village powerhouses yet, so his only option was to eradicate Alec's group and eliminate any evidence. While he would have preferred to kill the root as well, he knew it was impossible with only 100 Wolf Rider orcs at his disposal. If a full-blown battle were to erupt between him and the root, the outcome of the result was clear, as he would lose. Thus, as long as he didn't have his full army, he had to restrain himself from making impulsive moves. Attempting to dash forward and finish off Legion, the orc chief realized that he couldn't move. When he looked down, he discovered that his legs had been clamped in ice, although he didn't feel any coldness, which struck him as bizarre. Number 1 warning: never look down when fighting against us. Legion's voice echoed in his ears as he thrust forward with his laser spear, emitting a vibrant light capable of obliterating anything in its path. Low-tier spell origin spear. The orc chief roared loudly, using chi to create sound waves that shot towards Legion, simultaneously surrounding his legs with chi to break free from the temporary imprisonment Titan had imposed on him. While attempting to rotate his massive battle axe, the orc chief's rhythm was disrupted by a missile shot from Legion's shoulder, causing him to pause momentarily. Taking advantage of this opening, Legion managed to penetrate deep into the armor, but was unable to pierce through the skin as the orc chief tightly gripped the spear with his right hand, halting its progress. The orc chief's hand was drenched in blood as heat radiated from his grip on the spear. Legion struggled to retract it, but failed, only to be kicked forcefully in the chest, sending him flying in the opposite direction. Observing the outcome, the orc chief snorted, confused as to how the golem had managed to inflict such a serious injury. Had now been easily taken down. He couldn't comprehend the reason behind it, so he attributed it to a minor breakthrough due to the intense pressure of the fight. Unbeknownst to him, the laser spear enhanced the deadliness of Legion's attack, and as a result of it being forcefully yanked from his hand while he was sent flying, he missed out on some of the additional attributed points the spear offered. Ignorantly tossing the spear aside, the orc chief felt a chill wrap around him as Titan's cold arm wrapped around his waist. Titan exerted his strength, attempting to lift the orc chief and execute a suplex, but the orc chief used his chi to increase his weight, thwarting Titan's plan. He forcefully pushed his head backward, headbutting Titan in the process, before swiftly turning and swinging his battle axe at him. In response, Titan quickly cast a substantial ice shield, blocking the attack. Enraged at having his attack blocked once again, the orc chief relentlessly hammered the ice shield with his axe until it shattered. Seizing the opportunity when the shield broke, he launched Titan backwards with a powerful jab before unleashing another attack. This time, only Titan's left hand remained as defense, as the orc chief cleanly severed it with his axe. Despite having its arms severed, Titan showed no signs of pain or emotion. Its face remained icy cold, with a steady glare in its eyes as it head-butted the orc chief with great force. The chief staggered back, and as he regained his footing, a sense of imminent danger washed over him. He instinctively tilted his head to the left, narrowly avoiding Legion's laser spear as it whizzed past his head. "Shit, I'm going to kill you. Ah." The orc chief continued his threats towards Legion, but in that very moment he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Thankfully, he had quickly reinforced that region with chi and managed to hold on to whatever had caused the pain. Otherwise, it likely would have pierced his heart by now. He gazed at Titan, who had transformed his right hand into a large pike and impaled the area where his armor had been previously broken by Legion. All this time, the chief had underestimated both golems, failing to realize that they had been scheming to take him down from the beginning, even if it meant sacrificing themselves in the process. "You little," the orc chief growled, gripping Titan's transformed hand tightly and raising his axe, intending to strike and sever Titan's second hand in the process. However, Titan snorted and took matters into its own hands. Bang. Titan self-destructed the hand, causing a powerful explosion that sent both of them flying. Fortunately, Legion WGO had swiftly caught Titan, utilizing the jet boosters behind his back. Now, Titan was left without both hands, but at least it was safe in Legion's grasp. Just as they thought their problems were resolved, a heavily wounded orc chief emerged from the surrounding cloud of icy fog. His armor appeared even more damaged now, and part of his left arm was encased in ice, hindering its movements. However, fueled by anger and disbelief, he continued to press forward. He couldn't fathom being reduced to such a state by a group of Tier 2 golems, while being a Tier 4 orc himself. He raised his axe high with his right hand, muscles rippling and tribal tattoos revealing themselves in their primal glory as he dashed forward to finish what he had started. Meanwhile, Legion, carrying Titan on his shoulder, opened his left palm towards the chief's face. "You are so predictable," Legion taunted. Special ability Beam Strike. An intense beam of energy, converted from mana, shot straight at the orc chief, who swung his axe in an attempt to repel the attack. However, it was too late for him to realize that advanced technological attacks couldn't be easily deflected. The impact caused the axe to shatter, but fortunately, the attack didn't deliver a fatal blow. But the bright flash of light temporarily blinded the chief for a few seconds. When he regained his sight, he found himself surrounded by 10 medium-sized spider golems. Just their presence sent an ominous feeling through him. The trap set by Legion had quickly developed, catching the chief off guard. It became apparent that Legion had analyzed every possible outcome, including the possibility of failure, when he decided to move along with Alec. They had the chief precisely where they wanted him, rendering their second plan unnecessary. Special ability Minion Explosion. The Hive Queen casted her spell, and the spiders emitted squealing noises as their bodies enlarged before detonating, causing a massive explosion. The deafening noise reverberated through the area, even reaching the guards stationed on the city gates. The entire vicinity was engulfed in a swirling sandstorm, casting a veil over the scene. This was caused by Alec, Knight, and Agnes, since only they had earth element. Agnes had been exhausted from maintaining the stone barrier that restrained the enemy's army. Agnes realized that the barrier was on the brink of breaking, so she warned the twins to retreat while assisting Alec instead. Their task was to eliminate any orcs or plant lifeforms emerging from the narrow passage. With their Tier 4 powers, this proved to be an effortless task, especially since they weren't facing hundreds of enemies at once. Normally, James would have joined them to expedite the elimination process. However, he was now responsible for providing mana to Agnes, who had taken on the role of the controller in the battle, just like the Grand Elder does for the clan, who had used Oni to send messages directly into their minds. Alec found out Oni seems to possess the unique ability to communicate telepathically with others. The only individuals who had remained behind were Alec, Agnes, and Knight. They found it relatively easy to incite and manipulate the elements, especially since the earth energies in the air were already brimming with wildness. By synchronizing their mana with the untamed earth energies swirling around, they were able to conjure a sandstorm. Thankfully, the spell they used was of a mid-rank level, which could affect everyone in near its range. Typically, it would require the combined efforts of hundreds of low-rank mages to achieve such a feat, since Alec had even tried something similar when commanding the Lanced family. However, Alec and his clansmen benefited from the instability brought about by the previous explosion, caused by the Hive Queen's offspring. The creatures had been draining residual mana from the corpses of the fallen orcs and wood woads that the twins Grace and Gabriel had slain. This granted Alec and his clans members enough mana to trigger the frightening explosions. After successfully casting the sandstorm, Alec, Agnes, and Knight set off running, occasionally utilizing the earth element to assist their movements. At one point, Alec considered asking Knight to employ the shadow element to swiftly transport them further. However, they quickly realized that the unpredictable earth energies in the air nullified any other elements once they were activated, so their options were limited to relying on their physical abilities or utilizing the earth element for assistance. Alec eventually had to stop and give Agnes a piggyback ride, as she was arguably the slowest among them, and with his strength stats exceeding 100, he was capable of carrying her while still being able to endure. They ran for their lives as the sandstorm ripped through the army that was previously in pursuit. The root had managed to avoid being caught in the midst of the sandstorm, having noticed Alec's movements just before the explosion occurred. However, its newfound plant army was not exempt from the chaos. Some of the plant soldiers were forcefully hurled into the sky, crashing back down in a different region. Only a few managed to survive the fall. While most of the orcs struggled with respiratory issues, their breathing hindered by the overwhelming amounts of sand they had inhaled, many succumbed to the lack of oxygen and perished. Those who did survive the sandstorm quickly diverted their attention to their chief's injured body, carrying him away. They abandoned any pursuit of Alec's group, realizing that their chief still clung to a faint thread of life. Alec was surprised by the orc chief's determination to survive, as his intentions had been to kill him with all the planning, ridding himself from any future problems if he wanted to mine the nature low-power mine in future. But the Tier 4 orc's resilience was truly remarkable. Unable to push through the raging sandstorm, the root clenched his teeth and commanded a retreat. He had already lost countless plant soldiers, and losing more in this battle would diminish his credibility. And gathering his forces in an easy manner in the future would not be possible, and this was not what it desired. The root harbored a deep grudge against Alec and planned to repay him once they met again. However, it had decided to focus on regaining his actual Tier 6 strength before taking any action. Meanwhile, the Tier 6 Captain Mage stationed at the city gate was taken aback by the turn of events. The battle had proceeded with remarkable organization, allowing Alec and gang to pursue the second-dimensional creature army without the aid of the sentries. It was quite astounding to witness the level of coordination displayed by Alec and his group. It felt as though he was observing a young and skilled general leading his legion. Fortunately, Alec and his group encountered no further obstacles as they made their way to the city gate. After the chaos settled, they regrouped at the gate and entered the city together. Alec wasted no time recalling all of his golems the moment they reached the city gates. The sight of Titan, who was such in a damaged state, pained Alec's heart, for Titan was undoubtedly his strongest golem. These past few days, Alec had been facing opponents stronger than himself, as that was the dangers of the Abyss realm, which had forced Titan to sacrifice itself multiple times, as none of Alec's other golems could take over that job. This had significantly hindered Titan's progress, and Alec couldn't help but feel that it should have already reached Tier 3 golem status with the amount of experience it had gained, but due to all the repairs, it had lagged behind a little, affecting its breakthrough. But still yet, Titan had always charged in without hesitation, acting as Alec's reliable shield whenever danger lurked. Brandon placed his hands on Alec's shoulders, sensing the weight of his worry. Even if others were not able to tell what was up with Alec, him and Arthur had stayed with Alec the longest and were aware of why he was feeling down. "Don't worry, I have faith in you to make Titan even stronger than before. And besides, I don't think it will have to go through another sacrificing phase like this," Arthur, who was nearby, reassured Alec. "With what we've gained today, we should have enough to propel all of us to the Tier 3 Mage realm and still live like kings for a few days, before taking his place as punching bags," Arthur continued as Brandon nodded his head in agreement. Their words of encouragement lifted Alec's spirits as they finally reached the gates of the human city base. The sentries blew the trumpet of announcements, prompting the soldiers below to open the gates for them to enter. As they stepped inside the city, the mage from James' group, which words mostly jinxed them, dropped to his knees and kissed the ground, tears streaming down his face. "I am saved. I won't ever have to leave for a whole month," the mage exclaimed with relief. Even Vixie and James appeared visibly stressed, questioning whether their knowledge of the Abyss realm was truly up to date. Ever since they began delving into the Abyss realm, they had been chased and engaged in battles. But nothing of that could compare to the adrenaline rush, excitement, and fear they had experienced in their last two adventures with Alec and his group, as they have been chased silly both times they have gone with the Gordons. Vixie glanced at them as they chatted happily, with Arthur's voice being the loudest, as if they hadn't just narrowly escaped death moments ago. Witnessing this scene, Vixie shook her head in defeat, realizing that she would never truly understand how the minds of the Gordons' clansmen worked. It didn't take long for them to notice the looks of respect they were receiving from the guards around them. It almost felt as if they were being worshipped. Even some of the mages near the city gates gazed at Alec's group with reverence. Everyone had heard that loud explosion, and people had heard about how this small squad of mages had successfully driven away a large horde of orcs and plant life forms. Such an achievement was not to be taken lightly. It was unheard of for a group this size to take on an army of over 600 and emerge unscathed. Their actions had elevated them to the status of mini-celebrities. The guards saluted in their direction, showing their respect, and even Vixie couldn't help but blush at the show of respect, momentarily forgetting her resolve to stay away from anything related to the Gordons' clan. Lucas Blade couldn't suppress his smugness as he basked in the attention he was receiving. Just as they were being surrounded by guards, a middle-aged man approached them and headed straight for Alec. "The captain would like to have a word with you all, if you don't mind. Kindly come with me to his quarters," the man said to Alec. Without hesitation, Alec and the gang followed the middle-aged man to a military-type building. Inside, they saw another man standing with his back towards them, deep in thought as he studied a large map on the wall in front of him. "I have brought them, Captain Cadden. If you don't mind, I will take my leave now," the middle-aged man said, bowing towards the man in front. The captain simply waved his hand, acknowledging the departure of their guide, who silently left the room as if scared not to make a noise. The captain from his position did not turn around or address Alec and the gang, maintaining his focus on the map. Alec grew impatient, waiting for the man to acknowledge their presence. Just as he was about to speak up, the man's deep and dangerous voice echoed through the room, catching Alec off guard. "I am proud of your display of strength today. I even tried to access your file in the archives, but I was denied. Later, I discovered that you are the student of the Academy's madman, and it became clear why you seemed so familiar to me," the captain stated, "because only that madman would attempt to stop an army with such a small group of mages. So tell me, what have you done to incur the anger of two different races to the extent that they sent hundreds after you?" the captain demanded, "and don't you dare lie." "I can see that your friend still carries a bag of nature power stones," the captain said, causing Alec to tremble, though not entirely surprised. What shook him was the captain's ability to notice Arthur, who was concealing a large sack of nature low-power stones. Despite their combined efforts to mask the spiritual energy with their mana, the captain saw through their facade. "Well, it's a bit of a lengthy story. Do you mind if we discuss this later?" Arthur quickly interjected. "I have time if you're not interested in telling me everything I want to know. Be prepared for me to find out the hard way," the captain threatened, causing Arthur to curse their luck. They had already suspected that the captain was aware of their discovery of a mine, but his insight and ability to piece together the crucial information from their encounter made them even more wary of him. Damn that man, they all parade around like righteous mages, but they're just a bunch of assholes, full of greed like any normal person. Why do they hide behind those uniforms? Arthur ranted, his anger consuming him. They had just been dismissed by the captain who had asked for them, and was responsible for the wing near the city gate they came in. The captain had made sure to meticulously gather every detail about the nature low-power mine, down to the last piece of information, even uncovering the identity of the mine's owner at the moment from them. Once he felt satisfied, he waved Alec and his gang out of his room without bothering to face them. As he motioned with his hand, a strong gust of wind forcefully ejected them all from the room. This infuriated Arthur even more. They never even got to see the captain's face, and he had clearly not helped them when they were being chased by the orc army and the plant life forms. It only just worsened their already negative impression of him. I wish I could strangle him. Arg, Arthur shouted, but Alec quickly covered his mouth. Are you trying to get us killed? We are still under his wing. He practically controlled all the guard mages here. Just remember, if he comes after us, we don't know each other, Alec warned, guiding them towards the armory to drop off some of the equipment they had obtained. Fortunately, they had managed to secure some nature low-tier stones, but Agnes couldn't help but feel a pang of regret as she thought about the equipment they had been unable to salvage from those they killed due to being pursued. With their limited gains from the armory, they made their way to the return portal of the space passage. Before leaving, Alec turned back to gaze at the double suns in the sky, feeling the overwhelming excess mana in the environment. This place is perfect for cultivation. If only it weren't so damn expensive to rent a room, I wouldn't mind us all staying here to cultivate, Alec mumbled, a hint of longing in his voice. Yeah, I can feel my realm loosening up, as if I'm on the verge of entering the high tier 2 mage realm. With just a little push from these nature low-power stones we've acquired, I assure you will be able to break through once again, Arthur confidently stated, causing Knight to glance over with envy. Although he was the one who got to possess the last spirit equipment Alec made, but it was undeniable that he still didn't match Arthur's strength without it, as he was still a mid-tier 2 mage. He silently made a promise to himself that he would also strive for a breakthrough when they returned. Of course, we all have the opportunity to make breakthroughs once we get back, but first you should consolidate your realms. I don't need to remind you all that we just recently broke through, and continuous rapid progress could negatively impact our foundations, Agnes chimed in, attempting to give the group a dose of parental advice. For example, look at Alec. I'm sure he has reached a breakthrough point, but he's been holding off, not allowing his greed for immediate power to consume him. He has remained in the mid-tier realm, his aura growing stronger and stronger. So I think that's sufficient advice for all of you, she continued. Agnes's words made Alec feel embarrassed, as he knew the reason he hadn't broken through was simply because he lacked enough experience points. If he had them today for killing the orcs, he would have already advanced to the next level, but since he was in a party system with a lot of people, the experience point ended up being shared a lot. And as for his growing powers, they were a result of his equipment, his control over blood intent, the awakening of his mental attributes, and the fact that he had over 100 strength stat points, nothing else. He nervously scratched his head and averted his gaze from the rest of the group, feeling the stern scrutiny of Arthur's eyes as he tried to figure out what Alec had been doing to constantly earn comments from Agnes, when all he got was knocks. Alec left the second dimension feeling content, even though he hadn't been able to achieve what he had set out to do: kill other beasts to discover if they could serve as materials for creating new spirit equipment for the benefit of the group, considering they were avoiding the regions under the Divine Tree's rule, which the wolves hunt. But they became preoccupied with their stealing mission at the mine, causing Alec to forget about his second mission of killing orcs to break through. However, with the new influx of nature power stones, he now had a means to accomplish it. As Alec and his gang made their way out of the second dimension, the captain, who had obtained the information from them about the nature mine from them, was busy making plans. He was determined to conquer the mine and claim it in the name of the academy. By doing so, he hoped to earn merits and secure significant gains that would make his promotion easier, allowing his access to cultivation resources he doesn't have now. Aware that he couldn't just go in and finish the task, since the mine was under the ownership of an orc village, with its strongest warrior being a Tier 4 lifeform, he felt disturbed. Moving in as a Tier 6 mage or killing excessive numbers of orcs would likely draw the attention and retaliation of the mid-level orc village, which had a few Tier 6 warriors capable of defeating him, and he clearly doesn't want any of the mid-tier orc villages knowing about the mine until it's under the control of the academy. His solution was to orchestrate a heist similar to what Alec's group had done. This time, however, it would be led by a group of Tier 3 mages with a Tier 4 mage at the helm. Their objective was simple: eliminate anyone occupying the mine, establish a defensive barrier to secure the area, and ensure that only experts from the academy could access the mine for large-scale extraction of power stones. Such an endeavor would significantly increase the academy's wealth and provide some stability, as it had been a while since a new mine had been discovered that wasn't under the control of a mid-level power entity. The captain wasted no time in assembling a squad for this operation, requesting the strongest mages available, even if it meant weakening the city's defenses. The potential rewards he could receive if he succeeded in this mission blinded him to the risks involved. However, before the captain could finalize his plans, someone else had already swooped in to claim ownership of the mine, and that someone was the Root. Although the mine held no value to the Root, it had other intentions in mind, as its subordinates did have a need for the mine's energy. The idea of how powerful his army could become by absorbing the energy intoxicated the Root. He knew that this advantage would attract many more plant lifeforms to join his faction, before he eventually restored its previous strength. Taking advantage of the Orc chief's severe injury from their previous encounter with Alec and his group, the Root saw this moment as the perfect opportunity to launch a strike against the remaining Orcs defending the mine. And so, another small war began in the second dimension between Orcs and plants, disturbing everyone near that region. Alec and the group wasted no time upon their return to the academy, as they immediately divided the spoils equally between both groups. It had been James who suggested that the twins receive no share earlier, given their behavior towards Alec. However, when Alec himself decided to give them a portion, James didn't argue. James could have gained more by withholding their share, but he respected Alec and appreciated the twins' efforts during the Orc pursuit. Their teamwork had been crucial for their survival. Once Alec was certain that everyone had received their proper share, they all went their separate ways. Alec and the gang headed back to Terran's Peak, rushing towards their rooms in a race to reach the high Tier 2 Mage realm before one another. Brandon observed their enthusiasm and joined them, hoping to consolidate his realm and make progress towards the peak of the Tier 2 Mage realm. Cause if he didn't, his advantage over the others would soon disappear, and he would face Arthur's never-ending taunts. And Arthur meeting him in the high Tier 2 Mage realm motivated Brandon to push harder. As Alec watched everyone rush to their quarters to cultivate in seclusion, he couldn't help but sigh. What's gotten them so hyped and pumped up? They didn't even spar with me today. Seven's voice startled Alec, coming from his side. He had yet to grow accustomed to the fact that Seven could approach him unnoticed, even though he had a 10-meter mental energy range. It seemed his innate mental detector went asleep whenever the Centaur Prince drew near. This was because the Centaur Prince was a Tier 8 lifeform, indicating that he had already constructed a domain that was at least 200 meters wide to be able to enter the Tier 8 realm. Such a massive domain compared to Alec's mere 10-meter detection range, which was not even a domain, was pitiful and would go silent, completely ceasing its work when a very strong lifeform with a domain approached Alec. This is why high-rank assassins were dreaded, as they possessed skills that amplified their domains, making killing easier. We had a fruitful trip to the Abyss realm, and now they're all going to digest it quickly so they can break through faster than the next person. It's kind of a friendly competition within the family, Alec explained, his initial jumpiness fading as he continued. Alec realized that the Centaur had never shown any intention to kill them, but always seemed to be close to them. Alec were to guess, he would say that the Centaur Prince was simply bored, and Alec and his comrades were the only ones who could fill his void of loneliness when he wasn't cultivating. Terran, sensing the various sets of mana returning, was also taken aback. He had been quite skeptical about allowing Alec and the rest of his disciples to venture into the second dimension again. However, he had decided to have blind faith in them, only to find out that they had already returned within less than a day. When did it become so easy to enter the Abyss and just come back whenever one pleases? Don't tell me they went sightseeing. No, I saw it in his eyes. It's clear they had something they wanted to achieve, so why did they return so quickly? Terran pondered aloud, trying to piece together the reason for their swift return. After brainstorming for a while, he couldn't grasp it. However, he was certain that they had indeed entered the Abyss realm, considering they all entered secluded cultivation immediately. He was just surprised at how all of them seemed to have gained something, and were confident in their ability to make a breakthrough. All Terran wished for was some peace, hoping that whatever Alec and his gang did in the Abyss realm wouldn't cause too much trouble. He had already received a warning and a few restrictions after the incident near Igor's Peak, which annoyed him greatly, as he couldn't help but feel that the punishment given to Igor for throwing Alec into the Abyss was unjust. House arrest for a month seemed like a trivial consequence, especially since Igor was already in secluded cultivation, courtesy of the other faction. For Igor, another month in seclusion was like a holiday. This was why Terran had decided to take matters into his own hands at the first place, since he had lost faith in the Academy's justice system, which seemed flawed. The elders responsible for passing judgment had shifted their allegiance towards the other faction, mainly because Mad Dog hadn't been at the school for a long time. Taryn hoped that Alec hadn't caused yet another problem for him to resolve. He had observed that trouble seemed to follow Alec wherever he went, and it wasn't just small-time trouble, but conflicts that escalated into full-scale battles. Little did Taryn know how accurate his concerns were at that very moment. While their entire peak was in seclusion, the news of Alec and his gang entering the Abyss Realm again had exploded throughout the academy. If the first entry was forced, it was clear that the second one was a voluntary decision from every member. Not only had they ventured into the Abyss, a realm that most first-year students hadn't even dreamed of entering, but they had also managed to turn a part of the region within the realm upside down. News had just reached the academy hours later about an orc village and a group of plant army that had been chasing Alec and his group, suddenly turning against each other and engaging in a battle for the ownership of a nature mine. This unexpected discovery caught the school off guard. However, the fact that Alec and his gang had successfully executed a heist at that very mine and made it to the city gates drew attention from every student this time, and not from only the first-year's mages who wanted to know what their rookie king was up to. As rumors spread from the Abyss realm, it was revealed that even Lucas Blade had joined Alec's group in this adventure. News and gossip continued to pour in from the seniors who were present in the Abyss when the incident occurred. Many discussions revolved around Alec's alleged use of a mana bomb that caused a persistent sandstorm in the region, making it difficult for lower-tier students to investigate the battle. It was rumored that a captain had decided to send a squad of highly experienced mages from the academy to take down the mine in the name of the institution. However, to everyone's surprise, the combined army of the orcs and plants ceased fighting and turned their aggression towards the humans. They joined forces and defeated the human army, resulting in only a few mages being able to return from the army of 700. This event quickly became a shameful stain on the academy, as a small group of mages had achieved what an entire army of mages, gathered by an academy official, could not. The entire academy was in an uproar, with some first years even suggesting that the rookie king, Alec, should be allowed to lead them in seeking revenge for the mages who had lost their lives. While Alec's recent achievements were the subject of discussion throughout the academy, not everyone was pleased by his return to the spotlight after what he did in the Abyss realm. Biased seniors, who had previously dismissed Alec's survival in the Abyss as mere luck when he was first tossed in, were now scrambling to find fresh excuses. Their reluctance to admit their own errors led them to claim that Alec's accomplishments were solely due to the help he received. These individuals conveniently overlooked the fact that Alec had ventured into the Abyss even before reaching the Tier 3 realm, and twice for that matter, proving them wrong once again. Even if they were in Alec's shoes, being pursued by an army of second-dimension races with 3 Tier 4 mages as their protectors, they too would protest and would definitely not even make it out in one piece. However, no amount of noise they made could overshadow Alec's growing fame. As word of Alec's deeds spread throughout the school, he became famous beyond his wildest imagination. Amidst this fame, Alec was still unaware as he had isolated himself, having just absorbed 7 nature low-power stones and achieved a breakthrough. Sensing his breaking point diminishing, he hastened to wear the arcane lock crown, enabling him to enter the high Tier 2 mage realm without emitting any noticeable mana fluctuation, as he didn't want his siblings to find out he had broken through that fast. The accelerated pace of Alec's cultivation can be attributed to the assistance of the system, which facilitated faster absorption of power stones. Unlike others mages, who had to spend hours gradually drawing energy from the stones to fortify their cultivation and nourish their innate spells, Alec experienced a different journey. However, if other mages found a way to try his method, it came with limitations, as absorbing all the energy at once could potentially still impact the body, damaging the foundation in a long term as they would incur hidden injuries that are hard to treat. Alec could not fully grasp why his circumstances differed from others, or why the system allowed his body to absorb such vast amounts of energy. At times, he attributed it to his exceptionally strong soul, a result of absorbing the memories and residual soul of the previous Alec. In fact, Alec felt that the awakening of his mental energy was somehow connected to his strong soul power, though the arcane crown played a big part of it, but he still felt without the double soul he might never have gotten the increase in mental stats. Because if the double soul was not an element involved, that would mean someone else would have found the method. Mages were conjurers of magic, and we're not that stupid. And Tier 6 mages at the peak, who were struggling to break through to the next realm, knew about this method. They would be willing to risk their lives every day without mana to wear it, hoping for a chance to step into the high-rank mage realm. Since I still have power stones left, I should strive to reach the peak of Tier 2, Alec thought as he continued absorbing the power stones. After all, he had to hide in his quarters for a full 24 hours to prevent Agnes from finding out that he had worn the arcane crown again, so until he got rid of the crown in the next 24 hours, he had to stay hidden indoors. Elsewhere, a group of 9 mages sat at a round table, their leader visibly angry as he threw things around. "Boss, what are we going to do now? Even Lucas has started associating with them, and there are rumors that he entered closed-door cultivation too," one of the mages said. "A new senior just came out of the abyss and reported that Alec and his group have amassed a fortune that could last them quite a while. They were said to be carrying a huge sack filled with power stones, and that doesn't even account for what they might have stashed inside their space rings," another mage added. "If things continue like this, your name might be completely forgotten, and only Alec's name will be talked about in the academy," another mage commented before the leader, Zero Pale, who swung his hand in anger, conjuring a huge ice sword and unleashing a gale of icy snow wind that froze everything in its path. "Those bastards are no match for me. I'll gather a squad and dash into the Abyss realm as well, leading a path of slaughter that will make all the students soon forget the name of Alec and his clansmen," Pale declared. However, as he finished speaking, he could sense hesitation and fear on the faces of those around him, almost as if he could smell it. And the ones who had been pushing him the most to go against Alec, inflating his ego, were also the first ones to run when it got real. "I see, no problem. It's not compulsory for you to come with me to the Abyss realm. We are only family friends." "Where is Kate?" Pale finally asked, looking around and realizing that the one person who had always kept it real with him didn't even show up for the meeting he had organized. "She's been training hard after hearing about the Gordons' achievements. She claims she won't be outdone by anyone in their group, even if she lost to Alec," another mage replied. Pale suddenly realized that while he had been lounging around with his so-called group, acting like the chosen young masters of the heavens, there were others who had been working hard to enter the next realm. At first, he thought his only rival would be Lucas Blade, who also came from an ancient clan. But now, it seemed Lucas had butted up with the Gordon clan, who looked down on him. This only confirmed Pale's belief that he couldn't trust those honest, battle-loving Blades. He was even more wary of the cunning Blades clan member. What frustrated him the most was that Lucas seems to be on the verge of another breakthrough. Both he and Lucas had entered the peak Tier 3 Mage realm together, but they hadn't had the chance to fully test their powers. If Lucas continued to make progress while he was slacking off, things would get truly difficult. And if Lucas defeated him, Pale would lose all face in the academy. Although his clan had no power in the academy, they would surely be able to hear news of what was happening. That much was certain, as all ancient clan had informant in lots of places. Pale made his way into Kate's house. They served under the same master, so they lived in the same mountain peak. As he reached the courtyard, he could already hear the sound of heavy punches landing on a wooden puppet. As Pale entered Kate's training courtyard, he saw her in tight-fitting training clothes as she relentlessly attacked the wooden puppets, overpowering their feeble attempts to keep up with her raging punches. He could only imagine the amount of pain she must have been enduring as she struck the wooden puppet with her bare hands without her gauntlets. Her fleshly hands smashing into the wood showcased her determination. She noticed Pale's arrival but chose to ignore him, continuing her training as beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. "I have a proposition for you," Pale finally said, realizing that she had no intention of acknowledging his presence. "I'm not interested," Katie said firmly, her punches echoing through the courtyard as the wooden puppets continued to taunt her. The sound of flesh meeting wood reverberated around her, but she remained undeterred. "Come on, you must have realized by now that these outdated puppets can never match up to your power. They won't help you understand your strength any better," Pale pleaded, attempting to persuade her. "Just listen to me first. My offer isn't as bad as you think. It could even help you improve your battling skills," he urged. "You'll have to defeat me first before I even consider listening to you," Kate snapped, her anger evident. With a swift jump, she pushed herself against the puppet's chest, propelling herself towards Pale. Caught off guard, Pale hurriedly cast an ice shield to protect himself. But his reflexes were slow, and Katie's chi-infused fist shattered the hastily created barrier before reaching his face, slamming him away. Pale skidded on the ground, quickly forming a small frozen patch beneath him, halting his slide. With a deft movement, he created a towering ice pillar behind him, steadying himself as he observed Kate. She calmly walked over to her gauntlet, never once taking her eyes off Pale. "Don't tell me you really want to do this," Pale said, touching his bleeding nose. It was clear that Katie hadn't held back during the punch. "Of course I do. I've been training tirelessly and have finally reached the mid-tier 3 mage realm. What better way to test the results of my training than against someone as strong as you?" Kate replied, getting into a battle stance. "Don't mess with me now, Katie. You ruined my face just to see how much you've improved," Pale exclaimed, anger evident as he spread his hands wide, and the ice elements responded to his summoning, swirling around him. A slightly transparent ice armor formed, protecting him from the impending battle. "Of course not. You know how obsessed you are with your looks and image. That was supposed to trigger your anger and make you attack me. but it seems like you've grown soft after joining your new group of friends who only know how to show off their realms without any real battle power, Katie retorted as she dashed towards Pale. This time, he was fully prepared and drew out a small dagger that appeared to be an ancient artifact. Believe me when I say this, Katie, you can't defeat me, Pale confidently declared. How would I know that if I don't even try? Katie replied, determined to seize the opportunity to strike him in the face. Mid-tier spell's glacial burst. With a swift motion, Pale cut his hand with the dagger, smearing his blood in the air as he cast a spell. A larger icy blue rune enveloped his hands as he channeled his mana into the ground, transforming the surroundings into an icy terrain. Giant ice shards formed effortlessly around Katie from various locations, and she had a sinking feeling as she saw them. Desperate to close the distance between herself and Pale, Katie tried to move faster. However, the closest ice shards exploded upwards, sending sharp blades of ice flying towards her. In response, Pale detonated another ice shard behind her, causing some ice to impale her back. The area quickly froze, and Katie found herself overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the ice shards. Since that first hit, as her movements became sluggish and much slower till she was locked up. I told you that you couldn't defeat me. It's not blind boasting, it's a fact. See this knife. It's an ancient artifact that allows me to use spells one realm higher than mine, as long as they're not high-tier spells, and I know the runes, incantations, and casting process, Pale explained. What do you think has kept the ancient clans supreme all these years? They still hold their secrets. So are you ready to listen to me now? Pale asked, observing Katie, who was now completely encased in ice with only her head visible. Her teeth chattered from the intense cold, causing Katie to shiver uncontrollably. Fuck you, Katie replied, her anger evident. I'll take that as a yes, but first, let's tend to our injuries, Pale said, recalling the ice spell and wrapping a bandage around his wounded hand. He then approached Katie to assist in removing the multiple ice shards that had impaled her from behind. Meanwhile, the enforcer assigned to Alec's case had just arrived to deliver new information about Alec's recent actions. As he entered the room, the elder sitting at the far left immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. There better be a darn good reason why you've summoned all of us here again, enforcer. If not, you won't like what I do to you, the elder warned, glaring at the enforcer. I promise you, elder, this will make you reconsider your words, the enforcer replied, throwing a scroll directly at the elder seated in the middle. The elder caught the scroll and began reading its contents. As he read, his eyes started to blaze with anger, igniting a fiery fury within him. Those in the room could feel the intensity radiating from him, knowing that whatever was written on that scroll had infuriated the Grand Elder of the Outer Branch. Once he finished reading, the elder passed the scroll to the others seated around the room, one by one. As each elder read, their expressions changed, reflecting a mixture of shock, disbelief, and anger. Finally, the scroll found its way back into the hands of the enforcer. Tell me, have you located the sixth leader of the Friddle clan? The Grand Elder of the Outer Branch asked, but the enforcer shook his head. Contained in the scroll was also the account of the events between Aurora and the sixth elder, outlining his attempted assassination of her. His purpose also clear for them to see, as he wanted to divert the Blaze attention into killing the Gordon clan in revenge, and Alec would be killed too, as they would want to eliminate any potential loose ends, especially Alec, who already harbored grudges against them. He should be diced and killed for attempting to assassinate our beloved Aurora. How dare he lay a finger on a core member of our clan, the elder at the far left said as he was clearly seething with anger, his temper getting the best of him. However, the leader quickly intervened, raising his hands to halt any further blame from being placed. No, we can't have him killed now. He must be aware that we already know what he did. We will send a message the old way and instruct him to find a way to eliminate Alec for us. If he succeeds, all will be forgiven, the leader said calmly. But are we going to simply let that bastard walk free? I understand that the core families have left matters like this to us because they don't want to be seen as petty. However, if we allow someone who attempted to assassinate the princess of our clan to escape unpunished, another elder interjected, his frustration evident. Now, when did I say we are that generous? The leader replied with a hint of sarcasm. Telling him to kill Alec may seem easy, but he will have to go through Taryn, Alec's instructor, if he wants to do it himself. Alternatively, if he chooses to do it indirectly, he will have to deal with Mad Dog, who detests interference of other clans and factions in his beloved Dean's Institute. Regardless of which option he chooses, there is only one outcome, his own demise. We will solve two problems with one stone. Just make sure Aurora remains unaware of the plan. Enforcer, you will be responsible for carrying out this task. Ensure he is well informed of our offer, the Grand Elder concluded, dismissing the enforcer from the meeting room. Now that he is gone, let's discuss our strategy for dealing with Alec Gordons, the Grand Elder declared as soon as the enforcer departed. Confusion painted the face of the remaining 4 elders, as the elder on the far left is asked, "What do you mean, deal with Alec Gordons? I thought you found a solution to eliminate both him and the 6th elder of the Friddle clan just now." The Grand Elder snorted. "Only a loser sticks to one plan, and those plans have plenty of loopholes. Such loopholes may cause those plans to fail, especially if the 6th elder decides to ignore our offer and continue hiding," another elder chimed in. The Grand Elder nodded. "Exactly. Furthermore, he successfully helped another ancient clan from outside the Northern Kingdom attack Aurora. If he manages to find a way to relocate to the Central Kingdom, our advantage of using fear to manipulate him will be lost. You all need to understand that he has shown his true colors, and we don't truly control him like we believed. He is a man who feels he has lost too much and has nothing more to lose. Such individuals are dangerous and should be avoided at all costs. I know some of you may underestimate him since he is only a Tier 7 mage and you feel you can take him on, but I strongly advise against it. However, for now, we must address the matter of Alec," the Grand Elder explained. "But how are we going to handle his situation? You do know he currently studies at the War God Mage Academy, and no clan has the power to influence the events that occur there," an elder questioned. "He is only a Tier 2 mage. We don't need to expend so much effort over a low-rank mage. He can be used for training purposes for the younger generation in the outer branch, if they ever encounter him in the mage academics exchanges that take places," another elder suggested. The Grand Elder let out a dismissive snort as he glanced at the other 4 elders, shaking his head in disappointment. "Why do I feel like you all are avoiding the issue with Alec? You have witnessed his battle reports against second-dimension creatures. Although he had always caused a big spark, this time it is different because he is not killing them on Earth Realm anymore. Despite his young age, he is already creating records inside the second dimension, at a whole new level. He has taken the fight to them, causing 2 different races to fight the moment he left the Abyss Realm. Such an achievement has never been heard of before, especially considering he is just a Tier 2 mage. Do you understand the implications of this? Do you want your descendants to face such a formidable opponent? Just because he is a Tier 2 mage, does that mean he is weak? How many times has he proven that he can fight across realms? How many times have you heard of his countless achievements? Is that the kind of person you want to send your incompetent descendants to fight against? I am sorry to say this, but all that would be returned to you would be their lifeless bodies." The Grand Elder delivered a long speech, his anger evident as his flowing beard fluttered in the wind. He expressed his disappointment in the negligence of the outer branch elders. For a long time, no one had challenged their clan authority from the mid- and high-tier clans. And as a result, they turned a blind eye to their incompetent descendants, who were growing increasingly inferior to the past generations. Born with a silver spoon in their mouths, they never had to work hard for their cultivation resources. This has turned most of the Blaze Outer Region branch's mages into inexperienced novices when it comes to battle skills and survival. However, the other mid- and high-tier clans have started showing progress, producing at least 1 or 2 talented geniuses that could be compared to the core geniuses of ancient clans. But due to their pride, most of them were still not ready to acknowledge this fact. That is why they have been looking down on Alec for so long, simply because he is backed by Gordon's clan, which is ranked as a mid-tier clan. To them, even a high-tier clan can be annihilated if an order was sealed from the clan patriarch, let alone a mid-tier clan. But the Grand Elder had never thought that way. He had always considered Alec a talented young man with the same charisma as his father, and felt that is why he could have many talented geniuses surrounded him. "So what are we supposed to do now, Grand Elder? We don't want to enter the War God Mage Academy. You do know that Mad Dog won't hesitate to kill anyone who meddles with the Academy, and we can't be safe from his anger if we are not protected by the clan," another elder said, feeling a little scared at the thought of facing someone like Mad Dog. "Who said we are interfering? We are simply using a popular proverb to our advantage. The enemy of our enemy is our friend," the Grand Elder replied. Currently, Mad Dog is assigned to the army of high-tier mages that protect the human realm from the creatures at the spatial cracks. "He won't be able to know everything," another elder added. The Grand Elder explained his plan, leaving the others wondering how long he had been plotting this. The others were certain that he wouldn't have formed such strong connections with the faction against Mad Dog in such a short amount of time. He must have been in contact with them for long. "But don't you think this plan could backfire if Mad Dog comes after us?" someone asked. "Don't worry, he would never expect someone from outside the Institute to be behind what is about to happen. Since our main target is not his beloved disciple Terran, but Alec, we just need to make things hard for Terran in order to make it easier to kill Alec," the Grand Elder said, a smirk forming on his face. Alec stretched his body, feeling every joint stiff from staying in the same position for 3 days straight. Luckily, he had managed to reach the peak of the Tier 2 mage realm on the 2nd day. However, because he still wore the arcane crown, he had to wait another 24 hours before he could come out. in order to avoid Agnes discovering it. The whole gang was still unaware about the benefits of the crown, so if they saw Alec with the crown they would think he was some kind of freak who enjoyed having his mana locked. During this time, Alec decided to self-meditate and try to better understand his innate spell. And luckily for him, his knowledge of his innate skills had reached a new level, opening new options for him. Opening his door, he was surprised to see the whole gang waiting on his doorstep. It was clear they all believed they had broken through before him. "Pay up, brother," Arthur said loudly, extending his right hand towards Brandon, who looked helpless as he passed a bag of nature's spirit stones to Arthur. "Ah, sucker." Arthur laughed while Alec glared at him. "It was only a small bet, don't worry, brother. I was the one who had faith in you, by the way, and you just made me a little richer than yesterday for my faith." Arthur approached Alec and placed his hand around his neck. "The master asked you to come to him immediately after you came out of seclusion," Agnes reminded Alec, realizing that the two idiots had forgotten the main reason they were waiting at his door in the first place. Alec complimented them as he walked past, making his way towards Terran's castle at the center of the mountain peak. He had always known that they wouldn't have any problems advancing to the next stage, considering their improved stage was orchestrated by the system's experience points. All they needed was some serious cultivation, and they would be able to enter the next rank of their realm. All that talk about not rushing their cultivation, because of building a solid foundation by Agnes, did not apply with the system. As long as they cultivated hard, hunted with Alec, and used the right resources, they would always be able to break through easily, except when they reached a major breakthrough and needed their own comprehension to break through, like the breaking through from low rank to the mid-rank realm. Alec cleared out all those thoughts as he knocked on his master's door. "Come in, Alec." Terran's voice came from inside, prompting Alec to open the door and step into the room. He noticed that everything had a new look, but he ignored it and moved towards the seat near his master. He realized how his master had been able to see him coming. "Nice view," Alec complimented. "Do you know why you have been called here?" Terran asked. "Not really, but if I were to guess, it's probably related to whatever me and the gang did in the abyss, right?" Alec asked, and Terran nodded slowly. "You have to realize something. There's a faction in this school that has been targeting my students, and you are shining brighter than any disciple I have ever had. Even with a low-rank realm, you have done things that no one else has ever done. I just want you to be extra cautious because I'm sure they will try their very best to get to you now. And if they can't get to you directly, they will find a way to get someone close to you to make you vulnerable," Terran was explaining before Alec interrupted with a sentence. "Is that how they got to you? Since they can't get to you directly, they decided that the best way was to go after your disciples, as it seems to affect your mental fortitude. And as long as your mental energy is not stable and hasn't reached a certain level, you will never reach the Tier 8 Mage realm, right?" "Yes, that's how," Terran answered Alec. "Are you afraid that they will come after me too?" Alec asked, looking out the window and seeing his clansmen chatting with the centaur prince who was strolling by. "Yes, I am quite scared. In fact, I thought you would have gotten into some problem or another situation where I would have to save you again. But you have proven me wrong by being the one to give the Academy a headache instead," Terran said, chuckling lightly. "That's what I do, Master. I cause mass stir and sparks," Alec replied. "The Academy tried to recreate what you did, but they have lost a lot of mages in this battle. Now, the mine has no main owner. It has turned into a three-way battle between the Orcs, Academy, and Tree lifeforms. And in order not to attract the attention of mid-level powerhouses, they have only allowed Tier 4 mages outside the city for the main time. I also heard that Stupid Root found a Tier 4 plant lifeform that agreed to serve it due to benefits it has promised, which was not in our calculations. Things have turned quite chaotic due to your achievements," Terran explained, and Alec cursed as he realized that this was all happening because of the greedy captain who coveted their achievements and what the mine could bring him in terms of position. His actions had spoiled Alec's plan. He had made plans to carry out another heist at the mine without having to deal with any other person except the Orc villages, and since he had dealt with them before, he was well aware of how to escape their pursuit. After all, even the Orcs were avoiding a large number of people knowing about the mine. This little problem occurred because the Root was hell-bent on killing Alec. And the captain knew the two races wouldn't chase after a small group of students for something without value, as they even crossed the shooting range of the city gate's arrows. All of this was prompted by the Stupid Root, and that was what made the captain decipher what happened when he saw them with a large sack of power stones. If the Root hadn't been involved, Alec would have been able to escape without being caught up by the Orcs, leading to such a situation. "Many will come for you now. Are you afraid?" Terran asked, grinning. "Hell yeah, I'm afraid they won't come. As long as only Tier 4 mages are allowed now, they can all come at me. I don't mind showing them how crazy I can become when I'm pushed into a corner," Alec said, a large smirk on his face. "You're going back into the abyss again?" Terran asked, a little surprised. He had never seen someone so obsessed with facing life-threatening situations in the abyss with a smile on their face like Alec. "Yes, Master. It's so boring here." Only the greenhorns stay in the academy. The real powerhouses stay outside, spilling blood all the time. That's why the seniors are rarely around. The academy is called War God, for God's sake. The only reason other seniors stay here without diving back into the abyss is either their nursing injuries or they're cowards who only want to impress the first years. Alec replied with such confidence that it made Taryn chuckle again. Just stay alive out there, and good luck, Taryn said as Alec bowed towards his master before walking out of the castle. A fire tunnel appeared within the confines of a secluded cave, revealing the imposing figure of the Blaze clan's enforcer. Standing before him was the sixth elder of the Friddall clan, wearing a grin that only served to irritate the enforcer. Without hesitation, the enforcer extended his hand, attempting to grab hold of the Friddall elder's throat. However, the Friddall elder swiftly deflected the enforcer's hand with a well-placed hit from his palm, and quickly closing in and clasping his hand around the enforcer's neck. I remember a time when I was merely a Tier 6 mage, and you held the rank of Tier 7 mage, the Friddall elder remarked, a smile playing on his lips. Back then, I showed you respect. Perhaps that's why you believe you can still treat me the same way. The Friddall elder continued, his smile never faltering. If you dare cross me, I will break you. Take a look at yourself. Still stuck in the rank of Tier 7 while I have rapidly caught up, and soon enough I will surpass you, leaving you in the dust. Flinging the enforcer to the far corner of the room, the Friddall elder smugly demanded, now that you've settled down, explain to me why you've contacted me once again with a proposition. The elder's incredulous expression seemed more like an act, causing the enforcer to snort in amusement. It was evident that the Friddall elder had expected the ancient Blaze clan to reach out to him, despite his previous actions, a fact that greatly annoyed the enforcer. The elder's fake sweet smile only heightened the enforcer's irritation. Aren't you afraid? Afraid that I might kill you? Afraid that I could bring an entire squad with me? The enforcer challenged. The Friddall elder's confident response was delivered with unyielding certainty. I know you won't attempt something foolish with the intelligence services you possess. The cost for me, however, would merely be a scarce and valuable resource used in creating this body. But for you, it would result in me joining the outer branches of the Blade clan through marriage and seeking ways to undermine your clan's standing. Even they would be astounded by my proposal. The Friddall elder responded, causing the enforcer to grit his teeth in annoyance. It was clear that the Friddall clan elder had only attained his present mage realm due to the help of the ancient Blaze clan. However, he was not the type of loyal clans who would blindly obey commands from the Blaze clan. The Friddall elder was known for his wild and cunning nature, and even the enforcer recognized the truth in his words about the Blades loving the idea of another Tier 7 mage joining their ranks. No clan would want to miss out on the opportunity to recruit a Tier 7 mage who harbored a grudge against their rivals. Even the Blaze clan would readily accept him if the circumstances were reversed. What is it that you want? The enforcer finally asked, verifying that the person standing before him was indeed a clone. Although they were aware that he had the ability to create clones of himself after awakening another power in the high-tier realm, they just didn't have any knowledge that he could create clones of the same realm. It was evidently a factor that had taken him by surprise. The coordinates. I know your clan has strong connections with the royal clan. It should be easy for you to find out where my father is being held. I know for a fact that he has not yet reached the capital, which means that bastard Dragomir still has him captive, the Friddall sixth elder asserted. Help me locate him, and I will assist you in tarnishing the reputation of the ancient Dragomir clan even further. What do you say? The enforcer simply snorted in response, unimpressed by the elder's confidence. You think quite highly of yourself, don't you? Promise to aid us with the Alec situation, and I will personally reveal his location to you, the enforcer offered. The eyes of the Friddall clan elder lit up with excitement, and he moved towards the enforcer. However, before he could reach him, another figure emerged from the still open fire tunnel and positioned themselves between the enforcer and the Friddall clan elder. Sensing a fluctuation in mana, the Friddall sixth elder attempted to halt his movements but found himself inexorably drawn towards the old man. Grand Elder. Even the enforcer sounded surprised. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would also follow him. As expected, you are not willing to cooperate. Even if you have a grudge against Alec, then you shall be killed. The Grand Elder extended his hand, forming it into a claw shape as flames burst to life on his fingertips, creating a set of fiery eagle claws. You hypocritical old man. I had a feeling you would show up, the Friddall clan elder retorted, tossing a seemingly harmless wooden sword. However, upon seeing it, the Grand Elder's eyes widened as he immediately stopped his attack, drawing the enforcer closer. As he swiftly swung his robe, enveloping both himself and the enforcer in the Inferno Veil spell, as the small wooden sword made contact with the blazing veil, it transformed into an array of large swords, which flew towards the veil from all directions, attempting to break through. However, without anyone controlling the swords, their power quickly diminished after a minute, causing them to revert back into the wooden sword. The wooden sword flew back towards the Friddall clan's sixth elder, who caught it and broke a rune stone he prepared in his other hand, opening up a spatial portal. He swiftly passed through. Goodbye, the voice of the Friddall clan's sixth elder echoed, reaching the ears of the Blaze clan's grand elder of the outer branch, who had taken matters into his own hands but failed. Removing the Inferno veil, the grand elder's face showed his frustration. Despite his immense efforts to stop the attack, this wooden sword was a weapon only Tier 9 members of the Blade clan could conjure, using their comprehension of the sword. It was typically bestowed upon the most promising member of the next generation, serving as a life-saving talisman in times of trouble. The Grand Elder couldn't fathom why such a valuable talisman, exclusive to the Blade clan members, was in the possession of the Friddall Elder. This unexpected realization left the Blaze clan Grand Elder stunned, as they had only heard rumors of the Friddall Elder associating with the Blade clan. They had not anticipated the depth of his connection. Meanwhile, in a different location, an elder from the Blaze clan's outer branch stood outside the gates of the Gordon's clan, waiting with an air of arrogance. Have your patriarch come here to receive me personally. If he refuses to come within a minute, I won't hesitate to destroy anything in my path, the elder declared, his voice dripping with superiority. Unfazed, the fourth elder from the Gordon's clan responded coolly, floating before the Blaze clan outer branch elder. His spear remained securely fastened to his back. The patriarch will not waste his time receiving a pitiful elder from the Blaze outer branch. If you have something to discuss, say it to me, otherwise, you can start your threats now and witness the response of the Gordon's clan, he retorted. Though his face showed no emotion, his posture seemed to taunt the Blaze clan outer branch elder, who teetered on the edge of losing his composure. He felt disrespected by a clan he considered beneath his own. The news of Alec's adventure in the Abyss has inspired many first-year mages to seek permission to enter the Abyss themselves. However, most of them were still denied by their instructors. When they attempted to protest, their masters issued a challenge to all mages who wanted to enter the Abyss Passage without a Tier 3 mage as their leader. The task was to retake the entrance test and outperform Alec in the test of the Fighting Pavilion Tower. If they were successful in clearing it, their masters would have no objections to letting them into the Abyss Passage, as it would mean they could take care of themselves. Despite this opportunity, many of them felt it was unfair for Alec to receive special privileges and be allowed to explore the Abyss, especially when they heard from senior mages about the significant rewards that each members have obtained through shared power stones. And this was for James' group in particular, as Alec wasn't particularly interested in selling his own group power stones, considering they were all still low-ranking mages. The nature power stones held more benefits for them, as the energy they possessed was purer than that extracted from the bodies of second-dimension races, enabling faster cultivation. Those removed from bodies had a tier limit of the warrior they killed, but the nature limit was always the rank limit. However, some members of James' group resorted to selling a portion of their loot to acquire desired items, so they sold their share, and the funds obtained were enough to buy mid-rank power stones or resources, propelling their cultivation forward, a win-win situation for them. After all, it was not always profitable for teams to venture into the Abyss, but they just had a great harvest. The newfound wealth of James' group has been the driving force behind the ambition of these first-year mages, who desire to earn more and gain the same level of fame that Alec now possesses. A fame they all dream of, yet despite their rankings on the Academy's human board ranking, nobody pays attention to them like they do to Alec. It was dawning on these showing young masters for the first time that these rankings were actually meaningless, and they would have to venture into the Abyss to truly prove their strength. However, their instructors would never allow such a dangerous undertaking if they didn't deem them worthy. After all, no one wanted their disciples to die, and Terran had a great deal of faith in Alec. All he hoped for was that when Alec would die that he wouldn't perish due to the schemes of the opposing faction, but rather in a respectable manner, displaying his abilities in battle. Just as the mages were becoming disappointed, they heard news that shook them to their core. There was a rumor circulating that Pale Zero, a member of an ancient clan, had been granted permission to enter the Abyss Passage. Furthermore, he was calling upon brave nobles to join him in claiming glory and defeating the second-dimension races. He was claiming it was an opportunity for the mages to prove that those from mid-level clans like the Gordons were not as special as they believed themselves to be, due to some luck. Luckily, there were many noble mages who desired to enter the Abyss and gain popularity, just like Alec, so they saw joining Pale's group as a chance to seize this opportunity, with some notable participants being Kate, Lear, and other fearless noble mages. Meanwhile, at another peak, 4 instructors could be seen drinking wine and engaging in conversation. How on earth have you always been so lucky, Taryn? Your students never stress you out and always have the eagerness to explore, Elder Alfred remarked. For example, we both accepted disciples at the same time, disciples who were above general level in their potentials. Yet while yours went off to cause major battles and wreak havoc among the orc and plant races in the abyss, mine have been a constant presence at my peak, constantly cutting short my sleeping time. It's exhausting trying to be a better mentor, and I'm so tired of this job that I even have to sneak into places just to have a proper nap, he continued his complaint. My life is on the verge of ending, just look at my black eyes, Elder Alfred said, gesturing towards his exhausted appearance. Taryn, seated across the table, chuckled in response. Stop overreacting, old man, we all know how you are. If anyone disturbs your sleep even a little, you won't hesitate to send them into a dreamscape. You're only helpless this time because the one causing you trouble is your new disciple, Taryn retorted, causing Durin, who was leaning against a wall nearby, to burst into laughter. Let's make a trade, Taryn. I've heard that you never have to teach your disciples like that, and yet they don't disturb. They just spar with that centaur and dive into the abyss when they get bored. It must be nice to have such independent disciples, Elder Alfred proposed. Tell me, don't you want to trade all those rowdy teenagers for just one beautiful mage? Elder Alfred said, his voice laced with a hint of persuasion. Not interested. I have no desire to exchange my spectacular students for your Beatrice. Taryn replied without hesitation. But they are troublemakers, Alfred defended. I am the king of all troublemakers, Taryn fired back, leaving Alfred speechless for a moment as he tried to come up with a suitable response. They turn the abyss upside down every time they enter. You'll soon have to clean up their mess with the Council of Instructors, Alfred pointed out. Do you realize who you're talking to? I've caused more chaos and turned the abyss upside down more times than anyone can count. If there should be someone more suited to teach them properly, it's me, Taryn shouted in anger, leaving Alfred pouting, realizing that there was nothing he could say to top that declaration. It was clear that Taryn had been causing trouble in the abyss a lot, which was why he had a bounty on his head and why he couldn't freely enter the abyss anymore. Now, it seemed that his disciples were carrying on his legacy by destabilizing the abyss realm in their lower-ranked battles. Like master, like students. Every generation worse than the last, Alfred snorted, and at that moment, Durin could barely contain his laughter. As even Taryn's master, Mad Dog, had been dragged into the conversation. Mad Dog had been a notorious troublemaker within the abyss, causing chaos wherever he went. However, his life took an unexpected turn when the old dean approached him and convinced him to commit to the academy management. As a result, Mad Dog took on the role of the hallmaster in the disciplinary hall. To the dismay of the true monarch of the abyss, his disciple Taryn also took on the mantle and quickly gained notoriety, becoming a wanted man in many abyss passages, till he went into hiding. But now Alec and the gang were now following in their footsteps and contributing to the unsettling nature of the abyss. The true monarch had always desired the battle for supremacy to remain confined to human soil. They saw battles in the abyss as a way to train their younglings, and that was why they detest wars that would take too many lives inside the abyss realm. Fortunately, Alec and his gang were still at a low realm and were yet to their detention zones. Otherwise, they too would be under scrutiny, with a potential bounty placed upon them. Tell me, Agnes, is there any information you think I would be interested in? Alec asked as soon as he rejoined the group. He had learned that information was also a form of power within the academy. So which one do you want to hear first, the gossip from inside the academy or outside? Agnes asked, confidently smiling. Oh wow, we now have access to information outside the academy. That's amazing, Arthur exclaimed, as usual, interrupting before Alec could respond. Great job, Agnes. Just let me know the cost later. I have accumulated a small fortune and would be happy to pay for all the valuable information you're providing, Alec acknowledged. Now that we have access to this external news, how extensive is your coverage? Alec inquired. It's not that extensive. I mainly have information about the royal capital. It's quite difficult to obtain such intel, but I know someone who knows a noble and I get the information from him. Rest assured, his information is reliable. However, I won't stop working on expanding my network and gathering more comprehensive information from other cities, Agnes explained. And Alec patted her head playfully, causing her to pout in pretend anger. Let's see the information about what's been happening inside the academy first, Alec requested, as Agnes handed him a small scroll, and as he slowly opened it, but he couldn't help but burst into laughter after reading the first paragraph. Oh my God, I can't believe this. That jerk had been given the opportunity to enter the second dimension. He goes around preaching that noble mages should always lead in strength and everything, while simultaneously telling mid-tier clans like ours not to forget their place as beneath them. But the hypocrite had to rely on our achievements to convince his instructor to let him go and make his own name. What a joke, Alec expressed, amused. I don't want to read anything else about the academy. It's all much more boring than Pale Zero's news. All I see here is a bunch of mages whining about not being able to enter the abyss, as if it's some kind of child's playground. I just wonder how many of them will end up dying in Pale's group, Alec remarked. Alec pondered whether the inexperienced nobles would ever be able to survive the harsh environment of the Abyss realm. He had been there himself and knew for certain that most of them didn't have what it takes to truly survive. But he pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind as he received the paper containing details about the capital kingdom. As he scrolled through the information, his eyes caught onto something that intrigued him. It was about the last Blood Moon battle that had taken place in the capital. It was said that the Dragoniacs were among the 3 races that had launched an attack against the royal capital. This time, the royal capital of the Northern Kingdom had suffered a significant loss, including the death of the Mercury Monarch. But that wasn't the most surprising thing. According to the report, the blindfolded genius Hadriel was the one responsible for killing the Mercury Monarch. Alec had witnessed the Mercury Monarch's fights and knew for a fact that he was not a weakling. Despite his arrogance, if he ever suspected that he couldn't defeat an opponent, he would have escaped long ago using his special ability. But he had been killed by none other than Hadriel, and Alec couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. If the report had mentioned the ancient black dragon killing him, Alec would have believed it without any issues. Even if it said that Hadriel assisted in the kill, it would still have been believable. However, the information stated that Hadriel single-handedly killed the Mercury Monarch and used that momentum to ascend to the realm of Monarch himself, increasing the power of the Dragon clan as they gained another transcendent-level warrior. Meanwhile, the humans had lost one of their own, and the vampires had managed to injure one of the monarch monks from the Mount Shaolin sect, which was assigned to guard the royal capital. Such developments surprised Alec. He had been present during the last Blood Moon battle at the capital, and was aware that the second dimension never really launched a full-scale attack on the gates. They had only tested the waters before giving up, however. Their attacks had now intensified, breaking through the gates and even claiming the life of a monarch. It felt as though a full-scale war was descending upon the human realm, and the prolonged duration of the Blood Moon only exacerbated the situation. This extended period worked to the advantage of the second dimension races, allowing them to remain in the human realm for longer than initially intended. Alec couldn't shake the feeling that the Abyss Monarchs had something to do with this lengthening, but as an ordinary low-rank mage, he knew he had no power to change or dictate the course of events in the realm. It seemed that only those at the pinnacle who possessed monarch realm power could involve themselves in such high-stakes battles, and still yet their lives were not secured. After much contemplation, Alec sighed and turned to his gang, deciding to put these thoughts aside for now. It wasn't yet his game to play, so he would stick to his own level. Forget this. We'll all head into the abyss and take down more orcs or plant monsters. Anyone who comes our way, we'll skewer them until we gather enough power stones to push ourselves further and break through our limitations, Alec encouraged them. Oh, before we go, let's all have a meal. It's been a while since you all tasted my food. Agnes chimed in with a smile on her face that made it clear no one was going anywhere without eating. The gang nervously smiled, silently praying that their cause of death wouldn't come from eating Agnes' cooking. Okay, Agnes. We'll take a break and have a meal before diving back into the abyss, Alec replied with a dry laugh, causing Agnes to bounce back to her side to retrieve the pot of food she had prepared. Hey brother, pass me that poison antidote. I'm going to need it. Arthur quickly closed in on Knight and collected a sack of poison antidote from him. Knight had become accustomed to Agnes's food poisoning, and he made sure to carry a bunch of antidotes to help lessen the pain that accompanied her cooking. He even charged everyone, including Alec, for these antidotes, which led to him being beaten up after flaunting his collection of power stones. Why do I always have to be the one getting beaten? Knight complained from the ground as everyone left him behind. Spirit meal consumed, detected to have a poisonous attribute plus 5 poison resistance acquired. As soon as the meal went down Alec's throat, he could already feel his stomach churning. When he looked up, he was met with Agnes's eerie smile. Despite the discomfort he felt, he still mustered up the courage to swallow another spoonful, grunting in the process. This is one of the best meals I've ever tasted. I don't think we even deserve to be tasting your gracious meals that are now infused with spirit energy. This should only be eaten by royals. Alec complimented Agnes with such enthusiasm that even Arthur wondered if they were eating the same meal. Thinking quickly, Arthur stealthily swapped his plate with Alec's plate. While he was still trying his best to maintain a straight face and lie about the taste of the meal. After the swap, Arthur realized that Alec's plate had more meat, and he nodded to himself, thinking this little lady, favoring Alec and giving him the one that tastes the best with plenty of meat, such blatant favoritism. As Arthur finally placed a spoonful into his mouth, his expression changed to one of discomfort. Arthur muttered as he collapsed to the ground, his lips twitching. Unable to resist, Alec kicked Arthur as he went down. Since Arthur here seems to enjoy your food so much that he even steals my plate, I guess I should leave everything for him. I'm not that hungry anyway, Alec declared as he swiftly combined his portion and Arthur's portion into one plate, then ran away before Arthur could catch up to him. You bastard, come back here and eat the meal I don't want. Arthur stretched his hand toward Alec, who had already slammed his door shut. Arthur's hoarse voice sounded even worse than before as he turned to face Agnes, realizing that he was now her main target since Alec had disappeared from the table. Just kill me now, this antidote sucks, Arthur complains. No refunds, brother, bear with it. It seems the cooking skills got stronger. I would have to get a stronger antidote next time. After enduring an hour of intense stomach pains and trips to the toilet, the gang was finally ready to venture back into the abyss. Alec looked at his companions and nodded in affirmation. Together, they sprinted towards the forbidden grounds of the school, where the space passage to the Orc cities awaited them. The 2 Tier 8 mages stationed at the gates couldn't hide their shock at seeing the Gordon's clansmen return so soon again. However, they didn't obstruct their path. Instead, they allowed them entrance after verifying their master's token and their student badges. The 2 Tier 8 gatekeepers had heard numerous stories and rumors about Alec and his gang about what they have done in the abyss, so this time, even the grumpy one remained silent. To Alec, this was a small improvement, as before he had been condescending and doubted their survival ability that he didn't even want them going in. But now, even the grumpy guard showed a hint of respect for Alec and his comrades. Entering the familiar environment of the second abyss again after the space jump filled them all with excitement. Arthur took a deep breath before exclaiming, "We're back, baby. Ha ha," with his hands raised high in the air as he wanted every mage nearby to be aware of their arrival. "Come out of there, kid. There are others trying to pass through the space passage," one of the guards in black armor and armed with a spear reprimanded. "Yeah, you guys always say the same thing. You're no fun." Arthur retorted as he quickly joined the gang, as they were already walking toward the War God Armory to secure specialized weapons for the other 4 members of their squad. Kelvin managed to procure a black Changda weapon. He has been practicing with Alec every morning, whenever Alec was striving to complete his Blood Reaper daily tasks, and has been performing some basic blade techniques Alec do too. Now he could fully emulate Alec's path when it came to weapons, as he had also picked a Changda. He saw Alec as his role model, and that was the main reason he was imitating him. And the others also chose weapons that suited their preferences. The twins, for example, opted for dual blades, while the last member chose an axe. Alec was surprised to see a clan member pick an axe, as there had never been anyone in their clan's history who had mastered the weapon or even used it despite their curiosity to try different type of weapons on golems. Curious, Alec asked why he had chosen the axe, and the member explained that he had been inspired by Alec's Tempest Butcher golem, which also used an axe. Satisfied with the response, Alec no longer questioned their choices, and they continued towards the city gates. Inside the War God Armory, the old short man at the counter laughed with joy upon seeing the small bundle of nature low-power stones in front of him. "Such a great investment. I hope you keep coming back with more goodies for me." The short elder rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. "But master, you charged them way above the cost price given by the academy," one of the helpers whispered as he approached him. The short elder's smile vanished, and in one swift motion, he summoned his sword, still inside its scabbard, into his hand. As he swung it, making a loud thud against the junior attendant's body, knocking him out of the War God Armory. "Look at this F-cur trying to make me give up on my interest from my own investment. What do you know? I gave them a map that's worth more than what I'm taking from them now. What do you know? I'll milk them until they realize the true price of most goods," the old man sneered. "And even when they do, I will still scam them when they start needing custom-made weapons and armor. There is no better blacksmith or forger than me in the whole academy," the old man snorted, his gaze falling on the power stones once again, filling him with joy. "Alec is just so good to me, such a huge bonus." "I wish you more success in your future heists," the old man said as another junior attendant approached him. "Sir, don't you think one heist is enough? If they were to steal from another powerhouse, it could turn the abyss into a war zone again," the attendant suggested. Bam! The junior attendant was abruptly cut off as he, too, was slapped by the sheathed sword, sending him flying out of the War God Armory. Who cares if it becomes a war zone? "I guess you all have been living too carefree in here, comfortable with the second dimension races bringing war to the human realm, but you guys can't give them back the favor of war in their own realm," the short elder sneered. "Weaklings." He cursed at his assistants, dismissing their concerns as he returned to counting his gains from his latest transaction. First junior attendant, who had just managed to get up, heard a silent sound approaching him at an alarming speed, and when he looked up, he saw the body of the second junior attendant hurtling towards him. Realizing he couldn't dodge it, he could only stand as they crashed into each other, tumbling to the ground. Fuck, could you not have fallen on top of me? The first attendant grumbled. Well, tell that to our master who's waiting for you. The second attendant replied, lying exhausted on the ground. That old man is getting crazier by the day. Tell me what made him send you flying too, the first attendant asked. But before the second could reply, he noticed that his senior appeared to be buried into the ground from the neck down, with only his head visible. Before he could react, a sand snake emerged from the ground and stared at the first attendant with a sharp glare. So I'm the one who's getting crazier, right? Well, then I'll show you just what a tiny bit of crazy is. You shall stay like that for another 24 hours, that is your punishment, the sand snake hissed before disintegrating back into the sand. The first attendant remained perplexed at how the old man had been able to eavesdrop on their conversation and attack him from such a far distance. He wondered if their manager was some kind of genius in disguise. So, Alec, where are we heading this time? We definitely don't want to clash with the orcs or plants. Not that we would even dare to try that, as we don't have all those tier 4 mage cards up our sleeves again, Agnes said to Alec, and that is why we shall avoid their territories. The crazy root is furious about its losses and is trying to harm the interim leader of the orcs, and since the main chief's health is still unknown at the moment, he is at an advantage, Alec explained. As for now, we know that there are 5 regions in the outer range, and we are already not accepted in 2 of them, the Divine Tree region and the nearby Orc region. That alone is crazy record for just 2 visits to the Abyss, Agnes added. That leaves us open to the remaining 3 regions. Agnes, who rules those regions? Alec inquired, prompting Agnes to bring out the map and lay it down as they examined the overlords of the remaining 3 regions. In each of the 5 regions, an overlord reigns, typically represented by the dominant race that inhabits that particular territory. However, it doesn't mean that other races cannot be found there. Weaker members of a race often seek refuge under the protection of the strong ones of their race, leading to an abundant population in these regions. As these weaker members reach higher realms, they become a valuable asset to the overlord, who no longer needs to oversee the region's affairs personally. 2 more of the regions are controlled by high orc village chiefs, which means there are countless orc villages in those regions, resulting in more enemies and battles. But here's the interesting part. The last region is ruled by a beast king, and the species of that king is still unknown to this day, Agnes explained. All we know is that the Beast King possesses control over the elements of fog and flames, and his region serves as a gathering place for all kinds of powerful beasts, whether in packs or hordes, Agnes continued. Furthermore, his region is divided by 3 circular lines. The first line represents low-ranking beasts, which we can face as long as we avoid detection from too many of them, Agnes elaborated. The second line consists of mid-tier demonic beasts, and only teams of mid-rank mages should even attempt to contend with them, assuming they survive, as these beasts are said to possess intelligence, and they are more dangerous than your average demonic beasts. Only a few confident teams even dare to enter this part of the Beast King region. The third circle represents the beasts just below the Beast King, Agnes continued. Each of these beasts holds a title and is able to speak human language. They can even morph into their humanoid form to some extent. They are the high-level beast lords. And at the very core of the beast forest, where the overlord rests at the highest peak, that's where the overlord sleeps, Agnes explained, wrapping up her explanation of the Beast King region. So what do you think? Agnes asked, eager to hear Alec's thoughts. Firstly, we can't be certain that the other 2 orc regions are unaware of our previous actions. They would likely be on high alert and cautious against any potential attack. Secondly, our capabilities only allow us to threaten low-tier villages. These 2 regions have more orcs than the region we were just exposed in, and we would have to face multiple sub-captains and orc shamans once again, Alec elaborated. If we encounter a formidable orc squad, it's clear that we might not make it out alive. I don't think we're ready for that level of danger just yet, however. I promise you that we will eventually reach a point where we can storm into their regions without any resistance, Alec assured his team. For now, our main focus should be the Beast King region, as not only is it a prime hunting ground for experience, but it's also a place where we can acquire dead beast carcasses and demonic beast power crystals, which can help us obtain new spirit equipment, Alec proposed, igniting a spark of anticipation in the eyes of every team member. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Let's head to the beast forest, Arthur shouted with excitement, raising his hands in the air. He had learned his lesson from missing out on the opportunity to obtain a spirit equipment last time, due to him not having a primary weapon. In fact, when Alec had advised him to find a weapon that truly suited him, initially, he considered getting a sword. However, upon further reflection, he realized that a sword was not really what he desired. He only relied on it because most of his chosen metal element spells were suited for that type of weapon, and he could keep on using metal swords anyway. He saw no reasons why to make it his man weapon, as truthfully, he had always been someone who preferred to fight with his fists. Therefore, when Terran presented him with the dual golden gauntlet, he instantly recognized it as his ideal primary weapon. Now, as he listened to Alec discussing the acquisition of another spirit equipment, he couldn't contain his excitement. He was certain that he might be among the first to receive one if the opportunity presented itself. Even Brandon, who rarely spoke, seemed remarkably intrigued by the topic. He too had realized just how beneficial spirit equipment could be, from watching Knight newly upgraded powers despite his lower realm. Though he desired it and would love to ask Alec for one, he was not the type to shamelessly request something he hadn't earned, just as Arthur was eagerly approaching Alec. The gang quickly packed after discussing which region to move to. Just as they were about to head in the direction of the Beast King region, they heard shouting and saw someone waving frantically. Looking over, they could see a group of mages being chased by orcs. The slowest mage was eventually caught when a battle axe that was through lodged itself in his back, causing the mage to fall to the ground. Without hesitation, the orcs tied him up while the rest continued to chase the mages, who were still shouting for help in the distance. "Isn't that Pale Zero?" Arthur joked, recognizing the mage at the back holding most of the orcs back with his ice magic. "I can't believe they're already being chased just a few hours after entering the abyss." "Alec, I detect 3 peak Tier 3 orcs in the crowd, and the sub-captain coming from behind seems to be a very strong Tier 4 orc." "No sign of the shaman yet, though," Agnes said, quickly transforming her wand into its staff mode and casting a sensory earth spell to assess their power levels. "No wonder they're in trouble," Alec muttered silently. "Not all nobles are able to awaken in times of danger and face it head-on. Most of them are just cowards who end up affecting others who truly want to fight for survival." Alec watched as the newly formed team that Pale had created struggled and even retreated. Their lack of teamwork and camaraderie was evident, with some nobles attempting to hold back the orcs while they retreated slowly and fight for their lives while others simply ran, prioritizing their own survival. "What do we do, Alec?" Brandon asked, tightening his grip on his sword. "We don't have a choice but to help them. They've already asked for assistance, and it's clear they don't know how to deal with the abyss races," Alec replied. "I'm surprised they've survived this long. If it weren't for Pale holding his ground, they might have been killed already. He deserves respect for that. He's only suffering because he organized the wrong team. Most of these idiots he brought along are nothing more than greenhorns who don't know how to spill blood," Alec muttered, frustration evident in his voice, as he summoned Tempest Butcher, Legion, Hive Queen, and Oni. "Let's show them just how lacking they are," Alec declared, unsheathing his bone katana and gripping it firmly with both hands as he started running towards them. His determination ignited a fire within the rest of the group, inspiring them to follow behind him like a well-organized army. Kate breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Alec's group coming to their aid. Pale hadn't planned properly at all, recklessly charging into the abyss. When Kate suggested hiring another adventure group to guide them, knowing it was their first time in the orc abyss, Pale stubbornly refused. He claimed to have previous experience in the abyss and believed that with his maps and knowledge of directions, they could navigate any danger, though he said all this but he had an ulterior motives. He just wanted to brag that he didn't help from other experienced team when Alec had won. He believed in his team. However, when faced with real danger, most of the Tier 3 mages in Pale's group revealed their cowardly side. It became apparent that many of them had only reached the Tier 3 realm with the help of their clan's vast resources and cultivation materials. Their foundations were still unstable, lacking the mastery of proper battle skills or powerful spells to enhance their attacks. They were simply Tier 3 mages with excess mana and no real skill to show for it. Upon seeing Alec and his clansmen approaching, some of the noble mages from Pale's group quickly made way for them and continued running. This display of cowardice disappointed Pale, causing him to feel like a failed leader. For what people feared most were not lion-like opponents, but rather pig-like teammates who were unable to hold their ground in times of crisis. It seemed that he had more useless team members than useful ones at the moment. Alec didn't mind one bit about their attitude, as he wanted the space to showcase his own abilities. Swinging his sword horizontally, he released a sharp sword chi that effortlessly eliminated the first orc that crossed his path. The rest of his group quickly followed suit, attacking in a coordinated manner. With each orc that attempted to approach them, their attacks were either blocked or halted by a water shield or an earth wall. Agnes skillfully weaved between her spells, defending the group and creating openings for them to unleash their strongest attacks. The coordination and unity displayed by the Gordons group astounded those watching, leaving Pale feeling embarrassed. Alec remained at the forefront, with Brandon and Arthur just a step behind. His golems protected their flanks, while Kelvin, the twins, and the remaining member of their group were tasked with guarding their rear as they protected Agnes in the middle. Their combination of earth spells and expertly wielded weapons painted the ground red as they cut through the ranks of orcs. The Gordon's clan mages finally revealed the bloodlust they had been cultivating, honed through numerous battles in the Blood Moon Wars. Their ruthless efficiency shocked onlookers, and even Pale wondered if they were truly just Tier 2 mages. This was their power that had been built up through the taking of countless lives, particularly goblins during the Blood Moon War. After much meditation, Alec had discovered a way to harness their bloodlust attributes. By combining their individual bloodlust powers into a formation, they were able to empower everyone in the group. Without this formation, mages like Kelvin would struggle alone against a Tier 3 mage and might even meet their demise. However, with the formation they became much stronger, able to overpower even a Tier 4 warrior if pushed into a confrontation from their various attacks. Get them. The orc sub-captain finally revealed himself, realizing that his warriors were being swiftly dealt with. He reluctantly dispatched his most trusted generals, the 3 peaked Tier 3 orcs, to confront the troublesome squad of Tier 2 mages consisting of Alec and his group. With their weapons at the ready, the orcs charged towards the formation the Gordon's clansmen had set. Spread out, second form. Alec commanded the moment he saw them. He moved backward, allowing both Brandon and Arthur to take his place at the front, while the rest of the group dispersed accordingly. As the 3 orcs closed in on Arthur and Brandon, they were immediately met with a surprise. As Arthur and Brandon cast a spell together, low-tier spell Sandstorm. Low-tier spell Dancing of the Metal Blades. Unleashing a sandstorm that obstructed the orcs' vision and a flurry of metal swords. The orcs, relying on their heightened senses, managed to deflect the incoming swords even though their vision was obscured by the sandstorm, as they were confident of breaking free from the sandstorm. However, upon breaking free from the sandstorm, they began to doubt if their escape had been part of a pre-planned strategy. As the Gordon's clan mages surrounded them from all sides, forming a cage of bloodlust that trapped the orcs in the middle, Alec and his crew were now just waiting for the orcs to make any unnecessary movement, while Legion and the other golems stood guard, eliminating any orcs that tried to approach them, and Agnes, who had not participated in the bloodlust cage formation, skillfully targeted those who managed to breach the lines of golems. Alec had utilized his understanding of using the blood-killing intent to devise this formation, and its execution had proven to be successful so far. Kill them all, Alec declared, confident that he had trapped the orcs exactly where he wanted them. Arthur wasted no time and lunged forward, aiming a punch directly at one of the orcs' face. However, the orc was not about to allow Arthur an easy hit. He swiftly dodged in the opposite direction, causing Arthur to retract his punch. Terran's punch had actually been a ruse, designed to manipulate the orc into moving in the desired direction. The orc noticed the smirk on Arthur's face and sensed trouble. As the orc turned his head, he spotted Brandon dashing toward him from the direction he had evaded. Caught off guard by his own movement, changing direction became difficult for the orc. With incredible speed, Brandon swung his saber. Its crimson aura of bloodlust was strengthened by the formation, making it gleam brightly, as he aimed to cleave the orc from waist to chest. In response, the orc altered his axe's direction in an unconventional manner, using it to successfully defend against the saber's strike. This diversion gave the other 2 orcs, who had been momentarily stunned, the chance to regroup and come to their comrade's aid. Cover his back, Arthur, Alec commanded, observing the battle from every angle, constantly evaluating the situation. Arthur adeptly blocked the 2 orcs who attempted to attack Brandon, showcasing impressive speed and footwork. Get out of the way, the first orc exclaimed, slashing his great sword at Arthur. Arthur swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the potent sword chi unleashed by the blade as he closed in on his target. Before Arthur could strike the orc who had initially attacked him, a massive green leg hurtled towards his face. Luckily, Alec intervened, firing a massive earth bullet that slowed the leg before it could make contact. Bang. Though Alec's bullet had momentarily halted the orc's momentum, giving Arthur a chance to defend himself, he still struggled to withstand the attack. As he was sent flying backwards, on the verge of colliding with Kelvin, who was maintaining the formation at another edge, Alec swiftly appeared and caught Arthur by stretching out his right hand to block him. Don't slack off again. Get into an attacking range and don't make yourself an easy target, for God's sake. Don't tell me the only thing you're good for is running your mouth. Alec taunted Arthur as he faced the approaching orc head-on. The orc lunged forward, using his legs first, before leaping into the air, performing an acrobatic maneuver. As the orc brought down his right leg with immense force, the energy pulsating from his legs warned Arthur not to underestimate him. Reacting quickly, Arthur covered his gauntlet with a stone fist for added protection. Bang. Arthur managed to withstand the powerful hammer strike with his left arm, which was covered with a stone fist that extended all the way to his shoulders for maximum defense. Now I've got you where I want you, Arthur declared, his confidence growing. Low-tier spell Metal Spikes. Low-tier skill Smashing Uppercut. Casting his first spell, Arthur's right gauntlet transformed, revealing 4 metallic spikes between the knuckles, and he reinforced the spell with his battle skill. Arthur's chi took on a reddish hue, making it more lethal than his usual practice. In the midst of the battle, Arthur didn't have time to contemplate why the bloodlust formation seemed to increase his spell's attack power. With a swift upward punch, he propelled himself off the ground and struck the orc's jaws, causing blood to gush from the punctured holes. Not wasting a moment, Arthur forcefully dragged the orc down, slamming him onto the floor. After removing his hand from the orc's jaws, he smashed the metallic spikes into his chest, delivering a fatal blow. He quickly moved to assist Brandon, who was now defending against the remaining orcs with both of his weapons. Although Brandon appeared to be in a precarious situation, he was actually leading the orcs towards Knight's side of the formation. As they approached, 2 small daggers were sent flying directly at them, causing the orcs to momentarily pause to deflect the projectiles. Seizing the opportunity, Knight left his spot in the formation, and Alec, who had been following closely, helped cover for him by taking his position in the formation. In the shadows, Knight reappeared behind one of the orcs wielding an axe. With a wave of his hand, he manipulated the trajectory of the still flying daggers, guiding them back into his own grasp. Swiftly lodging the daggers into the orc's neck, Knight pulled him back into the shadows with him. The last remaining orc, witnessing his comrade being dragged away, reached out in a futile attempt to save him, only to feel a sharp pain around his own neck. As the orc's head began to fall, he caught a glimpse of Brandon's face. Unbeknownst to him, Brandon had cleanly severed his head when he had turned away from the fight. He too met an unwilling end. After dispatching the orc, Knight emerged from the shadows with the body of the third orc, which was lacerated with dagger stabs. None of the formation members dared to inquire about the extent of the torment that Knight had inflicted upon the fallen orc. In the shadows, he was invincible, and the only way out for his opponents was to defend until his shadow skill ran out. If not, they could only wait for death. Knight had cultivated and learned this particular spell after acquiring the spirit equipment gifted to him by Alec. The spirit equipment not only greatly improved his affinity, but also aided in his understanding and mastery of shadow-based spells. The more I witness his progress, the more I question the authenticity of my own spirit equipment, Alec muttered to himself as they now faced the orc chief, who watched them with eyes filled with hatred for killing his best warriors. He sat atop his wolf mount, gripping his battle axe tightly. With his right hand, he smeared what appeared to be blood on his face, preparing to charge at Alec's formation. Meanwhile, as Alec and the other mages fought against the 3 peak Tier 3 orcs, Alec's golems, with Agnes' assistance, were proving their worth. Their exceptional performance show pale just what the true power of a coordinated group is. Legion, utilizing his jet booster, swiftly moved towards the approaching orcs, spear pointed forward, effortlessly impaling 3 of them in the process. He then flung their bodies into the midst of another group of orcs that were closing in on him. Legion was leveling up at an astonishing rate and on the brink of becoming a Tier 3 golem. The golems before him posed no threat at all. Another orc almost managed to sneak to him from behind, but Legion remained unperturbed, swerving his spear in the opposite direction and driving it through the throat of the sneaking orc. Without even glancing back, Legion dispatched the orc, fully engaged in the midst of the orcs. However, he fought with such untamed ferocity that one might mistake him for a titan if not for the gracefulness of his spear techniques. Does that golem have eyes in the back of his head or something? I can't believe I'm saying this, but even that golem is more efficient at eliminating orcs than I am, Pale remarked to Kate. They had managed to retreat a considerable distance to catch their breath, planning to rejoin the battle and assist Alec and his group. Many of the mages had already escaped when Alec's group had held off the orcs, but a few who were determined to prove themselves had stayed behind, witnessing what could only be described as a massacre. Now they were even wondering if there was even a need for them to help curb the orcs, as the golems were effortlessly dispatching them. Oni, on the other hand, instilled in the orcs the terrifying notion that they were facing an indestructible ghoul that just won't die. And with each step he took, he was accompanied by the killing of orc lives, although he himself sustained numerous injuries from venturing into the heart of the orcs' formation. Since unlike Legion, who possessed heightened senses that allowed him to evade danger effortlessly, he lacked such foresight. But whenever he neared the point of collapse, he would transform his 6-blade hands into tendrils and ruthlessly plunge them into the bodies of the closest orcs in proximity. Through this grim act, he siphoned their life force and mana to mend his own damaged body, leaving the orcs drained and resembling withered corpses. The combination of Oni's demonic visage and his macabre actions caused him to become the most feared golem in the eyes of the orcs, prompting them to desperately flee from his presence. Such futile attempts, a deep, musky voice bellowed from behind Oni's mask, his hands now brimming with surging dark energy. Placing his palms on the ground, he allowed the dark energy to permeate the bodies of 3 deep orcs, causing their corpses to convulse as some unknown symbol was etched onto their faces by the malevolent dark element. Oni erupted into fervent laughter as he finally wielded his weapon for the first time, the Dark Reaper scythe. This fearsome weapon exuded an aura of pure darkness. Stop him. Don't let whatever he is doing come to fruition. One orc at the forefront, overcome by a foreboding feeling about Oni's intentions, summoned his courage and rallied the others to launch a unified assault. However, before they could advance, they witnessed the maniacal Oni swing his scythe twice with a deranged expression on his face mask that seems to change according to his expression. 2 massive, crescent-shaped dark slashes, reminiscent of the half-moon, were unleashed toward the charging orcs, cleaving the few who had led the attack in half at the waist. As the fallen orcs lay lifeless on the ground, Oni continued to manipulate his hands, controlling the half-moon dark slashes to continue reaping lives. It was only through the combined efforts of the remaining orcs that they were able to halt the relentless onslaught after a few agonizing seconds. The exhausted orcs, now cornered against a tree, panted in exhaustion. They had realized the weakness of Oni's dark slashes. If they attacked it together, they could disrupt his assault. However, their efforts to interrupt him had already been in vain. 3 orcs, their once green skin now transformed into a fiery red, rose to their feet. With long, pointed one-horns protruded from their foreheads, while blue lights emanated from their bodies and converged towards Oni, who opened his mouth wide, ready to consume the souls of the fallen orcs. These 3 newly summoned Oni were the same ones that Oni had created in the Fighting Pavilion Tower, using the trapped orc souls within the formation. However, he needed dead bodies to summon them, as they would only inhabit empty shells. That's why Oni had been careful to execute precise strikes, cutting the orcs only at their waists, so that the Oni-s could join the flesh together, because if there was extensive damage that burned away a significant portion of the flesh, they might find it hard to be summoned. These 3 Oni Shinigami summons had grown much stronger since their last encounter, dashing towards the remaining orcs and engaging them together, one at a time. Despite sustaining injuries beyond comparison, they never backed down. Even when killed multiple, they would still revive, because as long as Oni remained alive, they would never face true death. He would continuously summon their spirits into new bodies after draining their life force, mana, and devouring their souls. His summoning process transformed the empty shell's orc's body to match the chosen Oni's body structure. With the skilled use of his scythe and his ability to heal his Oni summons, it didn't take long for them to emanate the same energy as a Tier 2 life form, as they have been leveling up too for being responsible for the deaths of Tier 3 orcs which had more energy than them. But now as they stepped into the Tier 2 realm, they started sending danger signals to the orcs. No longer needing to gang up to match the strength of a single orc, they stood their ground and fought individually. Without them, they would have been overwhelmed by the entire orc army. Agnes had accepted her responsibility as the one left to oversee the team, as they often entrusted control of the battlefield to her. However, in the Blood Moon battles, that task primarily fell to Alec, as he had always been their commander. But since they started entering the space passage to the Abyss Realm, Alec had ensured his place among the assault team, taking on the role of a damage dealer alongside Brandon. Alec sometimes still gave out orders and still controlled the battlefield, but he was just as an assistant now, and more of a fighter, as he seems to have lost his laid-back attitude of watching, while his Golem farm X points for him. On the other hand, Knight assumed a more daring role as the group's assassin, while Arthur switched between being a tank and a damage dealer. But for the first time, Agnes was truly relishing the ability to control the battlefield, as she had someone by her side to share the burden of stress. Not only did her summoned babies wreak havoc and drain the life force of any orcs they latched onto, but they also exploded, inflicting heavy injuries upon their assailants who they felt might be a great danger for the group. This tactical move allowed the group to have an easier time defeating them. Moreover, no matter how many of her babies were killed, the Hive Queen could swiftly replenish her army by absorbing mana through her other baby spiders. As her web entanglement ensnared numerous orcs, rendering them temporarily immobile, this provided much-needed relief for the Gordon clan mages. Hale watched in disbelief as the group of Gordon's clansmen exhaustedly scavenged from the bodies of the fallen orcs. He had never witnessed such a scene before, and he was certain that they were depleted from the previous bloodlust formation that had just been reversed, but still yet their eagerness to loot the dead bodies like common bandits shocked him. He never would have imagined that Alec, who carried himself with such pride and respect at the academy, could stoop so low as to steal from the deceased without any sense of shame. But the shock didn't end there. Before long, Pale witnessed Kelvin and the rest start carving into the skulls of the orcs, searching for their power stones. The gruesome sight was too much for Pale to bear, and he couldn't help but vomit at the scene. While Pale had been responsible for causing deaths in the past, he had never been present to witness the act of extracting power stones from the skulls of beings from the second dimension races. He had never needed to concern himself with the origins of the power stones he used for cultivation, as his clan had always provided them. It was only after falling out of favor as one of the most revered geniuses in his clan that Pale had been forced to attend the war god Mage Academy. Although the ancient Zero clan still offered assistance, the resources allocated to him for cultivation paled in comparison to what he used to receive before. Talk less of when compared to what the clan provided to their select few from the younger generations. Why are you looking at them like that? Agnes, who had not taken part in the bandit-like actions of the boys, questioned Pale. She noticed his disapproving expression and felt compelled to ask, it's just that. Pale struggled to find the right words. Just hold on. You need to understand something. We are not from ancient clans like yours, with abundant energy mines that provide power stones to every clan member, Agnes explained. We, the middle and lower clans you always look down upon, have had to work for everything we have. That is why we have learned to survive better in the abyss. You should thank your lucky stars that Alec was even interested in saving your asses. Otherwise, you would all be dead by now, Agnes concluded, sending a chill down Pale and Kate's spines as they confronted the harsh reality of their own mortality. Pale had foolishly pursued gaining fame, and never expecting it could lead to such dire consequences. Damn, I'm so exhausted I can barely move my legs, Arthur groaned once they had finished extracting all the power stones. We haven't even been here for a day, and we've already made a profit. But that doesn't mean we can stay here. We need to move fast before another group of orcs arrives to investigate, and if it's not an orc squad, we might stumble upon a monster. We're not ready for another battle, especially with the lingering effects of the bloodlust formation, Agnes remarked, causing everyone to nod in agreement. Alec and Agnes chose a good hiding spot on the map, where they could rest and regain their strengths. The bloodlust formation may have granted them a temporary power boost and heightened lethality, but it came with a drawback. The extent of the weakness phase depended on how much power each individual had drawn from the bloodlust formation. Mages like Kelvin, who had only made themselves slightly stronger, would recover within about 30 minutes. However, the rest of the group had tapped into a significant amount of power, requiring them to take a longer breather. Can we come with you guys? We're the only ones left from our group, and if what you said is true, it means we're not safe on our own. I promise we won't disturb your team in any way. We just want to tag along so we can return safely to the city gates. Kate stepped forward and mustered the courage to ask the Gordons group to guide them. Deep down, she believed that their team needed a guide in the first place, but because of Pale's ego, they entered the Abyss region without one on their first entry of the Academy space passage. She couldn't afford to make that mistake again, and saw this as an opportunity to latch onto the Gordons group. She made her request without considering Pale's bruised ego, although she would have preferred a more mature and experienced group to lead them. But she couldn't deny that they didn't have any other choice, and at the moment, the Gordons group seemed to have more knowledge on how to survive in the Abyss than the remaining 5 of them. And what makes you think we would want to add 5 liabilities to our team? Agnes stepped forward, confronting Kate with a skeptical expression. I wasn't talking to you. I was addressing the leader of your team, Kate responded, turning towards Alec. What do you say? In your team weakened state, we can stand in for you. Firstly, we're in this condition because of your group's foolish decision to attack an orc squad without assessing the situation, Agnes stated firmly. And secondly, if you think we're defenseless, then you're the most naive girl I've ever met. Alec chimed in, the group chuckling at his remark as they wearily leaned against a tree. And lastly, there's one thing you should never forget. Agnes is the voice of our group. We all respect her decisions. If you want to tag along with us, you'll not only have to respect her decisions but also show her respect. Is that clear? Alec firmly asked. Kate felt a surge of anger, but she still nodded, sensing that Agnes already had something against her, as if she wasn't welcomed. On the other hand, Pale was discontented with the way they were being treated. Alec, his exhaustion evident, retorted, I don't think you fully comprehend the gravity of your situation. We were the ones who rescued you, and you have no authority to dictate how we should run our team when you're practically begging to tag along. However, before Alec could finish his sentence, Pale conjured a massive ice spike and hurled it towards Alec, hoping to instill fear. Though aware of Alec's fatigue, Pale underestimated his opponent. In a swift motion, Alec stretched out his right hand and commanded, Come forth, Titan. The moment Alec summoned Titan, a deep icy fog enveloped both of them. Even Pale's ice spike disappeared into the fog, leaving him unsure if he had truly managed to harm Alec. As the fog obstructed his vision, he patiently waited for a few seconds until he saw something emerging from the fog. At first, he had anticipated Alec to step out first, but instead, he came face to face with Titan, who was spreading out a Tier 3 pressure. The entire Gordon's group was taken aback by this new version of Titan. None of them had anticipated that it had reached the Tier 3 Golem realm. Alec had kept it hidden and never felt the need to summon Titan until now when he wanted to confront Pale. It was clear to Alec that his Tier 2 golems wouldn't be capable of putting Pale in his place the way he desired. Only Titan could handle him effortlessly, which was the reason for his summoning. The shocking aspect for the Gordon's group wasn't just the immense Tier 3 pressure emanating from Titan's elemental body. Instead, it was the drastic change in its appearance. Previously, they had always assumed Titan would continue growing, possibly even rivaling a junior Yeti in height. However, now he stood at the same height as Alec, giving the impression that his excess height had compressed to form his new ice elemental body. The only way they could identify him was by the huge mace he carried and the ice shield strapped to his back. There was no mistaking it. No other golem of Alec's utilized a mace. Adding to the surprise was Titan's emotionless expression. While his face still had eyes, icy blue eyes, the mouth and nose were absent. Covering his chest were various runes that acted as an armor as he stared directly at Pale. As Alec slowly stepped forward from behind Titan, he confronted Pale, who was genuinely surprised to discover that Alec still had a hidden card up his sleeve. "Why don't you face someone your own size and still have the energy for fighting, huh?" Alec questioned, tapping lightly on Titan's shoulder. But before Titan could execute Alec's wishes, someone came between Titan and Pale, and it was Kate. With her hands stretched out to both sides, she pleaded. "Please overlook this. Pale can sometimes be immature and do stupid things, but we can always work things out. You guys need us for the next few minutes. You would continue to be in a weakened state, just as we need you to safely escort us back to the Academy City gates. Your records show that you have always been able to bring back all the members of your team, and that is what we want. So let's drop our differences and work together this once." Kate was still speaking when Pale interrupted her. "What, me, immature? How dare you call me that?" Pale retorted, and Arthur added with a sneer, "And there are the immature genes coming out." He spat on the ground in disgust. "I'll make you regret that," Pale threatened, drawing out his ancient knife and preparing to cut his palm to cast a wide-range mid-tier spell. But before he could proceed, Kate, who was closer to him, stepped in and stopped him. She shook her head, despite her belief in the power of the mid-tier spell. She had seen it in action herself and knew its weaknesses. From her observations of the spell and the way the Gordons acted, she realized that they were overly confident. It was unusual for a set of Tier 2 mages to be so relaxed after being inflicted by a backlash. This made her doubt that Pale's spell could defeat them, and instead, it might worsen their relationships, hindering their chances of getting help from the Gordons to getting back to the city gates. Pale could only grit his teeth in anger as Kate held onto him. Lear, who had accompanied him, stood silently in the background, unable to intervene. Though Lear, Alec, and Pale had all been admitted to the academy at the same time, and Lear had received cultivation resources from his clan privately, just like Pale, he hadn't been able to achieve the same level of skill as both mages. Pale had at least attempted to be a leader of a team and still lead the team to the abyss, while Alec was publicly recognized as the leader of the best rookie team in the academy. Lear couldn't help but feel ashamed that he had not amount to much despite thinking he was chosen by the heavens. Meeting new geniuses in the academy had changed his way of thinking long ago. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the captain who had obtained information about the mine from Alec and his group just learned that Alec and his team had entered the abyss again. "So you're telling me that those kids who turned the abyss upside down before are back again?" From the fearlessness of youth, the captain mused. "Get the mage guards ready. They will soon be chased by orcs and the plant life forms, and when that happens, we should be prepared to dash into the orc regions and evacuate the mine veins," the captain ordered. "If we can't have it all, then we'll steal the source. After a few years, it will start to yield profit for the academy. Either way, I will still be rewarded. The scouts have reported that they are moving towards the Beast King region, and the scouts we have near the orc region have said that the root army or orc village warriors have not moved, which means they are unaware of his presence in the abyss again," the soldier explained. Enraged, the captain slammed the cup he was holding to the ground. "No matter what happens, my plan will not be allowed to fail. Send my command. Those few scouts that are the fastest are to give out information about him heading towards the Beast King region. Is that clear?" The captain gave his order, causing the guard to tremble in fear. "But sir, he is a student of the academy. Why would we do something like that to him? It is like selling out a genius of the academy for personal reasons." The guard started to protest, but before he could finish, the captain grabbed him by the neck, lifting him off the ground as he struggled to breathe. "You shall do as I say. I don't care if he is a genius of the academy. One can only be called a genius if they are able to reach their full potential. A dead genius is nothing, and Alec, being a disciple of Terran, means he is bound to die sooner or later. So what's the problem if he dies earlier? Now go enforce my orders, or I shall kill you first," the captain threatened, throwing the guard out of the room, the door slamming shut behind him. Returning his attention to the maps, the captain muttered to himself, I am so close to my plans now. Who cares about some tier 2 mages? I won't hesitate to kill anyone in my path. Chief, we have captured a human mage who claims he wants to meet you in person, a peak tier 3 orc said to the orc chief, who was still nursing his injuries. The orc chief's eyes turned red upon hearing his hunter's words. He drew his axe from beside him and approached him menacingly. With precision, he swung the axe, bringing it just a few meters away from the orc hunter's head. Tell me one reason why I shouldn't kill you right now. You know very well how much I despise humans, the orc chief said, finally stepping into the light, revealing a deep wound on his waist which had been carefully bandaged. His right hand was nowhere to be seen, as it had been completely severed. The orc chief had been the one affected by the super blast that occurred previously that Alec was in the abyss. Although he was a tier 4 orc with remarkable resilience, the spider babies that exploded was a type that carried a unique poisonous mana and it had attacked the orc. Even Alec was unaware of this, and with his village orc shaman unable to provide an antidote, the orc chief had to sacrifice his hand before the poison spread throughout his body. This experience intensified his hatred towards Alec. My chief, we can't kill this human mage. He is much stronger than us. Even if we all attacked him at once, he would easily escape if he wanted to. He is in the same realm as you and only desires an audience, the orc soldier explained fearfully, aware of the axe still looming menacingly above him. What do you think, shaman? The orc chief finally withdrew the axe from above the soldier's head and turned to the shaman, seeking counsel. After the accident that nearly claimed his life, he had become more cautious and developed a closer relationship with the shaman. He had chosen to follow the orders of the orc gods alone, not rushing to make decision like before. It could be a trap, but no matter who enters our domain, even if it's an assassination attempt, we will emerge unharmed. We are still the masters here as long as we are not facing a bunch of mid-tier human mages. The old orc shaman, standing at the edge of the room, spoke shakily, having consulted his oracles. Let him in then, the orc chief said, resuming his seat on the wooden throne. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the root was also receiving an unexpected visit from a human mage who had forcibly made his way to the place where the root had chosen to hibernate. Unlike the orcs, the plant lifeforms were not as welcoming. When the tier 4 mages sent as scouts to drop Alec's position had arrived, they paid no heed to any explanations he made. Instead, they unleashed a salvo of wood elemental attacks towards him, bombarding the mage. However, scouts were skilled infiltrators and could also be seen as mini-assassins. Moreover, no plant lifeforms there could rival the power of the mage who was not in the same realm as them. Undeterred, the mage skillfully maneuvered through the ranks of plant lifeforms, making his way to the heart of the gathering. Don't let him disturb the divine root's slumber. One of the wood woads shouted at the top of his lungs, hurling his club weapon, but the mage deftly stopped it with a wind spell. Stop. Unable to endure the escalating noise caused by the skirmish, the root emerged from the ground. The root assumed his humanoid form and settled onto a wooden throne, skillfully crafted by a nearby wood elemental. You better have a compelling reason for being here, or I won't hesitate to kill you, the root warned. I mean no harm. I have come to deliver important information that I believe you would be interested in, the mage replied cautiously, meeting the root's gaze. And what do you expect in return for this information? The root inquired, its right hand's branches growing and transforming into various blackened wooden blades that pointed at the mage. Let's just say that this is a situation of, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the mage said. Okay, then tell me, what is this information you bring for me? The root inquired. I have come to inform you that the one called Alec Gordons, the mage who almost destroyed your plant army, has entered the abyss again, the mage revealed. That is impossible. If he steps into the orc or divine tree region, I would be able to find out. I have plant sentries at the entrance of this regions, keeping me updated on the type of mana fluctuation that passes through those places, and they are clearly used to Alec's aura. The root responded angrily, scrutinizing the mage as if suspecting a deception. However, the mage only shook his head and said, that's the problem, you see. It's true you have your sentries at the entrances of the 2 regions, since they are closer to human cities. But what about the other 3 regions? Can't he just take a longer journey to get there? And you only have sentries in one of the orc regions, not the deeper orc regions, the mage clarified. If he dares go to those orc regions with a low-rank realm, he would only be inviting death upon himself. That would save me the trouble of finding and killing him myself, the root said with a relaxed expression while hiding his anger. Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but he is on his way to the Beast King region, where all ranks have a place to survive as long as they are strong enough. And since you have encountered him before, I'm sure you know those low-ranked beasts are no match for him, the mage informed, making the root nodded in understanding. You can leave then. Get the fast-moving plants. We are moving to the Beast region to take care of matters. The rest of you are to wait here and guard against any unnecessary movements from the orcs while I'm away. I have to kill that kid. I'm certain there are a lot of secrets hidden inside him. the Root declared as he left with about 100 of his fastest plant soldiers as they headed to the Beast King region. After losing many of his soldier and hunter orcs in the last war, he was not willing to risk a significant portion of his army again. He was only interested in taking the Wolf Rider orcs who could fall back in case a fast retreat was needed, ensuring that what had happened last time would not repeat itself. My lord, this might be a trap to make you attack that human boy. I know you hate him, but don't let your judgment get clouded by your emotions. Take this with you if it lights up. Know that it's my signal and the mine is in trouble. I have a feeling that the humans are up to no good, and they might even be the ones pushing this Alec boy to be the bait. The shaman whispered into the orc chief's ears and pushed a figurine into his hand, which the chief silently hid. Although his wolf den had not been able to produce a new alpha yet, but the wolf he was riding was the fastest and strongest, with the most potential to become the new alpha, however. For now, it was not blessed with an alpha aura and was simply a slightly stronger wolf. The two scouts who had been sent to deliver Alec's location to both the orc chief and the Root, who was the leader of the plant army, had finally returned to the academy city. They stood behind the captain, awaiting his orders. "What is the new update?" the captain asked without even turning around. Sir, the Root was filled with rage when he heard that Alec was heading towards the Beast King region, and he has quickly gathered around 100 other powerful plant life forms and began chasing after him, hoping to get Alec this time, one of the scouts reported. With the Root out of the picture, taking care of what is remaining of the plant's army to claim the mine should not be a problem, the scout on the captain's right added, providing the details of his mission. Very good. Despite their great strength, not all plant life forms are intelligent. This seems to be nature's way of maintaining balance. Otherwise, they might be considered one of the strongest races in the abyss, the captain remarked before turning to the scout on his left for his own reports. Well, the Orc King has also led an army of 50 Wolf Rider orcs to chase after Alec. Although he is seriously injured, he should have no trouble dealing with Alec and his gang. However, the scout hesitated. But what? If the Orc King doesn't attack Alec, I won't have a chance to take over the mine. Alec is the bait in my plan, a distraction until I acquire the Power Stone veins, the captain interjected, highlighting the importance of Alec's role. So nothing must come in between it, the captain firmly declared, cutting off the second scout. The orc chief seems to consult his shaman before making most of his decisions. I felt it was important for you to know. He wouldn't have even agreed to meet me if his shaman hadn't approved. Therefore, this shaman must be a key figure for us to be aware of, the scout explained. I see. In that case, we may have to remove the orc chief from our plans, the captain concluded. But why? The scout asked almost instantly, as that would mean his importance would be reduced, because those who rely on gods for instructions are always unpredictable and should be avoided at all costs. If things get worse, we will find a way to kill the orc chief's shaman and sever his connection with the gods. In the meantime, he will be left without a medium to communicate with, the captain explained, emphasizing the need to eliminate the orc chief's reliance on the gods. Now that all our plans seem to be in order, give the order to move the squad. This time I won't accept any sort of failure. We must obtain the mine vein at all costs, the captain concluded, his voice filled with determination. Scouts bowed their heads in respect and swiftly moved to fulfill his wishes. Alec and his group had finally reached the entrance of the Beast King region. Even before stepping foot into this region, they could feel the feral and primal energy permeating the air. We are here. What is our next move now? Agnes asked Alec, eager to proceed with their mission. What do you mean we are here? I thought we were meant to return to the city gates to recuperate, Pale swiftly interjected, expressing his confusion. Keep your high and mighty attitude in check, noble boy. I promise to accompany your group back to the city gates unharmed, but that doesn't mean I plan to abandon everything. I came here for just to cater to your desires. Once my group is done with our personal mission, you can be assured that we will bring you back to the gates swiftly, Alec responded, his anger seeping through his words. Pale's incessant complaints had become a burden for the Gordons group, bombarding them with countless questions since they joined his group. Alec couldn't help but wonder how Pale had managed to lead his own group. It became apparent that Pale was constantly plagued by a sense of danger without any assurance. Pale had thought that embarking into the abyss and emerging unscathed was as easy as a walk in the park, given that Alec and his group had accomplished it 2 times now. He felt there was no reason why he shouldn't be able to do the same after all. He felt Alec doesn't have 2 heads, and he had always believed that he was not weaker than Alec. He staunchly believed that he was the strongest and persistently blamed his previous loss to Alec as a lack of his physical abilities. He felt if he was a battle mage, he would not have had to lose like that, which had resulted in a humiliating defeat. In his mind, if he were to face off against Alec again, without no restraints, he would surely embarrass him. But now, here in the treacherous abyss, he found himself in dire need of Alec's assistance. After narrowly escaping death multiple times while leading a group of rookie mages, he had come to the realization that leadership was simply not his forte. In the past, whenever he had ventured onto a battlefield, there had always been an elder or clan enforcer overseeing his actions, ensuring that he never faced serious consequences or was in danger of death. Consequently, he had never taken things as seriously as he should have. However, now he was acutely aware that his life could be snuffed out in an instant. This newfound realization had compelled him to accept Alec's group as the leading party, while he continued to pester and annoy them along the way. "Shhhhhh, do you hear that?" Alec hushed pale, his attention drawn to peculiar sounds as they entered the beast-infested forest. "I have a feeling that there's a strange energy in the air. I'll investigate to determine the source of this phenomenon," Agnes, who had moved up front, stated, summoning her wand and transforming it into its staff form. She slammed the staff down, attempting to read the mana signals in the area, as a deep brown light swept through the forest, emanating from Agnes in a circular pattern. Just as the circle neared the bushes, a beast leapt forward, emitting a peculiar sound as it advanced towards the defenseless Agnes. The creature swung its claws in an attempt to disrupt whatever Agnes was doing. Its actions alone demonstrated a high level of intelligence, as if it knew that the spell would expose its hidden location in the bushes. The rest of the group was too exhausted to react and stop the beast, including Alec, who had only regained about 50 of his powers. Kelvin, the twins, and the other mages were still far behind. The only ones in close proximity to Agnes were Alec and Pale. Alec knew he wouldn't reach her in time. He even visualized summoning Titan, but he understood that by the time the summoning was complete, the beast would have already reached Agnes, rendering his efforts in vain. Helplessly, the entire group could only watch as the beast's fangs approached Agnes, poised to tear off her head. Low-tier spell Water Barrier. Agnes swiftly rotated her staff, triggering a defensive spell to swiftly extricate herself from her predicament. However, before the demonic beast could get any closer, a sharp ice spike shot towards its head, impaling it against a nearby tree not too far. Everyone followed the trajectory of the ice spike until their gazes landed on Pale. His right hand was still outstretched towards the beast's location. Agnes chimed in with gratitude, but Alex swiftly interrupted her. "Don't let your guard down yet. Next time, that beast was definitely not alone. I can sense more of its kind closing in on us," Alec warned, scanning their surroundings. Undeterred by his exhaustion, Brandon unsheathed both his sword and saber, while Arthur summoned his bronze golem. As the bronze golem materialized, it split into various parts before seamlessly reassembling itself around Arthur, encasing Arthur's body like a sci-fi robot suit. He was now fitted in his golem armor of light bronze, with room even made for his golden gauntlets. Knight slowly vanished into the shadows. The rest of the crew readied themselves for battle, each wielding their unique weapons. Pale assumed a battle-ready stance, his both hands holding floating ice spikes, poised to be unleashed towards their next target. As they prepared for the imminent threat, they were suddenly startled by an eerie laughter. Caught off guard, thinking that they would have unexpected company in the Beast King region forest entrance was not anticipated at all. Despite looking at different positions and searching, they could not detect another human presence nearby. But the laughter only grew, echoing through the air and now multiplying. Gradually, about 60 demonic beasts emerged from their hiding places. The way they walked, laughed, and carried themselves left no doubt it was a pack of hyenas. Alec quickly employed his analysis skills on the hyenas, realizing they fell within the Tier 2 to Tier 3 range of demonic beasts, and he decided they should stay and fight since it was still in the range of what they could handle, as running now would only leave them more vulnerable in their weakened state, and it would not be right to give their backs to hyenas ever. Amidst his analysis, Alec's attention was drawn to a hyena at the far end, staring back at them with a sinister smirk on its face. Quasi-Tier 4 Demonic Beast. Name: Demonic Spotted Hyena. Sex: female. Note: failed to break through to the Tier 4 realm, but still has an opportunity to enter the mid-rank realm, if lucky enough to obtain an attributed power stone to complete its evolution. Alec couldn't help but be surprised when he realized that the leader of this massive hyena pack was a female beast. It was evident because she was significantly larger than the rest of the hyenas, and the way they circled around her left no doubt about who held the leadership position. "That's the matriarch of the hyena pack. If we want to stand a chance at escaping this situation, we have to take her out," Agnes suggested to Alec. "How can you tell it's a female? That thing looks more like a male to me." Pale argued due to the size of the hyena. "That's because it's a hyena pack, and in hyena society, the females hold the power. They're much stronger than the males. It's safe to say that the males are essentially just slaves for mating purposes. Any respected male hyena must prove themselves repeatedly to gain acceptance from the pack," Agnes explained confidently. But the females are easily accepted due to their higher status, which is why I know that the current leader is a female hyena, she concluded, leaving Pale speechless and unable to come up with a response. Just as he opened his mouth to say something else, Alec interrupted him. Must you always have the last words? This is not the time for petty arguments. We are about to be surrounded by over 60 hyenas, so drop your differences and let's work together, Alec interjected sternly. For the record, Agnes is correct about the hyena leader being female, Alec added, giving Agnes a smug smile due to supporting her even after he gave a lecture. Pale snorted in response as Alec Ray summoned Titan and all the golems, readying themselves for battle. He now had 5 golems out: Legion, Oni, Hive Queen, Tempest Butcher, and Titan. He had placed them back in the space pouch while they traveled in hope to find a safe hiding place in the Beast King region for some minutes. Moving around with the golems would only draw attention and hinder their chances of staying hidden. Summoning that many golems at once and freely had always been his specialty, and would make mages who saw them aware of where he was or intelligent life form in the abyss he had faced before, and he would prefer to keep a low profile in everything he did on his 3rd abyss visit, since he was still cautious because there were people from the opposing faction who might try to kill him and his clansmen. Especially since they were under Terran's tutelage, and he had attracted the attention of the deranged Root who was keen on killing him for revenge. Knowing all this, he definitely couldn't afford to give himself away to those desperate to capture him. That's why he had to be careful about where he summoned his golems. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the leader's hyenas giggling as he noticed them spreading out around them, attempting to corner the group into a vulnerable position. No way am I going to let that happen, Arthur. Brandon, how much juice do you have left in the tank? Alec asked. My body is still sore, but I should have no problem moving, just my reaction speed might be slightly affected, Brandon replied. Our mana levels are still low. I only have about 40% of my overall mana left, Arthur added. We'll have to do this the old-fashioned way then, save your mana. Not that I have to tell you this, but you are all great fighters. Just augment your attacks with mana, Alec commanded. You don't have to say it twice, Arthur said confidently, bouncing and displaying his shining bronze golem armor that fit his body perfectly. Brandon silently nodded in agreement. Agnes, I apologize for burdening you with the most work again, but our victory depends on your help and that of the Hive Queen. I'm counting on both of you. The rest of you follow Agnes's command, while Arthur, Brandon, Titan, and I try to eliminate the pack leader. Alec concluded his final speech, hoping that his team would make it out of this situation in one piece. However, the sight of the spotted hyenas surrounding them indicated that things were about to take a turn for the worse. As Alec was busy strategizing, he realized that he wasn't the only one skilled at planning. The giggling spotted hyena matriarch was clearly orchestrating the pack's movements, displaying her patience as she aimed to hunt down the entire group. While Alec was caught up in his plans, the hyenas had been steadily closing in on them, strategically blocking off their exits and slowly surrounding the group from every angle. Now Alec commanded, his voice filled with determination, as he moved forward, determined to plow through the ranks of hyenas and reach the Quasi Tier 4 hyena matriarch. But as soon as he made his move, Alec noticed the matriarch also shifting, giggling and emitting strange noises. Suddenly, 10 enormous hyenas positioned themselves in front of him, blocking his path and preventing him from getting any closer to the hyena matriarch. With deliberate precision, Alec unsheathed his bone katana, unleashing a wave of sword chi towards the 10 hyenas in his way. Yet before the chi attack even reached its intended targets, the hyenas scattered away, laughing and giggling at Alec's failed attempt to strike them. Their sly eyes and mischievous behavior only fueled Alec's anger. He had anticipated the matriarch to confront him head-on, as leaders beasts often do, seeking to eliminate any perceived threats. But the matriarch had fled the moment Alec had made his move. What type of shameless hyena is this? Alec questioned himself, a mix of frustration and confusion in his voice. Just as he was starting to relax, one of the hyena darted towards him, prompting Alec to swiftly turn his bone katana and strike with a backhand motion due to the way he held the katana. However, the hyena quickly changed direction, evading Alec's attack effortlessly, as it had no intention of moving closer to Alec in the first place. Simultaneously, another hyena approached from behind, attempting to sink its teeth into Alec's rear. But these hyenas had severely underestimated Alec, as not just anyone could breach the 10-meter radius around him so easily. A surge of adrenaline flooded Alec's mind, as he instinctively channeled his sword chi towards the hyena that had feigned an attack, as he refused to withdraw or defend himself against the other hyena that was close to biting his bottom. Instead, he extended his left hand towards the hyena attempting to bite him, casting both of his innate spell. Low-tier spell innate combination Flaming Bullet. Alec directed his mana to form an earth bullet enshrouded in a blazing aura, transforming it into a molten projectile. Release. Alec pronounced, his voice calm, and a thunderous bang reverberated through the air as the combined power of his innate spells propelled the bullet at an even greater speed than before. The bullet pierced through the hyena's head with lethal precision, instantly claiming the group's first kill. After killing one of the hyenas that had assaulted him and using his sword chi to force the other hyena to flee, Alec decided to retreat and regroup with his group. He couldn't understand why they hadn't joined him, but he suspected that they might be held up. The hyena's cunning attitude and sinister mode of attack made him realize that he couldn't handle them alone, much like other unintelligent beasts in the low-rank realms. As Alec turned back, he quickly understood why he wasn't receiving any backup. The matriarch had strategically positioned herself behind the 10 hyenas, using them as a shield while she swooped in to finish off the slightly stronger members of Alec's gang. The matriarch wasn't interested in engaging in a one-on-one fight with Alec or adhering to any notions of fairness. Her sole goal was to kill all the humans, and with Alec preoccupied, she saw a better chance of closing in on the rest of the group. Her first target just happened to be Brandon. The matriarch giggled with wicked delight, underestimating the danger Brandon posed to her. After all, only Alec was able to make her feel the thrill of a challenge, and that is why she wishes to wear him down. Brandon unleashed a couple of earth slashes, but the matriarch gracefully tilted her body to the side, dodging the attacks effortlessly. Undeterred, she lunged for Brandon's hands. However, Arthur, in an attempt to intervene, tried to sneak a punch at her. It was then that the matriarch displayed the stark difference in their realms. In an impressive display of agility, she twisted her body in the air and skillfully used her huge paws to slap away Arthur's punch. The impact was immense, sending Arthur hurtling through the air until he crashed into a tree. The bronze armor on the right side of his body was badly damaged, nearly reaching up to his shoulders. The only thing that remained intact in the right-hand region was the golden gauntlet given to him by his master, Terran. In fact, it was the gauntlet that prevented his entire right hand from breaking, considering the devastating blow he received from a cunning and seasoned beast that was on the verge of entering the mid-rank demonic beast realms. Meanwhile, Brandon retreated to check on Arthur, as the matriarch took advantage of the rebound from the attack to move towards Pale Zero's position. Low-tier spell Frostbite. Pale, witnessing the matriarch's effortless disposal of Arthur, and he casted aside his arrogance and summoned the Frostbite spell, spreading ice towards the few meters around him, hoping to gain an advantage as the area around him would provide easier access to ice energy after the Frostbite spell. As the ice energy spread from beneath his feet, transforming the few meters around him into a frozen patch, the matriarch stepped onto the ice. Pale anticipated the ice invading her body through her limbs, but the matriarch hyena merely giggled playfully as the tips of her claws emitted a force that prevented the ice from penetrating her. "Shit," Pale exclaimed as he attempted to retreat. He knew his physical abilities were lacking, and he was terrible in close combat. He was no match for the matriarch, and there was no way he would willingly get near the fearsome beast. He only needed a safe distance to cast his spells, but as he tried to move, 3 hyenas blocked his path. Looking up, he realized that everyone was occupied with their own opponents, fueling Pale's anger as he contemplated fleeing. In a fit of anger, Pale summoned his ancient dagger, prepared to harm himself for the sake of casting a mid-rank ice spell. However, before he could carry out his plan, the matriarch had closed in and bit into his left leg, causing him to cry out in pain. Low-tier spell innate combination Flaming Bullet. Unexpectedly, Alec's voice, that is once despised by Pale, now became the one thing he now relied on. As a streak of light flew past, striking the matriarch's jaws and injuring her mouth. While Alec may have aimed for the head, the matriarch had already released Pale's left leg, causing the bullet to hit her jaws instead. Blood flowed from the matriarch's mouth, transforming her laughing face into a frown. However, she remained unwavering in her determination to eliminate Pale as she lunged towards him, intent on severing his legs once and for all. "Just focus on me," Alec shouted, attempting to come to Pale's rescue. But he found himself surrounded by another set of hyenas, forcing him into yet another prolonged battle that would not free him anytime soon. While Alec was occupied, Arthur and Brandon found themselves with a momentary freedom. "Get ready." Arthur called out as he grasped 2 of the Hive Queen babies. With all his strength, he hurled them towards the matriarch hyena in a bid to stop her. "Defend your whole body." Brandon, charging towards them, shouted at Pale. Pale swiftly reacted, encasing himself in a complete ice coffin, modifying the spell in the process. The matriarch paid little attention to the spiders, only swiping her paws towards their location, and a claw-light soared towards the spiders, resulting in a small explosion upon contact, flinging the ice coffin away and covering the area around the matriarch hyena. Brandon, in an attempt to amplify the damage, unleashed a crimson slash towards the explosion. Low-tier skill. Blade style first form Blade Hurricane. Brandon contorted his body, while wielding the saber of slaughter to release a series of crimson slashes. As the slashes gained momentum, they transformed into a blood-red sword chi tornado that surged towards the site of the explosion. After landing back on the ground, Brandon reflected on the blade style his father had created for him. It required mana, albeit in small quantities, as it was converted to kai, offering heightened destructive capabilities. This was the reason why he rarely employed it, as he didn't wish to harm any of his clansmen, as he was not still used to controlling kai as effectively like he controlled mana. Unbeknownst to Brandon, he was employing a kai technique unprecedented in the Northern Kingdom. However, in this moment, it proved to be his best strategy to conserve mana, endure longer in battle, and minimize potential damage. With a multitude of hyenas present, his attacks would strike them before reaching his fellow clan members. "Fucking get your attacks under control," Alec yelled in frustration. As one of the Crimson Blade Chi approached his location, it sliced through one of the hyenas restraining him, before continue heading towards him. Alec quickly raised his blood Changdao from its sheath, as the bone katana was still busy blocking another hyena's teeth, so he used the blood Changdao to deflecting the Crimson Blade Chi towards another hyena, killing it in the process, before the Crimson Blade Chi dissipated. "Don't even think about resting. The matriarch hyena isn't dead yet," Agnes shouted at Arthur, who was about to slack off after Brandon's combo move. Agnes was certain that the matriarch hyena was still alive, otherwise the organized pack would have already fallen apart and lost their coordination, resembling a legion of soldiers without a general's command. Alec managed to finally dispatch the 3 hyenas that had kept him busy. This gave his attacks a lethal edge, and his strength allowed him to gain the upper hand in combat against the demonic beast. On the other hand, the rest of the group had to rely on their mana to boost their attacks, as they had not yet comprehended any intent yet. And despite their tired bodies, they continued to move and evade, fully aware that even a slight mistake could make them easy prey for the hyenas. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Alec and Brandon stood their ground, their eyes fixed on the location of the explosion, waiting to see if the matriarch hyena would emerge heavily injured or only lightly injured from the attack. But before the hyena appeared, they were startled by loud laughter, followed by 2 sets of claws swiping towards them. Without wasting a moment, they both instinctively slashed their weapons reinforced with chi to counter the claw swipes. However, the force behind these attacks was so powerful that it sent them both flying into the air. Alec quickly summoned his red salamander tattoos in the air, enveloping himself in the protective spirit equipment armor that deflected the residual attacks of the claws, creating a series of clanging sounds till he landed on the ground. Beside him, instead of a soft landing, Alec heard a thud and saw Brandon heavily injured, covered in cuts that resembled the work of different beasts' claws. While Alec had the protection of his salamander armor, Brandon only wore a Tier 2 armor they had managed to acquire from the War God's armory counter. It was gotten ever since their initial visit to the Abyss, where Igor had generously covered the expenses for their armor and necessary equipment, but the armor had proved not sufficient to withstand the matriarch hyena's attacks. Although Brandon had suffered cuts in various places, none of them proved fatal. As his strategic defense with his saber had effectively thwarted the claw's light attempts to strike any critical areas, resulting in a multitude of wounds across his body. "Ouch, shit," Brandon groaned in pain. Low-tier spell Earth Bullet. Alex sprang into action, unleashing a spell as 10 bullets materialized, swirling around his outstretched fingers before he unleashed them into the dissipating smoke, hoping to force the hyena out. His plan worked as the matriarch emerged from the smoke and charged towards Alec. Simultaneously, 6 hyenas, who had evidently been patiently watching the battle unfold, pounced from 3 different angles. It was clear that the other hyenas were following the matriarch's commands. However, this was not Alec's main concern. Rather, he was troubled by the fact that the matriarch hyena showed no signs of injury. He couldn't fathom how it had managed to evade the explosion unscathed. Even the Tier 4 orc chief had been heavily wounded when he had been caught in the blast of 5 spider golem babies instead, and bore the brunt of the damage. Alec now realized that the explosion of the 5 babies had a wider radius than the 2 babies. It was as if the damage increased with each baby's included in the explosion. Lost in these thoughts, Alec had a brief moment of distraction, allowing the matriarch to close in on him, jaws agape, ready to clamp down on his legs. Reacting swiftly, Alec shifted his body, leaving an opportunity for 2 other hyenas to sink their teeth into his left hand. He let out a cry of pain but retaliated immediately, as one hyena met its end as Alec plunged his bone katana into its skull, while an ice shard sent by Pale found its mark in another hyena's skull. Shaking off the lifeless hyena bodies, Alec counted himself fortunate. Whamp! Alec couldn't help but be taken aback as he witnessed the matriarch's body being flung back towards the location of the earlier explosion. It had been brutally attacked by Titan, who had finally been freed to join up with Alec and the rest. Oni and Tempest had two at place, creating a blockage, and began slaughtering the hyenas that tried to link up with their matriarch. The matriarch rose to her feet, blood streaming down one side of her head where it had been crushed. Letting out a cry, she caused the few surrounding hyenas to fall back, forming a protective semicircle around her, while the rest still troubled Agnes' group, not allowing them join the main fight. As Alec observed the matriarch hyena standing among the dead bodies of her pack, he realized how she had managed to survive the explosion and avoid Brandon's exceptional blade style. She had been using her pack members as shields, sacrificing the males to protect herself. Alec couldn't help but imagine how those hyenas must have died, thinking they were proving themselves to their leader. However, the confident and scheming matriarch had not anticipated someone stronger than Alec, as Titan had been concealing his true power and feigning slowness. The critical injury to her head caught her off guard, leaving her weak and vulnerable. Pale and two others from his group were about to move forward and finish her off, seeing her she was swaying weakly. "Hold on," Alec said, trying to reason with them. "We don't have any reason to act rashly. Their numbers are already dwindling, and killing the matriarch will be easy." But his words fell on deaf ears. Pale was desperate to prove himself, and he was ready to take the kill. Since joining Alec's group, he had felt insignificant, and the other two noble mages had been encouraging him to make a move. They believed that stealing the glory for themselves would elevate their status, as they would also have a feat to brag about. These were the types of words they said to Pale, aiming to incite a petty rivalry between nobles and commoner mage clans debate. It was this rivalry that compelled him to join them, as he wanted to be the center of attention in the group too, just like how Alec and Agnes was being treated. He felt if he couldn't even impress the Gordons while they were weak, he wondered how he would do so when they were at full power. It was at this moment that he realized just how much stronger the Gordons' clansmen were. Even Kate tried to bring him back, but he had made up his mind to be the one to kill the seemingly weak matriarch hyena. The pack of hyenas gave way to them as they tried to approach the matriarch, which they saw as a display of their cowardly nature finally coming out due to their injured leader. "Pale, something feels wrong about this. Fall back," Kate shouted as she fought off another hyena. While the path cleared for Pale and the two mages to reach their matriarch, the same privilege was not extended to the rest of the group. The hyenas made sure to cut off the group from linking up with Pale's three-man team. Their strategy seemed to be isolating them in order to eliminate them quickly and reduce the level of danger they would face. When Pale finally reached a good attacking range, he heard the giggling sounds of the hyenas around them, which enraged him. He brought out his ancient dagger and cut his palm to summon a mid-rank spell. Mid-tier spell Frost Lance. The ice spears, engraved with ancient runes, appeared and moved towards the hyenas at high speed, making it difficult for them to escape and killing many in the process. However, the matriarch managed to use another pack member's body to avoid injury and swiftly closed the distance between her and Pale. Just when Pale was anticipating her attack, she twisted her body in an astonishing manner, eluding the hidden ice trap he had set in front of him, hoping she would step on it. The trap trigger as an ice spear erupted from the ground, but to Pale's dismay, it had missed its intended target. As he finally realized that the attack against him had been a feint all along, the matriarch's laughter echoed through the air as 5 hyenas closed in on one of Pale's supporters that had been isolated. They viciously bit and tore at his limbs, leaving only his head attached to his body. The gruesome scene filled Pale with rage, causing him to unleash a barrage of ice spikes towards the hyenas. However, they stood their ground, barking in unison and releasing a combination attack of sound waves to dispel his ice assault. They prevented any of the ice from reaching their leader, the matriarch hyena, who slowly approached the Tier 3 mage on the brink of death from excessive blood loss. With her claws, she plunged into his chest, ripping out his heart and swallowing it. In that moment, Alec had a foreboding feeling and used his analysis skill on the matriarch once again as he was trying to force back the huge number of hyenas that just seems to be coming for them. Quasi-Tier 4 demonic beast evolving. Name: demonic spotted hyena. Sex: female. Note: has consumed the heart of a wind element mage, breaking through the barrier hindering its evolution. Its evolution will now be directed towards the wind path due to the heart it has consumed. After evolution, it will have access to all wind elemental spells the owner of the heart learned and may even be more proficient as it enters the mid-rank realm. Stop that creature. It's trying to evolve. Alec shouted, no longer concerned about Pale's mistake. All he knew was that they had to halt the matriarch hyena's evolution. Everything she had done up until now, all the sacrifices of her pack's soldiers, were merely to evolve by consuming a mage's heart. She was using it as a substitute for obtaining an attribute power stone instead, as a mage's heart was also seen as a power stone from the second dimension race's point of view, just as how the humans use their power stones for cultivating. unique intelligent demonic beast could grow by consuming hearts of powerful mages, if they didn't have an attributed power stones. After all, the heart absorbed the purest mana produced by mages, and all mana circulation techniques were connected to the heart. But this level of intelligence the matriarch hyena had shown was terrifying, and Alec was unwilling to witness its true prowess once it fully stepped into the Tier 4 realm. This time, Alec made sure that Titan led the attack since he was the only one who had been able to see through the matriarch hyena's scheme and even heavily injure her. He did this because he remembered a quote that stated, "With pure power, all schemes are useless." However, it was proving difficult to reach the matriarch hyena, as the other hyenas had fallen back to protect her. This also allowed Agnes and the rest of the group to regroup with Alec, Brandon, and Arthur, who were still trying their best to free Pale from the hyena's encirclement. But despite their efforts, things were not going as they expected. The matriarch hyena's limb muscles were twitching in apparent pain, yet she still looked at Pale and the other mage with greedy eyes, holding back her evolution. Pale gritted his teeth as he cut his other second palm this time, and used the Ice Lance spell again, but this time it was to create a path through the hyena barricade that was blocking their retreat. He was feeling the aura emitted by the matriarch hyena, and he knew it had surpassed the average level of danger, and she was becoming more dangerous than ever. With precision, Pale directed the newly cast Ice Lance spell towards a specific location, cutting through the ranks of the hyenas blocking them, as if they were butter, and this was because he discarded using the Ice Lance spell as an AoE skill. However, just as Pale finished opening up a part to regroup with Alec and the rest of the group, the matriarch hyena moved, determined not to let any of her prey escape. She lunged for Pale first, but since his both hands were still fresh with blood from cutting them earlier and had not healed yet, he wasn't able to cast another mid-tier spell for protection in time. So he decided to cast an Ice Shield spell with a rebound effect, but this time he redirected the rebound effect towards his side, and as the matriarch hyena closed in, he asked the other mage to embrace him from behind. As the matriarch hyena's claws slammed against the ice shield defense he had created, shattering it almost instantly, with the rebounding effect launching him flying away. However, the matriarch hyena was able to grab hold of the other mage with her jaws before he was launched into the air by the rebounding effect. Since the mage hadn't held onto Pale tightly enough, the matriarch hyena dragged him by his legs before Pale escaped. As Pale landed, he was immediately surrounded by Alec and the rest of the group on the other side that have been waiting for him. Although their faces showed anger, they were ignoring Pale for the moment and directing all of their rage towards the matriarch hyena, who had just killed the second mage and also devoured its heart. The moment the hyena swallowed the second heart, it let out a piercing scream as its body started to break down and reconstruct itself almost instantly. The process seemed torturous, but it was actually going through the breakthrough stage to the mid-rank realm. Even in pain, the matriarch hyena's eyes still showed its greed. It was clear that the matriarch hyena had wanted Pale's heart to be part of its evolution process, as it had been eyeing Pale's ice magic from the start. However, it couldn't continue delaying its evolution, even if it didn't get to consume Pale's heart. Cause if it continued with restricting his evolution, it would face another failed evolution and might never be able to enter the mid-rank realms, as it would have exhausted all its potential due to greed. So, it had to settle for the heart of the second mage since it was running out of time and had to evolve quickly. But the matriarch hyena consuming the second heart was something unexpected even to Alec. As she was attempting to consume the power of two hearts and evolve with a dual ability, this was something that most beasts would be too scared to try, but the matriarch hyena seems quite confident. Alec quickly used his analysis skill on her once again. Quasi-Tier 4 Demonic Beast Evolving. Name: Demonic Spotted Hyena. Sex: female. Note: has consumed the hearts of a wind element mage and a psychic mage, breaking through the barrier hindering its evolution. Its evolution will now be directed towards the wind and psychic path due to the hearts it has consumed. After evolution, it will have access to all wind elemental and psychic spells that the owners of the hearts consumed learned and may even be more proficient as it enters the mid-rank realm. Seeing such a description before the matriarch hyena's evolution only increased Alec's desperation to stop her. However, they were still unable to penetrate the remaining hyenas that were guarding her in the meantime. The matriarch might have attacked them with only 60 hyenas, but she had a few more hidden in the bushes as backup. Currently, around 40 additional hyenas had emerged to defend their leader's breakthrough. Although they believed it would be relatively easy to halt her progress due to her unstable energy from consuming two hearts with different attributes and elements, but they still could not quickly overpower the hyenas protecting her quickly. Even Titan, who had been decimating the frontline hyenas, was now facing a group of 5 powerful female peak Tier 3 hyenas that the matriarch had sent his way. These females were larger, faster, and more cunning than their counterparts, and their intention was just to keep him occupied. Despite their delaying tactics, Titan managed to kill 3 of them. However, other female peak tier 3 hyenas immediately took their place. They made sure to distribute enough hyenas to keep everyone occupied, while the strongest female peak tier 3 hyenas stayed close to the matriarch, as she seems to be at her weakest. After a few seconds, the wind around her turned violent, turning green with a hint of purple energy swirling around. These 2 colors eventually enveloped the matriarch hyena, making her appear encased in a green and purple egg. As the green color dominated the purple color, as the egg continuously expanded, while wind element particles and psychic energy particles were drawn into the air around it. The egg absorbed these particles rapidly, pulsating like a heartbeat. The nearby hyenas guarding the matriarch revered the egg while it absorbed the energy. Suddenly, a flaming bullet flew towards the egg, striking it with great force and leaving behind a massive crack that revealed one of the matriarch hyena's eyes. Bang. The hyenas redirected their attention toward Alec, holding him accountable for the attack against the matriarch hyena. However, they were unable to prevent the release of Alec's second flaming bullet that was already flying towards the egg, and despite their dislike for him, they simply couldn't reach him at that moment. Alec had cleverly turned the matriarch hyena's own tactic against her pack. As the entire group surrounded and defended him against the horde of hyenas as he shot at the mana egg, while the hyenas were determined to tear him apart and halt his interference in their leader's evolution. However, even as Alec's second bullet struck where the matriarch hyena's eyes had been, it was unable to pierce through a protective membrane shielding her. From a distance, the matriarch hyena's eyes stared at Alec, filled with immense disdain. Slowly she closed her eyes, and the surrounding wind and psychic elements in the air rushed toward the damaged part of the egg. As it was rapidly mended, frustrating Alec as the tiny opening he had struggled to create closed right before his eyes, and when he tried shooting it again the bullet bounced off as the egg seems to have gotten sturdier. Let's retreat. If she breaks through, we'll be the first ones she comes after. Alec promptly suggested, prompting the group to pull back. However, before they could even move, 2 different waves of attack were unleashed upon them. The orc chief launched a chi attack, exuding a powerful force that threatened to tear everything apart. Simultaneously, the root sent both hands into the ground, burrowing beneath the soil. As they grew larger and approached the group's location, they burst out in the form of massive wooden spikes, aiming to pierce anyone in their path. Fortunately, the combined efforts of Agnes, supported by the Gordon twins and Lear, who possessed earth elemental abilities, culminated in the creation of a colossal earth wall that covered the group. This formidable barrier successfully halted the orc chief's furious chi assault before collapsing under the strain. As for the roots, the spider babies self-destructed themselves, causing an explosion that kept the roots' spike at bay and protected the group. The Hive Queen's rage heightened as she thrust one of her bladed legs forward, piercing the core of a plant warrior standing beside the root. With a swift movement, she retracted her leg, with the web attached to it. Although one of his warriors had just been killed, the root had no time to be concerned about a mere golem beside Alec. His sole objective was to uncover Alec's secrets, believing that capturing him would provide access to those secrets and render his plant army unnecessary. He had plans to create his own army of golems that would be completely loyal to him. However, there was an obstacle in his path once again. That obstacle was none other than the orc chief. The 2 tier 4 creatures, one from the orc race and the other from the plant lifeform race, locked eyes with each other. That mage belongs to me now. I will kill him and use his blood to wash away the shame and humiliation he has brought upon my clan, declared the orc chief, hoping to reach some kind of agreement with the root. Although the root had previously displayed its ruthless side by seizing a portion of the mine, but he was not overly concerned due to the fact that it knew the root would ultimately have to return to the Divine Tree region, or else it would lose its status. While the orc chief could let go of everything the root had done in recent days, it was adamant about being responsible for Alec's death. It seems your senses are clouded. Last I recall, we had an agreement that he would be mine. You can kill whomever you want, but that mage belongs to me, the root retorted, pointing towards Alec who stood there helplessly with his group, not sure how to retreat again. Behind Alec were the hyenas, paralyzed by fear, unable to make a move due to the presence of the 2 tier 4 overlords. In front of Alec, blocking both his left and right escape routes, were the orc chief and his wolf-riding orc squad, as well as the root and his small squad of tree vine demons. Since you're all still arguing, can I leave first? Alec asked, his voice slow and exasperated. Shut up, let us speak. Both the orc chief and the root snapped almost simultaneously, making Alec raise both hands in surrender, understanding that his question had been met with resistance. I'll just wait here until you settle your dispute, Alec said, before turning towards Arthur and Agnes. What are you guys waiting for? They obviously want me. Start harvesting power crystals from the hyena bodies. Don't tell me you want to leave behind free loot again this time. Last time we had to flee, but this time let's get them before we're chased, Alec added, his hands still raised in the air as if ready to surrender. Pale plus Kate plus Lear equal. Hale, Kate, and Lear exchanged amused glances, wondering if they were truly the ones in danger, blocked by two Tier 4 powerhouses and another demonic beast about to enter the same realm. But when Alec noticed they were just staring at him instead of carving out the power crystals from the hyenas' chests, he became furious and shouted at them. What is this group doing? Get moving and start carving, or you can forget about getting any of the loot we gather, Alec warned with a stern gaze. With a determined look, they all quickly joined the Gordon's clan mages, who were already far ahead in the task. They couldn't help but wonder how the Gordon's mages managed to remain so calm and collected. The comical sight of Arthur dragging his sack around for them to drop the carved power crystals into didn't even bring a smile to their faces this time. The hyenas glared at them with anger-filled eyes, but Arthur simply waved his butt at them dismissively and continued on to collect the next set of power crystals. The three remaining mages from Pale's group were solely focused on carving out the power crystal, as they couldn't even begin to fathom if they would make it out of their predicament alive. Somewhere in the wilderness near the Northern Kingdom lay a valuable mine deposit that was under the control of the ancient Blaze clan, and to ensure its security, they had constructed a defense gate around the mine. Within the mine, the mages and miners carried out their daily work, not suspecting the events that were about to unfold. And as they were engrossed in their tasks, a small space portal materialized near the city gate. Emerging from this portal were 5 individuals adorned in their clan robes, each bearing the insignia of a blade on the right pocket side. However, it was the last person who exited the portal that dressed distinctively, and that the 6th elder of the Friddle clan. Why have you led us here now? Our previous attempt to kidnap the Blaze clan's princess was a disastrous failure. What can we possibly achieve this time that will harm them? The Blaze clansman, with a massive sword strapped to his back, could not contain his anger. They had been dispatched to the Northern Kingdom by their outer branch elders, and the Friddle elder had forced them to masquerade as assassins and utilize their limited earth magic abilities, only to embarrass themselves further when their kidnapping mission ended in failure. In response to the Blade's clansman's outburst, the 6th elder of the Friddle clan spoke with a cutting tone. This time, the 4 of you will assume the role of thieves. Since you have proven incapable of completing a simple task like kidnapping Aurora Blaze, prepare yourselves to stoop even lower as thieves. His words caused the remaining 4 mages to raise their eyebrows in anger and disbelief. Their pride as great warriors was wounded, as they were being asked to adopt the role of mere thieves. What's this absurdity? Are you joking? Another Blade's clansman exclaimed, his raised hands emphasizing his dramatic outburst. You either accept the deal or reject it. All the ancient clans have mines scattered throughout the wilderness, heavily guarded to ensure their security. Our plan is to attack the Blaze clan's mid-rank mines, inflicting damage on the reserves they have been saving for the clan. This blow will be difficult for them to recover from, given the thousands of Blaze clansmen eagerly awaiting their share of the mine's output for cultivation, the Friddle's clan elder explained, trying to persuade the Blaze clansmen, especially for their young geniuses, who depend on these monthly quotas. Imagine the advantage of temporarily reducing the Blaze clan's genius progress, and consider how much stronger your own clan's geniuses could have become in that time frame, the Friddle elder said. As the alarm of the city reverberated, the guards on the city gate had sensed their presence, but were waiting to confirm if they were genuine clan members of the Blaze clan. Because discovering the Blaze clan's mine deposit was a difficult task for any group of mages if they were not from the Blaze clan. However, the moment the Blaze clansman unleashed his aura, the guards realized they were imposters and not mages sent by the ancient Blaze clan. This prompted the sentry guard at the top of the gate to sound the horns, alerting the others. The Blaze clansman, armed with a formidable great sword, turned to face the mage who had sounded the alarm. Why must the Blaze clan always be so noisy? Can't you see we're in the middle of something? With that, he disappeared from the Blaze clan sentry guard's view in a flash, and when the guard next saw him, he was standing next to him, his hand glowing with a growing energy akin to chi sword. The Blade's clansman swiftly swung his chi sword, cutting the guard in half and causing damage to the outpost as well. The attack revealed their location to the rest of the mages who had emerged from the mine due to the alarm. Without hesitation, all of them rushed towards the outpost directly, fueling the Blade's clansman's anger. He clenched his teeth in frustration, bracing himself for the ensuing battle. Look on the bright side, you're already here. All you need to do is kill them and destroy their mine deposit reserve. Hurry, we have more deposits to visit before they send high-rank mages to guard their location, the Friddle elder lectured, urging the Blade's clansman to act swiftly. As the Blade's clansman faintly gripped his great sword and plunged into the midst of the Blaze mages, as he relentlessly slaughtered every mage that crossed his path. At the Gordon's clan's front gate, The elder from the Blaze clan gazed across at the fourth elder of the Gordon's clan in surprise. He had attempted to fight his way into the clan, hoping to draw the attention of the patriarch. However, he had underestimated the strength of the fourth elder. Even with his spirit equipments, the Blaze clan elder couldn't gain the upper hand against the Gordon's clan's mage. The fourth elder's spear skills and the entanglement spells from the wooden golem that fought alongside him made life miserable for the Blaze clan elder. If it weren't for the fact that the fourth elder refrained from striking with the intent to kill, the Blaze clan elder believed he might have been killed countless times over. Finally, he managed to calm his rage and ceased his wild attacks. It seems you have finally calmed down. Are you ready to speak without fighting again? The Grand Elder who mysteriously appeared shocked the Blaze clan elder. However, he had no interest in battling further, as he realized the vast gap between him and the fourth elder. He felt if he had to face another elder, in addition to the fourth elder, he would undoubtedly suffer a resounding defeat. Yes, the Blaze clan elder answered, as the Grand Elder had someone else lead him into the clan. As the Blaze clan elder disappeared from sight, the fourth elder approached the Grand Elder, his robe tattered from the battle. Was that really necessary? The fourth elder asked, genuinely curious. He had fought the Blaze clan elder under the orders of the Grand Elder. Yes, it was crucial. We needed to deflate his arrogance before negotiating. Otherwise, he might have used his power of his clan to manipulate the situation. Your display of strength has put him in a more humble state, the Grand Elder replied, causing the fourth elder to regard him with a perplexed expression. Between you and that Friddal's clan elder, I wonder who is craftier. You're both foxes, the fourth elder remarked, acknowledging the strategic prowess of both individuals. Never put me in the same column as that man. I am unique, the only one of my kind, the Grand Elder replied, dismissing any comparison between himself and the Friddal's clan elder. With that, he levitated as he made his way to the meeting room of the Gordon's clan. The group of Blade clansmen had become completely consumed by the pleasure of destroying the Blaze clan's mine deposit. Initially, they had scoffed at the idea of resorting to petty theft for just a few mid-rank nature power stones, but the influence of Friddal's elder had managed to instill a sense of righteousness in their actions that they were doing it all because of their clan. Now, they had already decimated 5 deposits with their remarkable speed in looting and obliterating the remaining reserves. In fact, they could almost be considered seasoned bandits at this point, just a little bit away from being seen as master bandits. With the completion of their 5th mine thievery, the Friddal clan elder opened another portal, leading them to their next target for thievery. As they cheerfully passed through the portal, reveling in their spoils from the Blaze clan, they couldn't help but wonder why none of the elders had thought of this strategy before. It seemed like the most foolproof plan, as the mages guarding these mines were all of mid-tier level mages, a testament to the Blaze clan's confidence that no sane force would dare to steal from them. Unless, of course, they wished to incite war, and the number of clans in the Northern Kingdom that desired a conflict with the Blaze clan could be counted on one hand. And that's why the Friddal clan's elder had decided to exploit this vulnerability, striking precisely where it would hurt the most. Why don't we target the high-rank mine that the Blaze clan possesses instead of attacking these mid-rank mines? I am sure that if we steal from there, it will exponentially anger the Blaze clan and temporarily impede their progress. That mine is vital for supplying the main warriors of their clan, suggested the Blade clansmen with dual blades as they emerged from the portal. In response to this, the Friddal's clan elder snorted dismissively. Do you think we can't do it? Questioned the one wielding the great sword, picking up on the Friddal elder's disdain towards his comrade. It's not that I think you can't do it. It's that I know you can't do it at all. Where is your sense of reason? You want to attack the only high-rank mine of the Blaze clan. Though it may not be a nature mine and has a limited yield, but it is integral to their clan's strength, the Friddal elder retorted with a tinge of frustration. As it's used by all their impressive younger generations who have just reached the high mage realm, and you want to choose to rob there. If you're all ready to die, don't include me in this, because I can assure you that outpost will be the most heavily guarded, the Friddal's clan elder explained as they approached the 6th mine deposit they planned to rob. However, as they neared the mine, they realized that someone was sitting at the gates. With a glass of wine in one hand and a large piece of meat in the other, he ate without a care for his image. To the Blade clansmen's surprise, he was the only one stationed at the gates, unlike the other mines they had raided where there were numerous guards on duty. They deduced that this mine must have weaker security, which explained the nonchalant guard. However, the Friddal's 6th elder didn't share their assumptions. The moment he spotted the man sitting at the gate, he had a feeling that the ancient Blaze clan had finally taken action, so they finally sent someone to stop the raids. The Friddal clan's 6th elder exclaimed from a distance, causing the Blade clansmen to grow serious. If the Blaze clan had dispatched someone, it meant they were capable of defending themselves. Nevertheless, the Blade clansmen had no intention of retreating. They had come to the Northern Kingdom with the sole purpose of inflicting damage on the Blaze clan. The mage sitting at the city gates finally turned his gaze towards them, gulping down his wine to clear the meat stuck in his mouth. Ah, it seems I'm the lucky one. As you've chosen the outpost I was assigned to guard, please, tell me your names, the mage said as he stood up, his wild and unrestrained red hair flowing. His chiseled muscles were exposed as he slowly removed the fur cloak from his back. Oh, it's the first time someone from your clan has actually asked for my name. Usually they just call me by my title. I wonder what has caused this improvement. Is it because I've made a plan to steal from your clan until you noticed me, or is it because you're the black sheep and curious? The Friddal elder asked, to which the mage shrugged his shoulders. The inner branch doesn't care about your names at all. All they want is for you guys to be dead or taken care of so that other foolish mages don't get the idea that they can steal from our clan and get away with it, he said. Well, I am Robert Lanced, 6th elder of the Lanced clan, and these are. Robert was about to introduce the Blade clansmen, but they interrupted and introduced themselves. I am Blade 1. This is Blade 2, 3, and 4. The Blade clansman carrying the great sword stepped forward to speak, which surprised Robert Lanced. He never thought there was a leader among them. He didn't try to understand why they called themselves by numbers, but decided to play along. Oh, I know you people. You are from the Blade clan. I've heard how you all discard your names when you go on a mission, with the strongest one being called the First Blade. Well, my name is Ignis, Blaze Ignis, and it's nice to meet you all. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate it if you all surrender easily so that I don't have to take the hard way, Ignis said, making Robert Lanced wonder who this mage was that introduced himself. However, when he saw the expressions on the faces of the Blade clansmen, he was sure Ignis was not a nobody. To think we would encounter you. Part of our mission has been to kill Ignis if a chance ever presented itself. Though I don't know why the clan holds you in high regard, as you are definitely someone our clan does not want reaching the Tier 9 realm, even if you're just a member of the inner branch. So show me just how strong you are to make the clan think you're more dangerous than even Aurora, the princess of your clan. The Blade clansmen dashed towards Ignis, determination etched on their faces, and Ignis sighed in resignation. Why does everything always have to end in fighting? Well, let's get this over with. I have somewhere else to be, Ignis said as he leaped down from the gates with a sense of urgency. As he landed, Ignis let out a powerful roar, high-tier spell flame variant Eternal Dawn. A mini explosion erupted around him, and even the energy from the sun above seemed to be drawn into the spell, intensifying its power. As a colossal solar firestorm engulfed everything in its path, reducing anything unfortunate enough to stand in its way to ashes. The 4 mages who had dashed forward were swiftly flung away, their bodies tumbling through the air. Even the 6th elder of the Friddal clan writhed in agony as his body was consumed by searing pain. But all Ignis did was steal a quick glance at the gates behind him that was now in ruins from the unleashed power. Oh shit, I'm definitely going to have to answer for that. What a hassle. Guarding duties were never meant for me anyway, Ignis muttered to himself, regret evident in his voice. After struggling to their feet, the 4 Blade clansmen exchanged shocked glances, realizing they had just encountered a monster in human form. I've heard whispers of your variant flame element, but I never truly believed it, the Blade clansman with a great sword confessed. It's one of the rarest things in this world. But now seeing even the energy of the sun being drawn into your spell, we can no longer underestimate you, Ignis Blaze, the solar child. Your strength surpasses your fame. Another Blade clansman added, I understand why the elders of the Blade clan wanted you dead. Someone like you should not be allowed to roam freely. You should be eliminated to prevent you from becoming a future problem for our clan. Just being a peak Tier 8 mage, and you have a domain that is almost materializing your mental image. How can we possibly compare to that? We cannot allow someone like you to continue living. Blade's formation. The Blade clansman carrying the great sword spoke, his body glowing with a white tattoo. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in shining armor. The rest of the Blade clansmen followed suit, unleashing their spirit equipment to amplify their powers. No holding back, we must kill this bastard, Blade 1 declared, charging forward with his massive great sword aimed at Ignis' neck, ready to strike with lethal force. However, Ignis remained unfazed, looking at him nonchalantly as he raised one hand and effortlessly punched the sword back. Bang! The impact sent Blade 1 hurtling backward, while Blade 2 and Blade 3 attempted to take advantage of Ignis' diversion, attacking him from both sides. But Ignis calmly reacted, his palms turning a blazing red as he slammed them together, generating a powerful wave of flames that sent the blades sliding away from him. Unfortunately, for them they were unable to escape the fiery onslaught due to their proximity to Ignis. However, Blade 4, with his curved sword, anticipated the flames and managed to lie flat on the ground, evading the fiery wave. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly dashed in, skillfully utilizing his footwork to dodge the solar fireballs that Ignis unleashed. Ignis' aim may not have been perfect, but the sheer power behind his attack sent tremors of fear through Blade 4. Having closed the distance, Blade 4 prepared to strike, twirling his sword to increase its piercing power. Yet, to his astonishment, his blade was caught by Igni's flaming hands, held effortlessly between two fingers. "I don't think you'll be needing this anymore," Ignis remarked calmly as the metal of the sword began to melt before Blade 4's eyes. Realizing the dire consequences of holding onto the weapon, Blade 4 reluctantly released his sword and retreated, narrowly avoiding being consumed by the wave of solar energy that devoured his weapon. "I apologize. I have failed," Blade 4 confessed solemnly to Blade 1 and the others, who had regrouped and recovered from earlier. He had apologized because he had lost his sword. The Blades clan believed that a swordsman who loses his sword was already close to death, as there was no reason why they should leave their weapons during a battle. "Don't burden yourself with guilt. We have all been facing a monster. Now I understand why he seemed almost invisible. It's because we have inadvertently stepped into his domain," Blade 1 explained, a hint of realization in his voice. "But there is no visible domain," Blade 4 objected. "Use your kai to open your eyes. In fact, discard your weapons against him, for they will be futile. All we need are kai weapons, as anything else would be rendered useless against him. His domain is actively passive," Blade 1 elucidated. Following Blade 1's instructions, they all concentrated their mana, channeling it towards their eyes. As they stared at Ignis, their perception shifted, and they finally realized the presence of massive particles of flame energy surrounding him, invisible to ordinary eyes. And at the center of Ignis' chest, where his heart should be, they beheld a pulsating sun instead. It was as if his heart had been replaced by a miniature sun, radiating a brilliant glow and intricately connected to the veins throughout his entire body. Looking upon him felt like witnessing an elemental being, every part of his being filled with solar mana. He possessed no mana pool and was not bound by the limitations of other mages. Ignis drew his power directly from the sun, and as long as it remained in the sky, his mana seemed inexhaustible, and when the sun went down, he drew mana from the environment. Tough, he is much weaker, but he was still a monster who would never run out of mana due to his solar constitution. Confronted with such a sight, the Blade clansmen reluctantly set aside their weapons, absorbing their kai energy to mold it into blade-like forms. Each of them summoned their mental images a distinct type of blade weapon, harnessing it to enhance their abilities. Their energy output surged dramatically as they made the conscious decision to get serious. The intensity of their determination to kill Ignis remained unwavering. "It seems you all are getting serious. In that case, I should do the same," Ignis remarked, raising his hands where his own mental image materialized. Above his head, a small sun manifested, and as his hands made contact with his mental image of the sun, his eyes ignited with fiery determination. His red hair burst into flames, his upper body still unclothed as his right hand delved into his own stomach. Flaming runes illuminated as he groaned, drawing forth an enchanted hammer from his body. With each tug, more runes detached from his body, attaching themselves to the hammer. In no time, Ignis had withdrawn the entire hammer, its fiery appearance instilling a heightened sense of fear in those who dared to face him. The Blade clansmen swallowed nervously, channeling their mental image powers into their kai swords. Their only hope was to land a precise strike on Ignis' heart region. If they could achieve that, they held onto the confidence that it would be enough to bring about his demise. "Come," Ignis bellowed, his voice resonating with a deep and commanding presence. The Blade clansmen snorted defiantly, then lunged towards him, prepared to face their fate head-on. High-tier spell, Flame Variant Radiant Sunbeam. Ignis unleashed a barrage of concentrated flame energy beams, relentlessly targeting the Blades who desperately attempted to deflect or evade the onslaught. Despite their valiant efforts, a few unfortunate ones still found themselves pierced by the scorching beams, the pain searing through their bodies. Having endured the torment of reaching such proximity to Ignis, the Blades initiated a synchronized sword dance. With each fluid movement, streams of luminous sword light erupted from their blades, seemingly tearing through the fabric of space itself to clear a path for Ignis. Not to be outdone, Ignis swung his hammer in response, triggering yet another explosion that unleashed a massive shockwave upon the four Blade clansmen, the sheer force of the blast obliterating their sword attacks in its wake. Ignis started walking towards the Blade's clansmen, but a space portal opened up behind him, and before he could turn his back to check just who tried to sneak attack him, he felt a sharp pain in his back as a black blade stabbed him. His eyes closed almost immediately as the person responsible for the attack stepped out from the portal. The other members of the Blade's clansmen were shocked when they saw the person who had stabbed Ignis. "How are you still standing? I thought he killed you. Isn't that your body over there?" Blade 1 with his great sword pointed to the burnt body that had been unable to defend itself against Ignis' powerful AoE spell from earlier. "I'm still standing because that was just one of my unique clones. When the clone died, I gained all its memories, so I came to save you all because this mage is someone you could never defeat. He would have killed all of you," the the person explained. Robert Lance, trying to take charge of the situation, said, "Let's escape while we still have a chance." He attempted to drag the Blade One into another portal using a rune stone. However, Blade One pulled his hand away and confronted Friddal's elder with determination in his eyes. "Why should we run when he is already immobilized? Let's kill him now and eliminate any future troubles," Blade One questioned. "You're an idiot, and I often wonder how clueless members of the ancient clans have survived in a world filled with chaos till now. The blade I used to hold him can only hold him for 1 hour," Robert Lance responded. "If you move to kill him or even make a move on him, he will be brought back from the dream world. The blade had put him to, mind you. I saved that artifact in case the old man from the Gordon's clan ever finds my real body. But now I had to use it to save your asses," Robert Lance said sternly, making it clear that he wouldn't tolerate any further disagreement. "We didn't ask for your help anyway," one of the Blade clansmen with a curved blade retorted, only to be struck by Blade One for his insolence. "Do you think I would even bother with your life if you weren't descendants of the ancient Blade clan? I even came in my true form. You better not make me regret my choices now, as nothing is more precious than my life," Robert Lance said in anger, before dashing into the portal that was losing its powers. The 4 Blade clansmen looked at Ignis, still with his eyes closed as if he had fallen asleep. They gritted their teeth in anger, knowing they were no match for Ignis even though they were all in the same Tier 8 realm, and they had spirit equipments. Not only was he at the peak of Tier 8, but his variant flame magic made him a monster in human form. Without wasting any more time, they all dashed into the portal as it died down the moment Blade One entered last. The orc chief, whose name Alec finally found out to be Thrall, seemed to have not reached a satisfactory agreement with the shameless Root, who had been relentless in claiming that Alec belonged to him. Just as they were arguing, Agnes whispered to Alec, "Hey Alec, we've gathered all the power crystals." Alec looked back and saw Arthur with a devious grin as he threw the sack to Alec. Alec quickly sent mana into his space ring, causing a wave of energy to surround the sack in the air before it vanished into the space ring. "How do you feel now? Ready to go another round?" Alec asked. "You know me too well, Alec," Arthur said, punching his fists together. Though the rest of the group didn't say a word, they all got into their fighting stances. When Pale and the others saw them looking prepared, they drew closer so they wouldn't get lost again in whatever the Gordon's clansmen might try do. "Why don't you all take a chill pill? I'm still standing here, you know, and I'm not something you can just bid on based on power before you decide who gets the product," Alex said, showing a display of bravado. "How dare you? I shall kill you," Thrall said, urging his wolf mount forward as he swung his axe with utmost accuracy. Along with the swing came a huge force that seemed to part the wind and create waves. The 2 of them were close to Alec when another Tier 4 aura emerged and clashed with their own, stopping their attacks in place. "He belongs to me. He is my prey," a feminine voice sounded, commanding. The elemental egg that was wrapped around the hyena matriarch broke into various pieces and assimilated into its body, forming elemental runes that etched into her new fur. She groaned as the runes disappeared into her body, as Alec's mouth hung open as he looked at the hyena before him. It was now 5 times larger than before, and its brown spotted fur had greatly changed. It now had light green fur with purple spots and a long line of purple from its head through the spine straight to the waist. Who knew hyenas could look beautiful after a breakthrough? "Oh, what am I saying? You are even capable of speech now, and that is the most crazy thing," Alec blurted out. The hyena matriarch said calmly, making Alec doubt if she was the same cunning and savage hyena who had outsmarted him and didn't hesitate to sacrifice her pack for her evolution. "Why the hell is a mere beast trying to block the target of the orc race? It seems you want to die," Thrall said, his words chilling to those who heard them. "Where the hell do you think you are, orc? You are in the savannah, and we hyenas are the true kings of the savannah." Our laughter echoes in the night, revealing untamed chaos and cunning intellect. "And you dare to challenge our rule in our kingdom? You're dead," the matriarch said before letting out a wide laughter that echoed through the forest. The Root and the orc kept their weapons close to Alec's neck, waiting to see the hyena matriarch's grand plan. As various types of Tier 3 hyenas started emerging, one by one at first, then later in packs, spotted hyena packs, stripped hyena packs, and so on. At this moment, even Alec knew he was screwed, as the hyena, who seemed to have transcended to the mid-rank realm, gained total control over the Tier 3 hyena pack, while the different male hyena leaders attempted to showcase their strength by making small moves towards her. Alec could even feel a sense of danger from one particular hyena with a one closed eye, eyeing him. "Fuck this, Code Zero," Alec shouted as he ducked the 2 weapons coming towards him and dashed towards both the orcs and the Root. This slight movement caused a big disruption as the 3 groups faced chaos and ran after each other. "What is Code Zero?" Pale, who turned to ask the mage beside him, was shocked to see every Gordon's clansman run in different directions, and even Alec had unsummoned his golems, and summoning a robotic one instead. This robotic golem happened to be Legion, who sent out waves of escape routes for them as they ran in the hope of meeting up later. Code 0 is for running. Move your ass, idiota. Brandon shouted as Pale's group finally woke up and joined the rest of the group. They had thought Alec wanted to fight until the end, but he had run at the first sight of danger, and the problem was his legs were ridiculously fast. Alec Gordon's, I'm going to kill you, Pale muttered in fright, realizing that even the root was running right beside him. Why the fuck did no one ever tell me that Code 0 means to run away in the first place? Pale exclaimed, his breath heavy as he continued running. Don't tell me you're that stupid now. Even if you weren't informed, would you really want to get caught up in a battle between 3 mid-rank powerhouses? We're just a bunch of Tier 2 mages who would easily be squashed if we tried to interfere in such a battle. Let them fight over who gets to kill Alec while we make our escape, Arthur said as Pale caught up with him. It was at that moment that Pale realized the rest of the group had taken a different route back to the city gates, while Alec had followed another path. Pale felt as though his life hung by a thread, and he was almost on the verge of crying for help. He had heard about the great dangers the Gordon's clansmen had to face every time they entered the abyss, but he had overlooked all of that. His mind had only been clouded by the good news that came with their expenditure success, ignoring the pains behind their campaign. Now he finally remembered that he had been fighting alongside Tier 2 mages, and he had even trusted them with his safety, which was weird since he was supposed to be the strongest, and they were currently being chased by a confused wave of creatures who couldn't distinguish their real enemies. You're all fucked up characters, Kate shouted in frustration, as she tried her best to survive and not die in her first abyss experience. Why are we always being chased after entering the abyss? Are we the only ones? That stupid root won't let go of his hatred, and the orc chief seems hell-bent on getting Alec's head, and now we even have another deranged hyena pack after us. Is Alec cursed by bad luck? We never encounter small troubles, it's always large hordes of enemies. My fragile heart can't take it anymore, Arthur lamented with a funny facial expression which made him receive a smack on the back of his head from Agnes. Less talking, more running, idiot. Brandon Knight slowed down the first wave. Agnes swiftly issued orders to both Brandon and Knight after scolding Arthur, as despite being separated from Alec, the sounds of battle from the other side of the forest reassured them that their fight was far from over, and their leader was still very much alive and causing chaos, prompting Brandon and Knight to turn back while the rest of the group continued running. Their aim was to eliminate some of the pursuers, but what they saw when they turned back shocked them. The orc riders and plant lifeforms were defending themselves against the relentless packs of hyenas, who appeared determined to hunt them down if they continued to chase Alec's group, but stopped when the orcs and the plant lifeforms stopped. Their cunning attitude was shown again. Why are the beasts helping us? Knight asked, perplexed. Brandon stared at him with a blank expression. How am I supposed to know? It's a fortunate turn of events for us anyway. Let's get the hell out of the Beast King region and never come back to the abyss for at least a whole week, Brandon said as he turned around and ran, as Knight also disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, Alec had stopped to face the 3 Tier 4 lifeforms that had been chasing him, only to witness a shocking scene. The reason none of the attacks launched at him had not hurt him was likely because the matriarch hyena had been protecting him. Hey, what is he to you? Why do you keep defending the human and preventing us from killing him? Do you want to start a full-blown war with my plant army? The root questioned angrily. What is your game here? We all want him dead, but you are protecting him, the orc chief added, clearly puzzled. Even I would like to know the answer to this, Alec interjected, trying to make sense of the situation. Shut up, the 3 of them said to him simultaneously, causing Alec to raise his hands in surrender again. Why did I even turn back to check? I should have just kept running. This abyss is becoming more dangerous every time I dive in. Maybe I should stay away for a while if I survive this. Let everything settle down for a while, Alec thought to himself. He is my mate, the one I have chosen, and since you both have evil intentions, I have no other choice but to protect my property, the matriarch hyena declared. Alec, how the fuck do you even think of me as a mate? I thought you were the intelligent one. When did you turn so stupid? Alec thought, his face unable to hide his dread at the idea of a demonic beast claiming him as her lover. Are you out of your senses? The root asked the matriarch, clearly exasperated with trying to reason with her. Of course not. I am fully aware of what I am saying at this very moment. But he is the only male who has ever made me feel the threat of life so vividly, even though he is weaker than me in realm, the matriarch explained, and he has proven himself worthy of being my mate. I would choose him over any of the useless male hyenas in the savanna packs who might die at any moment in the ongoing war in the Beast King forest. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Since you have decided to protect him, we will just have to get rid of you too. The orc chief was the first to make a move, his mount dashing towards the hyena matriarch at full speed. However, the hyena swiftly swiped her huge claws, unleashing a burst of claw-like energy in his direction. But that wasn't all. Following the claw energy was several wind blades that materialized, flowing in a formation that resembled an array. The orc chief, sensing danger, quickly adjusted his stance and changed his weapon style to a defensive one. He gripped his huge battle axe in the middle, before he began rotating it, creating a small vortex fueled by force. The transparent energy of pure force was able to break through the primal energy force manifested by the claw lights. However, it failed to halt the elemental wind blades, which the matriarch controlled in a way that allowed them to veer away from the orc chief but still inflicted fatal wounds upon his mount. In the midst of the chaos, the orc chief realized that the first attack had been a mere distraction, designed to divert his attention while the matriarch hyena targeted her true objective. But his realization came too late, as the wind blades had already passed through the wolf's neck, decapitating it. Ah! Thrall shouted in anguish and pain. I would never allow any canine life form to fight against me while supporting my enemies. They are to be killed first, and now you would face the consequences of going against a queen of the savannah, declared the matriarch, her eyes searing with determination as she assessed both the orc chief and the root. After all, life is a jungle. Why not embrace the chaos? She continued, her gaze unwavering. Do you honestly think you can win? Your pack of hyenas may be large in number, but that won't be enough to stop our army from annihilating the rest of the mages and capturing Alec, the root retorted. You still underestimate us. It's not the size of our pack that makes us formidable, but the strength of our unity. We may be scavengers, but we are cunning and resilient. We will endure everything you throw at us until we have the chance to strike back and kill you. It's in our nature to adapt, the matriarch countered defiantly. Enough empty talk. Let's settle this in battle. The victor shall become the king, while the loser shall be labeled a bandit. Let history write the tale of how it unfolds, the orc chief declared, raising his axe high, causing the swirling force energy surrounding him intensified, showing that he was not merely testing the waters, but preparing to engage in a serious fight. After 30 minutes. For the first time, Alec witnessed a demonic beast fighting for his sake. However, he couldn't comprehend why the matriarch hyena was putting in so much effort to save him. Despite her claim that she was protecting him because he was her mate, he still believed she might be using it as an excuse. After all, it seemed implausible for a human and a demonic beast to stay together. Master, they have all managed to withdraw to the city gates safely with the help of the hyenas. Legion appeared behind Alec and informed him. Is that so? If that's the case, let's resolve the issue before us now, Alec responded, channeling his mana into the space pouch and summoning every single golem he had in his arsenal. As soon as Alec summoned all his golems, even the 3 Tier 4 creatures came to a halt. As they gazed ahead at the area where a large influx of mana had been provoked, focusing on Alec, he stood in front of them with a commanding presence, his golems standing by his side, each wielding unique weapons and donning distinct appearances. It's been a while since you summoned all of us like this. It seems things are about to get interesting again, Tempest Butcher exclaimed, the crackling lightning around his elemental cloud body reflecting his excitement. What are your orders, Master? Oni asked, his 2 main hands and 4 tendrils each holding different types of weapons. Titan, Legion, Butcher, Magneto, Oni, Hive Queen, Sword Saint, let's unleash hell on those 2, Alec declared as he unsheathed his bone katana. You should stand back now, as this is about to get messy, Alec advised the hyena matriarch, who merely fluttered her eyes at him before stepping aside. Alec couldn't help but cringe at her behavior, but he quickly snapped out of it when he heard a loud bang. He had become distracted during his conversation with the hyena matriarch, forgetting that he was going up against 2 Tier 4 creatures alone. His lack of attention provided Thrall with the perfect opportunity to launch a shoulder jab at Alec, while using his effective shoulder, but Titan had quickly anticipated Thrall's intentions and moved in front of Alec with a conjured ice shield larger than any he had ever created before. With a powerful impact, Thrall's shoulder collided with the ice shield, causing it to crack slightly. However, the shield held firm against the orc chief's assault. Thrall locked eyes with Titan through the transparent barrier. So it is you. The one whose hands I had to tear off last time, Thrall taunted. And look at how things have changed. Titan retorted with a savage comment, taking a jibe at the fact that the orc chief now has one hand himself. Don't think your golem friends can protect you. I ripped your hands off once, and I can do it again, Thrall boasted. You'd better update your memory, because I'm about to teach you a lesson, Titan replied confidently. With a halt in the infusion of mana, the ice shield began to disintegrate. Seizing the opportunity, Titan swiftly maneuvered, lunging towards Thrall and clasping his hands around the orc's waist. He attempted to execute a suplex, planning to lift Thrall and slam him to the ground. However, to Titan's surprise, Thrall's legs were firmly planted, resisting his maneuver. You'll have to do better than that, Thrall challenged as he struggled to lift Titan. Suddenly, Thrall's instincts kicked in, and he diverted his attention to the approaching Hive Queen. The queen's front blade legs swiftly darted towards Thrall, resembling the movements of a rapier-wielding swordsman. Thrall twisted and turned his neck to evade being pierced by her fast-moving legs. Bam. But in a split second, Thrall swung his massive battle axe, striking the Hive Queen backwards and severing 3 of her legs when she attempted to block his strike. "I remember you. You're the golem who cost me my arm. I will kill you," Thrall shouted, his eyes turning a menacing shade of red. He released a surge of dangerous force energy from his body and launched a straight knee strike at Titan, breaking free from the grip of Titan's hold. As he broke away, Thrall swiftly swung his axe again, this time aiming for Titan's neck. But Titan's reaction was faster than even the Hive Queen's, allowing him to swiftly move his hand in the direction of the approaching axe. A light blue rune materialized and revolved around his ice palm, granting him some type of magical protection. The impact of Thrall's strike caused a small explosion, hurling Titan backward. The force behind Thrall's enraged attack had taken its toll. Sensing that Thrall was reaching a critical condition, the Root finally took action, knowing that if Alec and his golems handle Thrall, then he won't be much of a situation for them. Mid-tier spell Enchanted Vine Whiplash. Its right hand transformed into long, thorny vines filled with ethereal energy, aiming to hinder Titan, who was still struggling to find his balance. "Arg!" Alec cried out in pain as the vines dug into his flesh. Reacting swiftly, he spun his bone katana, severing the attached vines and freeing himself. "What sweet blood you have," the Root exclaimed, feeling its power surge after draining so much of Alec's blood. Legion was planning on moving to assist Alec, but Alec shook his head, asserting his command. "Titan, Legion, and Hive Queen, dealing with the orc is command to you all. You 3 are my strongest golems, and I have great confidence in you. Leave this Root to me and the rest of the group." Alec's words rallied Oni, Magneto, Sword Saint, and Tempest, who surrounded the Root. But before they could engage in battle, a loud explosion erupted in another direction out of the Beast King Forest, catching their attention. "Mine!" Thrall exclaimed, abruptly changing his course and leaving the battlefield. Though he desired to fight until the end, the shaman's orders compelled him to prioritize his responsibilities. One of the Hive Queen's progeny attempted to approach Thrall, but he swiftly hooked the spider baby with his axe, killing it before it had a chance to self-destruct. "Don't chase after him," Alec shouted to Titan and the others. It was evident that something serious was unfolding in the mines, and Thrall was rushing there. Alec knew better than to corner a desperate opponent, as they were likely to strike back with increased ferocity. As the Root realized that it was the sole remaining adversary, fear tinged its expression. Mid-tier spell Rooted Evacuation. "This is far from over," the Root declared, as its humanoid legs merging back into roots as it swiftly burrowed into the ground, disappearing from Alec's presence. Alec breathed a sigh of relief, believing the battle was finally at an end. However, his relief was short-lived as he turned around and found himself face-to-face with the matriarch hyena. He had completely forgotten about her and was clueless on how to deal with her. Her eyes, filled with cunning, locked onto Alec's own eyes, seemingly plotting her next move. Deep within the heart of the Beast King Middle region, a pride of lions lay resting after a successful hunt, their tranquility shattered by the thunderous roar of their leader. The favorite lioness Laying gazed up at him from her position on a massive rock, her eyes meeting his as he stood above, peering into the distance, as if searching for answers within the secrets of the land. She slowly made her way towards him, her graceful movements betraying her concern. "What troubles you, my king?" the lioness asked, her voice filled with curiosity and admiration as she took a moment to appreciate the beauty of the leader lion's beautiful and flowing white mane. He turned to face her, his gaze ice cold, a rarity for a leader who possessed the magnificent coat of a white lion. He is a breed both scarce and revered among the lion prides of the Middle region. "Notify the rest of the cubs and hunting lionesses to exercise caution during their next hunt. The hyenas may be plotting an attack," the white lion leader commanded, his voice low and resonant, infusing those who listened with a soothing yet vigilant energy. "The hyenas," his favorite lioness exclaimed, her surprise evident. "Those conniving creatures are no match for us. They have grown feeble since their last queen perished, and under Scar's leadership, we have ensured they dare not trespass into our hunting grounds. Why should we be concerned about such weak opponents? If you give the word, even your sons would eagerly lead their teams to hunt them down." The lioness expressed her disdain for the hyenas with undisguised scorn. "Appearances can be deceiving. While we may possess greater strength on average, the hyenas still outnumber us. The only thing they lack is a worthy leader," the white lion leader explained. "And my dear, I have felt a strange surge in power emanating from the lower region of the beast forest. It seems a new tier 4 hyena demonic beast is about to enter our middle region," he continued, but his favorite lioness interjected with determination in her voice. "So what? Let a new challenger arrive. We lions are not cowards. Even if the hyenas have 5 of their offspring in the lower region breakthrough at the same time, We will not cower, we shall prevail. In the unlikely event of a sudden breakthrough, we remain more than capable of eliminating any threat. The white lion leader shook his head at his favorite lioness fast-forward attitude again, and he pushed her towards the ground and mounts her from behind. You should listen to me more often. You would watch out for the hyenas because I said so. This new hyena could be dangerous if not cut off, do you get me? The lion leader asked as he thrust into her from behind while gently biting the lioness in the neck region. She could only yelp and nod her head in response as he kept on thrusting into her on the stand. As all the other lions peeked at their leader, violating the leading lioness in front of everyone, the female lioness were all aroused and shy. While some of the male lions look with envy, the rest just wish one day they would be able to own their own pride and mate with any lioness of their choice. In another part of the Beast King forest, a red-furred demonic beast leopard could be seen, his gaze fixated on the lower regions. His face contorted into a frown as he sensed a rising aura in the air. However, he quickly composed himself and returned to his meal, trying to ignore the sensation that had just washed over him. Curiosity got the better of another leopard that had been observing him. "What is it?" the second leopard asked, intrigued by the red-furred leopard's reaction. "It's trouble," the red-furred leopard replied, his voice filled with unease. He turned away, leaving the remains of his prey for the other leopard to scavenge. As he glanced back at the second leopard, he shook his head in disappointment. "I've told you before, stop following me. We are solitary demonic beast by nature, but sometimes I still doubt if you truly belong to the demonic leopard bloodline," he remarked, his voice tinged with frustration. With those words, he vanished into the thick underbrush, leaving the second leopard behind. Meanwhile, a similar phenomenon was occurring throughout the middle region of the Beast King forest, capturing the attention of various demonic beast groups that were enemies of the hyena packs. They all directed their gaze towards the lower region, sensing the hyena matriarch's breakthrough into the mid-rank realms. And there was only two reasons why they were so interested, and one was because it was common knowledge that the hyenas had offended many demonic beast groups and rogue demonic beasts. They would often steal kills, prey, and even provoke unnecessary conflicts due to their numerical advantage. As a result, they had amassed a long list of enemies who were always alert to anything involving the hyenas. So when these enemies felt the aura of a hyena breaking through into the mid-rank, they immediately turned their attention in that direction. They were certain that another formidable mid-ranked hyena was about to join the hyena packs of the middle region, further increasing their strength. This was something that the other demonic beast groups and powerhouses wished to avoid at all costs. The second reason they were so captivated by this energy was because of the sheer amount of power the new Tier 4 hyena seemed to possess, although they couldn't be entirely certain. This combination of factors intensified their interest in the unfolding situation, keeping them on alert and ready to act. They were just certain it would spell trouble if such an hyena survived. The amount of energy it emitted surpassed that of a typical Tier 4 demonic beast. In fact, the energy radiating from it rivaled that of a high-tier Tier 4 lifeform, a level of that type of power after a breakthrough that could make the matriarch being considered as a once-in-a-millennium genius. While the other demonic beasts who had conflicts with the hyenas observed the situation with concern, the Savannah hyena pack reveled in the outcome. Scar, the leader of the hyenas, a spotted hyena with a scar across his left eye, emerged from his resting cave with deliberate strides. His large body and deep tawny fur hinted at the immense strength he sought to conceal. Releasing his Tier 5 aura to its fullest extent, Scar surveyed the outer region with a sense of triumph before bursting into an uncontrollable laugh. With the rest of the pack joined him, their joy echoing through the air. "Send the hunters to retrieve our newly breakthrough member. We must ensure the safety of this hyena," Scar declared, his voice tinged with authority, before retreating back into the cave. Scar led the Savannah pack in the middle region of the Beast King forest after the death of the last hyena's last female leader, and his position as a male hyena leader spoke volumes about the challenges he had overcome to gain such respect. His strength compelled the typically arrogant female hyenas to bow to him instead of attempting to overthrow him, as he had protected them against all other demonic beasts with his intellectual knowledge despite just being a Tier 5 hyena. Now his priority was to escort this exceptional hyena back safely to their rightful place before other demonic beasts decided to make a move on the newcomers hoping to kill. The captain, who had schemed from the shadows, hoped that Alec and his gang would be able to divert the attention of the Root and Orc chief for a long time till his army was able to take steal the mine veins. He levitated in the skies as he watched the group of human mages, whom he had entrusted with claiming the mine's veins to, faced off against two different races of the Abyss. The humans' mages seemed to possess superior firepower and was quickly overwhelming the Orcs and Root plant army that was stationed around the mines. Although he hovered in the skies just above them, the mages below remained oblivious to his presence. The captain had arrived on the battlefield after cloaking himself with a spell called Wind Veil, rendering him invisible to every mage below his realm, except he made a big move. Despite sending his best team, he couldn't bear waiting in the Academy City base for news. This impatience led him to come directly to witness how they would conquer the mine on his behalf. However, things took an unforeseen turn when the shaman of the orc villages caused a tremendous explosion. The captain couldn't comprehend how the shaman had achieved it, but it was evident that the shaman had anticipated such an event of the humans attacking them again to have set up such a platform to cause an explosion. Shit, the captain cursed his ill luck. Desperate to conceal his aura, he even held his breath for a moment, sensing the mental powers of different Tier 6 orcs of the mid-tier villages nearby that were scanning the area like a surveillance team. As they sought to understand what was happening, they soon realized it was merely a battle between Tier 3 human mages, orcs, and plant lifeforms. And since the power level of their opponents did not exceed the orcs' own realm, the Tier 6 orcs decided not to involve themselves in the fight. To them, as long as the power level of the opposing race member was not above their junior's own realm, they would not involve themselves in such a battle. After all, they wanted their lower-rank members to fight and gain experience. If they were to be slaughtered by those of the same realm, they hoped that the survivors would be able to awaken some part of their berserk bloodline. This way, they would be able to seek revenge, with a single-minded motive gaining strength faster. The leaders of the Abyss believed that their potentials were only awakened when their younglings faced life and death situations. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, or the races of the second dimension were being bullied by human mages with higher numbers or higher realms, there was no way they would even stress themselves to kill a couple of low-ranking human mages. The captain blew a breath of relief when he realized that they had not been able to notice him, the mine that was hidden in the cave, or any of the Tier 4 mages who had been hiding and biding their time a few meters away from the mine's location. Just as he was about to order the Tier 4 mages in hiding to join the fight since there was no longer any mental energy from the orcs searching, he saw the two groups of orc wolf riders being led by the orc chief, Thrall, and the rest of the root plant army, marching back. And this time, they were not even fighting against each other, they were in some type of harmony. I will not allow you two peak squeaks to get in the way of my plans, just when I am so close to achieving them, the captain said as he stretched his hand forward. Causing the wind element in the air began to gather at the top of his outstretched finger. Even the weather started to change from this simple gesture. It was then that the captain detected about 2 mental auras locked onto him. Without even unleashing his spell, he turned back in midair and started flying towards the direction of the Academy City base, just a few seconds after he disappeared from there. 2 streaks of light flew along the path he followed. Even those fighting on the ground could not help but stop and look at the skies. There was only one reason such a phenomenon would occur, and that was if Tier 6 fighters were engaging in a chase. The Tier 6 beings were the rulers of the skies in the regions of the Abyss. If Tier 7 mages and above wanted to fight, they would have to go deeper, passing the boundaries of the regions into the different kingdoms of the Abyss. It had been forbidden for them to engage in combat in the regions, as it would damage the environment, which couldn't fully contain their powers. Coincidentally, the 2 streaks of light that chased the captain out of the first orc region were from 2 Tier 6 orcs. They had suspected something was wrong at the mine location, seeing such a large royal rumble, and had concealed their mental energy, biding their time for any sort of reaction that they might have missed. Unfortunately for the captain, the leaders of the orc villages and the plant army had returned earlier than expected, making him impatient and eager to end it all quickly. This gave the Tier 6 orcs the opportunity to detect his magical power the moment he attempted to attack. Fuck. I have to reach the gates quickly. I am in no way a match for 2 orcs of the same realm as me. I would be defeated in an instant, the captain thought to himself as he continued to fly. He turned back to look at his pursuers and saw that one of them had a mohawk hairstyle and held a sword, while the second orc had his hair braided and was covered in tribal tattoos, as he dragged along a massive spiked club through the air. It's been a while since I fought a human. Why not wait and let me test how much I have improved, the mohawk-haired orc said with a chuckle. As if I'm going to wait, the captain retorted, boosting his mana in hopes of reaching the Academy City base region faster. He hoped the orcs would give up on attacking him when they reached there, since they were only 2 of them. However, the 2 orcs continued to chase him relentlessly, as if they didn't know his intentions. Next time, you will learn not to interfere with the matters of lower-ranking orcs. That is if you even survive today's pursuit, the braided hair orc said. Alex stood alone, his teeth gritted in anger, while the hyena matriarch was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, the current situation pertained to her, as a group of Tier 4 hyena demonic beasts had come to invite her to join the hyena savanna pack of the middle region. offering a safe haven as she is expected to approach the middle region after her breakthrough, because mid-rank life forms are not allowed to stay at the low regions for long after their breakthrough. Though the matriarch hyena initially resisted joining them, but she had no choice. Facing 6 hyenas in the same realm as her without her minions as backup to execute her cunning strategies, she reluctantly bowed and agreed to go with them. Even with her dual abilities, the matriarch was still a newly evolved demonic beast and had yet to fully comprehend the extent of her powers. But still yet, she had made a promise to Alec to search for him in the city once she was free. In a typical situation, Alec would have been relieved that she was finally releasing him. However, the hyena's mockery, labeling him as weak and insisting he shouldn't even consider pursuing the matriarch, ignited an incomprehensible rage within him. The hyenas could sense the matriarch's connection to Alec through the way she looked at him. They believed she held some entanglement towards him. In an attempt to impress her, they showcased their dominance in front of Alec, hoping to earn her favor. They recognized her immense strength as a Tier 4 demonic hyena and knew they would not stand a chance against her in a one-on-one confrontation. And they desired such female hyenas, and driven by their instinct to mate, the male hyenas desired to prove themselves to the matriarch in the hopes of being chosen as her mate. However, the matriarch silenced their advances, warning them that continued harassment of Alec would prevent her from joining their pack. Aware that their leader, Scar, would not hesitate to kill them and feed their remains to their cubs if they led such a talented hyena as the matriarch astray, they heeded her words. The fear of facing such a death was something they wished to avoid, which is why they always stayed on Scar's good side. After settling the matter with the escort hyenas, the matriarch assured Alec that she would return for him. However, at that moment, Alec could only look down in shame, unable to say a word. Even after the matriarch had departed, he remained in a daze, haunted by the hyena's jests. I came here with the goal of becoming stronger, yet even a mere demonic beast thinks they can talk down to me so easily. Perhaps I've been too soft, he said as he finally realized something he was so obvious all this while, and that was the fact that the Beast King Low region was the perfect hunting ground for him. As mid-rank beasts seldom ventured into this part of the region, and even if they did, they rarely attacked low-ranking life forms unless provoked. This meant he could establish his reign in this region. Alec gazed at his golems, taking a deep sigh before issuing swift commands. Legion and Magneto, go to that area and eliminate any demonic beasts that attack you. Show no mercy. I trust that the two of you can handle a Tier 3 demonic beast if you encounter one. Now a word of caution, if you come across a horde of Tier 3 demonic beasts, don't hesitate, run as fast as you can, don't attempt to be a hero. If you're killed or damaged, I'll simply create another golem to replace you. Alec's voice turned chilling as he spoke those words, but the golems, devoid of emotions, seemed indifferent to their master's willingness to discard them after cherishing them for so long. Once Alec had finished, both Legion and Magneto moved out, ready to eliminate any demonic beasts they encountered, as Alec then turned to the remaining golems. Oni and Hive Queen, take that position. Tempest Butcher and Sword Saint, your location is over there. Alec deployed all his golems, except for Titan, who stood behind him faithfully as a trusted bodyguard. I will never grow stronger if I don't test my limits. I guess it's finally time to go after the big dogs. Titan, are you ready? Alec asked, receiving only a grunt in response from Titan as he began marching towards the middle region of the Beast King region. It was the only place where he would come face to face with Tier 4 demonic beasts. Alec was now even more eager to reach the next stage, especially considering he still had to face Orion, another pressing matter that was weighing on his mind as well, and he had yet to reach the Tier 3 realm, let alone step into the realm of the mid-rank mages. Ding. Legion just slew a Tier 3 Black Ape demonic beast. Ding. Magneto just slew 3 Tier 3 Black Ape demonic beasts. Received 3000 X, received 30 system points. Seeing these notifications after so long made Alec pause in his step and inhale deeply. That was so damn good, Alec shouted, excitement coursing through him. He opened his system status to see just how much closer he was to becoming a Tier 3 mage. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 39. Tier 2 pike. Experience till next level, 34,870, 750,000. Attributes. Strength 104. Agility 55. Endurance 65. Mentality 14 locked. Mana 10,000, 10,000. Affinity Earth High Plus, Fire High Plus. Available points 54. System points 258,356. After looking at his stats, Alec realized that he had accumulated enough attribute points to push another of his stat to the 100-point level. He decided to stay back and allocate those points before going hunting for mid-ranked demonic beasts, as this would give him a significant advantage when he faced them, and for now, his golems were doing an excellent job of bringing in massive experience and system points. Although he only received a portion of their experience points, but with them hunting in a place where the highest ranks were only Tier 3, they were as deadly as tigers with wings. They slaughtered anything that crossed their path, bringing Alec much closer to becoming a Tier 3 mage slowly. So which stat do I increase now, agility or endurance? Agility would make me faster, improve my reaction time, and allow for quick spell casting. On the other hand, endurance would make me sturdier, like a personal tank, and help me last longer in battle. Well, I've made my choice, Alec declared, turning to Titan. You are to guard me through this, he said before stretching out his hand to accept the option he had chosen to upgrade. Arthur and the rest of the gang had arrived at the Academy City gates some time ago, but their worry grew as Alec still hadn't returned. Nevertheless, they decided to hold on to their faith and wait for him inside the city. In that moment, it seemed like all the mages around were observing them. The Gordon's clansmen had gained quite a reputation as troublemakers in the Abyss, having earned the title after only 2 visits. Even Terran had only earned this name after numerous visits to the Abyss, but now even his disciples had received the same title as him due to their involvement in the death of countless second-dimensional creatures in just 2 visits. Each visit of theirs was marked by intense battles that resulted in a significant decline in the number of low-ranking second-dimension fighters. Frustrated, Arthur couldn't help but express his feelings. That boy Alec always takes all the risks alone. Does he think we can't help him at all? He punched the wall beside him in frustration. What do you think? In my view, we've been holding Alec back for too long. He doesn't need us, he's a whole team all by himself. It's time we allow him to walk his path alone while we find our own paths to grow stronger and be ready to help him if he ever needs us in the future. Brandon finally broke his silence and shared his opinion. Pale couldn't believe his ears. I thought you were mute. They hadn't expected Brandon, who rarely spoke, to deliver such a powerful speech. Agnes tried to lift their spirits. Let's all stay positive. I believe Alec is okay and he will return soon. Let's give him 24 hours, I'm sure. By then he will have dealt with whoever or whatever has him occupied. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted Agnes's statement. They instinctively looked up and realized that the Academy City energy shield had been opened all the way to the 7th layer. Despite the loud explosion and the immense power that stuck, it had not managed to affect the city or breach its defenses in the slightest. As the group of mages near the city gates wondered what could have gone wrong and who would have the audacity to attack the Academy's city, the human mage guards stationed atop the gates grew alert. Suddenly, a green light flashed by and entered through the barrier, shocking everyone present. This was not supposed to happen, but they quickly regained their composure as they beheld the figure that materialized from the green light. Clad in the Academy's robe with the insignia, the person appeared to be human. As they continued to stare in astonishment, another booming sound echoed, diverting their attention to the energy shield of the city being vigorously struck by 2 orcs. While many mages might not recognize the man who had entered through the barrier, the guard mages and the Gordon's clansmen were well aware of his identity. He was the captain who had coerced them into revealing the location of the mines, seeking to claim all the benefits for himself in order to gain recognition from the Academy. Judging by the situation, it seems that Bastard hasn't managed to gain control of the mines yet. That means we can still go and steal from there, right? Arthur greedily rubbed his hands together, revealing his bandit-like nature as a glint of excitement shone in his eyes. Whack, turning abruptly, who did that? Who was it? Arthur shouted after finding out he was struck at the back of his head. Agnes held her ground and confronted him. You were just talking about not entering the Abyss anytime soon, and now you're suggesting stealing from a mine that seems to be under the combined control of orcs and plant lifeforms, whose leaders are determined to kill our leader. Is that what you think is wise? Arthur scratched the back of his head, unable to retaliate against Agnes due to an unspoken agreement that she held a superior position after Alec. It was the unwritten rule in the group. They all understood that she was the second in command. Although Alec may be more closer to him and Brandon, but Alec still recognized Agnes' potential. And come to think of it, I find it suspicious that the Root and the Orc Chief were able to discover our actual location, and at the same time, especially when their main focus is supposed to be the mine. Agnes expressed her concerns. I have a feeling that the captain had a hand in whatever happened to us. If not, he wouldn't have been outside the city since captains are typically needed within the city for its protection. Agnes concluded quickly as she gazed at the captain levitating in the air, issuing orders to the black armored guard, mages on top of the city gates. No, not that one. Get the Spirit Dragon Lance Launcher ready. Those are Tier 6 orcs, and we need something powerful to kill them, the captain shouted to the mages, as the orcs continued to batter their weapons against the city barriers. But sir, we are already low on energy and that would deplete half of our energy for the day, and the shield would become unstable if continuously attacked. A brave mage dared to question the captain's orders. Shut up. You have no right to question my orders." "Shoot them out now," the captain roared, causing the mage he had shouted at to look at him with blood-red eyes from under his helmet. "What are you staring at? Either carry out my orders or get the fuck off this building. You are relieved of your duties." The captain coldly rebuked the mage and slapped him, before turning towards the remaining guard mages in charge of shooting the spirit dragon lance. "What are you waiting for?" "Aim and fire," the captain ordered, as the guards near the machine mounted on top of the city gate repositioned it to target the two fleeing orcs, who had escaped the moment they saw the dragon lance pointed at them. Bang! A deafening sound echoed, giving the impression that thunder was about to strike down, as the lance, glowing in golden light, broke through the barrier, reducing its energy and swiftly pursuing the two orcs who seemed to be running for their lives. That was until three other orcs suddenly emerged, catching everyone by surprise. One of them confidently swung his club in his hands, causing it to clash against the lance with a thunderous noise, sending out sparks in all directions. The clash was so intense until the lance eventually lost its power and fell to the ground. The captain's gaze turned to the three new orcs, their presence immediately felt through the release of their formidable auras that they didn't bother to cover. Two of them emitted a powerful Tier 6 aura, while the one in the middle with a club emanated a peak Tier 7 aura. Witnessing such a formidable lineup, even the captain realized he had made a grave mistake. With the barrier's energy now significantly lower than before, if attacked by 5 high-rank orcs, it was only a matter of time before they would break through. Although I don't know if you have had the chance to read any of her books, but I hope that she rests in eternal peace. With all my love, D. Mystic Dark, saying goodbye. "How?" the captain mumbled as he surveyed the lineup of orcs that had assembled in front of the academy's city. The more he pondered the situation, the more he realized he had fallen right into the orc's trap. He never suspected that a Tier 7 orc would be lurking nearby when he was watching the mage squad execute his orders. It seemed that despite his efforts to hide himself well using the Wind Veil spell, the Tier 7 orc had already detected his presence and alerted the others. Even the two orcs that had chased after him were likely under the Tier 7 orc's orders. The fact that these two orcs now stood by his side, showing respect, indicated to the captain that he had unwittingly fallen into a grand conspiracy. "Why don't you spare me the stress and open the barrier? That way, when I conquer this city, I won't have to torture you much," the Tier 7 orc taunted, still gripping his club. Taking a moment, the captain studied the features of the leading orc, the long beard, tribal tattoos on his face, and a huge cloak draped over his body. Though he tried to conceal it, it was evident that he was an aged orc, but age did not diminish his strength. In fact, his experience showed through in his precise attack on the lance. "We both know that's not possible," the captain retorted, his voice filled with determination. "I will never allow you to take over this city. It belongs to the War God Mage Academy. Are you truly prepared to go to war with the Academy?" the captain said, trying to use the Academy's name to scare off the orcs. The Tier 7 orc scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. "Tusk, what's so special about the War God Mage Academy? Aside from past glory and the older generation, the new generation it has produced is nothing but trash. Allow me to relieve the Academy of this burden since they clearly can't defend it right now. When I take over the space passage, I will turn it into a space gate. That way, the orcs will have a means to launch a direct attack on the Academy itself. Considering the long-standing grudges the other orc villages hold against your Academy, I can only imagine the chaos that would be unleashed when I invite them to attack," the Tier 7 orc explained with a chilling excitement in his voice. "Now let me make it clear one final time. Open the barrier yourself, and I might show you mercy when I kill you, refuse, and you will suffer severe consequences," the Tier 7 orc threatened. "I would never open the barrier, do your worst. We will defend this city until reinforcements arrive," the captain defiantly declared. "Oh, no wonder you're so adamant. Too bad you have made the wrong choices. Shamans, proceed," the Tier 7 orc ordered. The two orcs that came with him summoned their staffs and began casting spells, their incantations echoing through the air. And soon, two enormous rune constellations appeared in the sky. "Captain, the space passage seems to have been temporarily halted." One of the black armored guards flew towards the captain and whispered urgently. "What?" the captain exclaimed in shock, before glancing back at the two Tier 6 shamans, who were now in the process of preparing another spell, as the rune constellations they first casted continued to revolve in the air. "I see what those runes are for. They're locking down space, preventing us from calling form sending someone to the Academy, so we can't get help anytime soon. But even if you cut off our opportunity to ask for assistance, you still won't be able to take down the entire city with just 5 of you," the captain retorted. The orc leader laughed in response. "You are so ignorant, my friend. Can't you see the bigger picture? I'm not foolish enough to try and take down the city on my own. The Academy must have hidden 1 or 2 great fighters here, so why should I fight alone when I can bring my entire army?" The orc leader's face twisted into a wild smile as he extended his arms wide, savoring the impending chaos. An army, the black armored guards on the wall exclaimed in confusion, unable to believe what they were hearing. "Oh yes, an army," the orc leader replied with a sneer. "You have encroached on our land, claimed our territories, and forgotten that you must defend to keep what you have. It seems we have left you all for too long, and you've forgotten what war truly entails. Allow me to remind you of the true meaning of bloodshed." As the two shamans completed their second spell, a massive space gate materialized before them. It was evident that the gate was linked to predetermined coordinates. Without hesitation, the space gate opened, and a horde of orcs poured out wielding various weapons. The orcs ranged from Tier 2 to Tier 4, creating a formidable force. "Attack!" the leading orc bellowed, and over 2,000 orcs sprinted towards the barrier, aiming to weaken its defenses. Even the captain hadn't anticipated that the Tier 7 orc would make such a bold move. The captain had assumed that the Tier 7 orc would exhaust his mana in sending out destructive attacks until he breached the barrier, expecting this to leave him vulnerable. However, the orc orchestrating this assault once again showcased his ability to get things done without himself being the figurehead. He was giving the captain the feeling of someone 2 steps ahead. The entire city could hear the thunderous rumble of approaching footsteps. The residents clutched their weapons, steeling themselves for what seemed to be an inevitable war. This was a type of conflict that hadn't transpired in over 100 years, as the orcs hadn't challenged the war god Mage Academy's city in such a manner for a long time. Although only a Tier 7 orc was leading the attack, it was clear that there was a greater schemer pulling the strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, the Academy wouldn't have deployed most of its high-tier mages elsewhere, and the orcs just seemed to be aware of this vulnerability, so choosing to attack at this moment couldn't be seen as coincidence. There was an undeniable presence of a traitor within the chain of command of the war god Mage Academy. While the Academy city teetered on the brink of being overthrown, Alex golems continued to wreak havoc all over the Beast King region. In that moment, both Sword Saint and Tempest Butcher found themselves in a precarious situation as they came face to face with a beast whose body seemed to be constantly changing. This particular creature had 3 heads, with the one in the middle resembling that of a lion. "This beast appears to be at the peak of the Tier 4 realm. We should flee immediately," Sword Saint advised. "Master only mentioned running if we encountered a pack of Tier 3 beasts. Why should I falter at the thought of facing a single Tier 3 creature? No, I will slay this beast and take a step closer to achieving a breakthrough," Butcher stubbornly declared, clutching his axe tightly. "Fools." The lion-headed beast sneered as it lunged forward, biting down on its other 2 heads, one resembling an eagle and the other a wolf. The golem stood in shock at witnessing a Tier 3 demonic beast speak, but the next second, Butcher cursed himself for not heeding Sword Saint's warning, as an unmistakable aura of a Tier 4 beast emanated from the creature, causing Butcher to realize the gravity of the situation. As if the revelation wasn't enough, 2 mighty eagle wings unfurled from the creature's back as it let out a deafening roar, its claws taking on a menacing new form. Titan made a small noise as he received a transmitted message from one of his ice golem summons. He glanced over at Alec, who was still screaming in pain after choosing to upgrade his endurance. Alec's body was displaying a red color, particularly on his chest, but Titan held onto the news he had just received, patiently waiting until Alec finished enduring the pain and collapsed on the ground, defeated. "Master, it seems both Butcher and Saint have gotten themselves into a bit of trouble." Titan informed. "How big of a trouble? Is it a horde?" Alec inquired, furrowing his brows. "No, Master. It's just a Tier 4 demonic beast," Titan responded, and Alec's annoyance was evident as he knew that those 2 won't provoke a Tier 4 demonic beast. How is that even possible? How can a Tier 4 beast manage to stay in the lower region without being hunted down? The beasts of the middle region would never tolerate a Tier 4 demonic beast lingering in the lower region, disrupting the jungle's rules. Alec expressed his frustration. "Well, Master, here's what I know. It appears that this beast has the ability to regress back to its Tier 3 realm from that way, hiding in the low regions perfectly, but when it senses danger, it can enter its true realm and unleash its full power. Such a creature seems to be too independent to align with anyone, so it bides its time in the middle region, gathering enough strength before making its way to the middle region, where it won't be forced to join any group." Titan offered his observation from what he saw through the summon's eyes. Interesting. And what about Legion? Any news on him?" Alec inquired further. "No, boss. I would never send any of my minions against Legion. With his extensive range detection, he would easily spot any minion following him. Besides, Legion despises the idea of someone protecting him," Titan explained. "While my minions have all upgraded to peak Tier 2, they still wouldn't stand a chance against Legion, who is a captain-ranked golem. Even if they are in the same realm, however, you need not worry about him." He seems to be on the brink of reaching the Tier 3 Golem realm, fully capable of taking care of himself. Plus, he has Magneto by his side. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to cause him any significant trouble, Titan reassured, causing Alec to chuckle at the thought of both Legion and Titan becoming Tier 3 Golems. He wouldn't have to fear Tier 4 mages anymore, as he, Titan, and Legion could easily team up against them and give them a beating they would never forget. What about Hive Queen and Oni? Alec inquired, wanting a complete update on his golems. Hahaha, Master, those are the ones you should be least worried about. They are naturally sadistic, with one of them willing to blow up her own children's summons when things don't go her way, and the other summoning demons to carry out his bidding. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to pose a threat to them. From what my minions have observed, they are about to encounter a small orc squad. I can only hope that the orc squad meets its end peacefully, or they would face a gruesome death in the hands of those two Titan relayed. But why would the orcs be in the Beast King's regions? Alec asked, puzzled. Clearly, they are there to hunt. Orcs require a substantial amount of meat to maintain their energy at its peak. Additionally, the bones of the beasts can be used to create ornaments or fused with beast crystals to forge spirit equipment. To the orcs, this is a significant power boost. They would occasionally venture into the Beast King's regions to hunt if the population of beasts in their own territories has dwindled, allowing them to reproduce undisturbed. Titan explained in great detail, shocking Alec. He couldn't help but wonder if Titan's intelligence had skyrocketed after his breakthrough to the Tier 3 realm. By the way, how did you become so brilliant? Alec asked Titan indirectly, but Titan didn't bother answering, curiosity getting the better of him. Alec opened his status tab to examine his progress. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 39. Tier 2 pike. Experience till next level. 54,867, 750,000. Attributes. Strength 104. Agility 55. Endurance 105. Mentality 14 locked. Mana 10,000, 10,000. Affinity Earth High Plus, Fire High Plus. Available points 14. System points 262,356. He had allocated exactly 40 attribute points to increase his endurance, resulting in it being 1 point higher than his strength. However, there was still one aspect remaining before he had an overall balanced stats, and that was his agility. Alec focused his mind and willed the remaining attribute points into his agility stat. He then summoned the system's spirit golem to inquire about his combat power. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 39. Tier 2 pike. Experience till next level. 54,867, 750,000. Attributes. Strength 104. Agility 69. Endurance 105. Mentality 14 locked. Mana 10,000, 10,000. Affinity Earth High Plus, Fire High Plus. Available points 0. System points 262,356. Just 31 more points to reach 100 in my agility. I can't wait, Alec exclaimed. System Spirit, how is my combat power? The System Spirit, still visibly upset from being left in the space pouch for so long, responded with clear annoyance at being summoned now. However, it acknowledged that it was not Alec's fault, as it had previously stated that it would not fight on Alec's behalf. Based on your stats alone, you should have the power of a peak Tier 3 battle class mage. If other factors like your mana, combat sense, and weapons are taken into consideration, you should be able to escape unharmed from a Tier 4 lifeform, the System Spirit said sarcastically. Alec became confused. What do you mean run away from a Tier 4? I have fought Tier 4 beings before and have been able to defeat them with the help of others. Why should I back down now that I have become more powerful? My dear, you have underestimated the power of the mid-ranks. The Tier 4 beings you have faced so far are those who rush their breakthroughs and have not yet stabilized their realms. There is only a slight difference in strength between them and strong peak Tier 3 warriors, the System Spirit explained. Alec was taken aback. And how do you know about that? He asked in surprise, as he was certain that the System Spirit had been locked up in the space pouch during those encounters. Oh come on, I am the System Spirit. Whenever you use the system, I am notified of it. When you checked on the Hyena Matriarch status, I moved my consciousness into the system to spy. Don't tell me you're shy now. I found out about your little demonic beast girlfriend and answer the questions. The System Spirit teased Alec. She's not my girlfriend, Alec quickly clarified, feeling slightly embarrassed. And no, I don't think I would be able to defeat her if it ever came to that. She is really powerful. the memory of the newly breakthrough hyena matriarch holding her ground against both the root and the orc chief for some time flashed in Alec's mind. She was undeniably formidable. Now, that's because she has a solid foundation. She didn't need any more time to get used to her realm, as she had been delaying her breakthrough in order to have a perfect one befitting her. Now, imagine fighting someone like that in the mid-tier 4 or high-tier 4. The only thing you should think of is escape if you have no companion, because believe me, only after they get used to their realm's powers can they step into the mid-tier 4 realm. And that's why the difference between low rank and mid rank is another level of power entirely, because if you think you can fight a tier 4 being like you confronted that root whose realm was weakened due to your master's strike, or the wounded orc chief who just entered tier 4, you are in for a surprise. The system spirit explained, causing Alec to get lost in his thoughts. Alec, who had been in discussion with the system spirit, finally realized that he hadn't felt any pain while upgrading his agility stats. It dawned on him that his high endurance had not only increased his physical capabilities, but also his pain tolerance. Well, let's get rid of the bastard that's making things difficult for my golems, Alec declared, dashing towards the location he had designated for Butcher and Saint, with Titan and the system spirit golem following closely behind. Meanwhile, the battle between the tier 4 demonic beast and Butcher and Saint raged on. Butcher summoned all 5 of his storm elemental golems, hoping to slow down the tier 4 demonic beast that had a lion's face in front of them. However, a single roar from the lion's head unleashed a shock wave that quickly infiltrated their bodies, resulting in their swift demise. Butcher was disheartened to discover that his elementals, which were only peak tier 1 summons, could not even withstand one attack from the lion-faced beast. And that was because they were too low level and was no threat to tier 4 demonic beast, but they would never reach the tier 2 realm unless Butcher, their summoner, advanced to the next realm. This bastard is too overpowered. Even my summons can't test its power. We would have to engage, Butcher observed, slightly panicked. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a sword being dragged along the ground. He turned to see Sword Saint, who was meant to be more composed, charging towards the demonic beast. Butcher couldn't let him charge alone, especially since he partly blamed himself for their predicament. Gripping his lightning battle axe tightly, Butcher ran towards the battle. As Saint entered striking range, he put more strength into his grip before raising his great sword high above his head. His eyes locked with those of the disdainful lion as he showed no sign of fear or emotion. With a powerful swing, his sword descended, causing flames to ignite along its path. Bang. To Saint's surprise, his powerful strike was halted by one of the lion's wings. Pests, the lion growled in a low tone as it swiftly struck out with its claws, releasing a surge of energy that hit Saint, sending him hurtling towards a nearby tree. Even Butcher, who had closed in on the lion, found himself being propelled towards another tree by the sheer force of the beast's forelimb. The lion stared at its numb forelimb, which was a result of Butcher releasing discharged tiny bolts when he had been hit, a sense of unease creeping over the demonic beast after swiping at Butcher. Low-tier combination skill Storm Cleaver. Butcher's voice echoed through the forest as a lightning spark raced towards the lion-faced demonic beast with incredible speed. But despite the numbness, the lion's eyes still tracked Butcher's movements. Why won't you just die? The lion roared, extending one of its wings like a weapon to clash with Butcher's lightning axe, which he had put all his strength into. Unfortunately, when the strike finally landed, the wings effortlessly absorbed the lightning bolt that Butcher was so proud of. In a blur of movement, the lion darted with astonishing speed, even Butcher struggling to follow its motions. Baring its teeth, the lion lunged at Butcher's elemental body hoping to bite its head off, but was caught off guard when an ice shard that was shot towards it entered its mouth and exploded, causing it to stagger back, momentarily losing Butcher. We arrived just in time. Fortunately, you haven't suffered any irreversible damage. That's a relief now. Let's see who you truly are, Alex said, directing his attention away from his golems to analyze the lion, which looked less like a lion with its wings and different claws. Tier 4 demonic beast. Name Chimera. Gender male. Tier mid-tier 4. Well, we're screwed. It seems I just found the jinx of our team. It's the system spirit, Alec lamented, realizing that the Chimera was a mid-tier 4 demonic beast, as he remembered the system spirit just told him that it would be hard to defeat a mid-tier 4 demonic beast. While inspecting the Chimera, Alec caught its lack of interest in him. Shit, Alec cursed, instinctively wielding his bone katana to block the strike. Unaware of his own movements, his body had reacted swiftly on its own. To his surprise, the tail wasn't ordinary as it belongs to a snake. The Chimera had a snake for a tail, and the creature wrapped its fangs tightly around Alec's bone katana. As Titan approached the Chimera and swung his mace, the beast's wing moved to meet Titan's attack, underestimating him as if looking down on him. But Titan had a different plan for the Chimera. As he started rotating his spike mace, he invoked his low-tier battle skill. low-tier battle skill combined icy vortex. With a shout, he created an icy vortex that drew in the chimera's wings. As the chimera was dragged towards Titan, Alec held onto its snake tail, exacerbating its movement. Closing in on the chimera, Titan conjured an ice gauntlet on his right hand and delivered a powerful uppercut to its jaw, sending it flying back until it crashed onto the ground. "Next time, don't underestimate me," Titan's cold voice resounded. However, the chimera quickly got back on its feet, cracking its neck back into place with one move. "That actually hurt. Who would have thought a tier 3 lifeform could still hurt me? Well, that ends here. I will kill your creator first, forcing you to be destroyed by the forces of the world." The chimera sneered, a cunning glint in its eyes as it flapped its wings, and increased its speed as it dashed towards Alec, viewing him as a mere peak tier 2 mage who had recently broken through and posed no threat. It had disregarded Alec all along and only saw Titan as the main threat. But despite Titan's desire to stop the chimera, it moved at its fastest speed, and its snake tail emitted a green smoke that temporarily obscured the view of both Titan and itself. But it was confident that it would attack Alec once it emerged from the mist. The chimera believed that no one could escape it within its realm. Talk less of Alec that had not even stepped in the tier 3 mage realm. However, the moment it stepped out of the green fog, it was met with another powerful uppercut punch. The force of Alec's punch propelled the chimera even farther than before, causing significant internal injuries this time. In that moment, the chimera took the opportunity to focus on Alec. It observed Alec's punch to its jaws that inflicted great injuries as there was blood dripping. It also noticed the pair of red gauntlets on Alec's hands. The flaming tattoos came on around Alec's body, gradually transformed into an armor. "I suppose I appeared weak to you because of my realm, huh? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but now that I can summon the red salamander armor set for a longer duration, I'll make sure to inflict serious damage on you." Titan used his hands to cast an icy breath, dispersing the green fog. The captain could only watch helplessly as the orcs summoned by the tier 7 orc descended upon the city's barrier like a horde of beasts. With their every strike, they demonstrated an unwavering determination, as if their lives depended on penetrating the barrier. But despite the continuous trembling their strikes caused, the barrier showed no immediate signs of giving way. However, the captain knew that the energy of the barrier wouldn't be able to hold for another hour if this continued. He felt if the mid-ranking orcs or the tier 7 orc decided to lend their strength, the barrier would surely collapse within the next 30 minutes. Even though the captain had spoken confidently about defending the city, the loss of contact with the academy and the inability to call for backup had already planted the seed of escape in his mind if things took a turn for the worse. He was a selfish person and not the type to sacrifice his life for such matters. In fact, if it weren't for the barrier that not only defended against the orcs but also trapped them in place, he would have escaped long ago. And so the captain anxiously waited for the next 30 minutes, however. He soon realized that his calculations and predictions had been flawed. Yet, at this very moment, he could already see numerous cracks on the barrier, indicating its imminent collapse. It was then that he discovered the damage inflicted on the barrier when the Dragon Lance was launched had significantly depleted its energy beyond his expectations. And he alone bore responsibility for the current dire situation. The Dragon Lance was intended for use as a last resort, possessing enough power to swiftly eliminate an unprepared tier 7 mage without hesitation. It had been created as a safeguard in case the academy faced dire circumstances, allowing the captain to order its launch and assassinate enemy tier 7 mages who would have been caught off guard by the sneak attack due to the intensity of battle they might be engaged in. He had arrogantly believed that only 2 orcs had followed him back to the city, and had intended to eliminate them both with the destructive power of the Dragon Lance. And if the Dragon Lance strike had landed, those tier 6 orcs would have stood no chance of survival. However, luck was on the orcs' side, as the powerful tier 7 orc arrived just in time to save them from the lance. Finally, cracks began to appear on the barrier, indicating its inevitable shattering. Meanwhile, the black armored guards were preparing themselves to face the impending orc invasion and defend the city once the barrier fell. But instead of rallying his troops, the captain was busy seeking an escape route, anticipating the barrier's collapse. With a resounding bang, the barrier finally succumbed, unleashing a symphony of triumph for the orcs. They charged towards the city walls, using their bodies as makeshift ladders for their comrades to scale the walls. Their objective was clear: to eliminate the black armored guards and open the gates for the rest of their army to enter the city with ease. In the midst of this chaos, the guards, awaiting orders on how to bravely defend the city, heard an absurd statement. "Abandon your posts. This city cannot defend itself. We must escape before the orcs take over." The captain's words reverberated, shocking the guards who looked at him in disbelief. They knew the captain had a questionable attitude, but they never expected him to utter such cowardly words simply because his own life was in danger. The guards had taken oaths to protect the city and its people with their very last breath. And here they were, standing alongside thousands of student mages from the War God Mage Academy and other schools who had sent their promising students to experience the orcs' villages and society. If anything were to ever happen to the multitude of people in the city, the War God Mage Academy would face dire consequences from different institutions. Yet the captain had audaciously commanded the defenders to flee, aiming to plunge the entire city into chaos. His plan was to take advantage of the confusion caused by the guards abandoning their posts, making his own escape much easier and undetected. Because he was aware that the Tier 7 orcs would simply send more orcs to hunt him down if he tried to escape at that moment. He was the highest-ranking official of the War God Mage Academy present, and someone they would chase after first, so he sought to devise a better escape plan. However, to his astonishment, the black-armored guards stood motionless, disregarding his orders as they watched the orcs continue to lengthen their body ladder. One of the Tier 6 orcs, with a mohawk-style hairdo, sneered and remarked, "Seems there's some kind of internal dispute among the humans. They would never be able to put up a fight like this. When will they ever learn? It would be wise not to underestimate the humans, though there are many among them who are despicable, but they are undeniably capable of producing extraordinary talents. Otherwise, how do you think they managed to gain a foothold in all part of the abyss facing thousands of regions from different passage? True, our higher-level experts surpass the humans, but we are constrained by the Blood Moon Wars. However, that's not the reason we haven't defeated them. It's because they have always been adaptable, capable of overcoming any challenge, so be prepared on every front." As the Tier 7 orc finished his speech, he gazed at the Tier 6 orcs before him, hoping they wouldn't become complacent and assume victory was already assured. Then with a resounding bang, the black-armored guards were taken aback as they witnessed one of their own striking the captain to a nearby building, and they realized it was the guard whom the captain had slapped earlier for disregarding his orders of launching the dragon lance. "Don't just stand there," the black-armored guard who had struck the captain exclaimed, taking charge. "You all went through drills right, so why do you need this fool's orders before carrying out your duties? Archers, prepare your bows. Crossbow wielders, join in. We still have plenty of enemies. Shoot with the intention to strike them down." With authority, the guard began issuing various commands, as the orcs, who were already nearing the top of the city walls, finally started meeting their demise as a volley of arrows rained down upon them from the combined force of the black-armored guards. "Fire!" The guard bellowed, prompting the black-armored guards to release a second wave of arrows at the orcs, who were perilously close to reaching the top of the city gates. The orc leaders were still surprised by the salvo of arrows that had been shot at the orc soldiers. They hadn't even had time to prepare a command before the second round landed, killing many orcs who were still climbing up the walls. Witnessing the deaths of their companions, the remaining orcs decided to proceed with caution, as the Tier 7 orcs ordered them to raise their shields that was strapped to their backs in defense against any more arrows. However, no more arrows were launched after the second round. Despite the absence of arrows, the orcs continued to climb cautiously, shielded as best they could. Their climbing speed dropped considerably, but they persisted with their shields up, with the fear that another round would just fall next. What the orcs failed to realize was that the guards had stopped shooting arrows not because they were reloading, but because the commanding guard had sent a group of guards to collect rocks strewn near the gates. Although the black-armored guards couldn't comprehend how so many medium-sized rocks had ended up there, or why the commanding guard wanted them retrieved, but they still obediently followed his orders. The guard's actions had consistently demonstrated that protecting the city was his top priority, and within seconds, the rocks were distributed among the mages waiting at the top of the city gates. Meanwhile, some of the fast-moving orcs had reached the top of the gates, climbed, and were now just a few feet away from the guards. Many of the guards appeared pale and afraid, realizing they had to face the orcs with nothing but the stones in their hands now as they have dropped their weapons. The orcs were far stronger than the average human, and they were mostly the mages with low affinity talent, and that's why they chose the guard job, where the academy provided them with cultivation resources in exchange for their services. So a normal battle between them and the orcs would almost certainly end in their defeats. Now, with the orcs outnumbering them, the situation grew even more dire. "Duck," the commanding guard's voice echoed once more, almost sounding like divine intervention to the guards. Just as they couldn't understand the significance of retrieving the stones, they were equally uncertain about the reason behind his words on why he would want them to duck in this situation, but they were willing to follow any order that would keep them from facing the orcs head-on with such low morale, especially after what their captain had done. Fire, bang. The thunderous echo that rippled through the soldiers who had ducked down sent shivers down their spines as they imagined what would have happened if they hadn't obeyed the guard's command. He had been issuing orders to various units simultaneously, and it was shocking to witness how proficient he was at commanding them despite being just a guard like them. The guard's words resounded, infusing them with energy as they stood up. However, one particular soldier who had only recently joined couldn't help but puke when he saw the mangled orc organs in front of him. He turned around and noticed concealed cannons in another part of the walls. These cannons had been well placed and had been responsible for claiming the lives of many orcs that just climbed the walls. "What are you waiting for? Send your rocks down and switch with the next line," the commanding guard shouted to the dumbstruck newbie guard who was disrupting the flow of orders. While the guard efficiently commanded the black armored guards like a well-oiled machine, effortlessly killing the orcs before they even had the chance to reach the top of the city walls, the Tier 6 orcs and the leader of the attack grew increasingly impatient with the way things were unfolding. The Tier 7 orc prided himself as a great battlefield controller, never to be caught off guard. He always had plans to compensate for any mistakes, and if his calculations were correct, his army should have already brought down the city gates by now, allowing the rest of the orc army entry into the city. It was the scenario he had envisioned when he ordered an attack on the human city. And that was why he had been able to devise follow-up plans that had led the captain astray. He was just that good. He had discovered the existence of the low-grade mine and used it as bait to capture the academy-based city in a counterattack, cause he believed the greedy captain would try something drastic to get the mine. If he were asked to choose between the mine and the city, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the low-ranked nature mine for the sake of obtaining the city over again, and that was exactly what had unfolded here. Why do we even have to wait, great lord? Unleash me on them. I can break through their puny army and open the gates, allowing our forces to enter and occupy the city, the mohawk hairstyle orc said angrily, while the other Tier 6 orc hummed and watched the battle, lightly stroking his beard. His face displayed no emotions as he observed everything happening. "And what makes you think you'd be able to reach the gates before they wear you down and kill you with their tactics?" the Tier 7 orc questioned, his eyes filled with anger as he stared at the mohawk hairstyle orc. "I'm a Tier 6 warrior. These puny humans won't be able to hold me down, and even if that captain that we chased joins them, I'll gladly kill him," the orc answered almost instantly. However, the Tier 7 orc simply ignored him and turned his attention to the other Tier 6 mage, asking for his opinion. "I believe that as long as that guard is still alive, we will never be able to enter the city. Relying on lower-ranked orcs when the city is futile unless you're willing to wait. Instead, I think once that guard is out of the picture, the city will be ours for the taking," the orc said casually, as he gently stroked his beard with his right hand, while his left hand firmly held his spiked club resting on the shoulder of his beast skin armor. "So all I have to do is kill that small guard there who seems to be leading the rest, and our job will be easy, right?" The mohawk hairstyle orc finally shifted his attention to the guard who was still issuing orders, while the human guards kept the orcs at bay with minimal casualties and had already decimated more than half of the orc army. "Yes, kill that man, and I will allow you to choose one of my daughters as your wife," the Tier 7 orc said to boost the orc's courage, and the mohawk orc's lips moistened with anticipation. His mind wandered as he fantasized about marrying and ravishing the daughter of a high lord, a connection that would tie him to the Tier 7 orc through marriage. Observing the expressions of the two orc shamans, the Tier 7 mage sensed their deteriorating mana levels. It was obvious that they were running out of energy and would no longer be able to maintain their spatial lockdown. However, before they collapsed, he wanted to gain control over the space passage inside the city, ensuring he could reject any transmissions from the academy preventing them from descending into the abyss using that entrance. He wanted to make sure the city would be out of their reach by the time his shaman's mana runs out. But first he needed to be the lord of the city and have it under his command. "Go," the Tier 7 orc commanded, prompting the mohawk orc to dash towards the city walls as he had finally run out of patience. "Why did you send him forward? With the way things are going, we might still be able to open the gates," the other orc with braided hair questioned, displaying a rare intelligence. "I'm tired of waiting, I want it now, and that guard commanding is proving to be stubborn nut, so we'll go with your tactics. I can't bear to see so many loyal soldiers dying when it can be prevented," the Tier 7 orc stated, while the braided hair orc grunted in response, choosing not to say anything further. The mohawk orc landed on the city walls, causing the stones beneath him to shoot out like deadly projectiles, killing almost every guard they passed through. Some were fortunate enough to survive with severe injuries. With a wild laughter, the mohawk orc swung his sword in a circular motion, creating a transparent blade made of force that slaughtered nearly every human guard in his vicinity. His deranged laughter echoed through the walls as he became drenched in blood. Raising his sword to his lips, he delicately licked the blade while maintaining eye contact with the guard in charge of the command. The orc, although unable to see the guard's facial expressions, still saw the exhibited deep anger in his eyes through his helmet. Heh, are you mad because I killed your puppets? It's no biggie. Come and avenge them if you're man enough, the orc taunted with his hands wide open. However, the commanding guard remained unfazed, continuing to issue commands as if the orc held no significance. Enraged, the orc attempted to dash towards the guard, intending to finish him off once and for all. But he felt that he was locked on by 3 Tier 5 mages, but before the 3 Tier 5 mages who had decided to stop him could even mount an effort, he unleashed 3 sword lights that sliced through the clouds, accurately striking the hidden Tier 5 mages. Though the orc saw them as mere remnants of the Academy's defensive mechanisms, he couldn't be certain if they were truly defeated by his strikes. However, he knew that he had attacked with all his might, so if they somehow survived, they would undoubtedly be gravely injured. In one thunderous stomp, the orc stood face to face with the commanding guard, his sword raised high, just milliseconds away from severing the guard's neck. Taking a moment to peer into the guard's eyes, he hoped to finally witness fear reflected in them, but to his astonishment, all he found was unyielding anger. Something is amiss. Every human fears death. How can this one be so unnaturally calm? The Mohawk orc wondered, before abruptly feeling his vision blur. Bewildered, he tried to glance down, only to realize that his upper body had been violently ripped from the rest of his body. The ironic twist was that he still didn't comprehend how he had met his demise or who had struck him down. Even in his final moments, he hadn't suspected the commanding guard for a second thought. His lifeless body plummeted to the ground as he took his final breath and perished. "You killed one of my generals, you shall pay," the Tier 7 orc declared, launching a strike at the guard. "You spout nothing but drivel," the commanding guard retorted. With one hand, he removed his helmet, revealing his face, and with the other hand, he reached forward, gripping the air as if grasping an invisible sword. He then moved his hands to strike towards the orc with nothing but grasped air. At the academy, the entire council of esteemed great instructors had gathered in the meeting hall of the new dean's house. As they exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of hurt and anger was palpable among them. All of this stemmed from a revelation that shook them to the core. It had all started when one of the 2 Tier 8 mages, who was responsible for guarding the space passages to the orc regions, approached the new dean with grave news. That the portal that had functioned flawlessly for years had undergone a drastic change, and the once serene blue light had transformed into a forbidding shade of red, impeding any mage from entering the space passage. This development alone was enough for the Academy to realize that the city in the abyss was under attack. But what infuriated the new dean even more was the discovery that there were no assigned high-tier mages within the base city in the abyss. Their absence was undoubtedly the reason why the space passage had been sealed off that easily, as there was no one strong enough to intervene against the assailants casting such a space-lock spell, and this is the reason why the dean had called for all the great instructor. I'm sure by now you all understand the main reason behind me calling this meeting, which concerns the Academy's city in the Orc space passage. I cannot fathom who leaked the information about the city lacking high-tier mages to protect it in the first place, or who had the guts to believe they could do without my knowledge. The new dean addressed the great instructors from his seat, casting a stern gaze upon those seated on the left and right sides of the hall. Most of the instructors showed a perplexed expression towards the dean's statement, but he remained unconvinced. In his mind, the only individuals with enough authority to reassign the high-tiers mages of the Academy were the great instructors present at the meeting. "Apologies, Dean," an elderly man with streaks of black hair spoke up, his voice carrying wisdom and experience. "The lizard men in the second space passage under the Academy control and the minotaurs in the third space passage have formed an unexpected alliance, causing unrest. Gideon is a peak Tier 8 mage and also the father of Igor." Upon hearing what had happened with his son almost being attacked by Terran, he had rushed to emerge from seclusion. However, he soon found himself taking the fall for another issue, as it turned out that the faction he was aligned with had been responsible for relocating the high-tier mages to the other passages without the new dean's knowledge, as they were driven by their own hidden agenda. While they had never anticipated that the orcs would launch such a devastating attack, they were confident that nothing would happen to Gideon, who was taking the blame, particularly because he is supposed to be in the same realm as the new dean. The dean's frown deepened as he realized that Gideon had volunteered to shoulder the blame for what had transpired. With Gideon's confession, there was little the dean could do to punish those are really responsible or the pawns they used to get it down. Given the powerful forces supporting Gideon in the War God Mage Academy, it became evident that Gideon was merely obeying someone else's orders. The dean reluctantly accepted that he must not offend the faction within the Academy until he gained enough strength to challenge them. If he were to touch their interests, they would stop at nothing to make his life difficult. In the past, when his senior apprentice brother, Mad Dog, was still present, The faction had treaded carefully due to his position as the hall master of the disciplinary hall. He had the authority and power to keep them in check. Despite their numerous attempts to manipulate him, their schemes had always backfired. Mad Dog had become an ardent opponent, determined to dismantle their plans and undermine their influence within the academy like it was his life goal. However, in his absence, they were free to act as they pleased. The disciplinary hall had lost their sword of justice and could not even muster the strength to arrest any member of the faction when they committed wrongdoing. They were filled with fear over the potential backlash they might face in the absence of their leader. And that is why, although Igor had been identified as the one who threw Alec and his fellow clansmen into the abyss, they refrained from punishing him due to the circumstances. Instead, they turned a blind eye. Their only wish now was that Taran would forget all that happened and not meet his demise, as the faction had been eagerly searching for an opportunity to kill him, fearing he might become another Mad Dog in future with his talent. Although he said those words lightly, they stung the ears of all the high-tier mages present, especially those who were members of the faction. After all, to prevent high-tier mages who had hundreds of meters sensitivity from overhearing something, restrictions on space had to be imposed. Merely murmuring those words felt like an indirect slap in the face to the faction, as they knew exactly who the dean was referring to with his statement. Their facial expressions instantly changed, reminding one another of their plot to send Mad Dog to guard the special rift as he reached the Tier 9 Mage realm. They had hoped to be rid of him, even wishing for his demise, yet their plan had failed as they had heard rumors of his growing strength. Now, mentioning his name had always put the faction in a tight spot. It's a challenging situation I find myself in, however. It's clear to all of us that even the monarch orcs have abandoned those regions, leaving them as training grounds. The reason for this is simple: most of the resources in that area have been fully plundered and utilized elsewhere according to their desires. So either way, the passage is not worth all the trouble. We can easily secure it from here before they turn it into a space gate that they can use to attack us every blood moon, Gideon explained. That would not be possible. Don't tell me you are forgetting about the thousands of lives that are there. Are you planning on giving up on them so easily? Ignatius, a disciplinary hall elder and one of the great instructors, asked with a frown in response to Gideon's suggestion of locking down the space passage while there was still a city of mages there. From their standpoint, such a move would prevent the orcs from opening a space gate that leads to the academy every blood moon after he captured the city and gain access to it. However, it would also mean trapping everyone human mage with the orcs, with no means of escape, and a vast distance of 1,000,000 miles over the treacherous Red Abyss Sea before reaching another space passage and a city belonging to humans. It almost felt as if Gideon was condemning them to a death sentence, like he saw them as already dead while they were still alive. In that case, I have a proposition for Ignatius, Dean, Gideon interjected. What might that be? The dean inquired. I am fully prepared to fund all the necessary renovations for the city and compensate the families of the fallen mages. However, this will only happen if we somehow find a way to regain control of the city under the academy within the next 24 hours. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to proceed with locking down the space passage, Gideon stated. The level of confidence with which Gideon made this promise was as if he was certain that almost all the mages in that space passage would end up dead. Ignatius stared at his smile and snorted. He had harbored a deep hatred for Gideon for a long time. While both of them were peak Tier 8 mages, Ignatius was the only peak Tier 8 mage present in the academy that represented the disciplinary hall. On the other hand, Gideon's faction had multiple peak Tier 8 mages still in the academy, and he held a higher position in the academy as a top great instructor, because the distribution of resources and ranking of the great instructors was based on the strength of their respective disciples, which further magnified Ignatius's animosity towards Gideon. Gideon had managed to recruit an abundance of talented mages with the faction's help, including his own son, who had also become a Tier 8 mage due to the help from the faction. This success ensured that Gideon had left Ignatius in the dust a long time ago, causing Gideon to look down on him. Thus, Ignatius was not even on Gideon's radar. I dare you to take on this challenge, Gideon exclaimed. Oh, you give me 24 hours to regain control of the portal under the Academy's command, or you will shut it down. Well, I don't think I'll need that long, at least 20 hours. If the portal isn't back under the Academy's control, you are free to do whatever you want, Ignatius confidently replied. In a fit of anger, Ignatius had impulsively blurted out these words without fully comprehending the weight of the claim he had just made. Once the adrenaline subsided, he realized the enormity of his statement. Driven by his anger towards Gideon, Ignatius had taken the challenge head-on, but now he felt a sense of trepidation due to the magnitude of his claims. If Ignatius had spoken with such confidence, there must have been something on his mind that could potentially enable him to win the portal back in the Academy's favor. Recalling his own shameless claim to bear the cost for the city and compensate if they were able to reclaim it, Gideon felt a wave of self-reproach for his overconfidence. He had believed that the city was lost, and there was nothing that could be done to retrieve it. That was why he had made that claim, although he knew he couldn't bear the cost himself. If by any chance the portal returned under the Academy's control, the faction was the one who would have to fulfill the promises he made. However, such actions would leave a significant hole in their pockets, and someone would need to take the blame for the consequences. These thoughts raced through Gideon's mind until he calmed down and thought more clearly. He smirked at Ignatius and said, "All your mind games won't work, Ignatius. I won't back down on my words. There's no way the mages in that city can defend the portal. I've gone through the list of potential mid-tier mages there, and I can say for certain that even I can't expect them to create a miracle and defeat whatever the orc has planned," Gideon confidently declared. He leaned back in his chair, feeling relieved that he no longer had to worry about being scapegoated. However, Ignatius only laughed at Gideon's carefully thought-out plan. The new dean had been quiet all along, planning to watch from the sidelines and enjoy the unfolding events. He was seen merely as a figurehead leader until Mad Dog safely returned or the old dean decided to come out of seclusion. But at that moment, he realized that he didn't even have to make a move to get his will done. He could always use the hands of the disciplinary hall to carry out his bidding and prevent the faction from taking actions he couldn't oppose them of. "You only say this because you definitely don't know who is inside that abyss. What if I told you that there are 3 mages hiding in the orc regions?" Ignatius taunted, confident in his knowledge that Gideon was unaware of these hidden forces that decided to live in the peaceful orc space passage. Of course, you wouldn't notice this because you're too busy trying to become the Academy's new Tier 9 mage, but the person you should actually be worried about is the one who entered the abyss a few hours ago, desperate to protect what is dear to him, Ignatius revealed with a cheeky grin on his face. Gideon was still confused and couldn't comprehend what was happening in that moment. However, a person sitting close to him leaned in and whispered in his ear, shedding light on the situation. "I think he's talking about Terran, remember? He wanted to kill your son because he believed Igor threw his disciples into the abyss when they were just Tier 2 mages. Well, it seems after that incident, his disciples developed a liking for venturing into the abyss and causing major battles. Terran must have gone in with them to watch over them," the person whispered. Gideon face palmed himself upon hearing this information. "That idiot is trying to kill my son for throwing his disciples into the abyss, and now it turns out that the Tier 2 mages he harbored are even crazier than him, willingly going into the abyss again. And my son, who was trying to kill them, has inadvertently awakened a group of reckless students. He should have just killed them by hand. Instead, Gideon shook his head at how the situation had unfolded. Seeing Gideon's worried expression brought a sense of delight to Ignatius. "Are you worried about not being able to keep your promise? Do you want to back down before it's too late?" Ignatius taunted. "I would never go back on my words," Gideon firmly replied to Ignatius before turning to the great instructor beside him and saying, "This idiot must be gloating at my expense right now. I'm sure Terran is flourishing in the abyss as we speak. That fool is a catalyst for disaster whenever there's a war." Meanwhile, back at the abyss, the commanding guard removed his helmet, revealing his face, as he raised his hand in a swiping gesture just as the Tier 7 orc prepared to strike. His movement caused a gentle breeze to pass through, and to everyone's surprise, the orc's attack disappeared before it could be unleashed. "How long do you plan on hiding? Come out already," the guard taunted. "Your setup may be deceiving, but if you want to convince me that you intend to conquer a human city with just one Tier 7 mage, then you clearly don't take your ambitions seriously," Orc Commander Grimgor. The guard, with his face fully revealed, spoke with confidence, like he truly was sure the person he called was responsible for the attacks on the Academy-based city. While many struggled to remember who he was, there were a select few who were still hiding close to the gates and recognized him instantly. "Wait, am I hallucinating? Or isn't that the short man we always saw at the counter of the War God Mage Armory?" Arthur questioned, pointing towards the man who was now dressed in a black guard uniform. The entire group tried to recall his face, only to realize that Arthur was correct. Their perplexity now focused on how he had seemingly grown taller. Before they could respond to Arthur's comment, they witnessed him being hurled towards a specific location by a strong wind. "You're the one who's short, you fucker. I'll deal with you too, just like your master," the short man who was dressed in the guard's armor exclaimed, as he flickered his finger and sending Arthur crashing into the ground. Arthur was buried up to his neck, with only his head visible. Beside him lay someone he immediately recognized. Seeing his familiar acquaintance in the same predicament left Arthur speechless and stunned. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the person before the rest of the gang arrived at the scene. "Master, they all exclaimed in unison as they spotted their leader trapped in the ground. It was in that moment they truly grasped the fact that the short man who always haggled with them over prices at the counter possessed even greater strength than their esteemed master, and who they held in high regard. "Why are you looking at me like that? I had no way of defending myself. That old bastard is as strong as old man Alfred. They belong to the old generation. You can't expect me to be able to defeat everyone just because there are rumors about my strength being excess," Taryn said, his voice muffled due to his predicament. Agnes desperately attempted to convince herself that Taryn was merely teaching them to show respect to their seniors. However, after pondering deeply, she realized that her master was most likely indirectly praising himself, implying that he was the greatest genius of his generation. "So, master, what's the plan? How do we escape from here?" Arthur finally voiced his impatience. Taryn stared at him for a few seconds before bursting into a fit of laughter. "Who the fuck do you think locked us in here? If he doesn't want us to leave, we won't be getting out. Let's just hope he's in a good mood after dealing with the city's problems. I blame my loose tongue for my predicament. I should have known better," Taryn lamented, turning his gaze towards Arthur. "How the hell did you end up offending that malicious man in the first place?" Taryn inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Laughs, you idiot. Don't you know that the thing he hates most is being disrespected because of his height?" "You shouldn't even mention it, even if it's true," Taryn lectured. However, Agnes interrupted with a question of her own, leaving Taryn momentarily silenced. "So what got you into this situation, master? We now know never to make the same mistake as Arthur, but it can't be that you, who was aware of it, ended up being punished as well for it, right?" Agnes asked. "Nah, that's not it," Taryn nervously responded, as he reminisced about a few moments earlier when he had barged into the armory, trying to persuade the short man behind the counter to give him a discount on a tracking talisman. The short man had been hell-bent on ripping off Taryn, overpricing the talisman by more than 50%. Although Taryn had initially intended to find it elsewhere, it turned out that only the short man had that particular talisman. In the heat of the moment, Taryn blurted out the words "short man," which resulted in him being buried without the talisman and having his power stone stolen. "That old thief was being completely unreasonable by putting me here," Taryn tried to explain to his student until he felt a surge of pain throughout his body, except for his head, mirroring Arthur's experience. Despite his efforts to hold it in, the pain became unbearable. "What the fuck, you sure, you sweet man," Taryn exclaimed, biting his tongue just in time to stop himself from saying "short" again. Agnes looked at him with strange eyes that seemed to convey an understanding of why he was buried as well. Although Taryn understood her, he couldn't care less at that moment of what she thought about him, as he focused on finding some relief from the pain. "That despicable man didn't just steal from me, he is also still spying on us from afar. Only God knows why he's always interested in eavesdropping. I'm sure he knows a lot of secrets within the city," Taryn thought, frustrated by the short man's actions. Agnes shifted her attention to the rest of the group, more interested in addressing another matter than dwelling on the fact that both her master and clansmen had provoked the same old man, and for the same reason. "Don't you think we should have parted ways? Last time I checked, we've already fulfilled Alec's promise to you all. After all, we've brought you all the way to the city, despite some accidents along the way. I'm sure we can all agree on that. That accident happened solely because of the stupidity of your leader," Agnes added, unapologetic about her choice of words, her words delivered harshly, disregarding the feelings of those she may have hurt. If it was before, Pale would have been mad, but now Pale just grinned, having regained his composure and feeling unperturbed by Agnes. He realized that it was Alec whom he disliked and couldn't get along with all this time, and he had no qualms against the Gordons' clansmen. On the contrary, he felt they were one of the best groups, displaying courage by facing Tier 3 and above life forms while still being Tier 2. Their bravery was commendable to anyone who truly understood how the group operated. Pale could only daydream about having a team like the Gordons' clansmen. He felt if he had such a supportive group of clansmen like Alec, he believed that he too could have made significant strides like Alec in the abyss. The Gordons' clansmen have showed him that a person's battle powers were not solely determined by their realm, a fact he reluctantly admitted after being with them for just few hours. Even now in the city, he only felt safe because they were still with the Gordons, because he knew that the Gordons' clansmen would have their backs if anything went wrong, especially since the city was going through an attack at the moment. That's why him and what was left of his group continued to follow the Gordons, as they always seemed to have a plan for any situation. "We would be delighted to accompany you until you leave the abyss," Pale said, extending his hand for Agnes to shake. But Agnes was taken aback. She never expected Pale, who had been rash and irresponsible, to be the one trying to be the good person. But she wasn't ready to fall for it, as she felt it was all an act, until suddenly a loud explosion rang out, but there was a barrier there protecting them, looking even more solid than the last time, indicating that the city was still protected. The city barrier, which had been previously destroyed, was now back up again, and the resident mages in the city were surprised and unsure how this had happened since they had witnessed the barrier breaking down before their eyes. Then a deep voice reverberated throughout the area, capturing everyone's attention. He, Alderic, you still pretend to be taller than your height even in old age. You're as amusing as ever. Another orc appeared, accompanied by 3 other Tier 7 orcs, including the Tier 7 orc who had led the previous attack, as they stood behind him, showing his positions. How dare you call me that? If my mental powers could influence people of the same realm, you would have found yourself buried 6 feet under the ground by now. The short man, whose name was Alderic, couldn't help but get angry at the new orc's statement. He had been called a short man multiple times in a day, and he couldn't recall the last time he had faced such an onslaught of insults. It had started with Terran, whom the great instructor in the Earth realm believed would decide the winner of their bet. Little did they know that Terran is buried in an unexpected tide of sand. Following Terran's mistake was his own disciple Arthur, and now the leader of the attack on the human city had also called him a short man. I see you still haven't lost that fetish of yours, however. If you ever hope to make me fall for you like that, you would first have to surpass me and become a Tier 9 mage, but are you even capable of reaching that realm? Grimgor teased Alderic, who stretched his hand into the air, seemingly waiting for something. Before your annoying weapon arrives, there's something I'd like to understand. How does your city have another barrier? Grimgor questioned. Alderic simply stared at him, though he appeared to be wearing only a fur robe that covered him completely. But Alderic had fought Grimgor enough times to know that underneath that fur robe lay formidable armor and his weapon capable of maximum destruction. He had quickly activated the Academy's emergency barrier as soon as he sensed Grimgor's mana fluctuation. In fact, he had initially chosen not to engage in this conquering the city fight, as he wanted to allow the humans to suffer a little because they had been complacent during their peaceful times. However, the moment he sensed Grimgor's forceful mana, Alderic decided to take matters into his own hands. That's why he put the captain who was in command into a slumber with a swift slap. He wanted to do more, especially after the captain had previously slapped him, but he restrained himself, since now was not the time to punish him for his errors. Finally, his long sword reached him and rested in his palm. It was covered by a white scabbard adorned with intricate runes. Alderic wasted no time in caressing his weapon. I see you don't want to continue talking with me, but if you think I didn't come prepared, then you'll be surprised. This isn't going to be just like last time, Grimgor said. Say that when you're finally able to defeat me. Last time we fought, I chased your ass for over 2 days, beating you until you acknowledged me as your pappy. I can still do that. And as for your ambition of wanting to conquer this city today, forget it. It'll only happen over my dead body, Alderic replied defiantly. I'm glad you said that already, as that means I'll have to kill you first, Grimgor said as he untied his robe, revealing the heavy armor underneath. With his 2 short axes hung at his waist, and unlike other orcs who liked showing some skin, Grimgor's armor covered every part of his upper body. My lord, someone flew towards him, presenting him with a helmet that matched his armor. With one hand, Grimgor received it and put on the helm that had 2 short horns. He stared back at Alderic. I've always hated your overconfident behavior, always believing you can defeat anyone. Do you think you're better than all the other Tier 8 lifeforms? Grimgor asked with a frown on his face. I don't care about any other Tier 8. Heck, I haven't even considered myself a top Tier 8 lifeforms. I just know I'm better than you. Even if you showcase your spirit equipment armor set crafted by ancient dwarves, it still won't stop me from beating you, Alderic confidently stated. How? Grimgor was perplexed that Alderic had discovered the origins of his newly crafted possession. How? It's simple. In my free time, I seem to have picked up an interest in crafting things, and along the way, I became a master forger, Alderic casually replied, causing Grimgor to almost choke on air. Free time, my foot. Becoming a master forger isn't a mere plaything. If it were, there would be countless master forgers among the high-ranking lifeforms, and we wouldn't have to beg to get our equipment forged by those snobbish forgers, Grimgor thought to himself, clearly annoyed by Alderic's skill. So are we going to do this, or are you going to take your team of orcs back and accept defeat? You do know you can't defeat me, right? Alderic said, casually shrugging his shoulders. Well, I won't know until I try, Grimgor replied. In an instant, he appeared to teleport from his previous position to directly in front of Alderic. However, he had not teleported. His movements were just too quick for the mid-tier mages and orcs to see. Even the Tier 7 orcs nearby could only catch a glimpse of a streak of light as Grimgor moved. With lightning speed, his right hand struck out towards Alderic's chest. Reacting swiftly, Alderic defended himself by using his sword, which was still in its scabbard, to block the attack. The impact created a deafening explosion as a powerful shockwave, and a fierce gust of wind erupted, sending a long arc of wind in all directions from the point of contact. This move happened so rapidly that even the Tier 7 orcs witnessing the encounter couldn't fully comprehend what had just occurred. Grimgor wore a wicked grin on his lips as he stared at Alderic, who now appeared somewhat pitiful. The black armor that Alderic had been using to disguise himself had been obliterated, revealing his normal, shorter stature in his work clothes. "Now I'm pissed," Alderic declared. As if in response, white tattoos began to emerge all over his body, gradually transforming into a magnificent suit of armor, as he became fully adorned in his spirit equipment set. With this transformation, Alderic's entire demeanor changed completely, from the grumpy old man to looking like a revered knight, donning shining armor and wielding his long sword. Alec was flung towards a nearby tree, but he swiftly regained his footing, as blood spewing onto his armor from his mouth. The chimera let out a tired roar, astounded that Alec persisted with such fervor, despite how many times he had been attacked. Yet Alec found himself strangely exhilarated by the chaos unfolding around him. As he spat blood onto his armor, he noticed strands of brown and black were intertwined along its edges. And it jogged his memory that before the armor's upgrade, it was a bland tricolor design. Through the system enhancement and flaws removal, the red color had taken precedence over the crucial sections of the armor. However, the black and brown hues had lingered at the edges. Alec hadn't paid much attention to this before. Since then, all Alec could see was the crimson blur on the armor. But now he wondered if the armor was in a sealed state, preventing him from accessing its full power until he attained the status of a Tier 3 mage. And perhaps some of the armor's hidden powers were beginning to reveal themselves to him. Since he has reached the pinnacle, the Tier 2 realm, he observed the brown color returning to the armor's edges, as the black color disappeared back as if there was not enough energy to summon them. It seemed to him that if he entered the Tier 3 mage realm, the armor's latent power would reveal itself. Taking a deep breath, Alec felt a surge of invigorating energy coursing through his body. Unexplainably, his weary body began to rejuvenate, gaining newfound strength. Without checking, he realized that the option to recover stamina by drawing blood had become active. If the red color was for protection, the brown color must activate the stamina option. "I suppose the black color is responsible for the curse of drawing health," Alec mumbled to himself, as Titan, who had been thrown into a nearby tree, said impassively, "Master, it's your turn." Alec couldn't help but sense the sarcasm in Titan's tone, as he had left Titan to face the chimera alone. "Master, let's join you all. We would have an easier time defeating him," Butcher suggested, clutching his lighting axe and waiting for Alec's command to attack. Butcher pondered silently, unable to understand his master's shameless attitude or what his master was trying to say, and if isn't what he is doing now also considered ganging up. This time Alec didn't charge straight ahead with his weapon. Instead, he chose to sheath his Changdao and katana, opting to jump around the chimera and evade its strikes. He skillfully showcased the fighting style of Earth's kickboxing foot techniques, making it difficult for the chimera to land a hit. Alec had observed the creature's attack pattern, which seemed to consist of a claw swipe when they were getting too close and a tail attack while they were out of the claw's range. And every time the chimera lunged at him, Alec made sure to counter with his gauntlet claws, drawing blood each time. With each successful cut, Alec felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, invigorated by the chimera's blood. He was filled with an overwhelming sense of vitality. Even Titan, who was patiently waiting for an opportunity to attack, observed Alec's graceful movements and thought of it as a battle dance of some sort. Though Alec left multiple scratches on the chimera's body, the creature didn't take the attack seriously. Instead, it grew increasingly enraged by Alec's playful approach. "Now it's my turn," Alec declared, sensing the energy gathered in his body had reached a maximum state. He felt the need to release some of that energy before it became too overwhelming. The chimera squinted its eyes as it swung its right claws towards Alec. However, Alec swiftly dodged, without recognizing that the hand movement was a feint. "Got you," the chimera growled and swiftly sent its tail towards Alec at a rapid speed, as its snake-like eyes widened, emitting a hissing sound. Alec cursed his luck as he realized he had messed up his rhythm. He should have anticipated the chimera's attack, however. Before the snake could strike him, he felt his body being pulled back as another person took his place. When he looked, Alec saw Titan stretching out his hand and creating an ice shield. "You're not alone, Master. Get that bastard," Titan exclaimed before being blasted back by a powerful force. Despite being knocked back, Titan held onto the snake head and dragged the tail with him. The chimera was thrown off balance due to the pull on its tail, giving Alec the perfect opportunity to close in on it. Throughout their battle, Alec and Titan had struggled to get close to the chimera, as it always had a move that prevented them from doing so. Their elemental attacks had proven ineffective, with the chimera easily deflecting them with its wings. So Alec deduced that the only way to defeat the chimera was through a physical confrontation. "Ah!" Alec shouted, throwing a punch towards the chimera. However, the chimera had been prepared and used its left wing to block the attack, sending Alec staggering. It was the first time he noticed the wings had such a strong rebound effect. Undeterred, Alec persisted, this time using both fists to pound at the wings. He felt the impact rebounding, but he had planted his feet firmly on the ground so as not to be pushed back like before. Still, he made no progress, however. He was expending the extra stamina energy he had stolen, so he decided to dig his claws into the wings in an attempt to draw blood. To his surprise, the claws dug deeper than expected, and Alec could feel the gauntlet absorbing the blood like a vampire craving for it, while the chimera let out a pained roar. Got you. It seems blunt force is also rebounded by your wings. Just like spells, all we had to do was try piercing them in the first place, Alec said, erupting into boisterous laughter. Bang, several ice shards flew towards Alec, as he realized that Titan had cast another ice shield to protect him. He muttered a curse as he saw what had caused the disturbance, and why Titan had been forced to cast another shield. The shield failed to stop the attack, but it gave Alec some seconds, as the chimera revealed another deadly capability. Its free wings transformed into a blade-like shape, poised dangerously close to impaling Alec. The chimera demonstrated that while it could use one set of wings to cover its body for defense, the other set could be designed for offensive purposes. While Alec was struggling to defeat the chimera, his other golems were diligently farming experience points for him, in hopes of potentially propelling him to the prestigious Tier 3 Mage realm in the near future. Contributing significantly to Alec's experience point gain were Oni and the Hive Queen, who were on the verge of encountering a orc hunting party. Alec had chosen a location which just so happens to be at the edge of the lower regions facing the orc territory. Then Oni and Hive Queen had inadvertently transformed this spot into their very own hunting grounds, looking for orcs, as they now perceived the orcs as prey rather than the predators they were to the demonic beast. Perched atop a tree, the Hive Queen informed Oni, "There is an orc team nearby, and we should be encountering them soon." She had dispatched some of her offspring to act as scouts and relay information to her, allowing her to discern the approaching orc team. A wicked grin crept across Oni's mask as he let out an eerie laugh. His mask's expression seemed to shift with his mood. Surrounding him were 3 formidable red Oni, summoned by Oni himself. These peak Tier 1 Oni were highly skilled in battle and merciless, however. In order for them to progress to the next realm, Oni needed to enter the Tier 3 Golem realm, otherwise they would remain perpetually trapped in the peak Tier 1 realm, unable to enter the Tier 2 realm. Despite the fact that their master was merely a golem, it had developed a consciousness upon creation by Alec. And combined with the system evolving its consciousness through various evolution stages, allowed it to surpass the limitations of a typical golem. Now, it possessed the ability to summon Oni demons, a power that was beyond what it was originally designed for. Summoning abilities were not exclusive to Alec's golem alone, but were also possessed by all captain-rank golems. But each of Alec's captain-rank golem had a unique summoning ability that was directly linked to the way the system rebranded their awakened consciousness. But since it was hard to create a captain-rank golem, some might see Alec's golem's ability as something unreal. Standing beside Oni were the 3 red Oni, each having a small horn on their head. As one wielded a club, another fought with bare hands, and the last utilized 2 blades in battle. They gazed at Oni with reverence, eagerly awaiting his command. "How many of them are coming, Queen?" Oni inquired. "Approximately 30, the Hive Queen replied. "Based on my observations, there is a highly formidable peak Tier 3 orc leading the group, accompanied by at least 3 other early Tier 3 orcs. I suggest regrouping with Legion to eliminate them, as it would make it more easier," she added after a moment of contemplation. "All he does is steal kills and boast about his weapon mastery being the highest, so what if they have a few Tier 3 members? If we don't match up to them, we'll never be able to enter the Tier 3 realm ourselves. Trust me, we must become Tier 3 golems before Legion does, or else we'll be reduced to insignificant side characters once more." Oni's 4 wings transformed into hands, each gripping a different blade made with darkness attributes. Normally, Hive Queen would have objected to such a risky move, but she couldn't ignore the fact that Alec, their master, had summoned her less frequently since Legion entered the Tier 2 realm. "Let's do it, they are almost here," the Hive Queen decided. However, before Oni could reply, an arrow was shot at him. Swiftly, he deflected it using one of his blades. "Why are you all so rude? Can't you even show some respect?" Oni exclaimed, but the peak Tier 3 orc responded with words in orcish language and launched another arrow towards Oni. Once again, he deflected it effortlessly. However, this time Oni noticed that the force behind the arrow was stronger than before. The orc began charging towards him, but Oni remained unfazed. He was solely focused on the peak Tier 3 orc that had infuriated him. "Queen, I'll handle the troublesome ones. Can you take care of the rest for me?" Oni requested, already dashing forward to engage the Tier 3 orcs in battle. "No problem," the Hive Queen replied with a slight smile. 10 spider babies descended from above, but this time there were 2 that stood out. They had red stripes running along their black metallic bodies. Bang! Oni collided with the first group of orcs blocking his path, and carnage ensued. His blades moved with exceptional speed, precision, and accuracy, beheading the orcs with ease. As he swiftly dispatched 3 of the orcs, making his way towards the 4 Tier 3 orcs, his Honest followed suit, smashing the heads of the orcs that stood in their way before continuing to trail behind their master. The remaining orcs planned to flank Oni from both the front and back, but they were suddenly met with cries of pain from behind. As they turned their heads, they saw the Hive Queen and her golem spider children wreaking havoc. The Hive Queen's legs moved like flying blades, piercing the skulls of the orcs in a single swift strike, ending lives without warnings and fast, while her black babies absorbed the little mana to nourish their mother. While the spider babies with red stripes fed on the blood of the orcs, their mother killed, growing stronger with each drop. They took turns sucking the dead bodies dry, as one always stayed close to the Hive Queen, creating a deadly cycle as they grew bigger with each kill. Every time an orc approached the Hive Queen, they were met with the sturdy bodies of the robust spiders, acting as a perfect shield. One unfortunate orc found himself bitten and convulsed until death, his body withering away as the particular red-striped spider only left him after sucking his blood dry. Those 2 red-striped spiders had been summoned to replace 2 of the bombing spiders that. However, they had quickly reached the peak Tier 1 realm due to the quality of blood they had been drinking. The remaining orcs looked at the Hive Queen and her children, who had spread them out in fear. It was the first time they had felt a fear worse than simply dying. They would prefer to die a fast death at the hands of the Hive Queen as honorable warriors, but who were they to decide? The way Hive Queen children killed was gruesome and terrifying. They would bite and infest their victims with toxicity, while simultaneously drawing and sucking the orcs' mana and chi force, since they could not consume much mana from the orcs, which body mana is converted to force fast. This chi force seemed to have an additional effect on them, making their 8 legs sharper and more lethal now. They could easily impale the orcs with their strikes. Even the Hive Queen didn't have to do anything now, as her 10 children were all peak Tier 1 golems and was as strong as Tier 2 orcs, so they were killing the orcs effortlessly. Although the orcs should have had the upper hand, but the spiders fought recklessly. And for every baby killed, the Hive Queen would just give birth to another one instantly, using the mana her children had stolen to accelerate the birth process. She continued to spawn them relentlessly. If the orcs couldn't stop the Hive Queen's birthing process, they could forget about surviving, as she could grind them to their deaths. And when the orcs tried to prevent the spider babies from draining their mana, the Hive Queen would assist her babies with her web entanglement from time to time. It was in this moment that the orcs began to feel the dread of fighting an enemy that seemed to have no weak points, causing them to turn and flee, as the combination of the Hive Queen and her children was crazy. However, when the Hive Queen glanced at Oni, she realized that he had already killed 3 of the Tier 3 orcs. Yet, his 3 Oni were also dead, and he seemed to lack the mana to summon them again. Not all of Alex's golems had the ability to summon creatures that could absorb mana to replenish themselves like Hive Queen. The Hive Queen watched as the peak Tier 3 orc thrust his spear towards the exhausted Oni. The Hive Queen lunged forward, one of her bladed legs aimed at the peak Tier 3 orc in a desperate attempt to halt his attack. However, it was clear that the speed of her leg blade would not be enough to stop the formidable peak Tier 3 orc from piercing Oni. Oni's body appeared to be irreparably damaged, yet he maintained a haunting smile as he stared at the orc with intensity, and all his hands stretched out wide. Special ability Phantom, Reaper's Embrace. Oni's voice echoed throughout the area, every corner filled with his ominous words, as his 6 hands transformed into swift-moving black tendrils, closing in on the orc. The sudden change caught the orc by surprise, causing him to alter the trajectory of his spear to defend against the tendrils. He managed to repel 3 of them in his desperate attempt to protect himself. But despite the orc's resistance, Oni continued to laugh unabated, as a strange darkness began to unfold beneath, enveloping the surroundings, shrouding them in an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. "It's too late, you cannot escape the embrace of the Phantom Reaper at such a close range," Oni proclaimed, his voice filled with dark certainty, as one of the tendrils finally found its mark, piercing the orc's body. The orc let out a groan of pain as the tendrils penetrated his waist. He felt it draining something vital from his body, and in a desperate effort to remove the tendrils, he instinctively moved his hand, unknowingly giving the other 5 tendrils an opportunity to pierce him from different angles. One tendril pierced his neck, another his heart, a third his spear-wielding right hand, a fourth his leg, and the final one his stomach. The damage inflicted by a single tendril would have been small, but the combined force of all 6 tendrils was overwhelming. Their absorption force could not be equated to a simple addition. Instead, it multiplied with each tendril that pierced the orc. Despite the excruciating pain and debilitating assault, the still orc fought back, attempting to break free from Oni's hold. However, Oni unleashed all the souls of the dead he had been holding captive, releasing them into the eerily dark fog that now surrounded them. As the ethereal blue souls entered the black fog, agonizing screams filled the air as countless black hands emerged from the fog, seizing hold of the orc's legs, their grip unrelenting. Slowly, he rose to his feet, while the tendrils was still extracting the remaining life force from the orc. But now he resembled nothing like an orc. His body had shrunk and his complexion turned pale and dried out. Oni glanced at his regenerated form and realized that the process was complete. Retracting one of the tendrils, he transformed it into his hand and reached out to grab the neck of the peak Tier 3 orc. What kind of monster are you?" the orc weakly questioned. The eerie expression on the mask that Oni wore seemed to twist into a grin as he responded, "Remember my name before you die. My name is Oni, and you should take pride in dying at my hands, as you are the first person to experience my special ability." With those words spoken, Oni swiftly snapped the orc's neck, ending his life. Silence fell over the area as the deed was done. "You had me scared there. I almost thought I would have one less competitor for the attention of our master," the Hive Queen remarked, as her baby spider gathered around her, with the new robust red striped spiders positioned at the front as her protectors, as always. Oni was about to respond to the Hive Queen when he felt his body suddenly invaded by a surge of energy. "Oh, it's here," he exclaimed in an eerie voice as he had realized the breakthrough process of the system. The energy within him grew too immense to contain, as a powerful wave of energy spread across the vicinity, heralding his breakthrough into the Tier 3 Golem realm. Ha, it was worth it," Oni exclaimed, gripping his hands tightly and reveling in the increase in his power. His overall appearance didn't change much, but he reverted one of the tendrils back into an arm. The remaining tendrils transformed into sword-like wings along his back, ready for whatever lay ahead. He turned to face the Hive Queen, his neck twisting at an unnatural angle as his mask emitted a menacing aura. "What was that you were saying, Queen? I'm not the type that can be easily disposed of. My time to become the Master's main killer golem has arrived," Oni boasted, causing the Hive Queen to snicker in anger. "Tell that to Titan's mace," she snapped, her anger evident. Despite fighting alongside Oni, she had not been able to step into the Tier 3 realm. But she couldn't help but acknowledge Oni's bravery as he had faced the most danger. "Why do you have to mention that monster? I'm just a newly advanced Tier 3 golem, though I might have more moves, but that bastard is a bulldozer, smashing everything that stand in his path. I can't face him alone." Hive Queen looked at him nonchalantly. "And how do you plan to do that?" "I may not be a genius, but I'm sure you used all your mana in activating your special move, even if you ended up breaking through. Do you think the pitiful mana you have just accumulated would be enough to assist you in battle against a Tier 3 lifeform?" Oni shrugged. "I am no longer weak, and am summoning my minions who now have their limit increased to the peak of Tier 2 realm. With you supporting us, no small team of Tier 3 lifeform would survive," Oni said as he sent out strands of black smoke into the dead bodies of the orcs, and the bodies started to join together until they started forming his summoned creatures, the Shinigami Oni. This time, instead of summoning just 3 Onis, he was able to summon 5 due to his realm upgrade. The 3 usual Onis he used to summon before were able to form their bodies the fastest since they were used to the process. However, their realm had dropped from peak Tier 1 to high Tier 1 due to their deaths, but Oni wasn't bothered though. He was certain that they would soon be able to enter the Tier 2 realm after killing enough demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the 4th Oni finally formed. It was also wielding a club adorned with spikes. This was the preferred weapon of the Red Onis, as they believed it allowed them to fully utilize their physical strength. Oni turned to look as the last Shinigami Oni that was forming, and that was when he realized something unexpected had happened. And it was the skin color of the 5th Oni that caught his attention first. It was blue. Level up. Oni has entered the Tier 3 Golem realm. Alec, who was still engaged in his fight against the Chimera, was quite shocked when he received the notification about Oni stepping into the Tier 3 realm. There is no way he would have known that Oni was that close to becoming a Tier 3 golem, as he had always believed that Legion would be the first of his golems to reach Tier 3 realm after Titan, but it seemed that someone had beaten Legion to it. "Ah!" Alec shouted as he withdrew his Changdao that was stuck in the wings of the Chimera. And a circle of flames swept around him, pushing the Chimera away and preventing it from continuing its attack on him. As the flames subsided, the ground beneath Alec's feet trembled violently as he began to levitate with his eyes closing slowly. Alec struggled to stay conscious since he was still in the midst of a fight, but at this moment, it seemed impossible to resist the breakthrough process again. Visible particles of fire elements started appearing around him, and the earth sent several earth essence orbs towards him. The orbs rotated around Alec as he floated, with his eyes now fully closed. This precarious situation left Titan feeling tense and unsure of what to do. "Be ready to protect him with your life," Nothing must disrupt his breakthrough moment or there would be consequences. Even if it means sacrificing yourself, you must ensure your master doesn't die. I have sent a message to the rest of the golems to return quickly. Hang in there, the system spirit golem instructed Titan, whose gaze finally became resolute. No problem, he won't get near the master, even if it's the last thing I do, Titan declared, stepping forward as an ice patch spread beneath his feet. Special ability, Summon Lesser Ice Golem. Titan pointed his right hand downward, causing the little ice land he had built to crack open as 5 ice golems emerged from the ground, using the ice he created as a main force for materializing their body. Although their appearance was crude compared to Titan, who had been created and refined by Alex Mana countless times, but there was no mistaking the Tier 2 aura they emitted. And with Titan at the front, they faced the Chimera, which seemed to have lost all interest in running away. It was licking its lips and have its eyes fixated on Alec, driven by the belief that devouring Alec during his breakthrough moment would propel it to the next rank of its realm. He has to die, the Chimera hissed, finding it hard to make a sentence as it drooled about devouring Alec, while still having its eyes fixed on Alec. Kill him, Titan, fed up with the threats to Alec's life, ordered his brute golems to attack. As the ice golems raised their glacier clubs and maces, dashing toward the Chimera with Titan leading them, his gaze resolute. At this moment, Titan no longer cared about his own survival or if Alec could bring him back in one piece. He knew one thing for certain: Alec trusted him the most to protect his back, and that is what he was doing now again. Alec had created Titan with the intention of having a companion who would always shield him. Although Titan had deviated from that path and became a formidable combat force when Alec created other golems, because he didn't want to fall behind in the pecking order, since he felt the other golems had started off more talented than he did, because Alec had made them when he had more experience about golem creation. Despite this, when Alec truly needed him, Titan wouldn't hesitate to conjure his shield and act as Alec's shield once again. Let us help out too. Butcher said as him and Saint was feeling quite embarrassed. They recognized that their actions had led to Alec's predicament, and they felt the need to prove themselves. Gripping their weapons, Butcher and Saint followed Titan's lead. After witnessing Titan's summons sharing the same realm as them, it only left them with deep shame, knowing that as Tier 2 golems, they were not as powerful to help out as they wished. In this critical moment, they longed to be in the Tier 3 realm, where they could have the strength to better protect their master against the Chimera. Did you get that too? Oni turned towards the Hive Queen after receiving a message from the system's spirit golem, urging him to return quickly as Alec's life was in danger. However, the Hive Queen ignored his question as she never took situations about Alec lightly, and along with her baby's summon, they began shooting webs into the trees as they climbed and made their way towards the location where they were being summoned fast. At least wait for me next time. Without even getting a clear look at the blue-colored Oni, he too started running behind, desperate to see what posed a threat to his master's life as his summons followed behind him too. Oni believed that now, as a Tier 3 golem, he would be able to shoulder more responsibility and serve as another reliable pillar in his master's fights, just like Titan and Legion. Legion would impale beasts and send them flying into the sky, while Magneto would send shards of metal into their bodies, swiftly killing them. Their coordinated teamwork showcased a flawless understanding of each other's moves, making their fight seem beautiful to watch. As Legion encountered a particularly formidable peak Tier 3 demonic beast, he activated his boosters and thrust forward, his laser spear piercing through its heart and killing it instantly. At the same time, Legion's body started undergoing some changes, as particles of the metal element from the surrounding air were absorbed into his body. Witnessing this phenomenon left him astonished, but his surprise turned into a smile when blasters, a jetpack were upgraded, and a new weapon appeared around his waist. Raising his hands to feel his energy, Legion confirmed that he had truly stepped into the Tier 3 realm. Finally, I have a chance to defeat Titan now that I have reached the same level as him. He better be ready, Legion muttered to himself before receiving a message from the system's spirit golem. Hop in, Magneto said, lowering his hoverboard without hesitation. Legion stepped onto the newly expanded silver hoverboard that Magneto had prepared to accommodate both of them. As they flew towards the location where they sensed the summoning, they soared through the air. Titan summoned ice golems, all launched a coordinated attack on the Chimera, attempting to smash their maces and clubs onto its body. However, the Chimera swiftly defended itself by covering its body with one of its huge wings, causing the golem's attacks to rebound them back. Titan, who had patiently waited for an opportune moment, quickly crafted a long ice spear, and with precise aim, he sent the spear hurtling towards the Chimera's exposed wings, impaling it and exacerbating its earlier injury from Alec's piercing attack. Titan's determination to exploit this weakness was unwavering, after he had learnt that its wings could be injured after being pierced. As the battle progressed, the Chimera grew increasingly aware of Titan's strategy of avoiding direct confrontation and relying on his minions to provoke it, while he prepared to strike his wings with an ice spear. Frustrated by Titan's evasive tactics, the Chimera decided to change its approach and moved toward Titan instead. However, when it attempted to flap its wings, it was surprised to find that they were now burdened by the accumulated ice, weighing it down and stopping him from using its dashing wing move. But even as the Chimera locked eyes with Titan, the latter maintained his cold, calculated expression. In a display of defiance, the Chimera roared vigorously, directing a powerful sound wave towards its left wings. The forceful attack shattered the immense accumulated ice, alleviating some of the added weight. Had it not been for this momentary movement, the Chimera might never have realized that Titan had been manipulating its disdain for him to gain an advantage. Titan had cunningly orchestrated the battle against the Chimera, and due to this revelation, all of Titan's calculated tactics was in vain, as the Chimera no longer stood lazily and suddenly dashed towards Alec, who hovered in mid-air. Recognizing the futility of continuing to engage with Titan, the Chimera concluded that defeating him would be an elusive goal. In the eyes of the Chimera, Titan was akin to a cockroach who just won't die. Seeing the Chimera's diversion towards Alec, the ice golems that have been summoned by Titan attempted to impede its path. However, their efforts were swiftly thwarted as the Chimera skillfully utilized its snake tail as a whip, effortlessly swatting them aside. The interference of the golems, though unsuccessful in obstructing the Chimera's movement, but it unintentionally provided an opening for Titan to maneuver closer to Alec. Seizing the split-second opportunity, Butcher, appearing slyly from behind the Chimera, swung his axe with the intention of severing its neck. But just as if the Chimera possessed eyes behind its neck, it instinctively directed its snake tail towards Butcher, countering his attack in mid-air. Butcher simply smiled as the snake overpowered his strike and pierced through his elemental body. He raised his lightning axe and brought it down on the snake's body, which had been restricted by the force of the lightning emanating from within his own body. As the axe slammed into the snake's skin, all the stored lightning energy within Butcher was discharged into its body. The Chimera cried out in pain, clearly affected by the injury to its tail. In fact, the entire body of the snake was charred black and its eyes closed, signifying its death. The whole of the Chimera's tail went limp and was no longer moving. However, the cost of landing such a lethal strike was too great for Butcher to bear. He slumped to the ground, devoid of energy. The dark clouds and lightning that surrounded his rocky body dissipated, leaving only a faint trace of electricity that kept him alive as he lay there. By using this attack, Butcher had to draw out the lightning that sustained his own life, leaving him vulnerable. In an enraged state, the Chimera plowed through the ice golem's summons that were trying to surround him and made its way to Alec. With a swipe of its claw, a large phantom wolf claw image appeared around its outstretched claws as it aimed to strike both Titan and Alec simultaneously. As they moved the shield to meet the Chimera's attack, but even they could feel it crack under the force of the attack. "Just the two of you can't stop me," the Chimera shouted in anger, confident in its power. "I will devour your master right in front of you and watch as you lose your magic, returning to mere particles of elements." The Chimera said as it exerted even more force, causing Titan and Sword Saint to buckle under the pressure. Suddenly, their attention was diverted by the arrival of a new golem, its voice echoing through the chaos. "Who is this arrogant idiot who dares to dream of touching our master?" Oni emerged from one side, his 5 summoned Shinigami Oni following closely behind him. The aura they exuded was shocking, as even the spider babies on the trees look at the Chimera hungrily. "Titan, you have failed our master. Is this how you protect him?" Legion said, taunting Titan as both him and Magneto descended from another direction, with Magneto summoning his Quicksilver Guardians instantly. The 3 steel humanoid summons stood behind them too. The Chimera took a step back, eyeing the golems that surrounded him. If he felt a slight pressure before when facing Alec and Titan, it was nothing compared to the deathly feeling that engulfed him now as he was surrounded by Alec's golem army. How is he able to command such unique creatures? No, he must possess many secrets. I must devour him and assimilate his powers to become the perfect creature, the Tier 4 Chimera thought. Its desire to consume Alec and evolve consuming its senses, it momentarily forgot the fear of death it had just experienced. Once again, it lunged forward in an attempt to attack, but this time it wasn't just Titan who fought back, as every golem there moved to kill it. 29 powerful golems, consisting of Alec's main golems and their own summons, engaged the Chimera. It took less than 5 minutes of relentless assault and hacking before the Chimera finally met its demise. As soon as the creature died, Alec's breakthrough was completed as he slowly opened his eyes to the gory sight of the Chimera's hacked body. Congratulations on finally entering the Tier 3 realm. Mana plus 10,000. Basic stats of over 30 points are being distributed among your stats. Mental stats +2. Level UP. Legion has entered the Tier 3 Golem realm. Butcher's breakthrough process beginning. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 41. Tier 3 low. Experience till next level 567 1 million. Attributes. Strength 113. Agility 80. Endurance 115. Mentality 16 locked. Mana 20,000 20,000. Affinity Earth Peak Fire Peak. Available points 14. System points 2,000. Alec, who had just completed his breakthrough to the Tier 3 Mage realm, couldn't help but ignore the messages from the system at the moment. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging powers coursing through them. Overwhelmed by the abundance of mana, he believed he could almost touch the invisible magical particles in the air. He even felt certain that he could now summon easier spells effortlessly. Even without the need to cast or say their names, he had the feeling that the spells would obediently follow his command, if he called to them with his mind, as if the elemental particles of flame and earth could read his intentions. Alec wanted to shout to the world, proclaiming that he had finally stepped into the Tier 3 realm at the young age of 15. It was a remarkable achievement, but there was no one there to share his excitement. As he looked at the chimera demonic beast his golems had defeated, he considered the thought that if he challenged it once again, he felt killing it would be a piece of cake now with how he felt. I feel so powerful, Alec softly whispered as he gazed at his golems, which had returned to their silent state. They always behaved like maniacs or let loose when he was not nearby. However, when he was in their presence, they acted like cute children seeking his approval, wanting nothing more than to please him. Of course you feel that way. The system made sure to rebuild your body in order to prepare you for the next stage, the system spirit golem said. Rebuild my body, in preparation for the next stage, Alec asked, looking confused at the system spirit golem. It's quite simple actually. Your clan's book, which has been absorbed by the system, contains the perfect cultivation technique that you will be practicing from now on, explained the system spirit golem. But in order to practice those techniques, one must have a pure and stable foundation, as well as be in the Tier 3 realm, just one step away from entering the middle ranks, continued the system spirit. That is why the system used most of your system points to open all your mana veins and build the perfect foundation for you, the system spirit golem added. However, Alec's attention drifted the moment he heard about using his system points to upgrade his body. Quickly reopening his system tab, Alec realized that he was now left with only 2,000 system points. He wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come out. So he turned to face the only one he believed could provide an explanation for the sudden disappearance of his accumulated 350,000 system points. It baffled him how they had just vanished, as if the system had seized the opportunity to steal from him. Tell me, what did the system do to withdraw almost all of my points like this? Do you have any idea how long and how hard I had to work to accumulate that amount of system points? Alec asked the system spirit golem in anger, who simply shrugged in response. As soon as the system finished speaking, Alec attempted to check his mana pool, only to find that it had vanished and he could not feel any connection to it. Panic flashed across his face as he turned to the system spirit golem once again. However, he managed to calm himself and tried casting a spell, and he realized that he could still sense the presence of fire and earth elements in the air. In fact, he felt more connected to them than ever before. How is it possible? I can't detect my mana pool anymore, but I can still sense the mana. It feels as if the elements are even trying to communicate with me, Alec said, turning his gaze towards the system spirit. Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you. In order to practice the cultivation techniques of the golem scriptures left by your ancestors, you must break your mana pool countless times and endure unimaginable pain to meet the minimum requirements for this technique, explained the system spirit. All of this was done for you while you were unconscious, using the system points to make it bearable, and ensuring that your impurities were cleansed in the process. Now, even that wretched arcane crown can't lock your mana anymore, as your entire body is your pool of mana. Your usage of mana is no longer limited to a tiny pool. That's why you have such an enormous amount of mana for your realm. It's because you now possess one of those incredibly rare constitutions, now with what the system did. From today onwards, Alec, you shall be recognized as a true genius, praised the system's spirit golem. Alec finally understood why he felt a closer connection to the elements and why his affinity had been elevated to its peak. The system had upgraded his affinity and collected the points as compensation. It had also given him a perfect constitution to practice the new meditating technique that would easily allow him to enter the mid-ranks. However, it had also collected his points as well, reminding him that the system never offered free favors, even to its host. I should also inform you that most of the points were used to revive Butcher's core. He was on the verge of death after assisting in defeating the Chimera. Without using the points as a form of exchange to upgrade his core and keep him alive, Butcher would have been destroyed. However, the energy the system provided him managed to keep him alive, the system's spirit revealed. Butcher was still in danger, though till its breakthrough process to the Tier 3 Golem realm started, though its breakthrough is taking longer as it needs time to heal and regenerate its body, the system's spirit Golem explained, detailing how Alec's points had been spent. Despite this, Alec couldn't find a reason to be upset about losing his points. Instead, he saw the progress made by his golems and felt a sense of satisfaction. Finally, you all look like a proper army. Now there's no need for us to hide anymore. Let's attack the groups, hordes, and packs in the entire low region of the Beast King region, or the Orc region nearby. Let's make these beasts and second-dimension races tremble in dread of our coming, Alec declared, a smirk forming on his face as he looked towards his golems. He couldn't wait to unleash his full strength, to destroy and tear apart any beast or second-dimensional creature that crossed his path. He was really eager to put his newfound powers to the test. The base city of the Academy was just short of turning into a massive battleground, as the orcs were just waiting for the new barrier shield to be destroyed before they moved back into attacking again. The orcs and humans mages in the city all stood ready to fight for supremacy, each race ready to fight in order to know the new owner of the city. When the short elder named Alderic and Tier 8 orc commander Grimgor decided to fight once again, they vanished from the view of the mages. They chose an enclosed space to prevent causing harm to those below who were watching them. However, when Tier 8 orc Grimgor left, command automatically fell back to the first Tier 7 orc that had arrived. He immediately ordered that they would make another full-scale attack on the city. The orc army consisted of 4 Tier 7 orcs and several Tier 6 orcs. The rest of the army was the mid-rank realm. It was clear that no Tier 3 or below orcs had been brought for this battle to conquer the city. The Tier 7 orc in command addressed the Tier 6 warriors, demanding that they unleash their strongest attacks on the barrier, determined to enter the city by any means necessary. It was clear more desperate now. The orcs in the Tier 7 realm looked smugly at the barrier, confident that it would soon be brought down, just as they had brought down the first barrier. Their master had also hoped for this outcome. As he knew he couldn't defeat Alderic, he planned to buy time until the orcs took over the city and destroyed the space passage, preventing Alderic from returning to the human world. Unbeknownst to them, while Grimgor was scheming against Alderic and the humans, he too had been scheming against the orcs. When he entered the enclosed space to fight, he had released Terran from the sand prison and left him a message. You better take care of this place while I'm gone. If you lose that battle, be prepared to be buried for the next 365 days the moment I catch you. The short elder's voice spoke to Terran mentally as he climbed out of his tomb. But you know how aggressive those orcs get when they see me. I'm still wanted here. Terran sent another telepathic message, but he received no response. However, he was certain that the short elder had heard him. It was clear that the elder had chosen to ignore him in that moment, and Terran sighed as he watched Arthur emerge from his sand prison. Hey, you've always been asking to see some of my moves and learn how I fight, right? Terran said. Then don't take your eyes off me as I show you the brilliance of your master and the true power of a mage, and why we are feared. He levitated towards the barrier, attempting to pass through, and just like the captain had been allowed to pass, the same happened to Terran as he passed the barrier. This is because there was a detection spell rune attached to the barrier. And every time a member of the War God Mage Academy tried to pass through, the barrier would scan for their academy badge, which allowed them access in and out of the barrier. Unlike the orcs, which were viewed as enemies by the barrier since they lacked the academy badge or its aura. Finally, Terran managed to come out of the barrier and found himself facing multiple Tier 6 orcs who had stopped when they saw someone come out of the barrier. He then turned his attention to the 4 sets of Tier 7 orcs, the highest-ranking ones. Just give up and go back to where you came from. I don't really feel like killing so many of your kind, as it might disturb my disciples who are watching, Terran declared. How dare you? Who do you think you are to order us? I believe you already have a death wish, the commanding Tier 7 mage retorted. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his shoulder. Take a good look at him. That's Terran Dunce, son of the earth. He's a wanted mage in all the high-tier orc cities, and the bounty on his head is quite generous. He is a dangerous one, the one who tugged his clothes explained. So what? It's just one of him and 4 of us. If we defeat him, we might even be able to claim the bounty on his head. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even I have always wanted to see why he is so feared, one of the orcs suggested confidently. You don't really understand. Fighting him is a bad idea, another orc cautioned. I say we fight now. The commanding Tier 7 orc didn't appreciate the other 2 orcs questioning his authority and immediately ordered an attack. I didn't want to resort to this, but you leave me no choice, so let's make this a little more fair. I don't like fighting in the air, so let's take this fight down, Terran declared, pointing his fingers downwards. Suddenly, the orcs felt an intense force pulling them towards the ground, unable to resist as they found themselves falling rapidly. Special ability Earth Manipulation, X100 Gravity. Crash, the 4 Tier 7 orcs looked around and realized that not only were they affected by the increased gravity, but so were the Tier 6 orcs. However, unlike them who had survived the fall, the Tier 6 orcs, on the other hand, couldn't withstand the pressure and all perished upon impact. Fortunately, the rest of the army was still a considerable distance away from the barrier otherwise. They too would have been casualties in Terran's one spell. How dare you kill so many orcs beneath your realm? Why didn't you just face us alone? The commanding Tier 7 orc gritted his teeth in pain and frustration due to the crushing force of the gravity. His decision had led to the deaths of all the Tier 6 mages, with none of them surviving. He felt a massive headache coming on as the consequences of his actions became clear. Why do you talk so much about sparing lives? This is war. Would you have shown mercy to any human mage if you had captured the city? You're a hypocrite talking about fairness, Terran retorted, turning his attention towards Arthur and the rest of the gang, who now stood atop the city walls. Pay close attention and witness the skill of an experienced mage, he added with a smirk. The orcs still trapped under the intense gravity gritted their teeth in anger. The fact that Terran looked down on them was humiliating enough for them to bear. But for Terran to teach his disciples while fighting with 4 of them who were in the same realm as him just felt like the worst humiliating experience for them. They couldn't help but feel the weight of their inferiority. Arg, I'll kill you. One of the Tier 7 orcs who managed to overcome the intense gravity rushed towards Terran. For pests like you, a little trick is all it takes, Terran taunted. High-tier spell Diamond Skin. Terran casted the spell, and his entire body became covered in an impenetrable layer of diamond, resembling a suit of armor. The orc struck him, only to have his hand go numb as if he had collided with a mountain. Mid-tier spell Quicksand. Terran unleashed another spell, turning the ground beneath the orc into quicksand, and the more the orc struggled, the deeper he sunk. At this point, the orcs no longer looked at Terran with the same bravado. For the first time, they felt genuine fear. Terran was rumored to be unmatched in the entire Tier 7 realm, capable of defeating even a low Tier 8 lifeforms. To him, these Tier 7 orcs were not worth the effort. This was the card that Alderic had been hiding and proud of, knowing that as long as there were no other Tier 8 orcs present, Terran's rampage would go unchallenged. This was part of the reason why there was a bounty on Terran's head, as such a genius would become even more terrifying once he entered a higher realm, as he currently only massacred Tier 7 and low Tier 8 lifeforms of the Abyss. The orcs knew that if Terran ever reached the Tier 8 realm, it wouldn't just be the Tier 7s in trouble again, but instead he would be coming for all the commanding Tier 8 orcs. That was their greatest fear. Master is so badass and cool at the same time. How is he able to accomplish such feats? Actually, that Diamond Skin spell looks familiar. How can he create Diamond Skin when he is an Earth Mage? Arthur asked with a note of awe in his voice. Diamond Skin is an upgraded version of the low-tier spell Stone Skin. Only the best of the best can comprehend the spell and elevate it from its basic form. And you know, Master is called the Son of the Earth, so I did some research to uncover why. I discovered a little secret. Master awakened a peak control of the Earth element when he was 15. Now just imagine how much he has evolved his Earth element over the years. It is said that he can utilize all sub-branches of the Earth element, instead of awakening another element when he reached the mid and high ranks. His Earth element has received a significant boost. So far, we have seen him use gravity, diamond, and sand manipulation. These are all sub-branches of the Earth element, and he controls them with mastery. He truly deserves the name, Son of the Earth, Agnes explained with excitement in her voice. High-tier spell Quake Blade. Terran summoned another spell, effortlessly calling upon the magic without the need for any casting, as razor-sharp earth blades erupted from the ground, causing the Tier 7 orcs stationed there to sense the imminent threat of their own demise. However, Terran's attention was focused elsewhere. He had his sights set on the last 2 Tier 6 orcs, the shamans responsible for restricting the surrounding space. The moment these shamans felt Alec's gaze upon them, they desperately wished for the ground to swallow them whole, but they knew they couldn't budge from their positions, as it would undo the spell they were maintaining. With a smirk, Terran sent 2 of the razor-sharp quake blades hurtling toward them, reaching them with such velocity that an explosion echoed through the air. Before the shamans could react, they were impaled by the blades and slumped to their death. Bullseye, Terran exclaimed. However, from the corner of his eyes, he detected movement from the other orcs, indicating a sneaky attack. He chuckled at their feeble attempt, having only slowed their movements by increasing gravity. Yet they remained motionless, attempting to deceive him and waiting for someone to make the first move. Terran found their ploy pathetic, considering he had faced numerous orcs before and understood their physical abilities, and was aware they could still move if they employed their force power. But they only moved once he had dispatched the shamans, however. It was already too late, as the spell cast by the shamans began to unravel, releasing the restrictions on the space. Within an hour, the War God Mage Academy would be able to deploy their powerhouses to the city to stabilize it. Just as Alec anticipated 3 Tier 7 orcs engaging him, having immobilized one in quicksand which was drawing him down slowly, but surely, he was surprised to see only 2 orcs appearing before him. The Tier 7 orc that was commanding had chosen to flee at the expense of his comrades, and this elicited a laugh from Terran. "We must escape now while we have the chance. We cannot win now that the space is no longer locked," the commanding Tier 7 orc said to the rest of the army as they started running, as the Tier 7 was sure he was making a calculated decision to retreat. "Cowards," Terran exclaimed, thrusting both hands forward in a noticeable gesture. Almost instantly, 2 of the quake blades above responded to his command, swiftly moving and striking down the 2 Tier 7 orcs that tried to sneak attack him, as he pushed the other orc deep into the quicksand. He glanced at the orcs that were now attempting to flee. Normally, they always warn him not to kill orcs of lower ranks, but he didn't care at the moment. That disregard for their rules was exactly why he was despised. In his opinion, if they had chosen to go to war with the humans, they should have been prepared to face the consequences if they ever lost. High-tier spell sand of imprisonment. Terran stretched his hands towards the orc army in their retreat, as the ground beneath their feet liquefied, transforming into a vast pool of quicksand, and various vines made of sand emerged, swiftly wrapping around their hands and dragging them into the ground. The orcs cried out in pain, some even pleading for help from the commanding Tier 7 who had managed to pass through the gravity zone. But he was too frightened to turn back to help, opting instead to flee. The orc turned his gaze back to witness his fellow orcs being buried alive in the suffocating quicksand, imagining the torment they must be enduring. "Believe this, I will find you, and I will make you pay for all this," the commanding orc shouted as he flew away, not bothering to stay. Despite hearing the threat, Terran simply brushed it off with nonchalance. The sight of thousands of orcs buried alive caused a wave of unease among the city guards watching, as they quietly expressed their gratitude that Terran was not their enemy. Taking his time to restore the ground to its original appearance, Terran began leisurely walking back to the city. It was then that a break in space caught his attention, revealing Alderic. However, the short elder had blood staining the corners of his mouth, so with all the boasting you've done, you still ended up getting injured by him. Terran teased, observing the glare that Alderic shot back at him. He caught me off guard, but I left him in an even worse state since my help is no longer needed here. I'll leave the city's troubles to you," Alderic said as he dashed towards the War God Armory, his hands outstretched towards the still unconscious captain. "You can't do this to me. I have to get back to the academy quickly. If the orcs find out I'm here, I'm sure they'll turn from waging a war next into attempting to assassinate me," Terran complained, but Alderic ignored him again. And after Alderic levitated the captain's body towards himself, he slammed the doors of the War God Armory shut. Terran snorted when he saw this. Petty old man, always trying to act like he's the good guy, but really he's just a bully. He couldn't even let go of his grudge against the captain. "Well, I do pity that captain now," Terran remarked as he walked over to his disciples. It was then that he realized Alec was still missing. "Why does Alec always put me through so much trouble? I never troubled my master this much. Why isn't he back yet? The abyss is on the verge of getting bloody after what I did, and my disciple thinks it's best to stay outside the academy city," Terran complained once again. But as usual, Agnes looked at him with a funny expression. Everyone knew that Terran was a troublemaker even before he became an instructor. He had a bounty on his head to still prove this, and his master had to clean up after his major blunders. If not for that, Terran would have been killed long ago. But it seemed like Terran had forgotten all of that now. It was his turn to look after Alec and the rest of the gang. Terran had never experienced this much stress in his life. All his previous disciples who were killed were either too weak or too afraid to face death. But Alec was always on the verge of giving him a heart attack, treating the abyss like an amusement park, causing large battles, and earning the reputation of the abyss troublemakers in no time. Terran could only imagine how much more stressful his days would become. At least his late students stayed within the walls of the academy, but Alec saw the abyss as his true home, spending less and less time at the academy itself. Alderic, the short elder, forcefully threw the captain into a nearby chair and conjured a massive earth element hand to wrap around him, imprisoning him in the seat. Once he was seated on his counter, Alderic could no longer maintain his facade again as blood spouted from his mouth, staining his shining armor, which was already transforming back into its tattoo form. "That bastard Terran, I had to pretend to be strong, but he still wanted to expose me. I'll deal with him later." Unlike this captain, he's a tough nut to crack, Alderic muttered. Alderic began rummaging through the location where the pills were stored, desperately searching for the specific one he had saved. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. Coughing up more blood, he noticed that his blood was turning black. It was at this moment Alderic realized he had been poisoned, and he needed that pill more than ever. Someone had moved the pill he was looking for, but he couldn't afford to wait any longer or the poison would spread throughout his body. During the fight, Alderic had been able to intimidate Grimgor as usual. However, he hadn't noticed his lackadaisical attitude had led him to forget that Grimgor always tried to escape when things didn't go as planned. Alderic had believed he had been putting on a strong front due to the presence of the orcs he commanded, but he finally realized that the plan had been to poison him all along, after the deed had been done, and that was like way too late. He had fallen right into Grimgor's trap, and now he had to take that pill that was an antidote for poison. Alderic quickly performed a series of hand signs, hitting his chest and sealing some of his mana veins and mana pool. This move limited his ability to use his full power, mana control and his body natural defense himself, but he had no other choice. If he didn't prevent the poison from spreading, it would spread all over his body fast, and he would have to die to such a cheap tactics. His current mission was to find a chimera tail and extract the poison from the snake tail, using it to create an antidote pill. Additionally, he needed to discover who had stolen the emergency pill he had left behind in the first place. However, locating a chimera was no easy task, as they were masters of hiding, with only the strongest of them revealing themselves openly. But Alderic was in no position to even confront the ones that showed off, as they were just short of being overlords themselves. With all this happening, it just made Alderic realize that whoever took his pill was aware that he would be poisoned, yet they proceeded anyway. "I see we have a traitor among us," Alderic murmured weakly as he slumped into his chair, his body growing weaker by the minute. A mage entered the meeting of the elders, and the dean to relay important information. He knelt on one knee as he delivered his message. "The gatekeepers of the Orc Village's passage have asked me to relay this message. The space gate is turning back to blue, which means the space lock has been broken, and we should soon be able to send mages in soon," the mage said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Gideon slammed his hand down on the chair in frustration, completely destroying the arm supporting the chair. "You better control yourself, Elder Gideon. This is a respectable meeting," the dean reprimanded. "I apologize, Dean," Gideon replied through gritted teeth, still not accustomed to answering to the new dean. While he was lost in thought, there was someone who was reveling in the predicament Gideon found himself in. That someone was Ignatius. He had been the reason Gideon made that bet, although it would not affect the faction's foundation. But still, Ignatius was pleased that he could use it to extort out of what the factions had embezzled from the Academy back into the development of the Academy's city. "It has been decided then, we will assemble every Tier 7 mage on the ground here, and we will choose those who will go into the space passage to stabilize the situation," the dean announced. "And for any damages or compensation, they will be directed to our esteemed elder and great instructor, Gideon," the dean concluded, making Gideon feel as if he had been played. But Gideon knew that the situation he found himself in was a result of his own arrogance and nothing else. "Now that is all, meeting suspended," the dean said as he flew away to settle the matters of the abyss. "Make sure you are among the chosen Tier 7 mages to enter the Orc Village's space passage. And once you are there, get me all the information about what happened in the abyss and how they were able to defend the city," Gideon said, grabbing one of the junior Tier 7 members of the faction the moment he was sure the dean was gone. "Hey, Gideon, what are you talking about? We can't go after those who have made the Academy proud and defended the city against the Abyss Force when we thought all hope was lost," the Tier 8 mage beside Gideon whispered in a low voice, mindful of the other elders present as he used his mental energy to create a mental shield so whatever they said would be safe from other ears. "Well, someone has to be held accountable. If I can't punish them, then find the cause and point me to someone I can hold responsible. Do you understand?" Gideon demanded, his voice filled with anger, as the frightened Tier 7 mage nodded in agreement. "Good," Gideon replied, pushing the mage out of his way before storming out of the meeting hall, and many other mages witnessed his behavior, but they chose to stay away, sensing the warning in his expression that seemed to say, "Don't you dare come close." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Alec was returning to the city with a large sack of loot strapped onto the backs of all his golems. The guards atop the city gates regarded him with curiosity, wondering how anyone could be so nonchalant when the human city had almost been overrun. However, upon seeing his golems, they quickly remembered who he was, Alec, the Abyss troublemaker, as they noticed the huge bags carried by each of his golems. It only served to further solidify his reputation as a troublemaker for the Abyss. "Open the gates for the Abyss troublemaker," a Tier 4 guard clad in black armor exclaimed with delight from atop the wall, before hastily descending down the city gates to catch a glimpse of Alec come in the city. Most of the guards held Alec in high regard, as they were unable to venture into the region to hunt and reduce the numbers of potential attackers on the city. Their duty was solely to defend, and thus they respected and looked up to anyone brave enough to face the dangers of the abyss. And at this moment, Alec had become their new idol, since every time he appeared, a significant number of creatures from the second dimension would inevitably meet their demise, either directly or indirectly involving him. "Alec," Agnes exclaimed, straining to listen to the noise coming from the city gates. "I think Alec is back." "Yeah, it's definitely him," Taryn confirmed. "No one else is called that name. I can hear the screaming. By the way, don't let him know I'm here. I'll see you all later." With those words, Taryn disappeared from their midst. In truth, Taryn had sneaked into the abyss with the intention of protecting Alec, just like most elders in Big Clan would do for their younger generations. However, instead of helping Alec when he gets into trouble next, Taryn ended up being the one getting in trouble. He didn't want Alec to perceive him as an overprotective master. So when Taryn heard the chanting from the city gates, his heightened senses as a high-ranking mage allowed him to clearly hear what was being said. He was well aware that they would label Alec as the Abyss troublemaker. Knowing that he didn't want Alec to feel like he was being followed by his master like a babysitter, Taryn knew he had to leave, and that was exactly what he did. Just as they were about to search for Alec, they started hearing the chanting growing closer until they eventually spotted Alec and about 29 golems behind him, all carrying large sacks. They were accompanied by numerous mages who had been waiting in the city for the portal to reopen so they could return to their academy. But since they hadn't left yet and saw Alec returning with so much loot, they felt a sense of relief. It was the first positive thing that had happened after the orcs' failed attempt to capture the city. They decided to go loose with praises for him. "Do you see what I mean?" Arthur remarked with a stylish air. Even if a colossal meteor were to fall on the entire region, wiping out countless creatures and races, and they declared only one person survived, I would never doubt that person is Alec. "What do you mean?" Knight questioned. "Simple," Arthur chuckled. "That bastard's life is even longer than that of cats with 9 lives, and he is so handsome that he even managed to make a female hyena fall in love with him." Arthur joked as. "Now won't you go greet our leader instead of unnecessarily gossiping here?" Agnes exclaimed, her left eye sparkling as if she were about to summon a spell if any of them dared to utter such words again. "Of course," Arthur gulped, and the entire group quickly made their way to Alec, embracing him tightly, as Alec was truly impressed that they had all managed to survive and make it to the city without any scratch. "While we were shivering here, fighting for our lives, you were out in the wilderness making a profit. I told you, Brandon, it would have been better if I had stayed with our esteemed boss Alec. That way I would still have a small share of his immense loot," Arthur complained, gazing at the golems who were carrying the large sacks. There were many golems that Taryn had never seen before, but their presence with Alec meant that he either had them under control or was their master as well, since they have some slight semblance to the main golems. "Smack, when will you ever change? When there was trouble, you were the first to run away. Now, when it's time to split the profit, you're shamelessly the first to act. It's not your fault, but it's Alec who caused it by tolerating your misbehavior." Agnes snapped through gritted teeth, clearly furious with Arthur at that moment. "Boss, she's going to slap my senses away if this continues." Taryn slumped, clutching onto Alec's legs, attempting to elicit sympathy. However, it seemed that no one was paying attention to him since they were all accustomed to the bickering between him and Agnes. However, most of them lingered nearby, eager to see just how much Alec had earned this time. While they had only heard of Alec's past exploits, they were now convinced he must have made a significant score, with the amount of sack he had his golems bring in. Arthur, still unwilling to release his grip on Alec's legs, suddenly felt a shiver trickle up his spine. This time, he was certain it wasn't Agnes. And when he looked up, he was met with the intense gazes of Titan, Legion, Oni, Hive Queen, and Butcher, as they were the ones closest to him. "Do you want to die? Don't tell me you didn't hear the master's words," Legion mumbled from behind Alec, his voice barely audible, but Arthur understood the threat implicit in his words. "What the hell has gotten into this sadistic bastard? He's reverted back to his old ways. I thought all of his humanity was lost when he became a piece of steel," Arthur thought, quickly releasing his grip on Alec and allowing the rest of the group to draw closer. As they started discussing and telling Alec how the short man who used to attend to them in the counter of the armory had handled the leader of orcs who attacked the city. All of this came as a surprise to Alec, as he had not been aware that the city had been under attack, let alone the fact that the man he was going to exchange his loot with is said to be a top-tier mage in the Tier 8 realm. The high rank intimidated him as they entered the war god mage armory. Meanwhile, in the Blaze clan, the geniuses of younger generation from their inner branch, who had been deployed to catch the 6th elder of the Lanced, and the Blades had all returned to their respective inner branches. They made their way to their specialized training cave, where the air inside was 100 times hotter than the outside. However, they were all wearing the robes that have been engraved and encrypted with matching runes provided by their clan, so they were unaffected by the extreme heat. The cave had been specifically designed to only accommodate those with the Blaze clan bloodline. If an intruder were to mistakenly enter, they would burn to death without proper preparation or protection. Even if they had some form of protection, their powers would be significantly reduced inside the cave. All the young masters and mistresses from the inner branch had gathered around the lava pool, settling on the molten dried stones that resembled stone thrones. One of the geniuses among them, who had just been called from her seclusion to guard a nature mid-tier mine, expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why are we here again?" she questioned, reclining on her throne. Her vibrant red hair flowed freely as she spoke. Another Blaze clansman sitting nearby couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Oh, please just stop it," he retorted, tying his hair in a ponytail style. "You weren't the only one sent to watch over the nature mid-tier mines. We all have been, and it seems the reason we were called back so soon is because someone has already caught the thieves." Before the lady could formulate a comeback, her attention was drawn towards someone appearing in front of them, and the entire group fell silent, and after First Blaze clansman greeted the newcomer, "Elder," he exclaimed, and in unison, the rest just all began to bow and greet him with respect too. "You may all rise," the elder instructed, his presence giving out that peaceful feeling even in such an environment. "You may not all be aware of why I have called you here, but rest assured, it will become clear soon. Our minds have been targeted by someone who initially does not know us, as we believed it to be mere thief who is not afraid of death, for no one in their right mind would have dared to challenge the Blaze clan so openly." He paused, allowing his words to sink in among the young masters and mistresses before continuing. "However, after a series of swift robberies, we now understand that it was not one person, and these thieves harbor malicious intentions. Their level of organization indicates thorough research and planning. Although these individuals responsible for these actions initially intended to provoke the outer branch, but their actions inadvertently captured our attention instead. After all, you are the ones who gain most from the mid-mines. And that's why I sent all of you to different mines as guards, so that if they were to reveal themselves, you would be able to call for backup and we could apprehend them. However, it appears that someone here actually engaged in a fight with them and had the opportunity to capture them, but let them slip through their fingers." "Seriously, who could have been that foolish?" someone exclaimed. "They couldn't even catch thieves. We must teach that person a lesson," another chimed in. The group started gossiping, without bothering to find out who had fought against the mine bandits or who the bandits were. "Well, since you all seem so eager to know what happened during the battle, you should hear it from the man who faced them," the elder said, stepping aside to allow Ignis Blaze to approach. Gasps escaped their lips as they realized that Ignis was actually the one who had fought with the bandits that managed to escape. Those who had made disrespectful comments earlier now felt foolish, as they slapped their hands over their mouths in regret. As Ignis was the strongest amongst them, and if he could not catch them, it means they too might have also been able to do it. "I apologize for not being able to capture them," Ignis began, "but I must report that the individuals responsible for this incident are none other than the three Blade clansmen, and they were aided in their escape by someone named. I can't recall his name, but he held the title of the sixth elder of the Lanced clan. Not only did he deceive me with a decoy clone, but he also rescued the Blade clansmen just as I was about to immobilize them. And I think it's time we exercise extra caution when dealing with them in the future, as they may attempt another attack on our clan. Just my opinion, so from now on, all of you should go out in pairs," Ignis explained before leaving the meeting, taking a sip from his gourd of wine on his way out, showing how uninterested he was with the meeting. "That's unbelievable. I can't believe it. It seems we've been hearing a lot about these mid-tier clans lately. Even the elder of a mid-tier clan can now escape the clutches of our son-child," one of the mages exclaimed as Ignis went out of the special cave, and soon the entire area filled with loud noise. Although they weren't particularly bothered by it, but their elders felt the need to constantly remind them that they were still leading the other clans based on their past accomplishments and prestige. But they were urged to work harder if they wanted to maintain their position. As they discussed what they would do if they encountered the Friddle clan elder and the Blade clansmen, they already knew the answer, as they would have immediately used the signal to call for help. Ignis, on the other hand, had believed he was capable of handling them and didn't light the signal, which led to him ultimately losing them at a critical moment. But despite this setback, he didn't mind since he believed the information he brought was of the utmost importance. The fact that the Blaze clan's enemies from the Central Kingdom were showing interest in the Northern Kingdom indicated something ominous was brewing. While everyone talked and shared their ideas, the elder didn't interrupt them since the inner branch had given orders to kill the Blade clansmen on sight, and the inner branch special genius would be the one sent to carry out the task. So he was willing to entertain their suggestions and listen to all the chatter for the time being. Meanwhile, Alec entered the war god armory and noticed that it was eerily silent and empty. "Old man, I'm back with some goodies for you," Alec exclaimed loudly as he walked into the room. The short man, who had been slouched in his chair, quickly perked up, his pale face gaining a hint of color. "Ha ha, come in, boy, show me what you've got this time," Alderic exclaimed as Alec stepped forward, gesturing towards his golems with huge sacks. And the first one to emerge was a Shinigami Oni summons one of Oni's minions, which proceeded to drop the bodies and stones contained within the sacks. Bodies and power stones continued to spill out, leaving the rest of the group stunned, pondering what Alec must have gone through to acquire such a collection. The bodies of numerous slain demonic beasts littered the ground. They were complete and intact and can be used to create spirit equipment, and the power stones were clearly obtained from the orcs. Each bag held different contents, some containing power crystals, while others only holding power stones. However, what truly filled the bags was the sheer number of bodies Alec had brought, as he wasn't willing to leave any behind when he had such a large workforce, and he still had additional important ones stored in his space rings. The rest of the group could only watch as Alec and the short elder Alderic exchanged pleasantries after Alec had traded almost everything he had brought for magic crystals. Each member of the group had managed to acquire about 5,000 magic crystals from the trade, with even the least productive members, like Pale and the rest of his group, receiving 2,000 magic crystals. Initially, they had not expected Alec to give them anything at all, since they all believed that whatever they obtained during their time in the Abyss belonged to Alec's team, because despite going through so much together, there had never been an agreement that Alec would share the loot with them. However, he had still chosen to do so, even foregoing his own share of the loot. Alec had specifically asked for magic crystals instead of his usual form of payment, power stones. He felt that the group was not in need of power stones at the moment, and he still had 2 sacks filled with power stone and power crystal, ready to be used in case of emergencies. For now, he decided to save them for when the group was ready to continue their journey of increasing their realm. This was one of the reasons why Alec exchanged the loot for magic crystals. He felt guilty for using the group's share of carcasses during their previous encounter, even though he had done so for their benefit. Alec was well aware that the group had been eagerly anticipating their first successful dive into the abyss to yield profit, particularly Arthur, who had often spoken about the fortune they would make by selling the carcasses of few dead wolves. Alec wanted them to feel proud of their achievements and believed they deserved it. Additionally, he couldn't gift Pale and the rest of his team with materials, so this was his way of providing for them too that would balance out. It was better for Alec to convert it into money because then he could settle them, even though they had insisted they didn't need anything as they were not part of the group. But Alec had still insisted, even though he felt Pale and Katie wouldn't mind if he didn't give them anything. However, he couldn't say the same for the remaining 3 mages with them. They looked like lost puppies, and Alec didn't want anyone badmouthing his clansmen using their nobleman privilege. That's why he did it, so if they even still dared to talk about his clansmen anyhow after what he had given them as compensation, then they could only wait for trouble to befall them. While the whole team had shared about 50,000 magic crystal coins, Alec had managed to obtain over 450,000 coins for all he brought back from his own expenditure alone. The entire group looked in shock at how rich their boss had become. Kelvin even slapped himself, thinking he might be dreaming. He had never believed that someone, especially a first-year mage student, could have such an amount, but the reality was right in front of them. It was easy to label Alec as the richest rookie ever for his achievement. Now we have dealt with all of that, let's get down to the main business. Don't tell me that's all you have. I know you have a space ring. If you had to sell that much, it means you have kept the ones you deemed the best quality for yourself, right? Old man Alderic said, wearing a sheepish look on his face. Yes, I do have some other resources, but I don't plan on selling them at all. In fact, they aren't really important and are just carcasses that would be useful to me, Alec replied to Alderic. Now, don't be a party pooper. At least let me see what you deemed as special from all your collections. Don't worry, I'm not interested in stealing your stuff. You have brought a lot of materials that can be used by the War God Mage Armory, and it means that new and advanced products will soon be on display. So please, show me exactly what you're hiding. I'm just curious, Alderic said. Okay, if you say so, I don't mind showing you then, Alec said as his space ring flashed with a small light, and countless other items appeared around him. Alderic stared back at Alec with such intensity that it made Alec feel uneasy. He never felt reassured when Alderic asked to see what was in the ring. However, he had brought it out because he wanted to satisfy the curiosity of a strong Tier 8 mage. I want that chimera, Alderic said the moment he saw the body of a chimera among the corpses of demonic beasts Alec had saved. At first, Alderic thought Alec would have saved the bodies of the strongest beasts, but now he realized that the beasts he had set down were only Tier 3 beasts, rare ones, yes, but quite similar to each other. From all of this, Alderic could already understand Alec's intentions. The only reason someone would hunt down demonic beasts of the same race is if they wanted to create a spirit equipment set that would match each other. However, just killing the same demonic beast would not ensure a 100% chance of acquiring a spirit equipment set. One would have to find an experienced forger and obtain other important materials that would be used along with the demonic beast power crystals and bones. Only if these three elements matched would there be a chance of crafting a spirit equipment set. But most forgers were unaware of how to create a spirit equipment set, creating just one special spirit equipment piece. Yes, but creating a set is much more difficult, as each demonic beast follows a different perspective. One has to be able to match both the weapons and armor, and that is after determining which type of armor would go with the demonic beast. If the materials were sufficient, there might be added boots or a helm. It was a long process, and all the components that were crafted had to synergize together for them to be considered a set. Why? That carcass is actually important to me, Alec replied, as the chimera carcass had been the one he had set aside to make a spirit equipment for Brandon. In fact, Alec had checked if he could add some of the demonic beast he killed to the flare, and it showed him that he would have a Tier 4 spirit equipment. However, he realized that such a spirit equipment might not even be able to be summoned by Brandon. But he wasn't bothered. He felt that as long as it was able to augment him in any way possible and make him a little stronger, then it was all worth it, as if he was sure Alec would accept his proposal almost instantly. His suggestion of crafting the spirit equipment for them surprised the group, who were still trying to process all the surprises the short man had given them, finding out he was an expert Tier 8 mage, and now revealing that he was actually a master forger. These new pieces of information had the rest of the group, who had not collected a spirit equipment from Alec, excited as they waited for his decision. While Pale and what was left of his group just looked at Alec's group with envy, as they were being given such a special privilege. For a master forger to suggest making something for someone was unheard of. To their knowledge, they were always the ones being begged to create something, and with respect. No, I am not interested in your offer to create a spirit equipment set for us. If all you want is the snake tail attachment, then I can give it to you for free. Consider it a gift from me, Alec said, bowing towards the short elder Alderic. The entire group was shocked by this turn of events, and even Pale couldn't help but look at Alec like he had gone mad for rejecting the favor of a master forger. But no matter how surprised they were, it couldn't compare to the shock that Alderic was feeling at that moment. His lips gradually twitched as he tried to understand the feeling of rejection for the first time. Ever since he became a master forger, he had been responsible for breaking the hearts of many high-rank mages who came to him with various excuses and pleas, begging for his assistance to craft a spirit equipment for them. But he had never given them any consideration. In fact, he had shown them just how arrogant he could be, and yet he had just been rejected by someone so much weaker, something he hadn't even anticipated. He stood there, stunned, trying to figure out where he had gone wrong or made a mistake. He was certain that master forgers were still in high demand, so he couldn't understand why Alec would reject his help. Especially considering that he had offered it out of goodwill, as the chimera tail had no monetary value. Even now, its value couldn't be estimated in layman terms. It was practically priceless, and that's what Alderic had offered to help Alec with something he considered priceless as well, a work made by a master forger. He thought since he was getting something of immense value, then giving his services, which were also considered priceless, should balance out the equation. No one would ever dream of rejecting a master forger's request, as they held them in high regard, but looking at Alec's face, he realized that he was definitely not bluffing. Alec, apologized to the master now. How dare you try to belittle the mighty master? He offered to help us create a spirit equipment set. What makes you reject such a once-in-a-blue-moon favor? One of the mages following Pale said, trying to gain favor with Alderic, that he even shamelessly added Alderic wanted to create spirit equipments for them. However, his act was so pathetic that even Alderic felt disgusted by his attempt to kiss up to him. Alec swiftly swiped one of his fingers forward, conjuring an earth bullet that pierced through the mage's ear at a lightning speed. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking again. The fact that I gave you part of my clan's loot doesn't give you the right to talk to me in such a manner, Alec said coldly, his face twisted in disgust as he looked at the mage who was holding onto his bleeding ear. Lear and Pale had been near the mage, but even they hadn't seen the trajectory of the bullet. It had been so fast that they couldn't follow it. At that moment, they all realized that Alec had made another breakthrough as his aura was exposed as he attacked, and this time he was much stronger than before. Sweet, the boss has become even stronger. Now let's see who dares to mess with us in the academy. The Gordons are coming back. Arthur laughed out loud, thinking he had another reason to act unruly in the academy. The stronger Alec became, the more prestige Arthur could accumulate by using Alec's name. As I said, if all you want is the tail, it's not a big deal, you can have it. Consider it a gift from me." Alec ignored Arthur and the pained mage that was ashamed, as he turned towards Old Man Alderic, still offering him the chimera's tail. Alderic smiled, feeling slightly offended when Alec initially refused his services, but he let it go when he realized that Alec was still granting his request. It showed just how much Alec valued their friendship. Alderic knew Alec wanted the chimera for something. It was so obvious, as among all the carcasses laid out, only the chimera was unique enough. Despite this, Alec didn't hesitate to offer him the tail, the very tail that could be used to make an antidote for the poison slowly him. "I shall accept this gesture of goodwill, and since you clearly don't want to burden me with making your spirit equipment set, I also understand. In return for what you have given me, I owe you a favor." Old Man Alderic nodded as Alec unsheathed his nearly destroyed bone katana and expertly severed the tail of the chimera. Presenting it to Alderic, Alec stored the remaining bodies inside his space ring before turning to his golems. "Unsummon all your minions now," Alec commanded, though he was eager to check on his new Tier 3 golems and see their progress, especially Oni, who seemed to have spawned something unique. However, Alec understood that now was not the time to stay idle. He needed to return to the academy to stabilize his new realm. The academy had a calming aura around its peak, almost like a refining ground for the worldly mana that passes through. Cultivating there had a calming effect, and Alec knew he needed that to stabilize his realm. He was aware that the abyss was not the right place to do so, although there was an abundance of mana that provided a higher chance of breaking through to the next stage in the abyss, but it came with a disadvantage. And so, Alec and his gang waited at the portal until it was ready for use again. However, their wait was prolonged, as the academy sent a large number of mages through the other passage the moment it was usable. Supporting the travel of that much people at once could only be possible with a transmission stone, and the aura emitted by these mages was that of pure Tier 7 mages. And they quickly took control of the city, and only after confirming that Alec, Pale's remaining group, and Alec's gang were all human mages from the academy and scanning their badges, were allowed to proceed to the space passage back to the Earth realm. 3 days had passed since Alec and his gang returned from the abyss, and rumors about their exploits spread like wildfire throughout the academy. However, the news that circulated throughout the academy was a mix of good and bad. On the positive side, it was revealed that Alec had ventured into the abyss once again and had returned with a substantial profit. His haul included countless sacks overflowing with the bodies of slain demonic beasts. This accomplishment reaffirmed Alec's status as the strongest rookie in the academy. However, in contrast to Alec's success, the War God Mage Academy faced an unexpected situation. The prestigious Royal Mage Academy, located in the capital, had sent a delegation of their new generation students for an exchange program at the War God Mage Academy. This act was a customary practice of the Royal Mage Academy, but it had never before been extended towards the supposedly weaker War God Mage Academy. Many reputable academies were taken aback by this decision, still unable to digest the fact that the revered Royal Mage Academy had chosen the War God Mage Academy as a place for their students to learn from, when they have all been waiting hopefully that they would be picked next. If Alec had been aware of the situation's details, he would have understood the reason for the Royal Mage Academy's choice, as behind their visit lay a concealed motive, a cover-up for a much larger scheme. Their true intention was likely that revenge. To further assert their ulterior motives, the Royal Mage Academy had already challenged all the new generation students of the War God Mage Academy. Their provocation indicated that they were searching for exceptional talent among the aspiring mages of their rival academy. Leaning against the background, Bolton Blaze cast a smug gaze upon the 20-member genius team he had brought with him to the War God Mage Academy. Ever since the failed attempt to kill Alec in the capital, Bolton had been relentlessly searching for other methods to eliminate him. The fear and horror he initially experienced back then had faded from his memory, overridden by his burning desire for revenge. He disregarded the warning of the renowned spear madman of the Gordon's clan, who had cautioned him against leaving the capital, knowing full well that he would become a hunted man if the fourth elder of the Gordon's clan found out. Throwing caution to the wind, Bolton devised a new plan to kill Alec, one that would distance himself from the act. When he learned that he would have the opportunity to lead the students interested in the exchange program, due to his uncle passing the responsibility to him to gain experience, he used his clan's influence to sway the choice of academy towards the War God Mage Academy. Because this was where Alec had enrolled, and Bolton aimed to crush Alec's spirit by defeating him in his own academy. He even used his wealth to entice some of the worst troublemakers, delinquents, and prodigies of the Royal Mage Academy to accompany him on this exchange, all with the sole purpose of humiliating the entire War God Mage Academy and ensuring Alec's demise in combat. "So how is it," Bolton asked, observing the mages before him. Pathetic, weak, and no match for our academy. Ivor Dragonmere and Asher Blaze shouldn't have even bothered joining us. We alone could have easily defeated the entire junior generation of the War God Mage Academy, leaving them with no place to hide their faces in shame, remarked Lucky. Lucky is peculiar and eccentric mage of the thunder element. He was way different from Astrid, who had a low affinity for the element and had to rely on thunder mana rings to control lightning. He was a mage with a high affinity for the thunder element, boasting the ability to cast thunder spells without the need for thunder rings. Additionally, he had a strong resistance to the thunder element and was formidable in terms of strength. They had been at the academy for an entire day scouting and challenging down, yet they hadn't encountered anyone particularly strong. This was mainly due to the fact that most of the stronger individuals had either moved to the Orc Zone in hopes of obtaining something after what happened or were in seclusion. The War God Mage Academy had a history of its powerful members not staying within the academy, leading the mages from the Royal Mage Academy to mistakenly believe that they would only face weak opponents at War God. I'm not talking about that. Let's not forget that our mission isn't just to tarnish the reputation of this college. We also have to kill that brat called Alec Gordons. Have any of you managed to spot him yet? Bolton Blaze asked, his voice simmering with anger. In truth, he didn't care about the other students. They could all perish for all he cared. His utmost desire was to humiliate, defeat, and ultimately kill Alec in a manner that would appear accidental. How far he has fallen when he defeated me. I had believed he would go on to achieve great heights. Who would have thought he would end up in such a desolate place? He is no longer my equal. I can't wait to see him and exact revenge for what he did to me, reclaiming my lost pride in the process, Ivor Dragonmere said, finally breaking his silence. Since their arrival at the academy, they had received exceptional treatment, including being provided with a lavish villa where this conversation was taking place. Ivor Dragonmere, who had been defeated by Alec during his visit to the capital, had eagerly accepted Bolton Blaze's invitation to seek revenge when he heard Bolton's plan. They believed that someone like him, who could lose to a bastard even the Blaze clan never acknowledged, did not deserve their backing. However, despite the setback, the defeat had sparked a breakthrough in his mentality, propelling him into the Tier 4 Mage realm. And he had defeated all those who had once mocked him, reclaiming his lost authority. The only thing left for him to regain now was his honor, and to achieve that, he had to defeat and humiliate Alec as well. And this is the primary reason why he had agreed to accompany Bolton and the rest of the crew to the War God Mage Academy, even though he was looked down upon for being the only third year in the group. I don't care what you all say, whether you defeat him, beat him, or even tear off his limbs. It all means nothing to me. Just know his life belongs to me, as only I am allowed to kill Alec Gordon, or should I say Alec Blaze. Asher Blaze declared, his face partially covered as an eerie smile appeared on the other side of his face. Flames erupted from his body, but these were not the usual red flames. Instead, they flickered with a bone-chilling blue color. So right now, we still don't know the main reason why they have decided to attack us. How can there be no information? We have practically already stabilized the realm, and yet there is no information whatsoever. The Tier 7 Mage, who had been sent by Great Instructor Gideon to find out the reason for the war on the behalf of the faction, was quite stumped as he had not been able to obtain anything tangible. Every stone he tried turning had turned out to be a dead end. He had even had some of the Tier 6 mages that entered with him try to gather information, but it had not yielded any profitable results. And I have to actually report to Great Instructor Gideon, or he would have my head, the Tier 7 Mage muttered to himself as he looked at the kneeling Tier 6 mages before him. I have an opinion, sir. Why don't we go ask the Hermit Master that stopped the attack? After all, his shop is still here, and with the faction backing you, he should not hold back any information, suggested one of the Tier 6 mages. He definitely can't say he didn't realize what happened since he was practically at the center of it when it happened, so if there is anyone who can answer your questions, it should be him, another Tier 6 chimed in from the side. But he is not obligated to tell me anything, and he is also a strong mage at the Tier 8 realm, the Tier 7 mage said, supporting his jaw with his right hand in frustration. Just use the reputation of the faction to push him around a little, and he would open up. After all, he is just one Tier 8 mage. While the great faction has so many hidden Tier 8 mages and acknowledged ones, it would be stupid for him not to help. The first Tier 6 to speak gave his opinion again, making the Tier 7 mage nod in affirmation. He had been in the Orc Village's Abyss region for the past 3 days, and during this time, they had stabilized the city and reconstructed another barrier. They have heard rumors of another barrier being erected, but they didn't believe it, as they felt someone powerful must have put the whole city under a massive illusion spell, as there was no barrier in place. And now that they had finally stabilized the city, it was time for the command of the city to return to the Black Armored Guard's jurisdiction. The negligence of leaving the control of the city in the hands of a few captains had shown how futile it would be if another attack were to happen. They had to increase the security of the city if they didn't want to lose it. They had only been lucky this time, because Taryn and Old Man Alderic had been around to help. Inside the armory store, the air was heavy with the scent of oil and leather, as the carcass of the massive demonic beast that Alec had slain lay on the ground. Old Man Alderic stood there with his two workers, who he had released from their underground prison as they tried to move the huge demonic beasts to the back store. As the Tier 7 mage entered with confidence, dressed in elegant attire, his eyes were immediately drawn to the scene unfolding before him. His curiosity piqued as he approached Old Man Alderic, who appeared weathered as he had not yet created the antidote pill. "Where did you get all these demonic beasts, old man? Where did they come from?" the Tier 7 mage asked, his tone filled with curiosity. With a stoic look on his face, Old Man Alderic looked up, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the Tier 7 mage, as he gestured to his workers, urging them to move the demonic beast faster. "Just creatures that my boy, who wandered into the Beast King region, killed a few days ago. It caused quite the chaos in the city, as he scored big this time," Alderic replied nonchalantly, but a sense of pride could be detected in his voice as he talked about Alec. "I'm a member of the faction, and I demand to know more about what happened a few days ago when the orcs attacked. I need comprehensive details of the incident, and I heard you were the right person to ask." The Tier 7 mage finally revealed his intentions to Old Man Alderic, and Old Man Alderic halted his movements, turning to face the Tier 7 mage, his eyes colder than steel. "A member of the faction, you say? How thoughtful of you to mention it. Do you think your affiliation grants you special privileges here?" he retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Indeed, it does. There is no one in the War God Mage Academy who doesn't know about the faction, and if you think you are mighty, you are just insignificant beings in the eyes of the faction, ones that can be exterminated. So I advise you to answer my questions respectfully, and I may be able to put in some good words for you in the presence of the higher-up," the Tier 7 mage replied, a smug tone in his voice. Without uttering a single word, Old Man Alderic swiftly raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap across the Tier 7 mage's face. The impact was so forceful that the mage was sent flying through the air, crashing into a display of shining armor nearby. Weapons and armor clattered to the ground, and the store fell into an abrupt silence as the two assistants gasped in shock. The Tier 7 mage struggled to regain his composure, feeling a mixture of pain and embarrassment. "How dare you, you old fool," he exclaimed, his voice filled with anger. Old Man Alderic watched with a stern expression, unaffected by the chaos. "In this store I am the master, and respect is earned, not demanded. Remember that, young one. Now if you don't want to be buried in the ground, disappear from my sight," Alderic said calmly. As the Tier 7 mage glared back, seething with newfound humility and a bruised ego, he slowly stormed out of the room. Meanwhile, Old Man Alderic bowed his head, intending to get back to work when he heard the sounds of the doorbell jingling, signaling the arrival of someone else. Another man walked in, his face covered by a hood. Old Man Alderic tried to see through it, but a rune on the hood seemed to be blocking his gaze. Since he was still weak and unable to use his full powers, he couldn't penetrate the barrier. This realization made Alderic furious, as it was still his weak strength that allowed the Tier 7 mage to leave with just a slap. Because if he had been at full strength, that mage would be buried 6 feet under with all he did. The man who had just entered slowly removed the hood, revealing his face. If anyone had seen him, they would have been surprised, for the man who entered was none other than the new dean of the War God Mage Academy. However, the reason for their surprise wouldn't have been his presence here, it would have been the fact that he had to cover his face to come here. As the dean, he had the right to go anywhere within the lands of the War God Mage Academy without being questioned, yet he had come in secret. The dean bowed lightly and cupped his hand towards Old Man Alderic. "This humble one greets you, Master, the senior dean of the War God Mage Academy," he said respectfully. "Can you believe what the Academy has become in my absence? Even a little twerp is now threatening me, trying to use the faction to manipulate me. Have Gideon and his gang of friends turned into bullies at my Academy?" Old Man Alderic asked as he settled back into his seat. "Well, you know they've always wanted to act like they own the whole Academy for a long time now. You just gave them an opportunity to act unruly when into seclusion. And even Big Brother left too. When are you planning to show in the Academy?" the new dean inquired. "Indeed, increasing your level in the Monarch realm is more difficult than it appears, so I'm taking my time," he added. "Do they still have no idea that I'm the one occupying this shop?" Alderic asked before the new dean shook his head. "They still believe that you're in seclusion at the Academy since your main body is still there. They probably have no clue that you've separated a cosmic body just to leave. They think you're just a recluse who took an interest in the War God Mage, hence why you've opened a store under the Academy's name," the new dean answered. That's good to know, and no matter what, make sure Alfred never enters here. That idiot would recognize me no matter what. My cosmic body won't be able to fool him due to his dream powers, Alderic warned. You don't have to worry about him. He's still as lazy as ever and is actually relieved that I didn't assign him here in the first place. Although lately, he's been sending a lot of complaint letters asking me to pass them on to you, the new dean explained. Complaints. What could that lazy Alfred want this time? Alderic asked, curious. He wants a break from being an instructor. He claims he hasn't been able to rest since I forced another disciple on high. He wants compensation for all the lost sleep time, the new dean replied. Let him continue wailing, old man Alderic said, his voice filled with annoyance. Help me find someone to refine the poison and make an antidote pill from it, while I find the thief that visited me. He summoned the chimera snake tail from his space ring and threw it towards the new dean, who caught it effortlessly and stored it in his own space ring. The reason the dean had come to meet his master's cosmic was because he had received a message from a space bird, urging him to come. Since old man Alderic was unable to refine a pill himself, he planned to use the Academy Best Refiner. Don't worry, the dean assured him, his voice muffled by the hood that he used to cover his head again. You'll have it soon. With that, he walked out, leaving old man Alderic to turn back to his two oblivious assistants, who had not even noticed someone had been in the room moments ago. Only old man Alderic had seen the dean come and go. Meanwhile, at the War God Mage Academy, countless students had been beaten up by the members of the Royal Mage Academy, who had visited and issued challenges. It was a disastrous scene, as the newly enrolled members tried their hands against the Royal Mage Academy students. However, they were beaten black and blue in the process. It had been a humiliating experience, made worse by the disrespectful behavior of the Royal Academy mages after each defeat. In shame, they stopped accepting the challenges when they couldn't even defeat a single member of the Royal Mage Academy sent to challenge them. After that day, Bolton Blaze was furious that he still hadn't seen Alec. Since his arrival, all he had heard were Alec's achievements among the new students. The talk of Alec's dominance within the new generation had even reached the Royal Mage Academy students, who now realized that if they wanted to break the spirit of the War God Mage Academy new generation, they would have to defeat Alec, their top dog. Unfortunately, Alec was still in seclusion after emerging from the abyss, focusing on stabilizing his Tier 3 mage realm. Currently, the new generation mages were desperately calling out to their top dogs, hoping they would go and face the students of the Royal Mage Academy to regain some dignity for them after being defeated. However, Alec was in seclusion, and there was a busy sign at the entrance of his master's Terran Peak, discouraging anyone from attempting to go up. The fact that they hadn't visited before made them even more hesitant to try now, especially in their time of need. When they approached Pale, who had just returned from the abyss, he claimed to be nursing an injury, but it was clear he had no interest in facing the group sent by the Royal Mage Academy. His noble friends had informed him about the members who had shown up, and he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against their top brass. In order to avoid embarrassing himself, he decided to stay at his peak. Lucas Blade was still in seclusion in hope to enter the middle rank realm when they went to look for him. Going to Beatrice's peak was out of the question, as anyone who tried to enter would find themselves trapped in illusions. Entering Elder Alfred's peak was almost impossible unless someone was strong enough, as he had set numerous restrictions to avoid being disturbed. The new generation of the War God Mage Academy had no choice but to endure the shame and insults from the Royal Mage Academy, as most of their second and third year students were not in the academy, and even those who were around had various excuses to stay hidden in their peaks. Fearful of facing the challenge, as no one who had fought with the Royal Mage Academy had come out unscathed, broken ribs and bones were common, displaying the merciless nature of their opponents. I can't stay cooped up again. My cultivation has already reached a peak, and it doesn't look like I'll be able to make any breakthroughs anytime soon without any external help, Arthur complained, throwing a small stone into the lake behind Brandon's place as he counted the amount of times it bounced off the water. He had gone to disturb Brandon, who had entered a meditative state in hopes of reaching the Tier 3 mage realm and becoming the second among their group to achieve that rank. Brandon had felt immense pressure all those times he was in the lead in cultivation realm, though he was talented and had realized that his earth element affinity might be greater than most earth mages, but he couldn't shake the thought that someone would surpass him in the group. And it didn't take long for Alec to jump all the way to the Tier 3 mage realm, just as he was preparing to surpass the peak of Tier 2 mage and step into the next realm. Arthur, just go. I still don't understand how you were able to reach the peak of the Tier 2 mage realm. I've never seen you cultivate in a while, Brandon finally said, unable to concentrate with Arthur in the same courtyard. Well, no need to be so aggressive, man. We all knew Alec was going to take the #1 spot back. Even when he was weaker in realm, you still couldn't beat his golems, so why stress? Arthur joked, laughing as Brandon threw his saber of slaughter at him. Dashing out of Brandon's backyard, Arthur allowed peace to return to the courtyard. Phew, that bastard almost impaled my butt. Who am I going to go to now? I just need to fight or break things to relieve this stress, Arthur muttered, looking around and noticing that almost everyone was busy cultivating, except for Agnes, who seemed to be responsible for all their chores. Although he would have loved to go disturb the Centaur Prince for some one-on-one sparring, but the Centaur Prince had pointed out some weaknesses last time and asked him to only come back if he reached the Tier 3 Mage realm, adding even more stress to his plate, as it seems anyone who was not able to enter the Tier 3 realm was unserious. Look who we have here, the slacker, Agnes said as she passed by Arthur. Do you want to test if I can't beat you up? The only reason why I haven't challenged you yet is Alec. If you want to fight, let's do this, Arthur flared up. Come back when you have a spirit equipment set. I don't want anyone losing and claiming that I had an unfair advantage in the fight. Agnes turned back briefly to say to Arthur before walking away. Arthur smashed his legs on a nearby small stone, shattering it due to the amount of force he exerted when he hit it. Most of the members of the group always saw him as the playful one. In fact, the new 4 members thought of him as the weakest link among all of Alec's old trusted friends. After all, since Knight and Agnes received their equipment set, they not only received a boost in their strengths but were able to cultivate faster. And it seemed like their spirit equipment set was pushing them to reach the Tier 3 Mage realm faster so they could wield their powers more effectively. This was something that Alec hadn't noticed yet because his armor had not been originally crafted by the system, but repaired based on the flaws. On the other hand, their own spirit equipment sets were crafted by the spirit clones of great masters that the system had created using the system points Alec had paid with. But Knight was showing more progress, but even Alec believed that such progress happened because he had assimilated with his armor perfectly and was more proficient at controlling it than Agnes. Though they only felt Agnes didn't get it as she was too busy tending to their needs, though all of the old gang except Alec had reached the Tier 2 peak. However, it was still Brandon who seemed to be on the verge of making the breakthrough into the Tier 3 Mage realm anytime soon. Since he had entered the peak before them and built the perfect foundations, all he was waiting for was the right moment when his energy reached an overflow. This was because of the advice given by their patriarch. They had the choice to be exceptional or normal. Even Brandon felt that attempting to break through just because he was feeling the pull to Tier 3 wasn't a sign that he was ready to become exceptional. That is why, from the moment he believed he was close to the Tier 3 Mage realm, he started to restrict himself from a normal breakthrough. He deliberately held back, stopping himself from rushing into the next realm, even when he was tempted